which is the main table. When Li De led her to the main table, hundreds of eyes fell on them in unison superior. All the looks were unfriendly. Han Waner has seen a lot of things in the world, and she appears to be very calm on the surface. Yi Chen next to her was even calmer, walking slowly as if he was strolling in the garden. In addition to the Li family, there was also the abbot Yuanjue of the Thousand Buddha Temple and an acquaintance, Lu Si from the Hailong Hotel, who was present at the main table. But this guy joined the Li family and sat opposite. After sitting down, the distinction was clear. There were only Yi Chen and Han Waner on this side, but there were more than 10 people on the other side. Seeing Li De sitting in the first seat opposite, Han Waner asked in surprise, "Mr. Li, where are the brothers Long and Hu, the leaders of your Li family?" "Young Master Long and Young Master Hu are currently in Gusu on business and can't return for the time being, so I will be their full representative to discuss Yunhai's future business landscape," Li De said with a smile. Han Waner pouted, "Brother Dragon and Tiger brothers are so arrogant that they don't even show their faces." Yi Chen laughed secretly. They had already met the King of Hell, so how could they show up again? This happened last night. The Shen family blocked the news, so the Li family naturally didn't know the inside story. But they will know soon. I wonder what kind of expressions they will have when the heads of the two Li heroes are delivered to the hotel. Yi Chen is looking forward to it. 92, Chapter 92, Thousands of people are pointing fingers at you. Li De was smiling and feeling confident, but he felt a little uneasy inside because he couldn't contact the two young masters since last night. However, Li De didn't think much about it. The two young masters were both practitioners of ancient martial arts, and they could not contact each other when they were practicing. This happens frequently. However, it was originally hosted by two young masters, but now only he can host it. It doesn't matter. The Li family has made all the necessary preparations, so it doesn't matter who presides over it. When the banquet began, Li De was the first to raise his glass and looked at Han Waner. "I heard that today is Miss Han's birthday. I toast to Miss Han. Happy birthday." As Li De spoke, he picked up the wine glass and drank it all. "Thank you, Mr. Li," Han Waner responded with tea instead of wine. "Today will definitely make Miss Han have an unforgettable birthday." Li De smiled, but that smile was intriguing. "Yes, I believe that it will be unforgettable not only for me but also for everyone here." Han Waner's words were equally meaningful, and she was not at all inferior in verbal battles. Let's wait and see. The banquet began with Li Da's laughter. During the banquet, everyone was chatting and laughing, drinking and chatting, creating a peaceful atmosphere. However, after 3 rounds of dishes and 5 flavors of wine, the atmosphere began to change. "Ms. Han, you are a leader in the Yunhai business community. Now that my Li family has entered the market with such force, as the saying goes, there can't be 2 tigers in 1 mountain." Li De looked at Han Waner and said with a smile, "Ms. Han, you still have to come up with a solution. After all, there is only so much room for survival." Han Waner said calmly, "What do you think we should do, Mr. Li?" Li Da's smile widened. "Unity is mutually beneficial, while division is mutually detrimental. We have long thought of a solution, and that is why we created the Dragon Tiger Business Alliance. If we all work together and pull together as one, won't the Yunhai business world be ours?" Li De stood up and pointed to the audience. "Ms. Han, look, all these prominent figures in the Yunhai business community have joined the Dragon and Tiger Business Alliance. Now, everyone is looking forward to Ms. Han joining us." Han Waner smiled slightly and said, "I'm naturally happy for everyone to work together and form an alliance, but after joining the Dragon and Tiger Merchant Alliance, who has the final say?" "Of course, my Li family has the final say. Members of the Chamber of Commerce must unconditionally obey the orders of the Li family," Li De said heavily. Hearing this, Han Waner took a breath of cold air. She didn't expect the Li family to be so cruel. Unconditional obedience. This is not about finding people to form a group with, this is about finding slaves. "In that case, I won't join. You guys can have fun," Han Waner refused bluntly. "Miss Han, you must think carefully." The smile on Li Da's face disappeared. "If you don't join us, you will be swallowed up." "I have thought it through clearly and will never join the Dragon and Tiger Business Alliance," Han Waner said firmly. Li De stopped talking. Lu Si, who was standing next to him, slammed the table and stood up, pointing at Han Waner and shouting, "Han Waner, don't be so shameless. Your Han family is wealthy and powerful, but what does it count for in front of the Li family? Mr. Li honored you and gave you face, but you don't accept it. Do you want to destroy yourself? Han Wanner glanced at him calmly and said, Lucy, I didn't expect you to be such a fence-sitter. You used to cling to our Han family, but now that the Li family has arrived, you've turned around and thrown yourself into their arms. Don't say such harsh words, Han Wanner. How did you treat me? You threatened me with my daughter's life and took away my Hailong restaurant. You used all means to achieve your goal and are extremely greedy. Lucy shouted sternly. Oh! Han Wanner laughed out of anger. She didn't expect Lucy to be so despicable and shameless, and full of lies. Even more ungrateful. Didn't he have any idea what happened back then? If Yi Chen hadn't taken action, his daughter would have died. Han Wanner didn't want to argue with him, so she stood up and said, since we can't come to an agreement, Mr. Li, I'll take my leave. After saying that, she was about to leave. But Lucy suddenly stood up, grabbed a stool and slammed it down at Han Wanner's feet, shouting, Han Wanner, you want to leave? Can you get away? Han Wanner was almost hit, and Yi Chen next to her frowned slightly and looked at Lucy. This ungrateful person was the one who jumped the most happily and became the most loyal lackey of the Li family. What, you still want to restrict my personal freedom? Han Wanner said coldly. Ms. Han, don't say such childish things in the face of the struggle for interests. Personal freedom means nothing. What you should be more worried about right now is your life. Li Dis said coldly. I'll give you one last chance. Do you want to join the Dragon Tiger Merchant Alliance? I will never join. Han Wanner said without hesitation. Han Wanner, you're really courting death. Lucy slammed the table again. Han Wanner, your Han family is behaving recklessly in Yunhai, fighting for resources everywhere. This has completely distorted the Yunhai business community and has caused widespread complaints. A wealthy businessman stood up and accused Han Wanner. Then came a barrage of accusations and insults. The Han family's greed is too ugly. They want to grab everything and leave us no chance to survive. The Han family has become a cancer in the business world. Until they are eradicated, the Yunhai business community will never have peace. Capture Han Wanner, destroy the Han family, smash the Longteng Group, and restore the prosperity of the Yunhai business world. The noise from the audience grew louder and louder. Han Wanner and the Han family became the rats crossing the street, and everyone wanted to kill them. They were in a situation where everyone was pointing fingers at them. Han Wanner was so angry that she was shaking all over. You can't beat me in the business world, so you say I'm a cancer. Typical of slandering when you can't compete. Kill her, kill Han Wanner, this scourge. Some radicals even started yelling and even resorted to personal attacks. The crowd below the stage was in an uproar, and they looked like they were going to rush up and tear Han Wanner to pieces. Looking at this scene, Li Dat and Lucy smiled at each other, both with proud looks on their faces. And remained silent. Master Yuan Jue, who was speaking, said with compassion, I have already persuaded Mr. Han, but Mr. Han did not listen. He ended up like this. You can't blame others. Han Wanner, today I will use your blood to pay tribute to my late father. Huang Ming's son Huang Yuan showed up, bringing with him dozens of strong men, all holding shining machetes, and rushing towards the stage with great momentum. Everyone, please make way. He is here to avenge his father's murder. Let's make some room, Li Dis said with a smile. I understand the hatred for killing one's father is irreconcilable. Ha ha ha. Lucy stood up with a big smile. Looking at the scene below, Lu Yuran, who was on the second floor, felt a pang of grief in his heart as he saw his daughter trapped in the siege and being pointed at by thousands of people. But Han Wanner did not retreat a single step, and stood closely beside Yi Chen, as if she was leaning against a mountain. There was no trace of tension on her stunningly beautiful face. Wanner, can Yi Chen really make you feel so at ease, even in such a dangerous place? He doesn't even frown? Lu Yuran took a deep breath. At this time, Yi Chen took a step forward, facing the dark crowd, pointing at Han Wanner and saying, let me see, who dares to touch her? 93, Chapter 93. Complete silence. Kill them for me. Huang Yuan raised the knife in his hand and roared ferociously. More than 30 strong men rushed forward like wolves and tigers. They are agile and are all tough guys carefully selected from the blood underworld society. Unfortunately, they couldn't even reach the stage. Yi Chen's true energy shook, and the air around him whistled, with strong winds blowing everywhere. The big men holding machetes immediately felt waves of air rushing towards them, and their bodies flew backwards involuntarily. They smashed into the crowd, feeling tearing pain all over their bodies and coughing up blood. The crowd that was clamoring just now was now in chaos. When Li De saw this scene, his pupils shrank sharply. Although he knew that Yi Chen was a master, this was too strong. Without moving his hands or feet, he was able to knock over dozens of skilled fighters just by using the vibration of his energy. However, although Li De was shocked, he was not panicked. He had prepared many measures today, and these dozens of people were just appetizers. First team of Death Warriors, go! Li De spoke in a deep voice into the headset under his clothes. A group of young men in tight clothes emerged from the side aisle, more than 20 of them. They were more imposing, and as they moved they were like a torrent of steel, with the sound of their shoes stepping on the ground like muffled thunder. These are the Li family's Death Warriors, all of whom are internal force warriors. Kill without mercy. These Li family warriors exuded a strong murderous aura, and each of them was as agile as a leopard as they rushed towards the stage. Boom! Yi Chen moved at this moment, as if he had transformed into a ferocious beast that suddenly erupted. He raised his knee and charged directly at the first assassin who came on stage. His knees were like an iron shield, bringing with them a gust of evil wind, making a whistling sound in all directions. Yi Chen's clothes immediately fluttered up like a huge flag fluttering on the top of a mountain. Bang! The assassin was hit directly on the chest, and with a crack, his entire chest collapsed. His sternum was shattered, blood gushed out of his mouth, and he flew dozens of meters before hitting a stone pillar and stopping. Looking at him again, his body had gone limp, as if he had no bones. Yi Chen's knee strike was so powerful. Then Yi Chen's body flashed, and he started a bloody and ruthless massacre after a dozen breaths. All the assassins of the Li family died tragically on the spot, and not a single one survived. The whole audience was shocked. Looking at Yi Chen standing on the stage like a god of death, everyone felt a deep chill in their hearts. Most of them saw Yi Chen take action for the first time, and they never imagined that a person's fighting power could be so strong. At this moment, the smiles on the faces of Lu Si, Li De, and others had disappeared without a trace. Especially Li De, he knows the strength of the Li family's death squad better than anyone else. But in front of Yi Chen, he was like a toy and could not withstand a single blow. This person is amazing, but... Li De gritted his teeth and said viciously, it still can't change the outcome. Second team of Death Warriors, go! The second team of Death Warriors came again, stronger than the first team. Unfortunately, the ending was the same. After just a dozen breaths, the second team of Death Warriors was wiped out. Yi Chen was ruthless and left no one alive. This. Li De rubbed his forehead, which had already started to sweat. Lu Si was also sweating profusely, and said with some trembling, Mr. Li, the situation seems to be a little out of control. 2 teams of assassins have been killed. Out of control of what? Li Da's face turned fierce and ferocious. Death squads are meant to be sacrificed. Even if it consumes some of Yi Chen's physical strength, it is still a gain. Next, I have a third team of death squads, the even more powerful young master Longhu, and the elders of Xuanmen. Yi Chen will definitely die. Li Ruffing, bring the third team of assassins. Even if you have to bite with your teeth, you must bite off a piece of Yi Chen's flesh for me. The third team of Li family's death squad came up. The leader is Li Ruffing, the Li family's famous martial arts master. He was a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing a black sportswear. His shoulders were very broad, unlike those of ordinary people. It was obvious that his back muscles were greatly expanded, bulging out of his clothes, as if there were 2 fleshy wings hidden on his back. The power of transformation is fully developed. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This guy's cultivation is even deeper than Qin Meng's. It's good that you came. It can help me get rid of the evil spirits in my body. Li Ruffing strode towards the stage. As he walked, he grabbed 2 plates on the table and threw them towards Yi Chen on the stage. With a swish, the plate shot towards Yi Chen like a killing wheel, leaving 2 sharp long whistles in the air, which showed how fast it was and how powerful it was. Domineering, arrogant, and as imposing as a mountain. This is the feeling Li Ruffing gives people. Sharp. Good. The people in the hall cheered loudly. However, the two plates only flew half a meter in front of Yi Chen and could no longer move forward, breaking into pieces with a snap. The next moment, Li Changfeng's figure was like a meteorite falling at high speed, rushing towards Yi Chen on the stage. Bang! The two collided with each other. Yi Chen was very excited, like a thirsty person who found a clear spring. Of course, he only defended and did not attack. With the help of the opponent's powerful fist and palm force, hammer yourself like a block of iron to force out the evil spirit. With every powerful blow, a ball of evil spirit was driven out of Yi Chen's body. He was secretly happy in his heart. Once the evil spirits were eliminated, he could strive for the 6th level of Qi training. When other people saw this scene, they naturally saw that Yi Chen was passively being beaten and was being suffocated by Li Rufeng. Ha ha ha. Lu Si, who had been suppressed for a long time, finally laughed out loud. Yi Chen, I thought you were so powerful, but in the end, you met Li Changfeng and could only get beaten without a chance to fight back. Listen to this sound, it's like hammering iron, bang bang bang, that's Li Changfeng beating Yi Chen. The Li family is really powerful. If any martial arts master comes out, Yi Chen will be no match for them. Ha, do it for me, kill that bastard Yi Chen. Others also started shouting. A smile appeared on Li Da's face again. If he can't even beat Li Changfeng, then Yi Chen is no better. It seems that there is no need for the young master to take action. In their opinion, Yi Chen's defeat was only a matter of time. Lu Yuran, who was watching the battle on the second floor, was filled with disappointment. Yi Chen's performance just now gave me hope, but I didn't expect that hope to be shattered so quickly. It's not possible to entrust honor to him. After all, is not strong enough. Bang! Suddenly, Yi Chen attacked. With Li Rufeng's help, all the evil spirits in his body were removed, so naturally he didn't need to defend himself anymore and could only passively take the beating. Bang! Yi Chen, who was retreating step by step and unable to withstand the attack, suddenly attacked and slapped Li Rufeng in the face. The sound was like a sudden explosion of thunder. Li Rufeng's body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. Blood began to spurt from his mouth and nose while he was in the air. The whole face is rotten. The sudden scene plunged the entire hall into silence. Complete silence. 94, Chapter 94. The First Gift. This scene is a 180-degree reversal. Who can react to it? Originally, Li Changfeng had the upper hand over Yi Chen, beating him so hard that he had no power to fight back. Just when he was about to lose, Yi Chen slapped the ferocious Li Rufeng away with one slap. Looking at Li Rufeng again, his whole face was covered in blood and flesh, and it was obvious that he was not doing well. How is this possible? Both Lu Si and Li Da looked at this scene in disbelief. Even Lu Yuran was shocked, her red lips opened so wide that a fist could fit in. The old man beside him said solemnly, "Madam, Yi Chen is unfathomable. Although we have always been at a disadvantage, there are two strange phenomena. First, when he was fighting with Li Changfeng, some of the Li family assassins wanted to take the opportunity to sneak onto the stage and attack the eldest lady. But every time Yi Chen happened to appear and stop them. This shows that while Yi Chen was fighting with Li Changfeng, he was still able to spare some time to take care of the young lady. Elder Hua's eyes were deep. Secondly, although Yi Chen has been losing ground, he hasn't shown any signs of defeat. Neither his footsteps nor his breathing rate have been disrupted. He looks very tired, but in reality, it's not difficult at all." "You mean, he is pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger?" Lu Yuran's long eyelashes trembled. "That should be the case." Old Hua nodded. Lu Yuran's big eyes twinkled, and a smile appeared on his graceful profile. "Interesting, now I'm somewhat interested in this Yi Chen. Maybe he can really complete this test of mine. It's difficult. Although Li Changfeng's cultivation is strong, he is only a worldly warrior. Brother Long and brother Hu are both ancient martial arts practitioners, much stronger than Li Changfeng." Elder Hua frowned. "Don't forget, there's also a Shen Men elder. Yi Chen's age is there, and in terms of time spent in cultivation, he's no match for the Shen Men elder." Lu Yuran nodded. "Yes, Mr. Hua, in the end, you will have to take action yourself and make the final decision." "It's my duty," said Mr. Hua. The entire hall was still silent, and everyone had not yet recovered from their stupor. Yi Chen moved again and rushed towards the Li family's third team of death squads. It was still a one-sided massacre. Amidst the horrified gazes, Yi Chen broke the neck of the last assassin. When he turned around to face Li Di and others, Li Da's legs went weak. His face was pale, and the bulging muscles under his skin kept twitching. Lu Si, who had been clamoring to be the vanguard of the Li family, was even more miserable at this moment. His eyes were wide open, his face was ashen, and his legs were out of control, shaking like sieves. Yi Chen, dressed in black like a devil, walked towards them. The invisible pressure was like a mountain, completely crushing Lu Si. He fell to his knees on the ground, tears streaming down his face as he cried out, "Yi Chen, I was wrong, spare my life. Don't kill me, I'm Wanner's uncle." Yi Chen felt disgusted at the sight of this fence-sitter and was too lazy to pay attention to him. As he walked, his indifferent gaze was fixed on Li De. "I propose two conditions. First, the Dragon and Tiger Merchant Alliance is disbanded. Second, the Li family withdraws from Yunhai." Yi Chen came in front of Li De. "If you agree, you can save your life." Li De gritted his teeth, his eyes suddenly becoming ferocious and crazy. "I haven't lost yet. Young Master Longhu is a martial arts master. You are no match for them. There is also the Xianmen elder who is guarding our Li family. The Xianmen elder's cultivation is unfathomable. Killing you is as easy as killing a chicken. Even if you kill me, the young master will avenge Meth. Entire Yunhai business world will be taken over by the Li family, and Han Wanner will still be defeated. The trend cannot be changed." "Yi Chen, you are going against the will of heaven. You alone cannot change the outcome. When young Master Longhu returns, that will be the day you die." Li De had an attitude of being ready to die, and even laughed out loud. "Go ahead and kill me. I am waiting for the young master to avenge me and for the Xianmen elders to massacre the Han family. Ha ha ha." The rest of the Li family members were also filled with passion and started yelling. "My Li family has not lost. When the two heroes of the Li family come over, you will definitely die. The two heroes of the Li family are extremely talented. Yi Chen, you can't compare to them. You killed so many of our Li family warriors. We, the two heroes of the Li family, will grind you to dust. The Dragon and Tiger Business Alliance is as solid as a rock. With the two heroes of the Li family here, our Li family will still drive out the Han family and dominate the Yunhai business world. Who dares to disobey?" Shouting these words undoubtedly calmed people's hearts. The people in the hall calmed down a little. Yes, the Li family has not lost until the two heroes of the Li family show up. Don't look at Yi Chen's arrogance now. Once the two heroes of the Li family arrive, he will have an extremely miserable ending. And Han Wanner, her Longting group will be devoured alive by the two Li brothers. Seeing the Li family's morale rising again, Yi Chen smiled slightly. He really didn't cry until he saw the coffin. At this time, he made a phone call and said lightly, "You can come in." Afterwards, Yi Chen strode onto the stage and scanned the audience with a cold gaze. "No one should leave. Today is Wanner's birthday and I want to celebrate for her." Yi Chen's voice resounded throughout the venue. Everyone was stunned. What birthday were they celebrating on this occasion? "Yi Chen, what the hell is going on? Why doesn't he kill Li Di and the others in one go, and suddenly celebrates Wanner's birthday?" Lu Yuran also looked confused. Mr. Hua shook his head and said, "Celebrating the eldest lady's birthday on such an occasion, I don't understand the romance of young people." Even Han Wanner looked puzzled. She tugged at Yi Chen's clothes and said, "Yi Chen, it's inappropriate to celebrate my birthday at this time, right?" "Don't ask, just watch," Yi Chen said. Han Wanner was about to say something when a group of people filed into the hall. The leader was a tall and strong man, holding a red wooden box 1 foot square in his hand. Han Shiqiang? Han Wanner recognized him at a glance. This was Han Shiqiang, the security captain of Longtung Group. Under everyone's gaze, Han Shiqiang came to Han Wanner's stage holding a wooden box and said loudly, "Han Shiqiang, on the orders of Mr. Yi, has delivered the first gift to celebrate the eldest lady's birthday. You actually prepared a birthday present for me." Han Wanner looked at Yi Chen with surprise. Although she felt that the occasion was not appropriate, she felt warm in her heart. "What is it? Why don't you just open it and take a look?" Han Wanner stepped forward, opened it, and immediately turned pale and screamed. Because inside the box was a bloody human head. "Yi Chen, you." Han Wanner looked at Yi Chen in great confusion. Is this the birthday gift he prepared? This is not a surprise, but a shock. At this time, Han Shiqian grabbed the bloody head and held it high. Under the horrified gazes, he shouted loudly. Mrai's first gift to the eldest lady was the head of Li Hailong, the hero of the Li family. Boom! The whole place exploded. 95, Chapter 95 You Are My Condor Hero. Li Hailong. What Han Shiqian was holding in his hand was actually Li Hailong's head? The sensation caused by this scene spread in everyone's hearts like a nuclear explosion. Not only the Li family camp, but also Han Wan'er and Lu Yuran were dumbfounded. The two Li family heroes who entered Yunhai forcefully, the controllers of the Dragon and Tiger Business Alliance, are about to create huge waves in Yunhai and trample the Han family under their feet. Li Hailong. Yi Chen actually chopped off his head and gave it to Han Wan'er as a birthday present? This is really too fantastical, it's ridiculous. No one in the field believed it, and they all stared at the bloody head with wide eyes. Most people have never seen Li Hailong, but the Li family is very familiar with him. Although his face was covered in blood and it was not very clear, his eyebrows, hairstyle especially the black mole between his eyebrows, were very obvious signs of Li Hailong. Li Da's heart skipped a beat, and a bad feeling came over him. But he still didn't believe that young Master Long was a real disciple of Xianmen and a top disciple of Zhan Wudi. No matter how powerful Yi Chen was, how could he kill him? Impossible, Yi Chen, young Master Li, am a godlike figure. I can destroy you in a matter of minutes. You still want to kill my young Master Long? You're dreaming. Don't be fooled by Yi Chen, this is just his trick. Li De roared loudly. Then he took out his cell phone and called Li Hailong again, but unfortunately the call still couldn't be connected. Li Da's heart was pounding, and he was far from being as calm as he appeared. Then he called Master Hu again. Yi Chen, what's going on? How come you chopped off Li Hailong's head? Han Wan'er looked at Yi Chen in surprise. Yi Chen smiled faintly, and before he could say anything, the second group of people walked in aggressively. They were still from the Han family security team, led by the deputy captain Zhang Jin, who also held a red wooden box in his hand. Everyone's pupils shrank. What was inside? Was it another human head? Zhang Jin, on Mrai's orders, has delivered the second gift to celebrate the eldest lady's birthday. As he spoke, Zhang Jin opened the wooden box and grabbed something out of it. It turned out to be another head. Mrai's second gift to Miss is the head of Li Linhu, one of the two heroes of the Li family. Boom! This time the commotion was even greater, with some people even collapsing on the ground. Is this Li Linhu's head? The two heroes of the Li family, Li Hailong and Li Linhu, were all beheaded by Yi Chen? He had created such a huge momentum before, as if a god had descended from heaven, which made the major families in Yunhai breathless, and they all defected to join the Dragon and Tiger Business Alliance. As a result, the head is gone before the person even shows up? And they were completely annihilated. Are both heroes finished? Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could the two heroes of the Li family, the best of the best, die before they even achieved their goal? Li De roared hysterically, this is Yi Chen's evil plot, a plot to alienate our Dragon-Tiger Merchant Alliance. Let him see clearly, Yi Chen said lightly. Yes, Mr. Yi. Zhang Jin picked up the head, wiped the blood off his face, and raised it high again. Now, Li Linhu's face was clearly reflected in everyone's sight. Boom! That dead face, like an evil ghost, tore Li Da's mind apart. Young Master Tiger, young Master Tiger. He murmured with a pale face, if that's not Li Linhu, then who is it? Master Tiger, ah. A heart-wrenching cry came from the Li family camp. Master Long, Master Tiger. Whoa whoa whoa. More people roared and even cried bitterly, feeling extremely sad. The representatives of all the major forces in Yunhai were all shocked to the extreme, and their eyeballs fell to the ground. Especially Lu Si, he couldn't even stand steadily. Are these really the heads of the two Li brothers? There is no doubt that this is an extreme torture for everyone in the Li family. However, the torture did not end there as the third group of people entered. The leader was Han Yushu. This woman with short hair and a cold face was still holding a wooden box in her hand. Han Yushu, under the order of Mr. Yi, has given the eldest lady a third gift, the head of Xianmen Elder Xianfeng. When Han Yushu took out Xian Fang's head, the Li family camp completely collapsed. Their most powerful supporters, the two heroes of the Li family and the elders of Xianmen, were all beheaded by Yi Chen. The only way to describe it is collapse. Li Di even collapsed on the spot, rolling his eyes and twitching all over, even losing control of his bladder. The rest of the Li family members were not much better off. Some were unconscious, some were crying loudly, and they were in an extremely miserable state. This is such a disaster. On the other hand, Han Wanner was so excited that she couldn't control herself. She stood on the stage with red eyes and her body shaking violently. She seemed to see Guo Xiang and Jin Yong's world on her birthday. The hero of the Condor heroes chopped off the heads of 2,000 Tartars to celebrate her birthday. It resolved the danger of the army approaching. At that moment, Guo Xiang became the happiest woman in the world. She never married and was only in love with the hero of the Divine Condor. And at this moment, she seemed to have become Guo Xiang. She also has her own heroes, and the most bloody romance of this moment. Draw the sword and chop off the heads of the two heroes. 96, Chapter 96 Bet. Lady. Mr. Hua on the second floor had a dry throat and his voice was a little hoarse. His calm mind was now filled with shock. Ah! Lu Yuran came back to his senses from his trance, picked up the teacup with a trembling right hand, and took a big sip. This Yi Chen is beyond my expectation. Lu Yuran murmured, took a deep breath, and exclaimed, amazing, really amazing, he actually beheaded the two heroes of the Li family and the elders of Xianmen. Do you believe it? Mr. Hua shook his head. Whether you believe it or not, I don't believe it. Didn't Yi Chen do it? Lu Yuran raised his eyes and said. Definitely not. The Xianmen elders have been practicing for decades. Yi Chen is so young. Even if he is a martial arts genius, how could he be a match for the Xianmen elders? Elder Hua said, but there should be a top master behind Yi Chen who helped him do these things. Lu Yuran nodded in agreement. That should be the case, otherwise it would be incomprehensible. Even if he is a young genius, he can't be this talented. But no matter what, the two heroes of the Li family and the elder of Xianmen are indeed dead. Yi Chen has completed my second test and helped the Han family. But this method is tantamount to declaring war on the Li family and Xianmen? Elder Hua was worried. Both the Li family and Xianmen will definitely launch a bloody revenge. Lu Yuran narrowed his eyes slightly and said calmly, Mr. Hua, the war has already started, hasn't it? If you don't declare war, will they let you go? If you hide, will they not look for you? If you tolerate, will they restrain themselves? Actually, I quite admire Yi Chen's approach. If he can't escape, he might as well face it head-on in a more intense way. Mr. Hua smiled bitterly and was speechless. But there is no doubt that Yi Chen's move will surely anger the Li family and lead to revenge from Xianmen. Next, a more violent storm is coming. At this moment, the situation on the field was completely under Yi Chen's control. He carried the might of beheading the two heroes of the Li family, exhaled and spoke, declaring on the spot, I, Yi Chen, declare. The Dragon and Tiger business alliance is disbanded within 1 day. The Li family will withdraw from Yunhai. Starting tomorrow, if I see a member of the Li family in Yunhai, I will kill him. Yi Chen's eyes were intimidating as he looked down at the entire audience, emitting an aura of arrogance and dominance. Wherever the sight and sound reached, everyone lowered their heads, trembled, and dared not even breathe. Yi Chen shocked the whole audience. He is not such a high-profile person, but this matter involves Xianmen, so he must be high-profile to the end. What is the point of practicing so hard? Isn't it to take revenge on Xianmen? Okay, Mr. Yi is really domineering. At this time, a slightly gloomy voice sounded. The voice seemed not loud, but it was like a rumbling thunder, echoing throughout the venue. Yi Chen's expression changed slightly. This person has such profound cultivation. Then, a young man in white clothes appeared in his sight. He had a fair and clean face, sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. He was very handsome, looking sunny and handsome. Li Nianen. When the Li family saw the young man in white, their expressions became terrified as if they had seen a ghost. The young man in white walked straight to Yi Chen and said with a smile, Mr. Yi, you are really amazing. You beheaded the dragon brother and the tiger brother, and did what I always wanted to do but didn't dare to do. I really want to give you a thumbs up. Li Nianen gave Yi Chen a thumbs up. Who are you? Yi Chen frowned slightly. My name is Li Nianen, and I'm from the Li family in Yangcheng. Li Nianan smiled and said, Brother Long and brother Hu are dead, so the Li family sent me here to take charge of the situation. It turned out to be the enemy. The Li family acted very quickly. But this Li Nianan looks like a lunatic. He killed his brothers, but Li Nianan applauded. These guys, the Dragon Brothers and Tiger Brothers, rely on violence to solve problems. How shameless. Business matters should be resolved through business methods. Li Nianan looked at the blood and corpses on the ground with a look of disgust. Mr. Li, what do you mean? Yi Chen asked. This guy is a bit different. Although he was sent by the Li family, he seems to have a prejudice against the two heroes of the Li family. Mr. Yi, I came to Yunhai to expand the territory for the Li family. Li Nianan smiled and said, how about we make a bet? What bet? Within 2 months, through normal commercial competition, I will definitely eliminate all of the Han family's businesses in Yunhai and force them to leave Yunhai in disgrace. Li Nianan smiled even more brightly, with a strong sense of confidence in her eyes. If we can't do this, our Li family will never set foot in the Sea of Clouds again. Yi Chen didn't know much about business, so he looked at Han Waner. Okay, I'll make a bet with you. Han Waner stepped forward and said. 97, Chapter 97 Shindanqing's Request. A few hours later, Diamond Hill Villa. Han Waner was on the phone while Yi Chen sat on the sofa, pondering. He didn't expect that the Dragon and Tiger banquet would end in this way. He killed his brothers, and was ready to face the bloody revenge of the Li family. Unexpectedly, the Li family actually sent Li Nianan to compete with Han Waner in the business world and made a 2-month bet. If you don't want to use force, try using words. Unexpected. Yi Chen was not afraid of the Li family fighting with bayonets. He just drew his sword. In the end, the other party stopped fighting, so he could only sheath his sword. This Li family is truly remarkable as a family of ancient martial artists. They were able to endure the murder of 2 of their outstanding disciples and find a new way to deal with it. They are incredibly resilient. Yi Chen murmured in his heart. At this time, Han Waner came over and said solemnly, the Li family sent Li Nianan here as the greatest revenge. What do you mean? Yi Chen was stunned. Li Nianan is a lunatic. Han Waner pushed the phone over and said, just look at his information and you'll know. Yi Chen took it and looked at it, frowning slightly. Li Nianan is an orphan adopted by the Li family. He has an excellent talent in martial arts and no one in the younger generation of the Li family can compare to him. But this guy is a madman, a pervert, who killed his adoptive parents and his mentor. The Li family usually locked Li Nianan in the dungeon. Now the Li family has released him to deal with Han Waner. Facing such a madman, Han Waner's pressure can be imagined. It doesn't matter much, he said. To compete through legitimate business means aren't you afraid of him? Yi Chen said. Han Waner nodded. Yi Chen smiled and said, if he breaks the agreement, I will kill him and completely solve this problem. When Han Waner heard this, the pressure suddenly disappeared. But he immediately smiled wryly and said, Li Nianan is not only exceptionally talented in martial arts, but also in business. Even in a fair competition, he'd be a formidable opponent for me. If you are no match for him in the business world and lose to Li Nianan, take the Han family and get out of Yunhai as soon as possible, Yi Chen said. Han Waner rolled her eyes at Yi Chen, then took 2 steps forward and sat down on Yi Chen's legs. She wrapped her arms around Yi Chen's neck and said delicately, Yi Chen, you made my birthday such an unforgettable one and helped me get rid of the 2 great enemies of the Li family. How can I repay you? No need to repay. As a servant of the Han family, this is what I should do. Yi Chen looked a little unnatural. You go down, don't make trouble. How can I not repay you? I'll do a social dance for you first, hee hee. Han Waner twisted her body wantonly, like a beautiful snake. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the door. Han Waner, what are you doing, you shameless bastard? Han Waner looked up and saw that it was Lu Yuran. Her pretty face turned red and she quickly got down and stood still. Why did you come here without saying hello? Han Waner said with eyes wide open. Do I need to say hello when I come to see you? Lu Yuran also stared. Yi Chen was quite embarrassed. Standing aside, this mother and daughter pair were simply enemies, and they would fight whenever they met. You guys chat first, I have something else to do. Yi Chen quickly stood up and prepared to run away. Please sit down, I have something to tell you right away. Lu Yuran glanced at Yi Chen and said in a bad tone. Seeing her like this, Yi Chen knew that something bad was going to happen. So he said, okay, I'm going to the bathroom. As soon as Yi Chen went out, he went straight to the gate. Walking with the wind behind him, he heard the quarrel between Lu Yuran and her daughter. Yi Chen walked faster and left Han Wanner's villa in a flash. Then he went to the medicine garden. 10 purple Salvia miltioriza plants have been obtained, and they can be used to fully ripen the ice heart grass. The evil spirits generated by Yi Chen's advancement to the 5th level of Qi training have been completely eliminated with the help of Qin Meng and Li Changfeng. Long Peizhong has collected a lot of negative emotions, whether it was the trip to Suzhou or the Dragon and Tiger banquet. He collected a huge amount of negative emotions. It is enough for him to reach the 6th level of Qi training. In the next period of time, Yi Chen plans to madly improve his strength. He knew the storm was coming. The Li family will not retaliate for the time being and is preparing to compete with Han Wanner in the business world, but the Xianmen will retaliate. He killed Xian Feng and announced it publicly. Given the Xuanmen style, they would definitely launch a bloody revenge. In addition, Li Hailong is Zhang Wudi's disciple, so perhaps the master sent by Xianmen is Zhang Wudi. Yi Chen naturally has to improve his strength at all costs, kill Zhang Wudi, and avenge Fenger. 3 days passed. Yi Chen successfully reached the 6th level of Qi training and his strength increased greatly. With his strength, he has an 80% chance of winning against Zhang Wudi. However, Yi Chen plans to raise his realm to the 7th level of Qi training. Once he reaches this level, he will have a 100% chance of winning against Wudi. The next step is naturally to deal with the evil spirits produced by the 6th level of Qi training, and then collect enough negative emotions before reaching the 7th level. Yi Chen's hope naturally lies in the Bingqing pill. After 3 days of ripening, the more than 50 Bingqing grass plants have fully matured. After it matured, the grass seeds fell off, a new ice heart grass grew, more than 200 plants in total. Next, Yi Chen pulled out more than 50 mature ice heart grasses and refined the ice heart pill. He made 3 pills in total and ate them all, but he failed to completely eliminate the evil spirit. Firstly, it is because the evil spirits produced at the 6th level of Qi training are more numerous and stronger. Secondly, because I have been taking Binkingdon, the effect of dispelling evil spirits is not as good as before. All drugs have drug resistance, and the same is true for pills. As a result, Yi Chen became worried again, and his cultivation fell into a difficult situation. He thought about it and found a way to solve this dilemma. That is the blessed land behind the Shen family's mountain. Whether it is picking spirits from their back mountain medicine, ripening ice heart grass, or transplanting ice heart grass can solve the current problem. But I'm afraid the Shen family won't agree. After all, he killed Shen Beiwan, the head of the Shen family, in public, and the Shen family hated him to the core. Just at this moment, an unexpected person called Yi Chen. It turned out to be Shen Danqing from the Shen family. Mr. Yi, please take some time to come to Gusu in the next 2 days. I have something to discuss with you, Shen Danqing said. What's the matter? Yi Chen asked. Shen Danqing sighed and said, Mr. Yi, you know what happened before both of the Li family heroes died in our Shen garden. The Li family is furious and will hold our Shen family accountable. They will send people over in 2 days, Shen Danqing said sadly. The Li family has evil ambitions. I am afraid they will take advantage of this opportunity to swallow up our Shen family in one fell swoop. Yi Chen nodded slightly. This was a good opportunity to swallow up the Shen family, and the Li family naturally did not want to let it go. What do you want from me? Yi Chen asked. Please ask Mr. Yi to come over and take charge of the overall situation for my Shen family. Shen Danqing said heavily. 98, Chapter 98. My yin-yang eyes are open. Take charge of the overall situation for the Shen family? Yi Chen was stunned. Shen Danqing's words surprised him a little. Mr. Shen, why do you say that? I am the murderer of your father, Yi Chen said. Mr. Yi is not only the murderer of my father, but also my savior. Shen Danqing's tone was very calm, as if he had completely let go of his hatred. Mr. Yi, this isn't the most important thing. The most important thing is that I'm now the head of the Shen family. I shoulder the burden of the family, a 1,000-year-old family. Speaking of this, Shen Danqing's voice became excited. Mr. Yi, you can hardly imagine what a family relies on to survive for 1,000 years. It relies not only on courage and wisdom, but also on the blood and lives that generations of Shin family members have sacrificed. For the continuation of my Shin family, let alone letting go of hatred, I will not hesitate even if it means I, Shin Danqing, will die. Men of honor, we face the dangers of our clan together. This is the first precept of our Shin family. Shin Danqing's words made Yi Chen stand in awe. In terms of vision, ambition, and even wisdom, Shin Beiwang is far inferior to his son. Because Shin Danqing made the right choice by looking for him. Apart from him, Yi Chen, who dares to compete with the Li family, who dares to disobey the Xianmen. Mr. Shin, the Yangqing Li family has the support of the Xuanmen. If you join them, it would be a good choice. It may even be, as Shin Beiwang said, that the Shin family will replace the Han family and become the #1 family in Jiangnan. Yi Chen smiled. Shin Danqing shook his head. Mr. Yi, I have seen through the wolfish ambitions of the Li family and the Xuanmen. If we really surrender to them, my Shin family will be devoured without a trace left. Be visionary. Yi Chen sighed inwardly, and his admiration for Shin Danqing grew even greater. If you place your trust in me, it means you are going to fight against the Li family and Xuanmen. It is an act of self-destruction no matter how you look at it, Yi Chen said again. Ha ha ha, Mr. Yi, stop being so modest. Shin Danqing said. Shin Yuan, you displayed your divine power and killed the 2 heroes of the Li family and the elders of the Xianmen sect. You have earned Danqing's respect as a god. Although the Han and Li families have blocked the news, I do know that at the Dragon and Tiger banquet, Mr. Yi celebrated Miss Han's birthday with a human head. Amidst the bloody romance lies a will that defies power and a demeanor that looks down upon the world. Mr. Yi is such a remarkable man, a true dragon among men. It is my life's fortune for me, Shin Danqing, to have met him. If Mr. Yi is willing to take charge of the overall situation for our Shin family, Danqing will definitely lead Mri's horse in stirrups. Even if it means death, I will definitely repay Mri's great kindness with a grass and a ring. All the resources of my Shin family are at your disposal, Mr. Yi. Good. Yi Chen cheered secretly. Shin Danqing's words really made him feel relieved. This is the level of his skills. Not only did he flatter Yi Chen in an exaggerated way, but he also touched Yi Chen's heart. Especially the last sentence, all the resources of the Shin family are at his disposal. Yi Chen was just thinking about the paradise and the back mountain of the Shin family, and then the opportunity came. Mr. Shin, since you think so highly of me, I will go to Gusu within 2 days. Yi Chen said domineeringly. If the Li family dares to touch a hair of your Shin family, I will make them pay tenfold with blood. Thank you, Mr. Yi, I feel relieved with your words. Shin Danqing on the other end of the phone was trembling with excitement. Yi Chen was also delighted. He is already looking forward to his upcoming trip to Suzhou. The blessed land in the back mountain of the Shin family can help him get out of his current cultivation predicament. Besides that, he also wanted to explore the secrets inside. He always felt that the place was not simple and seemed to be hiding some big secrets. In Gusu, Shin Danqing finally picked up the teacup leisurely and savored the fragrance of the tea. He had been worried about not being able to sleep or eat these days, but now he was completely relaxed. Sitting opposite Shin Danqing was a woman with excellent appearance, temperament and figure. She was naturally his daughter Shin Manchu. Dad, are you really planning to invite Yi Chen over? Shin Mansu's eyebrows were knitted together. Yes, Shin Danqing nodded. Shin Manchu clenched her hands tightly. Dad, have you ever thought about it? He killed my grandfather. Putting aside personal grudges, what would we, the Shin family, think if we allowed such a person to take charge of our Shin family? Who can accept it emotionally? Not only will we be ridiculed by outsiders, but we will also become disunited among our own family members. Manchu, you are still too naive and don't understand human nature. What brings a family together is always interests. Hatred is only temporary, while interests are eternal. Are you saying that Yi Chen can bring eternal benefits to our Shin family? Shin Manchu scoffed. His martial arts skills are impressive, but what does he mean when he's alone? Silly daughter, you are blinded by hatred. Shin Danqing glanced at Shin Manchu and said, Yi Chen is not alone, he has the Han family behind him. But there is a mysterious sect behind the Li family. Behind the Han family is the Shengjing Lu family. Shin Danqing said meaningfully. Shin Manchu was speechless. Moreover, the Xian sect's power is growing larger and larger, and their style of behavior is becoming more and more outrageous. Their overbearing and tyrannical style has already caused dissatisfaction among many forces in the ancient martial arts world. There will be a major chaos in the near future. Shen Danqing's eyes were deep as he murmured, our Shen family needs to find a backer in time. If Lord Yilong was still here, Shen men would never dare to do this. Lord Yilong. When this name was mentioned, Shen Manchu's heart trembled. This was the person she had longed for and the person she admired the most. My biggest wish in life is to meet Lord Yilong and witness his extraordinary demeanor. Unfortunately, Lord Yilong came to an end 3 years ago. Manchu, you should pay less attention to the Shen family's business recently and focus more on Yichen, Shen Danqing said meaningfully. Dad, what are you doing? What do you mean? Shen Manchu's eyebrows, which had just relaxed, furrowed again. Ha, do you think Yichen is not good enough? He is worthy of you in every aspect, right? Shen Danqing laughed. Don't you admire Yi Longzhu the most? Maybe he will become the next Yi Longzhu. Tisk, just him? Shen Manchu sneered, he is not even a hair as good as Lord Yilong. No matter what, when Yichen takes charge of my Shen family, you must do your best to perform. Shen Danqing stared at Shen Manchu, his tone containing a hint of majesty. This is a family mission. Shen Manchu's body trembled, and she gritted her teeth in an instant. Dad, you. Immediately, she sneered and said calmly, relying on this and that is ultimately not as good as relying on yourself. Dad, my yin-yang eyes are open. What? Shen Danqing, who had just picked up the teacup, suddenly changed expression and his hand trembled in horror, causing the teacup to fall to the ground. Bang! The fine blue and white porcelain bowl was smashed into pieces. 99, Chapter 99, Master of Hidden Array. Recently, rumors about our flagship product, the children's lung clearing and cough relief oral liquid, have been making a lot of noise. Yichen watched the live broadcast on his mobile phone, which was the official live broadcast room of Hanxue Pharmaceutical. Lin Hanxue, who was sitting in the middle, was wearing a white dress. She was as beautiful as a fairy and had an elegant temperament. Moreover, his brows were full of energy and a confident smile. The most common rumor is that there is a problem with our raw material supply. The herbs in the medicine fields have withered, forcing us to be unable to produce the Qingfei Zika oral liquid. If they breach all the contracts, they will face huge compensation and Hanxue Pharmaceutical will be bankrupt. Lin Hanxue, smiling in the livestream, waved her arms vigorously and said firmly, I can responsibly tell you that these are all rumors. There is no problem with the supply of raw materials for our flagship products, and all orders will be completed as scheduled. Looking at Lin Hanxue talking confidently in the live broadcast room, Yichen was a little confused. Many days ago, Lin Hanxue asked him for help, saying that more than 10,000 purple heart grasses had withered. So many days have passed, and based on the growth habits of the purple heart grass and the maintenance of the magic circle, I'm afraid that more than half of the purple heart grass will wither. Lin Hanxue should be extremely worried at the moment, but in the live broadcast room, she was in high spirits and even responded directly to the question. This shows that the problem of purple heart grass withering seems to have been solved. This shouldn't be the case. The magic circle in Lin Hanxue's medicine field was set up by Yichen without him to maintain it. The power of the magic circle gradually disappeared. The withering of purple heart grass is inevitable. With a hint of doubt, Yichen went directly to the medicinal fields of Hanxue Pharmaceutical. He was so familiar with the place that he blended in easily. However, to be on the safe side, Yichen still used a talisman, the invisibility talisman. The invisibility talisman can temporarily hide your body. After arriving at Lin Hanxue's medicinal field, Yichen was slightly surprised. The problem of withering purple heart grass was indeed solved. Everywhere I looked, it was a green field, not the withered and yellow one had imagined. Then Yichen carefully checked the situation of the magic circle and quickly found the reason. As expected, the magic circle had been repaired, allowing it to continue functioning and preventing the purple heart grass from withering. She can even repair my magic circle. Lin Hanxue must have a master behind her. Yichen thought to himself. He carefully checked it again and found that the other party's method of repairing the magic circle was not very sophisticated. To give an analogy, the magic circle is like a car that often breaks down, and Yichen uses qualified original parts to repair it. The mysterious master used defective parts for repairs. His technique is not as good as his. It can only solve the problem temporarily and cannot last for too long. However, the fact that he could see the problem with the magic circle and repair it was enough to show his level. He must be a master of magic array. Yi Chen was curious. He had lived with Lin Hanxue for 3 years, but she didn't know any array masters and had no connection with the world of ancient martial arts. The only thing that is different from ordinary people is that Lin Hanxue's physique seems to be somewhat special. Her physique is a bit cold, and sometimes she even emits a chill. Yi Chen studied it for a while, but couldn't figure it out, so he didn't take it seriously. This situation is naturally not what Yi Chen wants to see now. Yi Chen only needs to make a slight move to destroy the magic circle and cause all the purple heartgrass to wither and die. If the core of the magic circle is broken, even if the magic circle master comes, he will not be able to repair it. However, Yi Chen was not that bad. He turned around and prepared to leave the medicine field. There was actually a magic array master behind Lin Hanxue, which made Yi Chen very interested. I really want to take a look and see who that person is. At this moment, his cell phone suddenly rang. He took it out and saw that it was Lin Hanxue calling. Hello, Hanxue, what's the matter? Yi Chen asked. Yi Chen, I'd like you to visit my medicine garden, Lin Hanxue said. Your medicine field? Yi Chen's expression was a little strange. He was now in Lin Hanxue's medicine field. Lin Hanxue smiled and said, look at my purple heartgrass, leaf after leaf, so green and lush. Do you remember, a few days ago, I was in despair and begged you desperately, but you ignored me? Lin Hanxue said with great relief. And now, without your help, I have solved this problem and got out of this predicament. It's really a relief. You must be very disappointed, right? You really want to see me fall, right? Unfortunately, I, Lin Hanxue, have stood up again, ha ha ha. Lin Hanxue's unbridled laughter came from the phone. 100, Chapter 100. I must slap Yi Chen in the face. Lin Hanxue's unbridled laughter did not hurt Yi Chen's nerves. What he was more curious about now was the master of magic array. The other party was able to repair the magic circle he set up with his own hands. Yi Chen smiled and said, of course I also know that the purple heartgrass cannot be revived after it withers. How did you revive it? Of course there are experts to help. Lin Hanxue said proudly, with that master helping me, the purple heartgrass will never wither again. Expert, I'm very curious when you say that. When can I meet the expert you mentioned? Yi Chen said. Right now. Lin Hanxue said calmly, I will soon be accompanying Master Wen Yuan to the medicinal fields. You can also go with me. Invite you to enjoy the magnificent sight of 10,000 acres of purple heartgrass in full bloom. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen nodded in agreement and wanted to meet Master Wen Yuan. His mind moved slightly, releasing a wisp of mental power, which sank into the magic circle. After practicing to the 6th level of Qi training, Yi Chen's mental power can be released. Mental power, also known as divine consciousness, is better than a cultivator's eyes. However, Yi Chen's mental strength is not strong now, and he can only release a strand as thin as a hair. After exploring with his mental power for a while, Yi Chen found a key and hidden hub in the magic circle, and released a stream of true energy to destroy it. Suddenly, the operation of the magic circle slowed down. After about half an hour, the magic circle will completely stop working. He did this to see if Master Wen Yuan was capable enough to find out the problem and repair the formation. After all, the magic circle was his masterpiece, and it was cracked by others. Yi Chen became competitive and wanted to compete with Master Wen Yuan. The key hub he destroyed was very hidden and inconspicuous in the entire magic circle. Finding it is like looking for a needle in a haystack. If Master Wen Yuan can really find it and repair it, Yi Chen will be truly convinced. Afterwards, he disappeared from the medicine field and waited for Lin Hanxue and the others to arrive before coming back. 10 minutes later, a black business car drove to the entrance of the medicine garden. The car door opened and Lin Hanxue got out first. She was wearing an ordinary knee-length chiffon dress, with an incomparably beautiful face and eyes as bright as stars, emitting a hint of coldness. Her smooth, porcelain-white skin was like fine jade, and her soft, cherry-red lips were raised in a proud arc. Her cascading hair is casually spread out, and her tall figure gives people the feeling of an unattainable ice goddess. But at this moment, Lin Hanxue bent down slightly and helped an old man in white casual clothes get out of the car with a very respectful attitude. This old man is Mr. Wen Yuan, who was once the #1 feng shui master in Jiangnan. Although he no longer appears in public, the feng shui world is full of legends about Mr. Wen Yuan. And this Mr. Wen Yuan was the helper introduced to her by Grandma Bingfengshan, who helped Lin Hanxue solve the problem of the withering purple heartgrass. Crash! The door on the other side opened and two people got out. They were Lu Meiyu and Lu Man. Compared to their previous depression and decadence, the two women are now arrogant and domineering. After all, the purple heartgrass has recovered and Hanxue Pharmaceutical has successfully overcome the crisis, so they are naturally very proud. Why hasn't Yi Chen come yet? Lu Meiyu looked around and said unhappily. I'm afraid he doesn't dare to come, Lu Man said with a smile. No, he must come. Lu Meiyu waved her hands and said bitterly, a few days ago, the Hanxue herb farm encountered a crisis, and we turned to Yi Chen for help. He was such an ungrateful beast that he refused to lend a helping hand. And now that Hanxue has safely survived the crisis, I want to see his expression. Moreover, I must slap him in the face and make it swell up. Whenever Yi Chen was mentioned, Lu Meiyu felt extremely hateful. It wasn't just because of this incident, but also because of the last time at the old man's house, Yi Chen slapped her, but in public. She was exposed for stealing the recipe, which made her embarrassed and unable to hold her head up in front of the Lin family. Lu Meiyu has never taken revenge for this. Hanxue, call that little bastard and ask him to come over immediately, cough cough cough. Before Lu Meiyu could finish her words, she started coughing violently, and her fair face turned red. Lin Hanxue quickly stepped forward and said, Mom, you should go to the hospital. You started coughing yesterday. Didn't you say you had chest tightness and shortness of breath? It's okay, let me slap that bastard Yi Chen in the face before going to the hospital, Lu Meiyu insisted. At this time, a taxi drove over and Yi Chen got out. As soon as they saw Yi Chen, the three women's eyes lit up. Especially Lu Meiyu, a sneer appeared on her face. Hi, Hanxue, you are all waiting for me here. I am so flattered. Yi Chen walked forward with a smile. Yi Chen, how dare you come here? Kneel down and apologize to Hanxue. Lu Meiyu couldn't hold it in any longer, so she came up and pointed at Yi Chen's nose and shouted. Looking at the furious Lu Meiyu, Yi Chen was slightly stunned. Ms. Lu, what's wrong with you? What's wrong? Lu Meiyu put one hand on her waist and pointed at Yi Chen with the other. You ungrateful bastard, our Lin family has raised you for 3 years now. You are in trouble, but you don't help me. Instead, you just stand by and watch me make a fool of myself. Are you still a human being? Yi Chen smiled, feeling Lu Meiyu's surging negative emotions, all of which were absorbed by the dragon pendant. He was secretly happy in his heart. He didn't know how much negative emotions Lu Meiyu had contributed to him. She was really a big taxpayer and a donkey of the production team. He made a huge contribution to his own cultivation. Yi Chen even wanted to say thank you. Ms. Lu, I advise you not to get angry these days, otherwise. Yi Chen glanced at her chest and could see that she was filled with depression and the situation was very serious. But Lu Meiyu didn't listen at all, said to Yi Chen arrogantly, now, we don't need your help. We invited Master Wen Yuan to solve the problem of the medicine field, and Hanxue successfully survived the crisis. Really? Yi Chen smiled and said, I want to congratulate you. As he spoke, Yi Chen's gaze drifted to the old man in white next to him. It seemed that he was Master Wen Yuan. Yi Chen, I invite you to visit the medicinal field and see how the 10,000 acres of purple heartgrass are growing. Lin Hanxue also stepped forward, with a hint of provocation and amusement in her eyes. Good. Yi Chen nodded and followed them into the medicine garden. When we walked to the medicinal field of purple heartgrass, we looked around and saw a lush green area full of vitality, and the growth was very pleasing. This is the future of Hanxue Pharmaceuticals. Just like these purple heart herbs, it is full of vitality and flourishing. Lin Hanxue smiled, and there was unconcealable pride in her words. Yi Chen, after completing this series of large orders, the market value of Hanxue Pharmaceutical will increase several times. By then, I will become a female billionaire with a net worth of over 10 billion. Everything I say to you will come true. Lin Hanxue looked proud. I still don't regret the decision I made. Chapter 101 Shocking News. Yi Chen looked at Lin Hanxue. Her words did not cause any ripples to him. Even if she became a female billionaire worth hundreds of billions, Yi Chen would not even look at her. The only thing that Yi Chen couldn't let go of was his daughter, his unborn daughter. Don't be so confident anything can happen, Yi Chen said lightly. Seeing Yi Chen like this, anger flashed in Lin Hanxue's beautiful eyes. She just wanted Yi Chen to bow his head, admit his mistake, and come back to her. Even if not in the name of husband, I will go back to her, stay with her, and be the man behind her. But he couldn't understand it at all, like a stone in a pit, smelly and hard. At this time, Lu Meiyu came forward and glanced at Yi Chen. The facts are in front of you, what are you still saying? Look at how well this purple heartgrass is growing, and how green its leaves are. The harvest will be ready in just 10 days. By then, we'll be incredibly wealthy, and it won't have anything to do with you. Lu Man also sneered at the side. Yi Chen, you regret it now. If you had helped Han Shui before, you wouldn't have ended up like this. When we distribute the dividends later, you can only watch helplessly, ha 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 ha. Lu Man smiled proudly. Lin Hanxue also said, if you helped me before, I would definitely share the profits with you, but now, there is no share for you. Yi Chen smiled and said, why would I care about your little dividend? That point? Lu Meiyu sneered, Yi Chen, you are so ignorant. That's not the least bit. When Hanxue Pharmaceuticals' market value multiplies several times, the stocks I hold will be worth hundreds of millions. I will be a wealthy woman with a net worth of over 100 million. My net worth will also exceed 10 million. Lu Man said proudly. Everyone in my Lin family is rich. Lu Meiyu smiled brightly and proudly. At this moment, Master Wan Yuan, who was checking the magic circle nearby, frowned and suddenly said, the magic circle has a problem again. It has stopped working. What? Lin Hanxue was shocked. The smiles of Lu Meiyu and Lu Man were also frozen on their faces. What went wrong again? But Lu Meiyu immediately said, it's okay, Master Wan Yuan will just fix it. Lu Man also said, yes, Master Wan Yuan is so skilled that he can fix it in less than 10 minutes. Upon hearing this, Lin Hanxue's tense heart gradually relaxed. Master Wan Yuan was indeed reassuring. With his help, the magic circle can be repaired quickly. Lin Hanxue couldn't help but glance at Yi Chen and felt a little embarrassed. It was originally intended to be shown to Yi Chen, but something unexpected happened. Wouldn't this make Yi Chen a laughingstock? She only hoped that Master Wan Yuan could repair it quickly. But half an hour passed and Master Wan Yuan was still checking, his face tense. Without the maintenance of the magic circle, some of the delicate purple heartgrass has begun to dry up and curl up. Lin Hanxue was anxious and couldn't help but step forward and ask, Master Wan Yuan, what's the situation? Master Wan Yuan said without looking up, I'm checking, but I haven't found the problem yet. Don't worry, just wait. Lin Hanxue had no choice but to wait aside. Time passed minute by minute, and 2 hours later, Master Wan Yuan was still exploring. At this time, not only Lin Hanxue, but also Lu Meiyu and Lu Man could no longer sit still. The three of them were as anxious as ants on a hot pan, pacing back and forth and looking at Master Wan Yuan from time to time. Now many of the purple heartgrass leaves have curled up and dried up, and some have even turned yellow. What should we do, Hanxue? Lu Man twisted his hands together and started to panic. What can we do? We can only wait for Master Wan Yuan to find the problem, Lin Hanxue said helplessly. But he's been searching for hours. If he continues like this, more and more purple heartgrass will wither. Lu Man's brows knitted together. This time the problem seems to be much more serious than last time. The purple heartgrass has stopped working in just a few hours. Lin Hanxue also realized that if things continued at this rate, the purple heartgrass would wither and die within a day. And then she discovered an even more serious problem. A large area of the purple heartgrass had turned yellow. This situation spread to the entire planting area, covering tens of thousands of acres of medicinal fields. Unlike last time, there were only scattered small areas of yellowing. This time things are serious. Master Wan Yuan walked over with a serious expression. Last time, the magic circle was still functioning, but it was operating slowly, but this time, it's not functioning at all. This means that if the problem can't be solved, all 10,000 acres of purple heartgrass will wither. All dead. These 4 words hit Lin Hanxue like a huge rock, causing her delicate body to tremble violently and almost fall to the ground. Lu Meiyu and Lu Man's faces turned pale in an instant, and their eyes were filled with panic. This was devastating news for them. If the purple heartgrass withered, not only would they not be able to obtain overwhelming wealth, but they would also lose everything they have now, becoming penniless and even heavily in debt. Master Wanyuan, I beg you, you must repair the magic circle. Lin Hanxue's beautiful eyes were red and tears were welling up in her eyes. Ms. Lin, don't worry, I will do my best, Master Wanyuan said. Master Wanyuan. A scream scared Master Wanyuan. Lu Meiyu knelt down before Master Wanyuan, tugging at his clothes, tears streaming down her face as she said, it's not about trying your best, but I absolutely must, repair the formation. My family depends on this patch of purple heartgrass for survival. If it dies, I won't be able to survive either. Woo woo woo. Lu Meiyu was crying and acting so arrogantly that Master Wanyuan was embarrassed. The scene was really ugly. Lin Hanxue felt a little embarrassed, especially since Yi Chen was right next to her. She quickly helped Lu Meiyu up. Mom, don't cry, believe me, Master Wanyuan. Woo-woo, if Master Wanyuan can't repair the magic circle, I will cry to death in this medicinal field. Woo-woo. Lu Meiyu cried even harder and could not be persuaded. Yi Chen's scalp tingled and goosebumps appeared all over his body as he watched from the side. Just turn around and go somewhere else. He also realized that Master Wanyuan was indeed very capable, but he was afraid that he was not yet capable of solving the problem. Even if he could find it, it would take a long time, and by then all the purple heartgrass would have died. Half an hour later, Master Wanyuan came to Lin Hanxue, sweating profusely, and said, Miss Lin, this is not a solution. This magic circle is very large, covering thousands of acres of medicinal fields. However, the problems that arise are very critical and subtle, and trying to find them is like looking for a needle in a haystack. I'm afraid it won't last 3 days and 3 nights, and by that time, all the purple heartgrass will have withered and died, and there's no way to save it. When Lin Hanxue heard this, she almost fainted. She forced herself to ask, then what should we do? The only way is to find the person who set up the formation. Master Wanyuan's eyes fixed. Only this person can quickly discover and solve the problem and save these purple heartgrasses. 102, Chapter 102. The Master is angry. The person who set up the formation? Lin Hanxue was stunned. She really didn't know who set up the formation. Even before Master Wanyuan came, she didn't know there was such a magic circle in the medicine garden. Master Wanyuan, I really don't know who set this up. I've already told you before, Lin Hanxue said. Master Wanyuan narrowed his eyes. Strange, such a large formation wouldn't be completed in 10 days or half a month. This is your medicine garden, and you don't even know about it? Have no idea. Lin Hanxue shook her head. There must be someone helping you secretly. Think about it carefully, Master Wanyuan emphasized. If we can find the person who sets up the formation, the problem will be solved. The person who secretly helped me also knows the formation. Lin Hanxue pondered for a long time, but still couldn't figure out who this person was. She smiled helplessly. Master Wanyuan, I have no connection with people like this. The only reason I was able to find you was because of the introduction of Grandma Bingfengshan. As soon as she finished speaking, a flash of inspiration came to her mind, and she suddenly remembered that when she planted these purple heartgrasses, it was Yi Chen who recommended choosing this location. Could it be that it was Yi Chen who set up the formation? Lin Hanxue's gaze drifted towards Yi Chen, and she immediately rejected it. How could it be him? He didn't understand feng shui at all. At this time, Master Wanyuan sighed and said, forget it. Since this magic circle is no longer usable, I will just set up another one. Lin Hanxue was delighted when she heard this. Master Wanyuan, this is a good sentiment. Yi Chen, who had walked aside, became interested when he heard that Master Wanyuan was going to set up a new magic circle, and approached quietly. Master Wanyuan, is your new formation reliable? After all, these purple heartgrasses are delicate, so don't kill them by accident, Lu Meiyu said. When Master Wen Yuan heard this, he was so angry that his beard stood up. If someone else had said this, he would definitely turn around and leave. If you don't trust me, why did you ask me to come? As the former #1 feng shui master in Jiangnan, he naturally had his own pride. But he couldn't do that after all. He had received instructions from Grandma Bingfangshan, whom he revered as a deity. Lin Hanxue quickly said, "Mom, how can you say that? If Master Wen Yuan doesn't take action, all these purple heart grasses will wither and die. If it succeeds, that's great. If it doesn't, it's God's will." Lu Meiyu also realized that she had spoken out of turn and quickly apologized. "Master Wen Yuan, that's not what I meant. Please go ahead and set up the formation. I trust you." Master Wen Yuan smiled and said, "You're right to be worried. Even if I set up a new magic circle, I only have a 50% chance of success. Ms. Lin, I'd better explain the situation to you in advance. You will make the final decision." Lin Hanxue nodded and said, "Master, please speak." Master Wen Yuan said, "According to my recent observations, purple heart grass likes to grow in places with very high temperatures. Do you feel that the temperature in this area is very high?" Lin Hanxue was stunned for a moment, then nodded quickly. "Indeed, every time I come to this medicinal field, I feel warm." "Yeah, I felt that too." Master Wen Yuan said, "I discovered that when the magic circle was still in effect, the yang energy here was abundant and peaceful. After the magic circle lost its effect, the yang energy became chaotic and agitated, surging everywhere. So I plan to first build a yang locking array to lock in the yang energy here. Then I'll set up a small yin gathering array to gather some of the yin energy to neutralize the yang energy, making it peaceful and thus achieving a balance between yin and yang. In this way, perhaps we can save these purple heart grasses." After hearing what Master Wen Yuan said, Lin Hanxue was full of admiration. "Master, you are right, let's do it. What Master Wen Yuan said makes so much sense. If we do this, these purple heart herbs can be saved." Haha, Lu Meiyu said excitedly. Although Lemon only understood half of what he heard, he thought it made sense and agreed with it. "Well, since you all have no objection, I will start setting up the formation," Master Wen Yuan said with a smile. "What nonsense!" Just when they were all surprised and excited, a discordant voice suddenly rang out. Lin Hanxue and others were startled and looked up. It turned out to be Yi Chen. "Yi Chen, what nonsense are you talking about?" Lin Hanxue said unhappily. Lu Meiyu even shouted angrily, "Yi Chen, go to the side and cool down, don't make trouble." "What do you mean, you dare to question Master Wen Yuan?" "What I mean is that if we do what Master Wen Yuan said, we will destroy these purple heart grasses," Yi Chen said lightly. Master Wen Yuan frowned immediately. He was not a narrow-minded person, but he naturally felt uncomfortable when a young boy stood up to question him. "Young man, what do you think?" Master Wen Yuan asked politely. Yi Chen said, "The only way is to repair the original magic circle. This is not a question of yang and yin at all. If you do as you say, the purple heart grass will only die completely." Master Wen Yuan's face darkened. This kid had completely rejected his idea. "You're talking nonsense. If I can repair the original magic circle, why would I set up a new one?" Yi Chen smiled slightly. "Then you don't have to do anything. Someone will naturally save these purple heart grasses." "Nonsense, I think you are talking nonsense. Apart from Master Wen Yuan, who can save these purple heart herbs?" Lu Meiyu said sternly. Yi Chen smiled without saying anything. Naturally, he was the one who came to rescue. Originally, he wanted to make Lin Hanxue fall flat on his face. But now he has changed his mind. This batch of purple heartgrass was used by the United Pharmaceutical Factory to produce medicines, and Han Wanner also got a share. She also signed many orders with other companies. Although he can trick Lin Hanxue, he will also trick Han Wanner. This is not what Yi Chen wants to see. After the United Pharmaceutical Factory completed the order, Yi Chen planned to give the formula of the medicine to Han Wanner, so that she could leave Han Shui behind. The pharmaceutical industry produces its own products. Lin Hanxue and the Lin family don't even think about taking advantage of him. Even if Lin Hanxue can survive this crisis, what about next time? Without Yi Chen's help in repairing the magic circle, she would still be facing the current situation, and might even lose more completely. "Boy, you may be young, but you are so arrogant." A hint of sneer appeared on Master Wen Yuan's face. "I'd like to ask, where did I go wrong?" Yi Chen said seriously, "It's not just one thing that's wrong. it's all wrong, everything you said is wrong. Bold. Faced with Yi Chen's repeated provocations, Master Wan Yuan became angry. He was once the #1 feng shui master in Jiangnan. Although he practiced in seclusion, no one could match him in feng shui. Usually, no matter who the rich and powerful are, no matter how much money they spend or how many people they ask for help, they cannot invite him. If it weren't for Grandma Bingfangshan, Master Wan Yuan would never have come to help Lin Hanxue. How could he, an authoritative master admired by everyone, bear being repeatedly denied by a young boy? Master Wan Yuan looked at Yi Chen coldly and said proudly, Well, I'll show you what real feng shui is. 103, Chapter 103 God of Spring. Master Wan Yuan took a step forward and suddenly pulled up a purple heartgrass. He made hand seals and muttered something. All of a sudden, streams of heaven and earth's vital energy were taken by Master Wan Yuan and stayed at his fingertips. Xian creates the universe, shifting the stars and changing the constellations. Obey my command, and spring will come to the withered trees. Master Wan Yuan had a dignified look on his face and shouted loudly. Lin Hanxue and the others were all shocked. Master Wan Yuan looked very powerful, just like those immortals casting spells in movies and TV dramas. As Master Wan Yuan moved, a large amount of heaven and earth energy gathered on the withered purple heartgrass. Under everyone's astonished gaze, the purple heartgrass gradually turned from yellow to green, its curled leaves unfolding, lush and green, exuding a vibrant atmosphere. Lu Meiyu and others were shocked. Finally, an even more astonishing scene appeared. The buds on the top of the purple heartgrass actually bloomed and turned into two beautiful purple flowers. A miracle indeed. Lin Hanxue exclaimed. The blooming of purple flowers is a sign that the purple heartgrass is mature and can be picked for medicinal use. The seeds are also mature and will sprout new seedlings after being planted in the soil. Master Wan Yuan is truly an amazing person. He can bring a withered grass back to life and make it mature directly. This is truly a magical method, Lu Man also said excitedly. Lu Meiyu was so excited that she was shaking, and she shouted, A living immortal, today I saw a living immortal. Call. Master Wan Yuan took a few breaths. He was quite satisfied with the reactions of the crowd. However, the energy consumption of this dead tree revival technique was really huge. He felt dizzy and it took him a long time to recover. Then, Master Wan Yuan's majestic gaze fell on Yi Chen and he said in a deep voice, Boy, did you see it? I see. Yi Chen nodded and said lightly. His nonchalant attitude annoyed Master Wan Yuan, and his voice deepened again, Are you convinced? Yi Chen smiled and said, Master Wan Yuan, you do have some skills, but this can't solve the problem. Yi Chen, you are still talking nonsense. Lin Hanxue was angry. Master Wan Yuan's technique of bringing back dead trees to life is revered by us as a miracle, yet you turned a blind eye to it? He's just being stubborn. Even though the facts are right in front of him, he just won't admit it. Lu Man looked at him with disdain. A dead duck is stubborn, that's what I'm talking about. Yi Chen is the type of person. Lu Meiyu was even more rude, pointing at Yi Chen's nose and scolding, Little bastard, Master Wan Yuan can cure the purple heartgrass, you feel uncomfortable, right? Compared to Master Wan Yuan, you're not even worthy of carrying his shoes. Now, apologize to Master Wan Yuan immediately. Apologize? Yi Chen sneered, Why should I apologize? Because you are wrong, you have offended the dignity of Master Wan Yuan. Lu Meiyu's eyes were wide open with anger. Really? Yi Chen smiled faintly, if he can solve the problem of the withering purple heartgrass, I will admit my mistake to him. Isn't this resolved? Lu Man said. Yi Chen looked at her as if she were a fool, saving one plant will solve the problem? Lu Man was suddenly speechless. Lu Meiyu said proudly, Master Wan Yuan, you continue to cast spells to revive all these 10,000 acres of purple heartgrass, and slapped Yi Chen in the face. Master Wan Yuan shuddered upon hearing this. With his ability to perform the dead tree revival technique again, he estimated that if he could revive 3 more trees, his body would be completely drained. He fainted on the spot. This method is a unique skill and cannot be used on a large scale, Master Wan Yuan explained somewhat embarrassedly. As time passed, more purple heartgrass turned yellow. Looking around, thousands of acres of medicinal fields were all yellow and withered. Master Wan Yuan, We can't delay any longer, please set up the formation quickly to save these purple heart herbs, Lin Hanxue said anxiously. Master Wan Yuan, please use your magical powers quickly, these precious herbs can't wait. Lu Meiyu was also anxious. Okay, I'll start setting up the formation now. Master Wan Yuan also knew that the matter was urgent and wanted to take action immediately. Wait a minute. Yi Chen stepped forward to stop Master Wan Yuan. You can't do this, you're going in the wrong direction. Boom. Yi Chen's repeated obstruction made everyone very annoyed. Now it has become an extremely urgent moment, and he is still obstructing them. Even though Master Wan Yuan was very good at cultivating his qi, he was still filled with rage. Get out of here! Master Wan Yuan shouted sternly. Yi Chen, you bastard, are you looking for death? Lu Meiyu was extremely angry and stepped forward and pushed Yi Chen away fiercely. If you try to stop me again, I'll fight you to the death. Go, Yi Chen, leave now. Lin Hanxue was also extremely annoyed and pointed at Yi Chen. You are not welcome here, please leave and stop making trouble. Seeing how stubborn they were, Yi Chen just wanted to turn around and leave. But he is not a person who acts on impulse for Han Wanner's sake, he also wants to save these purple heart herbs. I'm done with this. If you can do it, come on, come on. Master Wan Yuan was so angry that he threw down his responsibility and pointed at Yi Chen. You come to set up the formation and save these purple heart grasses. Seeing this, Lin Hanxue hurriedly said, Master Wan Yuan, please don't be angry. Don't argue with Yi Chen, he is really arrogant and ignorant. Master Wan Yuan, calm down. Lu Meiyu also stepped forward to persuade. At this time, Yi Chen stepped forward and said calmly, well, I'll solve this problem. Master Wan Yuan, you better keep your eyes open. Yi Chen, what are you talking about? What kind of problem can you solve? Before Lu Meiyu finished speaking, Yi Chen strode into the medicine field, squatted down and started tinkering with it. Yi Chen, what are you doing, digging sweet potatoes? Lu Meiyu said angrily. Get out of here now, don't embarrass yourself here. That's enough. Can you please stop making trouble? Lin Hanxue was almost going crazy. At this time, Yi Chen had already repaired the damaged hub of the formation. He slowly stood up and stomped his feet hard. A powerful true energy surged out, instantly activating the entire formation. The huge magic circle immediately began to operate like a huge machine. And with the blessing of Yi Chen's powerful true energy, it began to run at a speed thousands of times faster than usual. Open! When the magic circle was running at its peak, Yi Chen shouted loudly. In an instant, it was as if the god of spring had issued an edict. With Yi Chen as the center, the purple heartgrass within a radius of 10,000 acres turned green in patches as if it had received an order. The withered yellow color quickly dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye, like falling dominoes. Countless purple flowers then bloomed, and the rich fragrance rose into the sky, turning the world into a grand sea of flowers. This? Everyone was horrified to the extreme, looking at the sea of flowers in front of them, shocked and speechless. In the sea of flowers, Yi Chen stood with his hands behind his back, like the Green Emperor Dongjun, the god of spring who controls all the flowers and trees in the world. 104, Chapter 104. Li Jiao Iron. Cousin, go check and see if all the purple heartgrass has bloomed? It took Lin Hanxue a long time to recover from her shock. Lu Man was still staring blankly at the sea of flowers in front of her, until Lin Hanxue said another sentence. She woke up as if from her dream and hurried to check. Hanxue, am I dreaming? Lu Meiyu kept looking, and saw lush green purple heartgrass and dazzling flowers everywhere. Not long ago, this place was a barren and dilapidated scene. Lin Hanxue calmed herself down, pinched her arm again, and then said, Mom, we're not dreaming, this is real. Oh my god. Lu Meiyu looked at Yi Chen and felt that everything had been turned upside down. Was this still the waste in her eyes? Lin Hanxue's gaze also fell on Yi Chen. He felt so strange, as if she had never known him before. How did he do it? As for Master Wan Yuan, he looked confused and couldn't figure it out. Even the most powerful feng shui master in Dasha couldn't do it with just a thought. He could make all the flowers bloom. At this time, Lu Man ran over and said in great surprise, Han Xue, all the purple heartgrass has recovered and bloomed. We can harvest it for medicinal purposes tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Lin Hanxue burst into tears of joy. Lu Meiyu burst into tears. God, please help me. Thanks to God, you saved our Lin family's life. Mom, this has nothing to do with God, it's all Yi Chen's credit. Lin Hanxue's eyes changed when she looked at Yi Chen, and they were filled with gratitude. Oh, it's Yi Chen, he finally did something human, Lu Meiyu said. When Yi Chen heard this, his nose almost got crooked with anger. It turned out that what he had done before was not even human. Yi Chen. Lin Hanxue stepped forward and said, I'm sorry, we misunderstood you before. Looking at Lin Hanxue, who looked apologetic, Yi Chen quickly said, no need to apologize, I can't bear it. Lin Hanxue smiled awkwardly, then asked curiously, Yi Chen, how did you do that? Not only her, but everyone else was also staring at Yi Chen intently, especially Master Wen Yuan. Just now, Master Wen Yuan showed off his skills, and they were amazed by what they thought was a miracle. But compared with Yi Chen, he is simply weak. Master Wen Yuan only saved one purple heartgrass, but Yi Chen saved all of them. In comparison, Yi Chen's methods are countless times more sophisticated than Master Wen Yuan's. At this time, Master Wen Yuan no longer had any arrogance. He was completely defeated by Yi Chen's move and was convinced. He took a step forward and bowed deeply to Yi Chen. Please give me some advice, sir. Master Wen Yuan looked like he was humbly seeking advice. Yi Chen didn't want to reveal too much in front of them. He did this just to save the purple heartgrass and just because of Han Waner. It's nothing special, I just luckily found the problem with the magic circle. After repairing it, these purple heartgrass will naturally be healed. In other words, this is not your credit, but the credit of the magic circle? Lu Meiyu said immediately. You can understand it that way, Yi Chen smiled. Cut. Lu Meiyu immediately scoffed and said with disdain, I was wondering how a loser like you could have such great abilities. Turns out it was just sheer luck that he was able to repair the magic circle. It has nothing to do with you. Hanxue, you are grateful to the wrong person. You should be grateful to the formation, not this Yi Chen. Lin Hanxue frowned and said, Mom, you're not right. Even if it was the magic circle's credit, it was Yi Chen who repaired it. Yi Chen deserves at least half of the credit for the purple heartgrass being able to save her life. Lu Meiyu snorted, but did not refute. But Master Wen Yuan next to him felt very strange. Why was this family like this? It was obviously all Yi Chen's fault. If he hadn't repaired the magic circle, all the purple heartgrass would have died. Yi Chen, I have a clear distinction between gratitude and resentment. Lin Hanxue came to Yi Chen and said seriously, you helped me a lot. I am very grateful to you, and when the dividends are distributed, I will give you half. Before Yi Chen finished speaking, Lu Meiyu jumped up as if her tail was stepped on. Hanxue, what are you talking about? Why give him half? That's hundreds of millions, maybe even billions. He just dug the ground a few times, and he can get billions. I won't do it. $100,000 is enough for him. Mom, Lin Hanxue, clearly distinguish between gratitude and resentment. I will not be stingy with what I owe Yi Chen. Seeing that the mother and daughter were about to quarrel, Yi Chen waved his hand. Stop arguing. It's meaningless. I didn't do this to help you, but because of Han Waner. If the purple heartgrass withers, her United Pharmaceutical Factory will also suffer heavy losses. You guys are just taking advantage of Han Waner. After saying that, Yi Chen turned around and left without stopping for a second. When Lin Hanxue heard his words, she felt as if she had eaten a bunch of dead flies. She felt extremely uncomfortable. Originally, she was secretly happy in her heart. After all, Yi Chen still had some feelings for her and couldn't bear to see her in such a desperate situation, so he helped her. But she didn't expect that he did it for Han Waner, and it had nothing to do with her. Yi Chen, you bastard. Lin Hanxue looked at Yi Chen's back and trembled with anger. Hanxue, you just realized that he is a bastard. Yi Chen is not only a bastard, but also an ungrateful and white-eyed wolf. I have seen through him a long time ago, Lu Meiyu sneered. At this time, Mr. Wen Yuan quickly caught up. He bowed deeply to Yi Chen, his face filled with shame as he said, just now, sir, you said I was talking nonsense, but now it seems that you are right. Please explain to me why my assumption is wrong? Why is it wrong? Purple heartgrass has nothing to do with yin or yang. The reason why the temperature here is so high is because there is a piece of flame essence stone under this area. That magic circle needs the help of fire. The power of the flame essence stone is needed for the magic circle to function, not the purple heartgrass. According to Wen Yuan's thinking, it is naturally wrong. After Yi Chen's explanation, Master Wen Yuan suddenly understood and became even more respectful to Yi Chen. Master Yi, you are the real master. I have offended you before. I hope you can forgive me. You're too polite. I would like to ask, how did you get to know Lin Hanxue, and why did you help her repair the magic circle? This was the only thing that made Yi Chen curious. Master Wen Yuan smiled helplessly and said, this involves a hermit master. Master Yi, I'm sorry I can't speak directly. Yi Chen nodded, but did not ask any further questions. He was quite surprised that Lin Hanxue actually knew some kind of hermit master. But Yi Chen didn't think much about it. Just after leaving the medicine garden, Yi Chen had not yet returned to his residence when Shen Danqing called him. He said in a serious tone, Mr. Yi, the Li family will be here tomorrow. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. I'm going to Gusu tonight. He wanted to see what tricks the Li family could come up with. 105, Chapter 105, Chase in the Middle of the Night. Yi Chen prepared to go to the Shen family in Gusu that night. In his plan, the Shen family is a very important part. Not only because of the blessed land, Yi Chen also wants to develop the Shen family into his own power. In the past, he fought alone, although he had the dragon pendant, a magical artifact for cultivation, which made him extremely powerful and suppressed the entire ancient martial arts world. But the result was still a bleak ending. Yi Chen has become much more mature than he was 3 years ago. He understands that he cannot fight alone and he must build up his own power. The Shen family is undoubtedly a very suitable candidate. Therefore, Yi Chen attached so much importance to it and rushed to Gusu overnight. He first returned to the old house and took the talismans he had made. There are Vajra talismans, flying talismans, fireball talismans, invisibility talismans, etc., dozens of them in total. Then, Yi Chen prepared to take a taxi to Gusu. Yunhai is more than 600 miles away from Gusu, with 2 or 3 cities in between, so the journey is not very short. Yi Chen stopped 5 or 6 taxis in a row, but because the journey was long and it was night, no one was willing to go. He planned to stop one last car. If that still didn't work, he would just use his divine speed to rush to Gusu. With his cultivation level of the 6th level of Qi training, he could still travel a few hundred miles, but it would be a bit tiring. This time the driver was a middle-aged man wearing a black t-shirt and had a crew cut. Young man, where are you going? The middle-aged driver asked. After Yi Chen mentioned Gusu, the middle-aged driver thought for a moment and said, one price, 2,000. 2,000 is a bit expensive. If you buy a ticket at the station, it will probably only cost a few dozen yuan. However, Yi Chen has never cared about money. Now he owns the Hailong Hotel, and the daily income is not a small amount. So Yi Chen was not short of money and got into the car without bargaining. Little brother, after all, we are driving at night and it's such a long way, you should pay first. The middle-aged driver turned his head and said to Yi Chen. Yi Chen was slightly stunned. How could you pay first in a taxi? He didn't know whether this driver was cautious or greedy. However, Yi Chen was not worried that he would default on the debt, so he paid the money first. The middle-aged driver looked at the extra 2,000 yuan on his mobile phone, his mouth grinning from ear to ear, and immediately started the car and rushed towards Gusu. The driver might have been blinded by money, and he kept finding topics to talk to Yi Chen along the way, and was very enthusiastic. Yi Chen leaned back in the back seat, closed his eyes and rested, chatting intermittently. More than an hour later, they had passed Huaxi City and arrived at the outskirts of Huaxi City. The middle-aged driver suddenly stopped the car on the side of the road and said, little brother, why don't you get off and have a cigarette first? I'll go get some gas and go to the toilet at the same time. Yi Chen frowned slightly. It was late at night in the suburbs, the location was remote, and there was no one on the road. This driver probably wanted to run away. Yi Chen nodded and said, go ahead, I'll wait for you here for a while. Then he got out of the car and stood by the road waiting. If the driver dared to abandon him halfway, Yi Chen would make him regret this decision for the rest of his life. However, Yi Chen's attention was soon attracted by other things. He saw that about 100 meters across the road, a man and a woman were being chased by a dozen big men with machetes. The two people being chased seemed to be a couple. The woman had a good figure, but was obviously a burden. However, the man covered in blood did not give up on her and kept pulling her forward desperately. Looking at the pursuers behind them, they were agile and ran with a powerful momentum. Yi Chen thought to himself, this group of people don't seem to be ordinary thugs. Soon the man and woman were caught up, and a dozen big men surrounded them and started hacking them. What surprised Yi Chen was that the man was quite powerful and could defeat more than a dozen knife-wielding men with his bare hands. However, he was stabbed twice, one of which was blocked for the woman. This guy is quite manly, Yi Chen thought to himself. At this time, the man and woman had already run across the street, facing Yi Chen. I couldn't see their faces clearly, and the man was covered in blood. The woman had disheveled hair, and one could only see that she had a great figure, with a curvy figure and attractive curves. It was hard to look away once one looked at her. Brother Chang, please leave me behind, you can't escape with me. At this time, the woman with a good figure cried out in grief. Lan Yan, even if I die here, I won't abandon you. As for that bastard Huang Hu, I, Wang Chang, will not let him go even if I become a ghost. The man said through gritted teeth. Run, they're chasing us again. The man glanced back, immediately grabbed the woman's hand and ran again. There was a dead end ahead, and they could only run to the opposite side. The woman named Lan Yan was in tears and kept saying, Brother Chang, you've been stabbed more than a dozen times and your blood is almost drained. Let me go even if I die. I will never let that bastard Huang Hu succeed. The man named Wang Chang didn't say anything, but just gritted his teeth and pulled the woman to run desperately. Little brother, get in the car. When Yi Chen was looking at the opposite side, the middle-aged driver drove over. Yi Chen nodded, opened the car door and got in. The driver was about to start the car when he was shocked. A man and a woman covered in blood suddenly appeared in front of the car. Driver, please give us a ride, we are in trouble. The woman bowed and begged. The middle-aged driver glanced at the woman, and her plump figure made his eyes light up, but when he saw their expressions, he could only refuse. As soon as you turn the steering wheel, you have to turn left. Help them. Yi Chen, who was sitting in the back, suddenly said. What, little brother, they are covered in blood. Maybe they just killed someone. You asked me to take them away and ask for trouble? The middle-aged driver sneered. I'll give you more money, 5,000, Yi Chen said. He actually appreciates these a man with good skills and a strong sense of loyalty. This is not about money. The middle-aged driver had already turned the steering wheel to the dead end. 20,000, Yi Chen said another number. You must keep your word. The middle-aged driver turned around and said something to Yi Chen, then immediately rolled down the window and shouted at the bloody couple in front, Damn it, get in the car quickly, I'm going to take you. The man and woman were overjoyed. After saying thank you, they immediately opened the car door and got in. They moved quickly because the pursuers behind them were less than 30 meters away. Oops. The woman with a great figure just opened the car door and sat down on Yi Chen's thighs. She was so focused on the pursuers behind her that she didn't notice there was another person in the car. Yi Chen also looked embarrassed. How could a living person like him not see it? You get off, I'll sit in the front. Yi Chen patted the woman's back and said. Drive quickly, hurry up. The man next to him, covered in blood, was already shouting anxiously. Buzz. The driver stepped on the accelerator suddenly and the car shot out like an arrow. The effect of inertia caused the woman to lean back sharply, and her smooth back pressed hard against Yi Chen's face. 106, Chapter 106. The Fierce Man from Huaxi. A ripple arose in Yi Chen's heart. Just when the vehicle drove out more than 10 meters, a group of big men with long knives arrived. If they were a few seconds later, they would not be able to escape. It was so thrilling. I risked my life to earn these 20,000 yuan. The driver glanced at the rearview mirror and his face turned pale with fear. At this moment, Yi Chen felt very embarrassed because the woman was still sitting on his lap. The space in the taxi was too small and he couldn't even move. The vehicle was driving very fast and even the slightest bump would cause severe jolts. Especially since this woman was wearing a water-soluble lace skirt, the fabric was thin. Beauty, you, please sit in the middle. Yi Chen felt uncomfortable. Ah, Brother Chang. The plump woman screamed, and Yi Chen turned his head to see that the man covered in blood could no longer sit still and fell down on the seat. With his trip, there is even less room in the back seat. The woman sat on Yi Chen's legs, neither sitting nor standing. Stop the car first, I'll sit in the front. Yi Chen was embarrassed. Why stop the car? Someone is chasing us from behind. The driver stepped on the accelerator to the bottom and fled for his life. Yi Chen was speechless. The plump woman was worried about her male companion's injuries and bent over to check. Forehead. Bending over made Yi Chen even more uncomfortable. Brother Chang, don't scare me. The plump woman looked at the man who was barely breathing and unable to open his eyes, and she cried out in fear. Bang! With a bump, the bent-over woman staggered and bumped into Yi Chen. Forehead. Brother Chang, wake up, wake up! The plump woman shook her male companion and shouted loudly. Beauty, if you keep shaking him, his blood will flow faster and faster, and he might be shaken to death by you, Yi Chen said lightly. Only after hearing Yi Chen's voice did the woman turn around and look at him. Just now, all her attention was on Wang Chang. Only then did I feel that this posture was a bit inappropriate, as I was facing someone's face from behind. The woman quickly shifted her body and asked anxiously, Young man, do you know any medical skills? Can you save Brother Chang? Only then did Yi Chen see the woman's appearance clearly. She was pretty good looking, not as good looking as Han Wanner and Lin Hanxue, but she was still a very beautiful woman. She has a charming appearance and a hot body, and is definitely a top-notch beauty. If you move aside, I can save his life, Yi Chen said. The plump woman was delighted to hear this, and hurriedly thanked him, squatting with difficulty in the narrow space in front of the seat. Yi Chen directly sent out several streams of true energy, sealing the wound on the man's body and stopping the bleeding immediately. Okay. Is that all? The plump woman looked suspicious and watched Yi Chen move a few times. Do you see blood still oozing from his wound? Yi Chen asked. The woman looked carefully and was surprised to find that the wound had stopped bleeding. She hurriedly thanked Yi Chen, exchanged names with him, and said that she would repay him in the future. Mr. Yi, why hasn't Brother Chang woken up yet? The plump woman named Lan Yan still asked worriedly. He has lost too much blood and is sure to fall into a coma, but don't worry, your man is very strong and has abundant blood. He will not be in danger of his life, Yi Chen said. Only after hearing him say this did Lan Yan feel relieved. She looked at Yi Chen seriously and said, Mr. Yi, after my husband and I get through this crisis, I will definitely repay you. Her eyes were watery, with a charming glint in them. Yi Chen sighed inwardly. This woman's eyes seemed to be able to speak. They were radiant and had a kind of enchanting power that could captivate the soul. Moreover, it was emitted unintentionally. Not to mention other men, even Yi Chen was a little attracted to her. Without asking what happened, Yi Chen could guess that the danger they encountered must be related to this woman. There's probably another man who's attracted to this woman. Yi Chen didn't ask, he just thought this man was good and extended a helping hand. After bringing them out of Huaxi, they went their separate ways. But then the driver said, your man's name is Wang Chang. There's a very powerful guy named Wang Chang in Huaxi, the second in command of the Xinhong Societies, nicknamed King Kong, the #1 underworld figure in Huahai, and a big shot in the underworld. Lan Yan sighed, hesitated for a moment, and said, Brother, you saved my life, and I won't hide it from you. My man is the Wang Chang you mentioned, the King Kong. What? The driver was so shocked that his hand shook and he almost hit the flower bed beside the road. You, how is it possible? The driver turned around and glanced back in surprise. We have fallen to this point, why should I lie to you? Lan Yan smiled helplessly. Huaxi Xinhong? Yi Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. He had also heard of this force. It was the most powerful underground society in Huaxi City. If Wang Chang is really the second in command, he can be considered a big boss. The driver glanced back again. Strange, he's the second in command of Xinhong. How could he be hacked so badly? Who did it? Lan Yan gritted her teeth and said with hatred, "It was Xian Han's boss Huang Hu did it. That bastard, he was attracted by my beauty and has always wanted to take me for himself. Damn, seducing the second sister-in-law is a taboo and the underworld boss Xinhong is so uncivilized," said the driver. Yi Chen smiled. It was not that the boss of Xinhong was not particular, but that his second sister-in-law was too charming. Lan Yan gritted her teeth. Huang Hu was a beast. My man has fought for him all these years, conquering many battles and building up the huge Xinhong business. Not only did that old bastard sit back and reap the benefits, he even has evil intentions towards me. That old bastard tricked my wife and me into going to a party tonight, saying it was a dinner party, but he suddenly killed us. Brother Chang brought me and a few loyal brothers with him under the desperate protection of my brother. I fought my way out. I ran into you guys here. Thank you for saving my life." Lan Yan briefly explained the situation. Yi Chen smiled helplessly. Sure enough, his guess was right. It was really because of this woman. "Brother, another 30 miles will be Sidong Town at the foot of Huaxi River. Just drop us off at Sidong Town." Before Lan Yan could finish her words, two strong beams of light suddenly came from the opposite side. The driver immediately cursed, "Fuck you, turn on your sister's high beam." Before he could finish his words, two more strong beams of light shot over, accompanied by the roar of a car engine. The driver stuck his head out and took a look, and was immediately scared out of his wits. "I saw a row of cars coming on the opposite road. They were so dark that I couldn't see the number of them. They completely blocked the wide road. The car door opened, and groups of big men in black came out. They all held machetes in their hands. The cold light is shining and the murderous aura is overflowing. It's over." Lan Yan's face turned pale in an instant. 107, Chapter 107, Work for me from now on. The driver immediately reversed the car, but just as he put it in reverse gear, he saw 4 cars driving up from behind, blocking all the retreat routes. 6 or 7 ferocious-looking men in black clothes, holding machetes, pressed forward. "It's over, Brother Chang, we are at the end of the road." Lan Yan's tears welled up. Wang Chang struggled to sit up, took a few deep breaths, and said, "Xiaoyan, I'm sorry. I'll go out and hold Huang Hu back right away. You guys find a chance to escape." "No, I want to die with you," Lan Yan cried. Yi Chen said calmly, "Don't be so stubborn. No one can hold you back in this state. I can save your lives, but you will have to work for me from now on." Wang Chang and Lan Yan looked at Yi Chen in surprise. "How did you solve it? Wouldn't it be solved by killing them all?" Hearing this, the two were even more surprised. Even the driver said, "It's already this late, why are you still bragging? There are dozens of them, all with machetes. Wouldn't you be chopped into pieces by yourself?" Yi Chen ignored him and asked, "Which one is Huang Hu?" "No, brother, this is none of your business. I will try my best to hold them back." "Which one is Huang Hu?" Yi Chen asked again. Lan Yan subconsciously pointed out the window. Yi Chen looked over and saw a man standing in front of dozens of men in black. He had a slicked back hair, a cigar in his mouth, and was looking at him with a sneer on his face. "Is it the one with the slicked back hair?" Yi Chen asked. Lan Yan nodded and said through gritted teeth, "He is that bastard Huang Hu." At this time, Huang Hu was already arrogantly shouting, "Wang Chang, Lan Yan, you two traitors have no other choice. Hurry and get off the ground, surrender, and accept the punishment of the family law." The 6 or 7 big men in black had already come closer. The leader, holding a Nepali machete, shouted angrily with wide eyes, "Bullshit, Wang Chang, get off me." As he said that, he swung the machete in his hand and chopped at the car door. Bang! Yi Chen suddenly opened the car door and kicked the big man's body flew out like a cannonball, letting out a miserable cry. Seeing this, several other big men immediately rushed up cursing and slashed at Yi Chen with their knives. But the next moment, the 5 or 6 of them all flew out like balls, and blood started spurting out of them in the air. What's going on? Seeing this scene, everyone, whether in the car or outside, was stunned. But Yi Chen's movements were too fast. His figure flashed and he rushed towards the crowd in front like a ghost. When he grabbed Huang Hu's neck and lifted him up, his men had not yet reacted. "Who are you, Let?" Huang Hu didn't even have time to say a word before Yi Chen broke his neck. As soon as Yi Chen loosened his grip, Huang Hu's body drooped limply to the ground, motionless, its eyes still wide open. The big brother of Xinhong died just like that. Huang Hu's gang of younger brothers were all stunned and stood there, staring at their eldest brother's body in disbelief. One of the tattooed men reacted quickly, raised his machete, and roared, "Kill him and avenge my brother." He killed Brother Tiger, behead him. Kill. 7 or 8 strong men pounced on them like vicious tigers coming down the mountain. But they were like paper in front of Yi Chen. In just 2 breaths, they all fell down. Those who were slightly better off had broken bones and tendons, while those who were seriously injured vomited blood and died on the spot. Who else is coming up to die? Yi Chen glanced at the remaining crowd and saw more than 20 men in black. Apart from some screams, there was no other sound at the scene. It was terrifyingly silent. Everyone looked at Yi Chen as if he were a ghost. The huge fear was like a ghost hand, strangling their throats. Is this still a human being? Huang Hu was killed in an instant, and more than a dozen good fighters were disabled with a wave of his hand. They were all elite soldiers under Huang Hu. There were also 3 double-flowered red sticks among them, but in front of this person, they were as weak as a blade of grass. The remaining people were all frightened. They dropped their weapons and squatted on the ground, not daring to move. When Lan Yan helped Wang Chang out, she saw this scene. The 2 men were so shocked that it was difficult to describe in words, especially when they saw Huang Hu's corpse. They looked at Yi Chen again, their eyes filled with awe. When Yi Chen walked towards them, Wang Chang and Lan Yan immediately knelt down. "Mr. Yi, you are truly a god. From now on, our lives as husband and wife belong to you." Yi Chen waved his hand to stop them, looked at Wang Chang and said, "I'll let you clean up Xinhong's situation next, is that okay?" Wang Chang was stunned for a moment, then quickly said, "No problem, Mr. Yi, I will clean up the mess and take control of Xinhong." Yi Chen nodded. Huang Hu had been killed by him. If Wang Chang, the second in command, could no longer control the situation, he would be a waste. "In that case, don't forget what I said. Do you have any objection to working for me in the future?" Yi Chen asked. "No comment." Wang Chang said immediately. "From now on, whether it's me or Xian Hong, we will serve Mr. Yi at any time, even if it means death." Yi Chen nodded, exchanged contact information with Wang Chang, and said, "Next, you clean up the situation. I still have to rush to Gusu." "What, Mr. Yi, you want to leave now?" Lan Yan was anxious. "Mr. Yi, please stay in Huaxi from now on, Brother Chang, and I will serve you well and repay your kindness." "No need, just follow my instructions from now on." Yi Chen threw down a few words, then got into the car and left in a casual manner. Wang Chang and his wife watched Yi Chen leave. They were both dazed and felt like they were dreaming generally. Originally they were defeated and were chased into a desperate situation by Huang Hu. As a result, they met a godlike figure on the way, who not only saved their lives but also killed Huang Hu, allowing him to turn the tide in his desperate situation. Such a fantastic thing can only be dreamed of. They couldn't recover for a long time. But for Yi Chen, this was just a small thing he did easily. With just a few moves, he could recruit Wang Chang as his subordinate and also form a huge society. This is naturally something that Yi Chen, who is trying to build up his power, would welcome. "Brother, you are so awesome." The driver found it difficult to remain calm at this time, and his hands holding the steering wheel were shaking slightly. "Just drive your car carefully. I will pay you the reward I promised you just now," Yi Chen said lightly. "No, brother, I dare not ask you for money. It's my honor to give you a ride," said the driver excitedly. 108, Chapter 108, Invite Miss Shin to marry in. This is the reward you deserve. Yi Chen still gave the driver a reward of 50,000 yuan. "Mr. Yi, you deserve to be so powerful in society. People with a little power tend to bully the weak and take advantage of their strength. People like me at the bottom of society have been bullied by too many people." The driver was deeply moved. "I didn't expect you to possess such great power, yet still respect a lowly person like me." There was a glint of tears in his eyes. Yi Chen said calmly, "I always keep my word and do what I say. You don't have to feel too much." After saying that, Yi Chen left. The middle-aged driver looked at his back and slowly knelt down. When Yi Chen arrived at Shin Garden, Shin Danshang and others were already waiting for him at the door. The whole family was there, including Shin Manchu. She is tall, with beautiful features and elegant manners, and stands out in the crowd. Yi Chen looked at her deeply, and his heart was slightly moved. It's not because of her eye-catching temperament and demeanor, but because of her ability, the third eye. People who possess the clairvoyance are truly gifted. The Earth's spiritual energy is thin and not suitable for cultivation. The yin-yang eyes are generally used to look at feng shui, communicate with spirits, and capture low-frequency negative energy such as yin and evil spirits. These are all minor techniques. The yin-yang eyes are the most powerful when used for cultivation. With Yi Chen's ability, he can naturally lead Shin Mansa to the path of cultivation. However, this woman was not interested in cultivation and even hated him to the core, so Yi Chen could only put this thought aside. Mr. Yi, you must have had a hard time on your journey. I have already arranged a dinner to welcome you. Shin Danqing's attitude was very respectful. No need for dinner, just arrange a room for me to rest, Yi Chen said. Shin Danqing smiled helplessly and had to do as Yi Chen instructed. Not long after Yi Chen came to the room, Shin Danqing came to visit. Naturally, they talked about the Li family. What surprised Yi Chen was that the Li family only said that they would hold the Shin family accountable and did not reveal any other information. The unknown is what makes people afraid. The Li family is so patient, which makes me feel uneasy, Shin Danqing said. It doesn't matter now that I'm here, I'll just fight them head on, Yi Chen said lightly. Haha, with Mr. Yi here, I can rest assured. After Shin Danqing complimented Yi Chen, he chatted with him for a long time and they had a very pleasant conversation. He has made up his mind that as long as Yi Chen can help the Shin family overcome this crisis, he will follow Yi Chen to the end. At around 7 or 8 o'clock the next day, Shin Danqing found Yi Chen and said that the Li family had contacted him. At 9 o'clock in the morning, they arrived at the Shin family on time. Shin Danqing planned to receive the guests at the Purple Bamboo Garden in Shin Garden, as there were several side rooms next to this hall. These side rooms were built in an orderly manner, and the conversations in the hall could be heard clearly in the side rooms. Mr. Yi, when I negotiate with the Li family soon, you will stay in the side room so that you can control the situation at any time, Shin Danqing said. Yi Chen smiled and nodded. The Shin family really has something going for them. It was almost 9 o'clock when Yi Chen went to the side room, where the interior decoration was ancient and classical. There is a large soft couch for guests against the wall, and 2 mahogany tables are placed in the middle, separated by a beautiful bead curtain. Mr. Yi, just sit here and drink tea. After saying that, Shin Danqing clapped his hands. A woman in a cheongsam with her hair tied up high, her eyebrows as dark as a painting, and her breath as fragrant as orchid walked out from behind the screen. She walked with graceful steps, so lightly and elegantly, like an elegant white swan. Her temperament and demeanor were amazing. Yi Chen was stunned and greatly amazed. However, Yi Chen returned to normal immediately, but he was slightly surprised. Why did Shin Danqing arrange Shin Manchu to come here as well? Mr. Yi, my daughter is an excellent tea-making artist. I persuaded her to come and serve tea to you and chat with you. I am sure you won't be bored. After saying that, Shin Danqing walked out of the door with a smile to greet the people from the Li family. Your father is really a master in entertaining people. Fragrant tea and beautiful women, just thinking about it makes people intoxicated. Yi Chen laughed. Let's start, Miss Shin. How about letting me taste the tea you brewed? Shin Manchu's expression suddenly turned cold, and she said unhappily, what are you trying to taste? If you want to drink it, go make it yourself. If Shin Danqing hadn't given the death order, she would not have stayed in the same room with Yi Chen. Then Shin Manchu got on the soft couch, lifted the bead curtain, leaned on the other side, closed her eyes and rested, paying no attention to Yi Chen at all. Yi Chen smiled helplessly. This girl was still full of hatred towards him. After a while, Shin Danqing welcomed the Li family, and there were quite a few people from the Li family this time, more than 30 of them. The leader was a heavyweight figure in the Li family, Li Yuxing, the third son of Li Chongqing, the head of the Li family. Although they are known as the Dragon Brothers and Tiger Brothers, they are not direct descendants, and their status in the Li family is far inferior to that of Li Yuxing's lineage. After some warm greetings, Shin Danqing got straight to the point. Brother Yuxing, I'm so sorry your Li family's young talents, Li Hailong and Li Linhu. No one wants this to happen, and I blamed myself for many days, but it happened in my Shin family, so naturally the Shin family must be held responsible for the deaths of the 2 Li brothers. Shin Danqing put on an apologetic gesture. No matter what Brother Yuxing asks, I will do my best to fulfill it. Originally, Shen Danqing thought Li Yuxing would be angry, but unexpectedly, Li Yuxing still had a smiling face and said calmly, Brother Danqing, you are too serious. I am not a confused person. The death of the Li brothers was caused by Yi Chen and has nothing to do with your Shen family. I won't blame the Shen family for this. Moreover, our Li family has always wanted to be on good terms with the Shen family, and I have a long-standing friendship with Brother Shen. Li Yuxing Shen Danqing was quite surprised by the friendly attitude. Why was he so easy to talk to? However, he did not take it lightly. Instead, he became more cautious when dealing with children from aristocratic families. The brighter he smiled, the more dangerous it might be. In order to help our two families eliminate misunderstandings and resolve the conflict, I have a good idea. After some preparation, Li Yuxing finally stated his purpose. He looked at Shen Danqing. The solution is marriage. Marriage? Shen Danqing was stunned. They killed the Li family, but the Li family not only did not blame them, but also wanted to marry into their family. What kind of operation was this? What are they up to? Even Yi Chen and Shen Manchu, who were concubines, were quite surprised when they heard it. I wonder which young lady from our Shen family Brother Yuxing has taken a fancy to? Shen Danqing asked. Li Yuxing laughed and said, of course it's Brother Danqing's darling, Miss Shen Manchu, one of the 4 beauties of Gusu. My son Li Shikai has long been in love with Miss Manchu, so I'm taking this rare opportunity to propose marriage to the Shen family. Li Yuxing narrowed his eyes, stared at Shen Danqing, and said in a tone that could not be refused. Please, Miss Shen, marry into our Li family. 109, Chapter 109. The despicable man ruins the conspiracy. Shen Manchu in the side room's expression changed slightly. Yi Chen said with a smile, this is a good relationship. Not only can we turn danger into safety, but we can also marry into the Li family. In this way, your Shen family will become more powerful, and it will be just a matter of time before you dominate Jiangnan. It seems that I have come here unnecessarily. You idiot, can't you see the trick? Shen Manchu glared at Yi Chen fiercely and said, this is a conspiracy of the Li family, a very powerful one. Oh? Yi Chen smiled and said, I'd like to hear the details. Shen Manchu frowned and said, first of all, it shows that the Li family is generous. When someone died in the Shen family, instead of blaming them, they became relatives of the Shen family. Outsiders will only say that the Li family is broad-minded, repaying evil with kindness, and reaping a good reputation. If I marry into the Li family, they can use this relationship to gradually swallow up the Shen family. This is called cutting flesh with a soft knife. Our Shen family has no power to resist because they have the support of the Shen men behind them. What if you don't want to get married? Yi Chen said. If I don't marry, won't they have more reason to take the most brutal means to annex our Shen family? Shen Manchu said worriedly. Yi Chen smiled slightly. Shen Manchu was not a vase, but a very smart woman. The Li family's move is indeed powerful. Someone died in your Shen family. We came here with sincerity, hoping to resolve the issue through marriage, but you were so ungrateful that you rejected our kindness. Killed our people and rejected our kindness. At that time, the Li family will directly send martial arts masters to destroy the Shen family, and no outsiders will be able to complain. Yi Chen sincerely admired, this Li family is really powerful, no wonder they are favored by Xianmen. This is trouble. Shen Manchu was very uneasy, her brows furrowed. Yi Chen looked at her delicate and graceful body, and an idea came to his mind. At this time, Shen Danqing was obviously caught off guard by Li Yuxing. No wonder no news was released before the Li family came. It turned out that they were planning a big move. This was indeed a powerful move, and now it was suddenly released. Shen Danqing was not prepared at all and did not know how to respond for a moment. With his intelligence, he could naturally see through the Li family's conspiracy, and no matter what choice he made, it would be a bad one. Brother Yuxing, this Shen Danqing looked embarrassed. At this time, Li Yuxing was in complete control of the situation. He led Shen Danqing by the nose and said with a wave of his hand, bring in the betrothal gifts from our Li family. Immediately, a dozen strong young men outside the door came in majestically, carrying a large pile of betrothal gifts. There was a manager-like person next to him, holding a red gift list, clearing his throat and reading. The Li family's betrothal gift is a top-quality South China Sea night shining pearl. A pair of white jade butterflies. 200-year-old ginseng plants. A tree of pure gold, a tree of eternal happiness. A pair of jade rui. A gift of 30 million. After the steward finished reading, the whole hall fell silent. The Shen family was all shocked. They didn't expect that the Li family was so well prepared and sent such a huge betrothal gift. It not only shows the wealth of the Li family, but also shows how much importance the Li family attaches to this marriage. It's also a form of momentum building. Even if you, the Shen family, don't want to accept it, you have to. Shen Danqing had a blank expression on his face, but his hands hidden in his sleeves were trembling slightly. The Li family is putting him on the fire. If he doesn't accept such a huge betrothal gift, they will completely break up with him. The Li family can use any means to deal with their Shen family. What to do? Shen Danqing was at a loss for a moment. At this time, Shen Manchu, the concubine, was also at a loss and didn't know what to do. Yi Chen said, "I have a way." "What's the solution? Tell me quickly." Shen Manchu suddenly emerged from the bead curtain, revealing her beautiful face. If the people in the hall, especially the Li family, found out that the wife they wanted to marry was having an affair with another man. Yi Chen smiled faintly. If that's the case, will they still marry her? Shen Manchu was stunned for a moment, then she understood and immediately shouted angrily, "Yi Chen, what are you thinking, you bastard?" "I'm trying to think of a solution. Since the formal method doesn't work, I can only resort to underhanded tactics to break their conspiracy." Yi Chen's eyes were clear. Shen Manchu was very angry, but she had to admit that this was a good idea. Not only can it solve the problem perfectly, but it can also make the Li family suffer a great loss and become a laughingstock. The only bad thing is that it will damage your reputation. Yi Chen thought about it and said, "Not really. After all, you are not the daughter-in-law of the Li family yet. What's wrong with being intimate with your boyfriend? It's normal, right? Get lost, you're not my boyfriend." A blush appeared on Shen Manchu's pretty face. "Isn't this just acting? I'm not really asking you to be my girlfriend," Yi Chen said. Shen Manchu was tempted. The more she thought about it, the better this idea seemed. They got engaged in the hall, but she had an affair with Yi Chen in the side room, so the marriage was immediately ruined. While the Li family is here, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Yi Chen reminded him and said, "If you don't agree, then forget it. I don't care." At this time, Li Yuxing in the hall had already begun to force the emperor to abdicate. "Brother Shen, our Li family not only does not care about your Shen family's mistakes, but we come here with great sincerity, wholeheartedly hoping to make friends with your Shen family." The smile on Li Yuxing's face disappeared, and he said sinisterly, "Brother Shen, your Shen family wouldn't be ungrateful, would they?" "Brother Yuxing, it's not like that. You came so suddenly and I wasn't prepared," Shen Danqing said helplessly. "Prepare? What preparations do you need? Our Li family is already prepared. You just need to nod." Li Yuxing pressed on, stood up and sneered. "Could it be that you, the Shen family, not going to our Li family?" No, your Li family is a wealthy and powerful family. How could our Shen family look down on you?" "Oh, Brother Yuxing, you are too kind," Shen Danqing said quickly. Li Yuxing slammed the table, his tone clearly filled with anger. "Then why are you hesitating and refusing to agree? Are we going to make this trip in vain and then have to transport these betrothal gifts back?" "Shen Danqing, don't go too far." As soon as Li Yuxing finished speaking, a series of unfriendly glances were cast towards Shen Danqing. Shen Danqing was pushed to the extreme, and he became ruthless and prepared to refuse. "Even if we completely break off relations with the Li family, we cannot let Shen Manchu marry into their family." At this moment, Shen Manchu from the side room suddenly leaned back and half lay there. She glanced at Yi Chen, gritted her teeth and said, "You come on. What are you doing?" Yi Chen was stunned. "Me?" Shen Manchu was so ashamed and angry that she wanted to die. 110, Chapter 110 Fate becomes real. Yi Chen was shocked when he saw her actions. "Are you serious? You think I want to come?" A trace of hatred flashed in Shen Manchu's eyes. She heard the conversation in the hall. Clearly Shen Danqing had been forced into a corner by the Li family and had no time to hesitate.
Come on!
Shen Manchu shouted in embarrassment.
Yi Chen immediately stepped forward. Shen Danqing, you're being shameless even though I've given you the chance, aren't you?
In the hall, the Li family had already started banging their hands on the table. A man with a dignified face pointed at Shen Danqing and cursed, "Two heroes of our Li family died in the Shen family. You should have taken the blame and apologized, but you didn't say anything. Our Li family is generous and magnanimous. In order to resolve the conflict, we are marrying into your Shen family and even offering a sky-high betrothal gift. You should be deeply awed and filled with gratitude. You still want to refuse? How can I be so ungrateful? Where will my Li family put their face?" Shen Danqing frowned and said, "My dear, that's not what I meant. It's just that this matter happened too suddenly. Let me take it easy. There is no room for delay. You can only agree to let Shen Manchu marry into the Li family to resolve this dispute."
Li Yuxing's eyes widened as he said angrily, "Otherwise, the warriors of my Li family will surely destroy the Shen family." "You brother Yuxing, please don't go too far." Shen Danqing looked very unhappy. "Who bullied you? We are honoring you. I will give you one last minute. In 1 minute, answer yes or no."
Li Yuxing spoke with great force. At this moment, a different kind of confrontation was also taking place in the side room.
Yi Chen was shocked.
"I didn't expect that Shen Manchu, who looks elegant, dignified, and has outstanding temperament, also has such a side.
Won't you throw in a little bit?"
Shen Manchu's beautiful eyes were filled with anger. Who is Li Yuxing? He can tell at a glance if he's being too fake.
Yi Chen nodded.
The performance must be realistic, even if it's fake, as long as it can deceive the Li family. Shen Manchu was completely determined. She didn't want to join the Li family at all, and she didn't want to see the Shen family being swallowed up by the Li family. Even if you are full of hatred towards Yi Chen, you can only put it behind you. Yi Chen sighed in his heart. This woman is really someone who can do big things. She is so decisive. Once you decide to do something, devote yourself to it wholeheartedly. She even took off her low-top pants.
Yi Chen couldn't help but start to exert force, turning from passive to active. "You bastard, are you still wearing clothes while acting?"
Shen Manchu said in a trembling voice.
Yi Chen immediately took off his shirt.
Shen Danqing, 1 minute has passed.
Li Yuxing stood up again, walked directly to Shen Danqing, and said coldly, "Answer me, will you marry me? Marry or not? Marry or not?"
The Li family members shouted loudly, their voices were deafening, and they forced Shen Danqing to surrender. Shen Danqing gritted his teeth, sweat already oozing from his forehead. He made up his mind and said, "If you want Shen Manchu to join your Li family, I can only say that you are wishful thinking." But before he could finish the second half of his sentence, he was interrupted. A strange sound came from the side room next door.
Everyone's expressions suddenly changed and their eyes became strange.
Everyone present had experienced it before, so they naturally understood what the sound was. "Shen Danqing, you're entertaining guests in the hall, but someone's doing something shameful in the side room. Your Shen family's family tradition is really good, ha ha.
Ha ha ha."
The Li family members laughed loudly, their expressions full of playful sarcasm. Shen Danqing's face changed slightly. The voice actually came from the room where Yi Chen and Shen Manchu were staying.
He didn't react for a moment and didn't know what they were doing.
But he immediately walked quickly to the side room, pushed open the door and looked inside. He saw Yi Chen's back, and Shen Manchu's feet were swaying like reeds in the water.
"You."
Shen Danqing looked at Shen Manchu, whose face was flushed and she was in a state of ecstasy, and his expression changed drastically. However, a flash of inspiration suddenly came to his mind, and his heart suddenly became clear. Let us also appreciate the beautiful things of the Shen family." Li Yuxing walked forward with a playful smile on his face, and with just a glance he saw the explosion in the room. He didn't recognize Shen Manchu, and the smile on his face became even wider. I really broadened my horizons today." But before Li Yuxing could finish, Shen Danqing stretched out his trembling arms and angrily scolded, "Shen Manchu, you, shameless."
After cursing, Shen Danqing immediately closed the door. "Shen Manchu?"
These 3 words were like 3 thunderclaps, flashing through the minds of everyone in the Li family. leaving them stunned on the spot. Especially Li Yuxing, his face, which was originally full of smiles, suddenly became stiff as stone.
Shen Danqing, what did you say? That's Shen Manchu.
Li Yuxing's face had turned dark.
Shen Danqing's face turned even darker, and he said with shame, "It's a misfortune for our family, it's a misfortune for our family, Brother Yuxing, please don't say anything more."
On the surface, his teeth were grinding and he was filled with anger, but he was laughing secretly in his heart. Yi Chen and Shen Mansu's move was truly a stroke of genius.
At this time, it was Li Yuxing's turn to panic.
Because the person they specifically wanted to marry and for whom they had given a sky-high betrothal gift was actually having an affair with another man. If this matter were to get out, the Li family would probably be ridiculed for 100 years.
Oh, Brother Yuxing, let's talk about the wedding just now.
Shen Danqing said very proactively, after a fierce ideological struggle, "I have decided to agree to your request and marry my daughter into your Li family as your daughter-in-law."
Etc.
Li Yuxing's expression changed again and again. If that was really Shen Mansu, if he took her back to the Li family, Mr. Li would probably beat him to death in public.
Who would dare to marry a daughter-in-law like this? That woman just now, was she Shen Manchu? Li Yuxing's eyes were like two sharp swords, piercing Shen Danqing.
No, I was mistaken, that was definitely not my daughter Manchu. Shen Danqing hurriedly denied it, his eyes slightly panicked and dodging. Shen Danqing's words made Li Yuxing furious. He gritted his teeth and said, "Let them come out and see for themselves."
It's really not. Shut up, let them out.
At this moment, Yi Chen's mind had become a little fuzzy, and the fake play became more and more realistic.
Okay, Yi Chen, it's time to end.
Shen Manchu was completely confused. But Yi Chen is not a machine that can stop whenever he is told to.
Ah!
Shen Manchu suddenly screamed in pain, her beautiful eyes widened and she looked at Yi Chen in disbelief.
Yi Chen was also startled and glanced away. Damn it, fake became real. 111, Chapter 111. Did I let you go? Yi Chen broke into the forbidden area.
A tearing feeling swept over her, and a look of pain appeared on Shen Manchu's fair and beautiful face. She was completely stunned. She gritted her teeth and endured the pain. She stared at Yi Chen blankly as if she was suffocating.
Yi Chen was also stunned.
Someone was knocking on the door and shouting for them to come out. Shen Manchu looked at Yi Chen with an extremely complicated look and said, "You, get out."
Yi Chen nodded.
Shen Manchu's delicate body trembled noticeably, and then she turned her back to Yi Chen and began to tidy up her clothes. 2 minutes later, Shen Mansu came out of the side room first. Although her clothes were tidied, the blush on her face had not yet disappeared. Her face flushed, she glanced at the crowd in front of her embarrassedly, and lowered her head.
"Manchu, it really is you."
Shen Danqing's eyes went dark, he lost his balance and almost fainted.
It's really Shen Manchu.
The faces of the Li family members all turned the color of liver.
What a misfortune for my family, what a misfortune for my family, how can I, Shen Danqing, face people in the future?
Shen Danqing screamed and cried out, holding a chicken feather blanket and pretending to hit Shen Manchu.
"I'll beat you to death, you shameful thing. Dad, how did I embarrass myself?" Shen Manchu suddenly raised her head and said confidently, "Zizhu Xiaoyuan is my residence. What's wrong with me and my boyfriend being intimate in it? You guys barged in without even saying hello. Do you have any manners? Boyfriend?" The corner of Li Yuxing's eyes twitched violently. Shen Manchu already has a boyfriend? They had investigated clearly before they came. Shen Manchu has always been single. When did she get a boyfriend? Is this a play performed jointly by the Shen family father and daughter?
That shouldn't be the case. They kept the news a secret before they came, and only proposed the intention of marriage after the betrothal gift was shoved in Shen Danqing's face. The Shen family father and daughter had no way of planning it in advance.
This can only be said to be a coincidence. However, there is no doubt that Li Yuxing and even their entire Li family suffered great humiliation. Shen Danqing, you must give me an explanation today.
Li Yuxing's eyebrows were twisted into knots, and the blue veins on his forehead were clearly visible.
Explain? Shen Danqing sat down and said slowly, "Brother Yuxing, what do you want to say?"
He was not panicking at all at this moment. Li Yuxing was in a dilemma. Shen Manchu did such a thing in public, so the Li family definitely could not marry her. If I don't want to marry her and I've already given her the betrothal gifts, should I take them back? Should I just leave in disgrace? The Shen family's daughter did something so immoral, stealing a man in broad daylight. Li Yuxing gritted his teeth and said viciously, according to ancient law, this pair of bastards must be beaten to death with sticks. Shen Danqing's expression changed slightly when he heard this. Li Yuxing was so cruel that he actually had such a vicious mind. Li Yuxing, is it immoral for you to be intimate with your wife and you should be beaten to death? Shen Manchu said with a sneer. Bitch, how dare you offend me? Li Yuxing was furious and shouted, drag that wild man out and beat him to death along with this bitch. Before the Li family could make a move, the door of the side room opened and Yi Chen walked out with the gait of a dragon and a tiger. He came to Shen Manchu's side, glanced at the whole crowd, and said calmly, who's going to come forward and beat Manchu and me to death with a stick? When he saw Yi Chen, Li Yuxing's heart trembled violently. It turned out to be him, Yi Chen. The culprit who killed the two Li heroes and the Xianmen messenger. He turned out to be Shen Manchu's man. In an instant, Li Yuxing understood a lot. The Shen family had completely surrendered to Yi Chen. Who will come forward and beat me to death? Yi Chen asked again. The whole place was silent. No one dared to step forward. Now his name is well known in the Li family. He is a super powerful man who even killed the Xianmen messenger. Li Yuxing's eyes were blazing with fire and filled with hatred. He wished he could rush forward and tear Yi Chen into pieces. Unfortunately, he could only think about it. Boy, why are you so arrogant? I, Li Chuang, will beat you until you kneel down and call me master. A 19-meter tall, dark-faced burly man, tall and mighty, with arms thicker than an average man's thighs. He rushed forward and punched Yi Chen in the face. Bang! The black-faced burly man flew out horizontally, flew directly out of the hall, and landed heavily on the steps in front of the hall. Looking at him again, he was coughing up blood, his huge body was twitching unnaturally, and hoarse screams were coming out of his mouth. Everyone in the Li family gasped. Li Chuan, the strong man, couldn't even last a single round against Yi Chen. Too weak, give me a stronger one. Yi Chen said lightly. Yi Chen, stop being so arrogant. Li Yuxing shouted. Am I the one who's being arrogant, or are you? What does it have to do with you if I mess with my girlfriend? You barged in here and wanted to beat us to death with sticks. Yi Chen sneered, do you think I'm easy to bully? Shen Manchu frowned. Li Yuxing gritted his teeth and took a few deep breaths. Although he was extremely unwilling, reason still prevailed. Today is already embarrassing enough, it will be even more embarrassing if it continues. Yi Chen, just wait, someone will take care of you. Li Yuxing pointed at Yi Chen and said something harsh. Then he waved his hand. Let's go. The Li family members looked at Yi Chen fiercely and were about to leave with Li Yuxing. Did I tell you to leave? Yi Chen sneered and said, how come you are so free, you come and go as you please? Li Yuxing turned around abruptly and asked angrily, Yi Chen, what else do you want? What do you think? Yi Chen pointed at Shen Manchu and said, you Li family members gave a betrothal gift to my girlfriend. Is it okay for me to kill all of you? You. Li Yuxing's face changed drastically. He didn't expect Yi Chen to be so cruel and want to kill them all. Mr. Mo, are you sure? He immediately looked at an old man beside him, who was his personal bodyguard Moin. Moin is a warrior with a martial rank, a master of the late yellow rank. The so-called martial arts level is a title that can only be obtained after the transformation of strength is fully developed. This kind of warrior is hard to find in the secular world, but there are many in the world of ancient martial arts. You can give it a try. Maybe I'm no match for him, but if he wants to kill me, that's wishful thinking. As he spoke, Moin stood up, emitting powerful energy from his whole body, making the air crackle. Yi Chen, I am a yellow level Moin. Please be sensible and let me go, otherwise, I will let you taste the power of the iron sandpalm. Before Moin could finish his words, Yi Chen came in front of him and slapped him hard in the face. Fast, simple, violent. With a loud bang, Moin flew backwards as if he had been hit by a speeding truck. By the time he landed, he was already dead. A warrior with a martial rank, the ceiling of martial arts in the secular world, was actually slapped to death by Yi Chen. Li Yuxing's face suddenly turned pale and bloodless. 112, Chapter 112 Manchu, I can take responsibility. Li Yuxing completely collapsed. The most powerful man beside him, Master Mo, who was at the pinnacle of worldly martial arts, couldn't even withstand a slap from the other party. How strong is Yi Chen? As he thought about it, Li Yuxing's legs began to tremble involuntarily. Seeing Yi Chen's murderous eyes, Li Yuxing felt as if he had fallen into an endless abyss, as if his life would be taken away if Yi Chen blinked. I was wrong. Li Yuxing shouted loudly, and in the surprised eyes of everyone, he knelt down in front of Yi Chen. I, Li Yuxing, didn't know how many eyes the Horse King Hadi offended Mai's Majesty. I am truly foolish and deserve death. Now I sincerely admit my mistake and ask Mr. Yi to spare my life from now on. My Li family will never be an enemy of Mr. Yi or the Shin family again. In order to compensate Mr. Yi for his emotional loss, these exorbitant betrothal gifts are given to Mr. Yi as gifts. Li Yuxing spoke very quickly, as if he was afraid that if he spoke a word slower, he would lose his life. Moreover, he kowtowed as he spoke. Prostrating himself, this humble attitude made Shin Danqing feel ashamed. Yi Chen was slightly stunned when he saw Li Yuxing kowtowing like crazy. What a man who can bend and stretch. Kneel down, what are you still standing there for? Kneel down before Mr. Yi and beg him to forgive our sins. Li Yuxing turned his head and shouted to the Li family members behind him. Suddenly, dozens of Li family members knelt on the ground as if they were harvesting wheat. Cried bitterly and begged bitterly. At this moment, they had completely lost their dignity and the pride of the Yangcheng Li family. They were just ants who wanted to save their lives. Seeing this scene, Shin Danqing felt very happy. The Li family had put so much pressure on him these days that he couldn't sleep or eat. But at this moment, the powerful enemy who was high above was kneeling in front of him, like a dog with a broken back. This feeling of being proud and confident made Shin Danqing feel relieved and enlightened. And all of this was brought to their Shin family by Yi Chen. Even Shin Manchu, who was full of hatred for Yi Chen, had surprise written all over her beautiful face. Is this Yi Chen's power, making the arrogant Li family bow down, kneel down, and beg? Now it seems that my father made the right move by asking Yi Chen to take charge of the Shin family. But that bastard had invaded the sacred place she had kept for over 20 years. When Yi Chen saw this scene, his murderous intent dissipated. In fact, he admired Li Yuxing very much. He was able to recognize the situation and bend and stretch, making him a real hero. You guys go, remember what you said today. Yi Chen waved his hand and said. Mr. Xia Yi, Mr. Xia Yi. Li Yuxing said a few words of gratitude with tears in his eyes, then crawled up and left in a hurry with the two seriously injured people. Ha ha ha. The Shin family members in the hall burst into laughter. In today's battle, the Shin family can be said to have won a complete victory. Of course, this victory was brought to them by Yi Chen. Mr. Yi, you have taken charge of the overall situation for our Shin family and helped us get through this crisis. I, Shin Rohai, am deeply grateful to you. An old man with a flushed face bowed to Yi Chen and expressed his gratitude. Mr. Yi is truly a god, standing at the pinnacle of martial arts, making the dignified ancient martial arts Li family bow down to him. Let alone the ancient martial arts Li family, even if we look at the entire Great Xia, who can stand up to Mr. Yi? Mai's fighting power was considered the best at that time. Mai's appearance is also outstanding. He is more handsome than Pan and more graceful than Song Yu. He is truly a rare handsome man in the world. In the end, it has completely turned into flattery. Yi Chen frowned and got goosebumps all over his body when he heard this. Shen Manchu looked at the crowd in front of her who were praising her. These were her uncles, cousins, all of them were her relatives, her blood relatives. They must have forgotten at this moment that Yi Chen is not only the benefactor of the Shin family, but also the murderer of Shin Bei Wang. If she proposed to avenge her grandfather now, she would probably be drowned by these people's spit. Dad is right in the face of Prophet, even the hatred for killing one's father can be forgotten. Shin Manchu closed her eyes slightly and for the first time felt annoyed with the Shin family. She has already opened her third eye, so perhaps embarking on the path of cultivation would be a good choice. Danqing, taking advantage of this auspicious day, why not arrange the marriage between Mr. Yi and Manchu? This is called double happiness. Shen Ruhai said with a flushed face. Great, Mr. Yi and Manchu are boyfriend and girlfriend. It's a blessing for our Shen family if their relationship goes one step further. Manchu is one of the 4 beauties of Gusu, renowned throughout Qinhuai. Mr. Yi is a true dragon among men, commanding great power throughout the south of the Yangtze River. They are truly a match made in heaven. I approve of our marriage.
I agree too. Danqing, settle down quickly.
Shen Danqing looked at the enthusiastic crowd in front of him and smiled helplessly.
Are these people really confused, or are they pretending to be confused? Can't you see that Yi Chen and Shen Mansu are just acting?
However, Shen Danqing was naturally happy about this, and his eyes couldn't help but drift to Yi Chen and Shen Manchu.
Shen Manchu looked unhappy. She said, "I'm tired," and turned to walk out the door. Yi Chen also didn't like this scene, so he walked out.
Everyone in the hall was left looking at each other in bewilderment. Yi Chen looked at Shen Mansu, who was walking fast in front of him, and quickly caught up with her. Although it is too embarrassing to say it, some things still need to be said. He is a man, a responsible man. Manchu, I'm sorry about what happened just now. If you can't get over it, I can take responsibility for you. Yi Chen made it clear, after all, he had taken away her most precious thing. I don't want to tell you this, it was just a play, and the show is over.
But it has already happened.
Then forget it. You don't have to be responsible for me, and I don't need it. Shen Manchu turned her head and stared at Yi Chen. From now on, I have nothing to do with you. You go your way, and I go mine. After saying that, Shen Manchu turned around and walked away, almost jogging.
Don't follow.
Yi Chen looked at her back and narrowed his eyes slightly.
Since other people don't need it, there is no need for him to take any responsibility.
Then, Yi Chen took out a wooden box from his arms, which contained 3 ice heartgrass seedlings.
He planned to go to the back mountain of the Shen family and plant these seedlings there.
Let's also explore the secrets behind the Shen family's mountain.
113, Chapter 113, The Secret of the Back Mountain.
In an elegant house, Yi Chen and Shen Danqing sat on the ground. This time Yi Chen helped the Shen family overcome the crisis, and Shen Danqing has decided to follow Yi Chen to the end. Therefore, Yi Chen proposed to enter the back mountain of the Shen family, and Shen Danqing agreed without hesitation. This is the Shen family's biggest secret, and only the core descendants are qualified to know it, but Shen Danqing made an exception for Yi Chen. Mr. Yi, the Shen family's back mountain does indeed contain a great secret. There are many absurd and bizarre legends about its origin. The entire back mountain is divided into 2 areas, the safe zone and the restricted area. We, the Shen family, can only move around in the safe zone. Only the Shen family's Tianshi has entered the restricted area.
Yi Chen asked curiously, "What's in the restricted area?" Shen Danqing shook his head, "I don't know either, it's a scary place."
The Shen family had a total of 10 heavenly masters in their ancestry. 8 of them entered the restricted area, but only 3 came out.
These 3 heavenly masters met with misfortune not long after and died miserably.
Yes, there is a great terror in the restricted area. If you enter, you will almost certainly die. Even if you manage to get out, you will inevitably encounter a terrible disaster. Mr. Yi, the 8 heavenly masters of our Shen family are all cultivators. 2 of them even formed Taoist golden elixir, but they still died tragically in the restricted area. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen felt a chill in his heart. The cultivation system on Earth is different from that in the world of cultivation. Although the Taoist golden elixir on Earth is far from comparable to the golden elixir of the cultivators in the world of cultivation, the strength of the golden elixir master is far above him. Even such a person died tragically in the restricted area, so Yi Chen naturally could not set foot there.
What horror is there in the restricted area?
Yi Chen was still very curious. Since 3 heavenly masters came out of this, they should have left behind some documents or notes, right?
No.
Shen Danqing said without hesitation. The 3 heavenly masters didn't leave a single word of record about the situation in the restricted area. They only left some family mottos, warning the descendants of the Shen family not to set foot there. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and stopped discussing this taboo topic.
Uncle Shen, please tell me about the safe zone, Yi Chen said.
His address changed from Mr. Shen to Uncle Shen, which naturally made him seem more approachable. Since Shen Danqing shared the family's biggest secrets with him, it was only right for Yi Chen to call him Uncle Shen. When Shen Danqing heard this name, he was very happy. The closer the relationship with Yi Chen, the better it will be for the Shen family.
Yi Chen.
Shen Danqing's name also changed, from Mr. Yi to Yi Chen, which is the name that elders use to address younger people, calling them by their first name. Since Yi Chen called him Uncle Shen, Shen Danqing naturally had to treat Yi Chen as a junior and improve their relationship. The safety zone is divided into two areas, and Borshin family usually stays in Area A and rarely enters Area B, because Area B is also dangerous. I have only been to Area B once in my life. When I was 18 years old I didn't go deep into it, but just stayed on the outskirts of Area B. I remember there were a lot of wild animals there, and I even saw a ghost, not just one but a whole bunch. The dozen or so young men and women in our group were all scared to death. After returning from Area B, I fell seriously ill and never set foot there again. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and became more interested in the Shen family's back mountain. According to Shen Danqing's description, Area B is obviously a supernatural area with many things that cannot be seen in the secular world. He couldn't go to the restricted area, but he felt he should be able to go to Area B. Of course, Yi Chen was not in a hurry. He first thoroughly understood Area A before entering Area B. Area A is not simple either. It contains the magic arrays set up by my Shen family's heavenly master, as well as some naturally formed magic arrays and dangerous areas. They were all recorded by our ancestors in a book called the 100 Formations Map. Shen Danqing carefully took out a wooden box from his arms. After opening it, he found a thick ancient book inside. Although it is old, it is well preserved.
Yi Chen, this is the 100 Formations diagram. All the formations in Area A are recorded in detail in it.
As Shen Danqing spoke, he took out a thin ancient book. This is the route map. There are 3 safe routes. As long as you follow these 3 routes, you won't encounter any danger in Area. Shen Danqing took out all the Shen family heirlooms, or even the family heritage, and gave them to Yi Chen.
Yi Chen nodded and took them all.
Next, he began to study the 100 Formations diagram and was slightly surprised that there were 327 formations in Area A of the back mountain. Each magic circle is recorded in detail, from setting up the formation to forming the formation and controlling the formation, all are introduced in detail. The more Yi Chen read, the more surprised he was. This book could be called a peerless treasure. If one could master 1/10 of it, he would become a master of magic arrays. He found that some of the magic arrays were very powerful, and even if he was trapped in one, he would probably be suppressed.
Awesome, awesome. Yi Chen praised repeatedly.
After all, these are the hard work of the Shen family's ancestors, the 10 heavenly masters, so naturally they are extraordinary.
Yi Chen was fascinated by the 100 Formations diagram and spent 3 days studying it.
He didn't even leave the house for the past 3 days, as he spent all the time studying the magic circle. When the morning light of the 4th day spread into the room, Yi Chen finally closed the 100 Formations diagram and let out a long sigh.
Yi Chen has already studied this 100 Formations diagram thoroughly.
He was originally a master of magic arrays, so it only took him 3 days.
Yi Chen benefited a lot.
Next, he prepared to go to the back mountain of the Shen family to verify the magic arrays there one by one. This is called practice. However, just as Yi Chen was about to go out, his door was kicked open by someone. He looked up and saw a graceful figure appear at the door. It was Shen Manchu. Her eyes were wide open, her eyebrows were raised, and her chest was heaving violently, showing that she was brewing a strong anger.
Miss Shen, are you looking for me? Yi Chen asked in surprise. My family heirloom, hand it over.
Shen Manchu said coldly.
What heirloom? 100 Formations map, route map.
Shen Mansu gritted her teeth. These are the Shen family's secrets that must never be shown to outsiders, but my father was so stupid as to give them to Yi Chen. When Shen Mansu heard the news, she rushed over immediately.
Why should I give it to you? Yi Chen asked. Because this is the secret of our Shen family. You, an outsider, are not qualified to see it. Shen Mansu said. But I've already seen it, Yi Chen smiled. Then you go die.
Shen Mansu hesitated for a moment, then suddenly took out a dagger from her waist and stabbed it towards Yi Chen's chest. According to the Shen family's ancestral precepts, if outsiders read these two classics, they would be committing a capital crime and must be killed. Yi Chen was shocked. He didn't expect Shen Mansu to do such a thing.
Want to kill him?
Yi Chen reached out and grabbed Shen Mansu's wrist, twisted it lightly, and the dagger fell to the ground. Then, Yi Chen pulled her over and pressed her on the table.
You want to kill me, aren't you asking for trouble?
Yi Chen raised his hand and slapped Shen Mansu hard on her delicate face.
114, Chapter 114 Earth Dragon 7 Killing Formation.
There was a crisp sound. Shen Mansu was stunned for a moment. When he realized what Yi Chen was doing, he was filled with shame and anger, and immediately turned around and pushed Yi Chen away.
Asshole! Asshole, what are you doing? Shen Mansu was very angry. Of course it's to teach you a lesson and let you understand the price of doing this, Yi Chen said. You.
Shen Mansu gritted her teeth. She was one of the four beauties of Gusu and the goddess in the eyes of countless people, but she was pressed on the table and spanked. You bastard, I won't let you go. I can't kill you now, but I will one day. Shen Mansu said hatefully.
You actually hate me so much, it seems I didn't hit you hard enough.
Yi Chen pulled Shen Mansu over and pressed her on the table again.
Bang bang bang.
He slapped her 3 times in a row, this time with more force. Shen Mansu is like a delicate flower in the storm. His face was filled with pain, and his facial features were all shrunken. In addition to the pain, emotions such as grievance, shame, anger, and embarrassment surged up all at once, making her feel humiliated. She, the eldest daughter of the Shen family, was treated like an adult beating a child by Yi Chen.
Do you realize your mistake?
Yi Chen did not stop and slapped him a few more times. Shen Mansu lay on the table, gritting her teeth, tears in her eyes, and said nothing. There is no such thing as a tough guy in front of me. Yi Chen smiled coldly and grabbed the hem of the lace skirt.
You, stop it. Shen Mansu couldn't bear it anymore. Admit your mistake.
Yi Chen's movements never stopped.
After struggling for 2 seconds, Shen Mansu said in an unwilling tone, "I was wrong."
She felt extremely humiliated when she said these words.
It's good to admit your mistakes.
Yi Chen withdrew his hand. Shen Mansu quickly stood up, but this simple action made her feel a piercing pain. My body went limp and I almost fell down, but luckily I managed to hold onto the table. Her beautiful eyes were filled with tears as she stared at Yi Chen fiercely. If looks could kill, she would have killed Yi Chen tens of thousands of times.
I'm going to the back mountains soon. You follow me and help me. Yi Chen said.
Shen Mansu originally wanted to refuse, but after changing her mind, she agreed. The back mountain was full of dangers, and she wished Yi Chen would die there. Yi Chen set off soon, and Shen Mansu followed limping behind.
She was a little surprised that Yi Chen actually went there empty-handed. Didn't even take a road map.
You should know that there are magic arrays, killing arrays, traps and the like everywhere in the back mountain. If you take a wrong step, you may lose your life. The reason why Yi Chen was able to get in last time was because she led the way and took a safe route.
And this time?
If you still want me to lead the way, I can only say that you are wishful thinking, Shen Mansu said.
Don't worry, you don't need to lead the way this time. You just need to help me. Yi Chen smiled faintly. Oomph, egomaniac.
Shen Mansu snorted coldly. Without her leading the way and without a route map, Yi Chen would be seeking death if he went to the back mountain. After arriving at the back mountain, Shen Mansu's eyes suddenly lit up when she saw the direction Yi Chen was heading. There are 3 safe routes in total, and the path Yi Chen chose is not any of them.
It seems he didn't remember the safe route.
You're asking for death yourself, you can't blame anyone else. Shen Mansu secretly complained, you bastard, just bury me in the mountain behind my house.
But to her disappointment, Yi Chen walked a long way without touching any magic circle.
Seeing Shen Mansu still standing at the entrance in a daze, Yi Chen turned around and shouted from a distance, Shen Mansu, follow me. Shen Mansu naturally didn't want to follow Yi Chen, she wanted to take the safe route. However, under Yi Chen's coercion, she had no choice but to follow. Although he was scared along the way, he still hoped that Yi Chen could activate the magic circle and kill him here. It's a pity that Shin Mansu failed to get what she wanted. These magic arrays seemed to be ineffective in front of Yi Chen. Yi Chen didn't know that Shin Manchu's mental activities would be so interesting. His mind was elsewhere. He had already thoroughly mastered the 100 formations diagram and knew all the formations here like the back of his hand. He passed through more than a dozen formations in a row as if it were flat ground. As for the magic circle in front, Yi Chen was quite interested in it. It was called the Earth Dragon 7 Killing Formation. This is an extremely powerful killing formation that draws upon the power of the earth to form 7 large earth dragons, exerting terrifying killing power. Yi Chen wanted to feel the power of the killing formation, so he deliberately triggered it. In an instant, the earth shook. Seeing this scene, Shin Mansu was overjoyed. Yi Chen, the arrogant man, finally triggered a killing formation. He was going to be finished. Soon, the first earth dragon took shape, roaring ferociously and rushing towards Yi Chen. Bang! Yi Chen condensed his true energy and punched out, breaking the giant dragon in the earth veins into pieces. But he was also shocked and took 3 steps back. It's really powerful, it's just an earth dragon. Yi Chen nodded with satisfaction. Then 2 huge dragons appeared from the earth veins and pounced towards Yi Chen together. By the time 6 earth dragons appeared, Yi Chen was already unable to resist. This killing formation triggered the great power of the earth veins. It was already a miracle that he could hold on until this moment. Puff! Under the bombardment of 6 earth dragons, Yi Chen's body was thrown high into the air and then fell heavily to the ground. He was seriously injured and kept coughing up blood. His clothes were torn and covered with bloody cuts, and he looked very miserable. But Yi Chen still managed to hold on. It seems my limit is 6 dragons. Yi Chen thought to himself and immediately practiced breathing exercises to regulate his breathing. At this time, the killing array erupted again, and waves of majestic earth vein power gathered together like a long river. It was formed by the condensation of 7 large earth dragons. In an instant, the wind and clouds surged, and the killing array was filled with terrifying power. The shock, tearing, twisting and deforming of the object almost shattered it into pieces. Roar! The moment the 7 earth dragons moved together, a high-pitched dragon roar erupted, swallowing up the vast land, shattering mountains and rivers, and turning the world upside down. Yi Chen is finished. Shin Manchu, who was outside the magic circle, saw this scene and her eyes were filled with ecstasy. 6 big dragons had already seriously injured Yi Chen, and now 7 appeared, and the Earth Dragon's 7 killing formation's maximum power was exerted. Yi Chen will definitely be wiped out on the spot. Just as 7 Earth Dragons were roaring towards him, ready to tear Yi Chen into pieces. Suddenly, everything came to a halt. It was like a factory workshop that was bustling with activity just a moment ago, when suddenly the power went out. There was silence for a moment. The killing formation disappeared, the Earth Dragon disappeared, but Yi Chen stood there safe and sound. Shin Manchu, who was so excited that she wanted to jump up to celebrate, was suddenly dumbfounded. What is going on? This was naturally because Yi Chen manipulated the magic circle and caused it to suddenly stop. At this moment, it was Yi Chen who was surprised. This Earth Dragon's 7 killing formation was really powerful and unparalleled. Even he couldn't withstand it. It's suitable for trapping and killing powerful enemies. Yi Chen murmured in his heart and marked this place. This can become his trump card to bury the Xianmen masters. 115, Chapter 115. Lin Honshua's cool move. Are you disappointed that I wasn't killed? Yi Chen looked at Shin Manchu, who was stunned, and asked with a smile. Yes, Shin Manchu nodded. You will be disappointed later. Yi Chen said with a smile and continued to move forward. Really? Shin Manchu became more and more disappointed. Yi Chen did not follow the safe route at all, but wandered around like a headless fly. He triggered one magic circle after another, but was safe and sound every time. These magic arrays in the back mountain that the entire Shin family deeply feared were like toys in Yi Chen's hands, being manipulated and played with by him at will. Shin Manchu was shocked, until finally she fell into a state of complete numbness. It took a whole week for Yi Chen to travel all over Area A and see all 327 magic arrays before he stopped. The harvest is naturally huge. In addition to having some more trump cards, Yi Chen discovered dozens of rare treasures. All of them can be used in his hands, but Yi Chen only picked some of them, and the rest will be used in the future. The biggest surprise was finding a suitable place to plant 3 ice heartgrasses. It only took 7 days for all the ice heartgrass to mature. The mature grass seeds took root and sprouted, and dozens of seedlings were produced. It is much better than growing it in the Han family's medicine garden. It is indeed a blessed place. In addition, he also obtained a rare item, the space crystal. Yi Chen left the Shen family contentedly and prepared to return to Yunhai. He has been here for many days and it is time to go back. Recently, the pharmaceutical industry in Daxia has been in turmoil and competition is fierce. The most popular one is Hanxue Pharmaceutical. As tens of thousands of acres of purple heartgrass mature, Hanxue Pharmaceutical's flagship products are produced in large quantities, completing one order after another. The market value of Hanxue Pharmaceutical has increased several times, and Lin Hanxue's net worth has also risen sharply, reaching more than 6 billion. Making her one of the top female billionaires in Yunhai. Whether online or in real life, overwhelming praise poured in towards Lin Hanxue. She was surrounded by layer upon layer of halo and was hailed as the Queen of Medicine. The joint pharmaceutical factory founded by Han Wanner and Lin Hanxue also gained huge economic benefits. In terms of performance and profits, Longting Group ranks among the best in the entire group. Han Wanner was in a good mood, dressed beautifully, and came to the company early in the morning. At the previous Dragon and Tiger banquet, she was going to have a business war with the Li family, and even had a 2-month gambling game with Lin Yan'an. Whoever loses will leave the Sea of Clouds. More than half a month has passed. Although Lin Yan'an has great business talent and many channels, he is still surpassed by Han Wanner. Especially in the medical field that Lin Yan'an focused on, he was completely defeated by Han Wanner, and his united pharmaceutical factory played an indispensable role. If this trend continues, she will definitely win the bet. So Han Wanner came to the company early in the morning and waited for Lin Hanxue. All the orders were completed, and the first phase of her cooperation with Lin Hanxue had ended. The next step is naturally to sign a new contract and carry out more in-depth cooperation in the second phase. Once the contract is signed, the battle without gunpowder between her and Lin Yan'an will basically be won. Yushu, what time is it now? Han Wanner waited in the office for a long time, but Lin Hanxue didn't come. It's already 9:30 in the morning, Han Yushu said. Han Wanner frowned slightly. She and Lin Hanxue had agreed to sign the contract at 9 o'clock in the morning. Half an hour had passed, and Lin Hanxue had not arrived yet. Miss, Mr. Lin just said that he is in a meeting at the company and will come over soon. Should I call him again to urge him? Han Yushu asked. Forget it, I'll go find her myself. Han Wanner stood up. She was a little annoyed. Ever since a large number of orders were completed and Lin Hanxue gained fame and fortune, she had ignored her. After all, she is Lin Hanxue's nominal boss. Han Wanner should account for at least half of the credit for Hanxue Pharmaceutical's huge success this time. If it weren't for the United Pharmaceutical Factory's strong production capacity, Lin Hanxue would have been unable to produce so many products in such a short period of time and complete the order quickly. Secondly, the popularity of the children's lung clearing and cough relief oral liquid is also closely related to the Han family's powerful channel promotion. It was clearly Han Wanner who made the greatest efforts, but Lin Hanxue became the biggest winner. Not only was Lin Hanxue not grateful, she also neglected her, the greatest contributor. How could Han Wanner feel good? When Han Wanner rushed to Lin Hanxue's office, she found Lin Hanxue leaning back in a comfortable boss chair with her eyes closed, listening to music leisurely. Lin Hanxue, is this the meeting you mentioned? Han Wanner said angrily when she saw Lin Hanxue's look. Lin Hanxue was not panicked when she saw Han Wanner coming. She didn't even stand up, but just glanced at Han Wanner. Mr. Han, why are you so angry? Sit down and have some tea to calm down, Lin Hanxue said with a smile. Han Wanner became even angrier when she saw her like this. She threw the contract on the table and said coldly. Lin Hanxue, we agreed to sign the contract in my office at 9 o'clock today. You were late in coming and told me you were in a meeting, but you ended up doing nothing in the office, drinking tea and listening to music.
Are you kidding me? Lin Hanxue then straightened her sitting posture and said calmly, Boss Han, how did I trick you?
Han Wanner laughed in anger. Now she just wanted to slap Lin Hanxue and ask, how did I slap you? Lin Hanxue, what exactly do you mean? Tell me, don't use these disgusting tricks, it's cheap, embarrassing, and low class. It has cast a shadow on your character. Han Wanner spoke bluntly and sharply. Lin Hanxue frowned, stood up, and a powerful aura emanated from her delicate body. Han Wanner, please don't be so harsh. The reason I didn't sign the contract is naturally because I don't plan to continue cooperating with your Xinhui Pharmaceutical.
Since you are not cooperating, why do you still need to sign a contract? What, you won't cooperate? Han Wanner was completely stunned. Yeah, I'm just not cooperating, that's what I mean.
Lin Hanxue said proudly. Right now, Hanxue Pharmaceuticals is the most famous and popular company. Many companies want to cooperate with us, such as Mli's Nianen Pharmaceuticals. As he spoke, a handsome man in a suit and tie walked out from the next room with a graceful manner and a bright smile on his face. When Han Wanner saw him, her head suddenly buzzed like a thunderclap, and she stood there in a daze.
Li Nianen.
In an instant she understood that Lin Hanxue had given up on continuing to cooperate with her and instead threw herself into Li Nianen's arms. Lin Hanxue's brazen move immediately sent a ton of shockwaves through Han Wanner's heart.
116, Chapter 116 must get her.
Han Wanner felt as uncomfortable as if she had eaten a bunch of dead flies.
Treachery? Demolish the bridge after crossing it? Ungrateful? Fatal backstab?
No words can describe Lin Hanxue's actions. Lin Hanxue only needs to provide technology and raw materials, and Han Wanner will provide the venue, machines, and personnel to help Lin Hanxue solve all problems. He even used the Han family's powerful channels to package, publicize, and promote Lin Hanxue's products. Now that she was so successful, Lin Hanxue actually kicked her away. What's even more hateful is that she threw herself into Li Nianen's arms.
Han Wanner was stunned for more than 10 seconds, took a deep breath, and then said, Lin Hanxue, why? Why? Lin Hanxue was very satisfied with Han Wanner's reaction. She was completely dumbfounded. Naturally, Mr. Li gave me a more generous reward. Businessmen are driven by profit. Miss Han won't blame me, right? How much did he give you? 60%. I can also give you 60%. Why don't you talk to me? Why don't you bring it up? If I reject you, and you work with Li Nianen again, I won't have anything to say. Han Wanner was extremely angry. But you chose Li Nianen without even saying anything. Aren't you just teasing me and playing with me? Lin Hanxue sneered, do you really think it's because of the profit sharing? If it's not because of the profit sharing, then what is it? Han Wanner frowned, because of Yi Chen?
I'm glad you understand, Lin Hanxue said coldly.
Isn't he the man you threw away like trash?
Han Wanner said in surprise, you won't let others pick it up, why are you so overbearing? Domineering, I am so domineering. I threw Yi Chen away, and no one can pick him up. Lin Hanxue gritted her teeth and said, maybe I would pick him up again someday, but you've deprived me of that choice.
Han Wanner, I cannot stand with you.
Lin Hanxue put her fists on the table and stared at Han Wanner with a fierce look.
Hypocritical and shameless.
Han Wanner's face was filled with disdain. If you had dared to confront me like this before the order was completed, I would have more or less admired you. Now that you've used me, turning your back on me will only make me look down on you. Whether you look down on me or not is none of my business. On the road to success, those who use any means necessary will always be one step ahead of others. Lin Hanxue raised her snow-white chin with a proud attitude. When you stand on the top and look down, people will only look at you with envy and admiration, but will not pay attention to the means you used to reach the top. Watching the two women arguing with each other, Li Nianen, who was standing next to them, rubbed his hands and couldn't get a word in. It's full of twisted ideas. Han Wanner was even more disdainful. She knocked on the table and said, according to our agreement, the United Pharmaceutical Factory will carry out a three-phase cooperation. If you withdraw now, you will violate the agreement and will have to pay a huge penalty. Lin Hanxue, you have to think this over carefully. At this time, Lin Yan'an finally found an opportunity to interrupt and said with a smile, Ms. Han, I will pay Han Xue's penalty. I think it's 100 million, right? As he spoke, he took out a check, wrote down a string of numbers on it, and gave it to Han Wanner. Han Wanner took the check, looked at Lin Yan'an deeply, and finally her eyes fell on Lin Hanxue. People like you who have no sense of contract and are treacherous will not go far in the business world. After saying this, Han Wanner turned and left. When she walked to the door, Lin Yan'an's voice came from behind. Ms. Han, don't forget the bet between us. Now that Han Xue is cooperating with me, the balance of victory has tilted towards me. Sitting in the car, Han Wanner slapped the steering wheel angrily. Han Yushu's expression was solemn. Miss, at this critical juncture of your battle with Lin Yan'an, Lin Hanxue's joining forces with Lin Yan'an would be a fatal blow to us. You do not say. Han Wanner gnashed her teeth and said, thanks to our vigorous promotion, Hanxue Pharmaceutical has become a huge success and a hot commodity, generating astonishing profits. Originally, we had the upper hand over Lin Yan'an, but now the situation has changed. If Lin Yan'an uses the Li family's channels to fully support Lin Hanxue, I'm afraid we'll be defeated in the end. Han Yushu felt powerless when he heard this. There is no way. Hanxue Pharmaceutical's flagship product is too powerful, and there is no product that can beat it. But we are not without a chance. Yi Chen's detoxification oral liquid is very effective and can be made into the flagship product of our Xinghue Pharmaceutical. Han Wanner clenched her fist and said, the detoxification oral liquid and the lung cleansing oral liquid are quite effective. But miss, you have to understand that Qingfei oral liquid appeared early, has already captured the market, and has made a name for itself. Its position is very stable, and its popularity is also higher. No matter how effective our detoxification oral liquid is, it still needs to be tested by the market and allowed time to pass before it can become a flagship product. There's only a little over a month left until the date you agreed to meet with Lin Yan'an. I am afraid it's too late. Han Wanner frowned. There is no other way. I can only do this. This is the only way. Or, you can give Yi Chen a call. Maybe he has a solution? Han Yushu said in a low voice. Yi Chen. Han Wanner muttered the name and immediately calmed down. But he immediately said angrily, this bastard, he hasn't been seen for more than 10 days. If I don't contact him, doesn't he know how to contact me? As soon as Yi Chen returned to Yunhai, Han Wanner called him and asked him to come over quickly, saying that something serious had happened. When Yi Chen hurried over, Han Wanner was drinking tea in the office. Look at her. Seeing his carefree look, Yi Chen said unhappily, something terrible has happened, and you still have the mind to drink tea here? I didn't lie to you, something big did happen. Han Wanner stood up, walked to Yi Chen, and said with a smile, it's related to your ex-wife. What is Lin Hanxue doing again? Yi Chen asked while sitting on the sofa next to him. You know she's a troublemaker, and this time she's been a real big trouble. So Han Wanner told Yi Chen about Lin Hanxue's amazing actions. Yi Chen was also surprised after hearing this. Lin Hanxue actually played like this and tricked Han Wanner. It refreshed his cognition again. There is no bottom line. She abandoned you first, and now she's abandoned me. We read both in the same boat. Han Wanner took 2 steps forward with a sad face, raised her beautiful legs and sat on Yi Chen's thighs. With her arms around his neck and facing Yi Chen, she said pitifully, we are both wanderers in this world, shouldn't we unite to deal with her? Get her, we must get her. Yi Chen said without hesitation. You are awesome. Han Wanner hugged Yi Chen's neck and pushed forward. 117, Chapter 117. Magic defeats magic. Yi Chen was immediately buried in the land of tenderness. He thought Han Wanner was just excited and did it unintentionally, but he didn't expect that she didn't stop after more than 10 seconds. The strength in the wrist actually increased. Are you hungry? Eat if you want, Han Wanner said. Yi Chen blushed, but his actions were decisive. A few minutes later, the two separated until there was a knock on the door. The person who came in was Han Yushu. He felt a strange atmosphere, quickly glanced at Han Wanner and Yi Chen, and walked to the desk with an expressionless face. Miss, Lin Hanxue has already evacuated his people and office supplies from the United Pharmaceutical Factory. Han Yushu looked up at Han Wanner, who was adjusting her shoulder straps.
Moreover, she and Li Nianan have partnered to open Enshui Pharmaceuticals, which has already been registered with the Industry and Commerce Bureau.
According to the intelligence sent back by industrial spies, their newly opened pharmaceutical factory is 10 times the size of our United Pharmaceutical Factory.
Han Wanner tidied her clothes while sneering, "What a big deal, they want to completely destroy our Xinhui Pharmaceutical."
The outlook is not optimistic in recent years. Many traditional pillar industries such as real estate and finance have declined, while the pharmaceutical industry has become increasingly prosperous. On a street, there is an average of one pharmacy every 50 meters, which is not an exaggeration. If Enshui Pharmaceuticals' production scale becomes a reality, our Xinhui Pharmaceutical will suffer a fatal blow, especially since we have lost our trump card, the pediatric Qingrezhika oral liquid. Han Yushu was very pessimistic.
Faced with the aggressive Enshui Pharmaceutical, we are afraid we will be vulnerable.
Han Wanner's slender eyebrows knitted slightly and she said, "Yushu, please help me button up the back of my shirt."
Yi Chen felt a little embarrassed and looked out the window.
Han Yushu came behind Han Wanner and helped her button her shirt.
"Miss, you have to make plans early. If we don't have a response plan, we will probably lose," Han Yushu said. Han Wanner said helplessly, "I can't do anything about it. Li Nianan's move was too ruthless, it caught me off guard.
With only a month and a half, even if I were a god, I wouldn't be able to create a product that could compete with Enshui Pharmaceuticals."
Mr. Yi, do you have any good ideas?"
Han Yushu looked at Yi Chen standing aside, his expression and tone not so good.
"It can even be said to be emotional. This pervert actually did this in the lady's office.
Ever since the young lady met him, she would occasionally be in a daze, showing more of a girlish attitude, and becoming less and less like the sharp and decisive business queen she used to be."
"I don't have any brilliant ideas," Yi Chen waved his hand. "I know nothing about business matters."
After hearing Yi Chen's words, Han Yushu suddenly felt like a deflated ball. She had originally been counting on Yi Chen to show up and save the world, but who knew that he couldn't help at all? Han Yushu immediately started to mock. "Yi Chen, the lady said that you always bring surprises to people and that you can always create miracles in desperate situations. It seems that the lady thinks too highly of you."
"I overestimated you, thinking you'd be able to come up with something. I didn't expect you to be unable to even fart. That's Lin Hanshue, the woman who abandoned you. Now she's stepping on us, and you can't do anything. Are you still a man?"
Han Yushu became more and more angry as he spoke. "You can't help at all, yet you come here to cause trouble."
"How did I cause trouble?" Yi Chen said speechlessly. "Why did this woman seem so aggressive, as if she had eaten gunpowder?"
"Didn't I just suck out the snake venom from your thigh last time, that saved your life?
Instead of being grateful, you hold a grudge against me?"
Han Yushu pointed at Yi Chen and said angrily, "Who tore off my young lady's shoulder strap? You know what you did to her just now."
"An office is an office, not a place for you to act like a hooligan." Han Yushu. Han Wanner finally couldn't help but speak. She glanced at her coldly and said, "I was the one who acted like a hooligan, so, are you going to fire me?" "Miss, Tu didn't mean that." Han Yushu's momentum suddenly weakened. Han Wanner smiled coldly and said sternly, "What you just said is bullshit. We ask Yi Chen to do everything. We look for him when we are in danger and when we are poisoned. When has he ever failed to do his job? Now that we are facing a crisis in our business, you are still counting on Yi Chen. Do you think he is omnipotent? Yi Chen doesn't understand business at all. You're so arrogant when you can't help us. Do you think you're doing the right thing?"
Han Yushu lowered his head after being scolded by Han Wanner, and said with a red face, "Miss, I was wrong."
"Apologize to Yi Chen." "Yi Chen, I..."
"Stop, Yushu, you don't have to apologize. We are all family, and I know you are very anxious. It's okay, I don't mind,"
Yi Chen said quickly. "Well..."
Han Wanner sighed and said, "Yi Chen, go back first. I'll think of a solution."
"Don't think about it, I've already figured out a solution," Yi Chen suddenly said. "What?"
Han Wanner and Han Yushu both looked at Yi Chen in surprise.
"Do you really have a solution?" Han Yushu asked again quickly. Yi Chen nodded. "What method?" Han Wanner asked expectantly.
"An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Use magic to defeat magic," Yi Chen said slowly. Both girls looked confused.
I'll give you the formula for the children's lung clearing and cough relief oral liquid, and you can also produce this flagship product, isn't that enough? Yi Chen said with a smile.
What did you say? Han Wanner and Han Yushu took 2 steps forward at the same time, one of them holding one of Yi Chen's shoulders, their eyes wide open.
Seeing their big reaction, Yi Chen asked in surprise, is it not possible?
Yes, of course, it's absolutely amazing.
Han Wanner, he asked excitedly, are you sure you have the formula for the children's lung clearing and cough relief oral liquid? Hanxue Pharmaceutical rose to prominence thanks to this formula.
All of Lin Hanxue's glory is built on this mysterious formula.
Just like KFC's core recipe, extremely strict confidentiality measures are taken.
It is said that the handwritten recipe of the original founder of KFC is placed in a safe weighing more than 300 kilograms, with a thick layer of cement on the outside, and the house where the recipe is kept is under 34-hour surveillance.
This ensures that KFC's recipe has not been leaked or cracked for more than 80 years.
The formula of the children's heat-clearing and cough-relieving oral liquid is only kept in Lin Hanxue's hands, and only she knows the secret of this formula. If we could get her formula, all problems would be solved. When Yi Chen said he had it, you can imagine how excited Han Wanner was. It must be true, this formula was originally given to Lin Hanxue by me, Yi Chen said. Han Wanner's delicate body trembled, and she felt like a pie had fallen from the sky, and was hit hard by happiness.
It turns out that Yi Chen is the owner of the recipe.
This overwhelming wealth was all bestowed upon Lin Hanxue by him.
118, Chapter 118. The learning atmosphere is great. In fact, Han Wanner had previously inferred that Yi Chen was the driving force behind Hanxue Pharmaceutical's rise to glory. Now it seems to be true, even the recipe was given by Yi Chen. Han Wanner rubbed her chest and said excitedly, Yi Chen, are you willing to give me the formula?
Yes. You are so nice. Han Wanner looked at Yi Chen with tears in her eyes. If Han Yushu hadn't been there, she would have hugged him and bit him hard. At this moment, even Han Yushu wanted to hug Yi Chen and chew him madly. This was really a timely help.
Yi Chen, where's the recipe? It's in the old house, I'll get it right away.
I'll go with you, Han Wanner said. Then, she excitedly took Yi Chen out of the office building and got into the car. Han Wanner rubbed her chest and prepared to start the car. Yi Chen, who was in the passenger seat, hesitated for a moment and said, did I hurt you just now? He saw Han Wanner doing this action from time to time along the way.
What do you think?
Han Wanner rolled her eyes at Yi Chen and said, your mouth is like a 26000 pa suction cup. Yi Chen scratched his head, feeling embarrassed. Han Wanner started the car, it's probably swollen, I'll apply some medicine later. Yi Chen wanted to say that he just needed to press it a few times and there was no need to apply medicine, but he didn't say it.
Half an hour later, the two arrived at the old house, and Han Wanner successfully got the recipe. Yi Chen went to the medicinal fields of Xinghue Pharmaceutical and set up a giant magic circle to grow purple heartgrass.
When he set up the formation for Lin Hanxue before, he had no cultivation experience and it took him 3 months to set up the formation. He is now at the 6th level of Qi training, which is many times stronger than before.
It only took 1 day to set up the magic circle. This magic circle is many times stronger than Lin Hanxue's magic circle. The difference is like heaven and earth.
There's no need to repair it at all. The magic circle can continue to operate. Planting purple heartgrass inside will shorten its growth cycle by at least 3 times, and its medicinal effect will be even better. If Lin Hanxue's magic circle is an old Nokia phone, and Han Wanner's is the latest Apple 15, there is no comparison at all.
Next, Han Wanner started to get busy, searching the world for purple heartgrass and planting it in the magic circle.
Purple heartgrass has harsh growing conditions and is quite rare, but not rarity. Because it is not a magic medicine, nor is it a treasure from heaven and earth. As long as we invest a lot of manpower and material resources, we can still find a lot of them. However, Han Wanner planted a lot, so it is not realistic to find so much purple heartgrass in a short period of time. It was Yi Chen who helped her solve this problem. That is to steal. Go to Lin Hanshua's medicinal field to steal. She just harvested so much purple heartgrass, and collected thousands of kilograms of seeds alone.
Yi Chen stole dozens of kilograms of seeds and planted them in Han Wanner's medicinal field. Actually, it can't be considered stealing, because it originally belonged to Yi Chen.
If he hadn't saved the purple heartgrass last time, there wouldn't be these seeds. After helping Han Wanner solve these problems, Yi Chen returned to the old house to practice. As soon as I got home, an unexpected phone call came. It's that Wang Chang, the Huashi King Kong.
The last time he went to Gusu, Yi Chen helped someone on the way.
If Wang Chang hadn't called, he would have almost forgotten this person. The only thing I remember is that his wife Lan Yan had a great figure that was unforgettable. Mr. Yi, I have lived up to your trust and have taken control of Xinhong now. I am the boss of Huashi Xinhong.
There was excitement in Wang Chang's voice.
Congratulations, you didn't let me down, Yi Chen said with a smile. All of this was given by Mr. Yi. If it weren't for Mr. Yi, Yanmei and I wouldn't have been able to take charge of Xinhong. We would have been chopped into pieces by Huang Hu's men long ago. Speaking of this, Wang Chang was very excited. A sweet voice rang out from the side. Mr. Yi, we will never forget your great kindness to my wife and me. Now that the situation has stabilized, we invite Mr. Yi to visit Huashi. We must repay Mai's great kindness.
That's easy. If I have time, I will go there, Yi Chen said.
Of course he wouldn't go now. He had just returned to Yunhai, and cultivation was the most important thing. Wang Chang and his wife exchanged a few polite words before hanging up the phone.
Yi Chen immediately started practicing.
He had the dragon pendant, so he didn't have to breathe in and out to exchange energy with the heaven and earth, which was a time-consuming, labor-intensive and boring task. However, he still has a lot to do, such as refining talismans, comprehending magic arrays, and refining magic weapons. In fact, when he reaches the 5th level of Qi training and the Yin-Yang seal is generated in the Qi Sea, he can refine magic tools.
But Yi Chen never had time to spare.
Next, he planned to spend a lot of time refining magic weapons. In addition, Yi Chen is now at the 6th level of Qi training, and his mental power can already be released. He also needs to cultivate his mental strength, which is not an easy task.
Yi Chen felt that it was no longer possible to practice in this old house.
The place was too small and located in a residential area. If he made a little noise, the residents upstairs and downstairs, and even the entire building, would not be able to bear it. So after practicing for a day, Yi Chen went out and prepared to find a secluded courtyard to live in. If you want to rent a house, the university town in the northern suburbs of Yunhai is a good choice. First, there are many people renting houses, and second, they are cheap. Yi Chen went there. Just walking around the alleys here, he could see a large number of rental advertisements. Yi Chen found the phone number of a small courtyard for rent and called it. Soon he met the landlord, a woman in her 40s named Su Yan. She is dressed very sexily and is quite pretty, and can be considered a middle-aged woman. Yi Chen stated his request, especially emphasizing the words secluded. He did not want to be beaten disturbance. Don't worry, young man, my courtyard is absolutely secluded and no one can disturb you. 8 graduate students have already graduated from my courtyard, all from prestigious universities. The yard is beautiful and filled with flowers. It's very pretty. The location is convenient. You'll fall in love with it right away.
Su Yan is very eloquent and talks incessantly.
Yi Chen smiled helplessly. It seemed that the landlord thought he was a college student who was going to take the postgraduate entrance examination.
It's right here. It's absolutely quiet. Su Yan led Yi Chen to a small courtyard.
Yi Chen looked around and frowned slightly. It was a bit inconsistent with what the landlord said. Takeaway boxes can be seen everywhere, attracting swarms of flies. And the flowers she mentioned, there were only 2, and they were about to die.
Sister Su, is there anyone else living in this courtyard?
Yi Chen asked, looking at the takeaway box. Su Yan said, there's also a couple who are very hardworking and diligent. They're studying for their postgraduate entrance exams here, studying day and night without sleep. The learning atmosphere here is fantastic. Just as Su Yan finished speaking, the sound of humming between a man and a woman suddenly came from the room next door.
And it's getting louder and louder. Yi Chen's expression changed and he looked at Su Yan suspiciously. Is this what you call a great learning atmosphere? 119, Chapter 119 Holding Hands in Public. Su Yan's face also turned red, and she said, "Shameless, you're not studying in broad daylight, but actually doing something like this." She looked back and saw that Yi Chen had already left. Su Yan quickly chased after him and said, "Don't go, young man, I'll show you a few more courtyards." Seeing her enthusiasm, Yi Chen nodded and looked at 5 or 6 courtyards with Su Yan, but he was not very satisfied with any of them. However, Yi Chen was quite surprised that Su Yan was actually a wealthy woman. Those 5 or 6 courtyards were hers, and the land alone was worth tens of millions. "Sister Su, thank you, I'll look for it again," Yi Chen said tactfully. Su Yan looked at Yi Chen, suddenly stepped forward, grabbed his hand, and said, "If you don't like these courtyards, just live in my big villa. I am alone there, and I'm quite lonely at night." As she spoke, she scratched Yi Chen's palm, and her expression became ambiguous. Yi Chen got goosebumps all over his body. He thought that this rich woman might have taken a fancy to him, so he quickly pulled his hand back. "Forget it, Sister Su, I'll look for it again," Yi Chen said quickly. "Don't leave, you handsome boy, I cherish you and love you. Live in my big villa and drive my big Mercedes." Su Yan grabbed Yi Chen's hand again and pulled him into her arms like a tigress. Yi Chen was drunk, so why did Sister Su attack him directly? He exerted a little force and broke free from Su Yan. Then, run away. Yi Chen was really scared. Su Yan looked like she wanted to eat him. "You idiot, if you obey me, you can save yourself 30 years of hard work. Hey, stop." Su Yan was chasing after him. She had never seen such a handsome guy before and she felt itchy in her heart. But Yi Chen disappeared in a flash. Su Yan was panting and could not run anymore. What a fool. Su Yan panted and complained, "When I was young, I didn't know the good of rich women, so I mistakenly treated young girls as treasures. When I was young, I didn't know the sweetness of soft rice, so I mistakenly used my youth to plant rice seedlings. You don't even understand this. Others want to eat my bowl of soft rice, but they can't even get it. You are so good, I fed it to your mouth, but you didn't eat it." Yi Chen had already run far away at this time, his face flushed. If the Li family knew that Yi Chen, whom they regarded as a killing god, was made to blush by a middle-aged beautiful woman, they would probably be shocked. Yi Chen then looked for several more courtyards, but he was not very satisfied with any of them. Either there were other tenants or the location was not good. Just when he was lamenting the difficulty of finding a house, Lin Hanxue suddenly called. Yi Chen was a little surprised. Hanxue Pharmaceutical was now in its heyday, and Lin Hanxue was also at the peak of her career. Why did she look for him? "Yi Chen, I moved to a new house. Today is the day of my housewarming. I invite you to come and see my new home," Lin Hanxue said. When Yi Chen was about to refuse, Lin Hanxue's words made him change his mind. "It's in the upstart villa area near the university town. Come and take a look." Good. Yi Chen agreed. It happened that he was near the university town, so he could stop by and take a look. The Xingue Villa District is one of the top villa districts in Yunhai, and is on the same level as Han Weiner's Diamond Hill Villa District. The location is very good, backed by Baiyun Mountain and close to Yuhu Lake, with very beautiful scenery. It is also a feng shui treasure land. The villas here are worth hundreds of millions. Yi Chen fell in love with this place the moment he arrived. The environment was so beautiful and the spiritual energy was more abundant than other places. More importantly, it is quiet. It is an ideal place for cultivation. It would be great if he could live here. But Yi Chen could only think about it. After all, he couldn't afford such an expensive villa. Yi Chen felt that Lin Hanxue was really rich and could even buy such an expensive villa. When he arrived at the address given by Lin Hanxue, he saw that the entrance of the villa was decorated with lights and the ground was covered with fireworks and firecrackers. A large group of people gathered at the door. They were all relatives of Lin Hanxue. Many of them were people Yi Chen didn't know, but they all came. Everyone was talking and laughing, and the scene was full of joy. Yi Chen's arrival was like a discordant note, instantly destroying the festive and peaceful atmosphere here. "Yi Chen, why are you here?" Lu Meiyu screamed as soon as she saw Yi Chen. When the relatives of the Lin family saw this, their expressions became amused. What was the meaning of this son-in-law who was kicked out of the Lin family coming here at this time? Yi Chen, you have been kicked out of the house by Han Xue, why are you still here? Said Lin Han Xue's Aunt Lu Meixin.
Of course I was invited, Yi Chen said.
Invite? Lu Meiyu immediately sneered, don't you know how much you weigh? Even if our Lin family invites a dog, we won't invite you. Exactly on such a happy occasion, why are you, a loser, joining in the fun?
It's so unlucky I don't know why, but I feel unlucky when I see Yi Chen. Fortunately, Han Xue kicked him away, Uncle Lin also said. They all knew that Lu Meiyu's family disliked Yi Chen, so naturally they had to unite and step on Yi Chen hard. After all, Lu Meiyu's family was very prosperous now, and they all wanted to curry favor with them. Yi Chen glanced at them and said, you didn't invite me here, I am too lazy to talk to you, move aside, I want to go in and take a look. Lu Meiyu immediately stood in front of Yi Chen with her chest puffed out, I won't let you in, no one invited you here. Glancing at her chest, Yi Chen frowned slightly. Lu Meiyu's chi was severely blocked. If she didn't get treatment quickly, it would cause big problems. Lu Meiyu, I advise you to go to the hospital as soon as possible, it will be too late if you delay any later, Yi Chen said. What did you say, you bastard? Are you cursing me? Lu Meiyu was furious, get out of my sight right now. As she spoke, she waved her hand, and the Lin family gathered around, rolling up their sleeves, looking aggressive and ready to the look of taking action. Yi Chen, leave quickly, you are not welcome here. You've been kicked out, yet you're still trying to get closer, even with a lame excuse. Who would invite you here? No one invited you at all, how can you be so shameless? I invited him. A clear voice came from the door. Everyone turned around and saw that it was Lin Han Xue. Their faces were a little embarrassed, but Yi Chen was still invited. But the Lin family found it hard to understand, since Lin Han Xue hated Yi Chen so much, why would she invite him to her new home? At this time, Lin Han Xue, wearing a red cheongsam, walked over. The crowd quickly made way for a path. When Yi Chen saw Lin Han Xue, his eyes lit up. It was the first time he saw her wearing a red cheongsam. The slender and exquisite body curves were outlined vividly, and the fiery red color made Lin Han Xue look extremely gorgeous, with a breathtaking beauty. Yi Chen felt very amazed. Let's go, Yi Chen, and take a look at my new home. Lin Han Xue said this, and then made a move that shocked the Lin family and also shocked Yi Chen. In full view of everyone, she actually took Yi Chen's hand and slowly walked towards the villa. 120, Chapter 120, Mirror Flowers and Water Moons. The Lin family was stunned. This simple action caused a storm in their hearts. Lin Han Xue actually held Yi Chen's hand. When the Lin family realized what was happening, they felt as if they had eaten a dead fly and were very upset. But they didn't dare to say anything. Now Lin Han Xue was very successful and worth more than 6 billion. Even if she said that the sun was square, the Lin family would not dare to say a word against it. At this moment, Yi Chen was also very surprised, walking side by side with Lin Han Xue holding hands. This feeling was both familiar and unfamiliar. Lin Han Xue had a blank expression on her face. She held Yi Chen's hand and walked into the villa. However, her slightly trembling body showed that her heart was not as calm as she appeared on the surface. This is the scene I once dreamed of, holding your hand and walking into a magnificent palace. Lin Han Xue murmured. She suddenly turned around, looked at Yi Chen and smiled. Her bright smile took away all the colors in the world. Although this is not a palace, it is a beautiful villa. I have finally realized my dream. Yi Chen nodded. This villa is really nice, big and beautiful. There are large lawns, pavilions, towers, bridges and flowing water, rockery and rocks, and gardens, which are a perfect combination of modern technology and classical atmosphere. At first glance, it makes people linger. Come on, I'll show you around. Lin Han Xue finally let go of Yi Chen's hand and introduced as they walked. This villa is divided into 2 courtyards, front and back, connected by a white jade arch bridge. There are a total of 6 landscapes in the front yard. Looking at Lin Han Xue, who was introducing herself incessantly like a tour guide, Yi Chen didn't know what her motives were. Is she showing off her success? Yi Chen thought so, but not completely. He could feel a sense of regret from Lin Han Xue's expression and tone. He also didn't know why Lin Han Xue had such emotions. The Lin family members followed behind them, staring at Yi Chen with unfriendly expressions, but no one dared to say anything. Because they couldn't figure out Lin Han Xue's thoughts. Aunt, what's going on with my cousin? Has Yichen drugged her with some kind of love potion? Said Lin Hanshue's cousin Wang Cheng.
I don't know either. Hanshue seems a little abnormal today.
Lu Meiyu thought for a moment and said, maybe she was deceived by Yichen's sweet words.
No.
Lu Meixin slapped her thigh and said, Hanshue is no longer the same as before. She is worth over 6 billion and is one of the top 10 richest women in Yunhai. If she were to be cheated by Yichen, she would lose hundreds of millions. When the Lin family heard this, they felt very uncomfortable. Now that Hanshue has become rich, Yichen is coming up to her with such eagerness, he must have bad intentions.
They were all lining up to curry favor with Lin Hanshue, and naturally didn't want to be overtaken by Yichen.
Let's wait for an opportunity to teach this bastard Yichen a lesson. It's impossible for him to deceive my daughter, Lu Meiyu said angrily. At this time, Lin Hanshue had already brought Yichen to a beautiful garden.
This is the third scene in the front yard, flowers in the mirror and moon in the water. Lin Hanshue smiled and said, do you know why it's called this name? Yichen shook his head.
Lin Hanshue said, there are only flowers here, and there's a moon at night, but there's no mirror, no water. However, there is a well, and the beautiful flowers are reflected in the well, like a mirror, isn't it? In this way, the images of flowers in the mirror and the moon in the water are all there.
Whoever came up with this name is really a wonderful person. I assented. Very meaningful?
Lin Hanshue smiled, her fair and clean oval face, soft and delicate skin, long and slender eyebrows, and eyes sparkling like stars. Yichen nodded, marveling at the profoundness of Daxia culture and the ingenuity of the craftsman. A well solved the problem of mirror and water.
Yichen, look, this is the well.
Lin Hanshue guided Yichen to the center of the garden, where there was a square white stone railing with a well in the center.
Yichen walked forward with a smile, and as soon as he reached the well, his expression suddenly changed. A chill came over me. There is something wrong with this well. The resentment is overwhelming and the coldness is biting.
Yichen sensed it carefully and narrowed his eyes slightly. There was indeed a ghost inside, with deep obsession and resentment. He could sense it clearly. Someone died in this well, a woman, and her death was so unjust that the resentment was so deep that the wind was chilling even in broad daylight.
Of course, ordinary people can't feel it.
Yichen, a cultivator, has cultivated the yin-yang heavenly eye. Whether he is sensing, looking with his eyes, or exploring with his mental power, he can see everything clearly. After looking at the structure of the wellhead again, Yichen understood.
Well-suppressing stone, bagua lock, and lotus platform.
They are all things to suppress ghosts. However, the wizard who arranged this thing was of average skill, and the resentment of the ghost in the well was too deep, combined with the evil aura of the deep well, it seemed that it could not be suppressed at all. It's okay in broad daylight because the yang energy is strong, so maybe it doesn't dare to come out and cause trouble.
If it's at night, it will cause a storm. Yichen, what's wrong with you? Why are you in a daze? Lin Hanshue asked in surprise when she saw that Yichen's expression was not right. Nothing, I was distracted.
Yichen frowned, not knowing how to tell Lin Hanshue.
This is her new home, and today is her new housewarming celebration. Should I tell her that this is a haunted house? How unlucky.
In fact, with Yichen's ability, he could easily destroy the ghost in the well.
But he won't do that.
Because this group of ghosts has deep resentment and hatred, and has obviously suffered great injustice.
If Yichen kills it, wouldn't he be aiding and abetting the evil?
People have requests, and so do ghosts. Those who really need to be punished are those who have done wrong things and harmed others.
Yichen, what's wrong with you? Are you listening to me? Why are you so absent-minded? Lin Hanshue glanced at Yichen angrily. Yichen asked quickly, is this villa new or second-hand? How much did it cost? Why are you asking this? Lin Hanshue asked suspiciously.
Tell me, Yichen said in an unquestionable tone.
Second-hand.
Lin Hanshue said, the previous owner was a wealthy businessman from the south who had been doing business in Yunhai for the past few years. Because his business failed miserably, he sold the house at a low price, and I picked up a bargain. Yichen narrowed his eyes slightly. Sure enough, there was something wrong with this house, otherwise the wealthy businessman from the south would not have sold it at such a low price. Lin Hanshue thought she had gotten a great bargain, but she didn't know that she was going to get into trouble.
Have you paid now? Yi Chen asked again.
No, I only paid a deposit of 100,000. There are still many documents to prepare for the real estate transaction. I will go to the transaction with the wealthy businessman tomorrow and pay the balance later.
It's good that there's no transaction yet.
Yi Chen nodded, and then said to Lin Hanxue very seriously, listen to me and return this house.
What, you want me to give up the house? Lin Hanxue was suddenly shocked. 121, Chapter 121 The conflict escalates.
Yes, return the house, Yi Chen said.
Why?
Lin Hanxue was puzzled.
Yi Chen couldn't say it directly, so he could only ask in a roundabout way, how much is this villa worth? About 120 million. How much did the rich businessman sell it to you? 80 million. Yi Chen took a deep breath and murmured, it's a full 40 million cheaper. The price reduction is so large. Large, don't you think there's something wrong?
Lin Hanxue frowned slightly. I also thought there was something wrong before, but after talking to the wealthy businessman, I learned that his business had failed miserably and he had lost all his money. He said he was anxious to sell this villa to recover the funds, so there's nothing strange about it. Yi Chen said, he's from the south, which means there are industries in the south. He can afford a house worth over 100 million yuan, so he's not an unknown person. You can check more carefully to see if he really lost all his money and is in urgent need of recovering the funds. Lin Hanxue frowned even tighter. Yi Chen, what exactly do you mean? Just tell me. Yi Chen smiled helplessly. Even if he said it at an inappropriate time, Lin Hanxue probably wouldn't believe it. She has always been an atheist. Yi Chen could only say, Hanxue, believe me, there is something wrong with this house. You'd better terminate the transaction, otherwise you will regret it. Lin Hanxue's face suddenly turned gloomy. On this happy day, the day of moving into a new house, Yi Chen actually said that there was something wrong with her new house. What is Yi Chen's intention? Before Lin Hanxue could say anything, the Lin family rushed up angrily. They had been following nearby, so naturally they heard the conversation between the two. Lu Meiyu was very angry. She pushed Yi Chen hard and shouted angrily, Yi Chen, you bastard, I knew you were here to cause trouble today. Are you upset to see Hanxue living in such a nice house? I didn't expect you to be so mean. You actually said there was something wrong with Hanxue's new house, you scumbag. Mr. Yi, Hanxue was thinking of you when she moved to her new home and invited you to visit. Not only did you not show any gratitude, but you also slandered me, ruining the atmosphere. Both the Lin family and the Lu family had expressions of contempt and anger. Well, Yi Chen sighed helplessly. He had already said it very tactfully, but it still aroused public anger. If he directly told them that this was a haunted house, I'm afraid the two families would fight him to the death. Your advice is truly invaluable. I don't want to say more. Time will prove everything, Yi Chen said lightly. Shut up. Lin Qingyuan couldn't help it and pointed at Yi Chen and shouted angrily. Yi Chen, stop talking nonsense. I used to think you were just incompetent, but I didn't expect that you were also a bad person. Hanxue did divorce you, but does that mean you should hold such a deep grudge against her? When Hanxue moved into her new home, you actually said such vicious words. Are you still a human being? Mr. Lin, my words are not malicious at all, Yi Chen said. Yi Chen, stop it, don't humiliate yourself anymore. Lin Hanxue couldn't help but shout. Okay, since you don't believe me, forget it, goodbye. Yi Chen shook his head. This kind of thing could not be explained, so he could only turn around and leave. In fact, he had been good enough to Lin Hanxue. His revenge on Lin Hanxue from beginning to end was just to take back what belonged to him. When she faced personal danger or situations like this, Yi Chen still thought about protecting her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said such a thing to spoil the mood. Stop. Lu Meiyu shouted coldly, Yi Chen, you have evil intentions. You sabotaged our family's big day, made sarcastic remarks, and didn't even apologize. You just want to walk away. Isn't that too easy? Apologize? Yi Chen said calmly, are you worthy? These three words almost suffocated Lu Meiyu. She stamped her feet and shouted angrily, if you don't apologize today, don't even think about leaving this door. Xiaoming, stop this bastard. Lin Xiaoming huddled at the back of the crowd, not daring to move forward. He had witnessed Yi Chen's terrifying skills. Wouldn't it be courting death to stop him? Aunt,
let me come.
A strong young man stood up. He was Lu Meixin's youngest son, Chen Yang, the captain of the Yunhai University basketball team. He is tall and strong, with well-developed limbs. He is 19 meters tall, a head taller than Yi Chen. He also practiced martial arts and was nicknamed the warrior monk. No one dared to mess with him, not only on the basketball court, but also in the entire Yunhai University. My dear nephew, quickly catch Yi Chen, just like when you commit a foul on the court and give someone a concussion.
Lin Meiyu shouted.
Auntie, isn't this easy? I beat him like a chicken. IVE crippled several people on the basketball court.
Chen Yang was very proud.
Then he grabbed Yi Chen's shoulders, tried to lift him up, and threw him over his shoulder.
But he couldn't lift it up. Yi Chen stood there, his feet seemed to be rooted. Chen Yang tried his best but couldn't lift it. Hit me?
Yi Chen smiled coldly, raised his hand and slapped Chen Yang in the face.
The enormous force sent him into a backflip.
Chen Yang fell face first onto the ground, and when he looked up he spat out 2 bloody teeth.
Mr. Yi, you actually dared to hit my nephew? Lu Meiyu was shocked.
The others were also shocked. How could Yi Chen be so powerful that he could send the 19-meter-tall Chen Yang flying with just one slap?
You beast, you didn't even let a child go. Yi Chen, are you a human being? Chen Yang is just a student, and you actually knocked out all his teeth.
As soon as the fight started, everyone pointed at Yi Chen and started cursing.
Yi Chen, are you crazy? You actually hit my cousin?
Lin Hanxue was so angry that her body trembled.
Didn't you see that he was the first to attack?
Yi Chen said lightly. He just pushed you lightly, but you hit him so hard.
Lin Hanxue, his face turned blue.
It's hilarious. He deserves to hit me, but when I fight back I become the target of public criticism? Yi Chen laughed disdainfully and said, that's right, these are all your family members, so naturally they should be polite. Goodbye.
You can't leave, you must apologize to Chen Yang. Lin Hanxue gritted her teeth.
He was really going too far today. She kindly invited Yi Chen over and even wanted to let Yi Chen live in the backyard of the villa. But what did Yi Chen do? He first said there was a problem with her house, and then beat Chen Yang in front of so many relatives. This made Lin Hanxue unacceptable.
I won't apologize, Yi Chen said without hesitation. I asked you to apologize.
Lin Hanxue was completely furious and slapped Yi Chen hard in the face. But she only felt her wrist sink and could not fall any further, as if it was restrained by an iron hoop. Yi Chen grabbed Lin Hanxue's hand and pushed it forward. Lin Hanxue suddenly fell down, and her butt hit the edge of the step, causing a burning pain.
Yi Chen didn't even look at him and walked away with big strides.
Lin Hanxue looked at his back, tears welling up in her eyes.
122, Chapter 122, The Story of 13 Villas.
Today, Lin Hanxue invited Yi Chen over to sincerely share her joy with him, and even wanted to let Yi Chen live in the backyard of the villa.
For some reason, the more successful she became, the lonelier she felt.
But Yi Chen actually did this and pushed her down very rudely. Yi Chen has never been like this since he met him. Moreover, if you bump into sharp edges, your buttocks will feel burning pain and your tailbone may be injured. The pain and grievance made Lin Hanxue shed tears.
Hanxue.
When the Lin family saw Lin Hanxue fall and burst into tears, they were terrified and hurriedly helped her up.
No one cared about Yi Chen anymore.
After Yi Chen walked out of the villa, he was also very angry. His kind reminder was met with scolding and even assault from the Lin family. The more he thought about it, the more annoyed he became. Yi Chen simply stopped thinking about it and started to appreciate the scenery while walking.
This place is really nice and suitable for cultivation.
Yi Chen planned to contact the hotel manager and ask him to help him calculate the revenue of Hailong Hotel this month. Since he couldn't afford to buy one, Yi Chen planned to rent one. The restaurant had been under his name for only a month or so, and he and Han Wanner split the profit 60:40, but he didn't know if the money was enough to pay the rent.
Just then, a Mercedes-Benz suddenly drove over, then turned back and stopped next to Yi Chen.
The car window rolled down, revealing a gorgeous face, who exclaimed in surprise, "Yi Chen, it really is you." Yi Chen was slightly startled. It turned out to be the rich woman Su Yan who had touched him.
How come we met again?
Before Yi Chen could react, Su Yan got out of the car and trotted over. "Ha, I thought I'd never see you again, but I didn't expect to meet you so soon. It's really fate." Su Yan smiled happily, her plump figure was very voluptuous. "Sister Su, why are you here?"
"This is my home." Su Yan pointed to a large villa next to it.
Yi Chen was shocked. Su Yan's villa was actually here, not far from Lin Hanxue's villa, only a few hundred meters away. "I knew she was a rich woman, but I didn't know she was such a rich woman. Not only did she have 5 or 6 yards and drive a Mercedes-Benz, she also owned a villa worth hundreds of millions." This really made Yi Chen look at him with new eyes. "Come on, come home with me and see my big villa," Su Yan said, and came up to hold Yi Chen's hand. After meeting this young man, she seemed to have lost her soul. Not only is he handsome, he also has a clean and elegant temperament that makes Su Yan unforgettable.
"Sister Su, please stop touching me. We can still be friends," Yi Chen said.
"Okay, sister won't move." Su Yan quickly controlled herself, but the look she gave Yi Chen was like a tigress looking at a piece of fresh meat, her saliva almost flowing down. After a while, they entered the villa. Yi Chen saw that this villa was even bigger than Lin Hanxue's, so he asked curiously, "Sister Su, how much did you pay for this villa?" "Not much, just 200 million, Su Yan said with a smile. Her eyes blinked, emitting an alluring light. Although Su Yan is already in her 40s, she has taken good care of herself, with fair and delicate skin, and looks like a young woman in her 30s.
200 million, how come you are so rich?" Yi Chen asked in surprise.
Su Yan sighed and said, "My dead husband left me a legacy of 200 or 300 million in the past few years. I kept investing and made tens of billions. The market has been bad in the past 2 years, so I stopped investing and just rented out my property as a landlady. I have more money than I can spend anyway."
Dead husband?
It turns out that Sister Su was a widow, no wonder she is so hungry.
"Sister Su, you have a good vision. You have made tens of billions from investment. That's amazing," Yi Chen said sincerely.
Su Yan raised her round chin and said, "Of course not. Besides being good-looking, I also have good taste. I can tell at first glance that you are different from other men, so I cherish you." As she spoke, Su Yan sat down on the bench next to her and made a gesture. A maid immediately came up and brought 2 drinks. Yi Chen also sat down and asked casually, "Sister Su, how long have you lived here?" "I moved into this villa complex right after it was built. It's been about 5 or 6 years now." Su Yan's 2 plump and beautiful legs wrapped in black stockings were crossed together, and her exquisite high heels were facing Yi Chen. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. It turned out that Sister Su was an old resident here. He could just ask her about Lin Hanxue's villa.
"Yi Chen, why are you here?" Su Yan asked. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, she opened her legs.
Yi Chen glanced at it unintentionally and quickly looked away. "I heard that there were supernatural events in the 13 villas here, so I came here to take a look out of curiosity."
"Villa 13 is the one that Lin Hanxue bought." Su Yan's expression changed. "Yi Chen, that villa is indeed not peaceful, it's very evil.
All the old residents here know about it. They usually don't dare to pass through there in broad daylight." As she spoke, she shuddered and moved towards Yi Chen.
"Oh, what's so weird about it, Sister Su? Tell me about it." Yi Chen looked very curious.
Su Yan looked around and said in a low voice, "Every night, there's a gust of cold wind in that villa, and sometimes you can even hear women crying. There's a well in the yard after midnight. It makes a constant gurgling sound, which is very creepy, even though there's clearly nothing in the well. What's even more terrifying is that on the night of the 15th day of every lunar month, a female ghost crawls out of that well."
"The 15th day of the lunar calendar?"
Yi Chen pondered for a moment. This night of every month is when the yin energy is at its heaviest. The term female ghost is a bit exaggerated. It is difficult for the spiritual energy of the earth to form ghosts. To be more precise, it should be something like a ghost. As he was thinking about it, he suddenly felt weak. He looked up and saw Su Yan sitting sideways on his legs. "I'm scared to death, Yi Chen, hurry up and hold me tight," Su Yan said, holding Yi Chen's face tightly in her arms.
Forehead.
Yi Chen was speechless. His face was squeezed out of shape.
It took a lot of effort to push Su Yan away, and Yi Chen asked again, "Sister Su, there must be a story behind this, do you know?"
"Of course I do." Although Su Yan was telling a ghost story, her pair of charming eyes were shining brightly. The beautiful feet wrapped in black stockings hooked the front of the high heels, swinging back and forth like a swing. In the past, a wealthy businessman from the south, Ma Weisheng, lived in that villa. He kept a mistress in 13 villas. Last July, Ma Weisheng's wife from the south suddenly came over and caught him having an affair with his mistress. Su Yan frowned that night. There was a lot of noise. I heard it all from the yard. It lasted for about an hour, and then it died down. Then, the next day, news came that Ma Weisheng's wife had committed suicide by jumping into a well.
123, Chapter 123. Lin Hanxue was extremely frightened. Committing suicide by jumping into a well? In modern society, if the original wife catches the mistress, will there be any case where the original wife commits suicide? What is certain is that Ma Weisheng's original wife died in that well, otherwise the well would not have such a strong resentment. But whether it was suicide or not is not certain. The next day, the police came and concluded that the wife had committed suicide, and the case was closed. Su Yan said. Money makes the world go round, Yi Chen said lightly. Su Yan looked at him in surprise. Yi Chen, you are so smart, you can actually see that there is something strange here. There is indeed something strange. My cousin is a person involved, so I know a lot of secrets. Did you know that Ma Weisheng spent 10 million on this matter, taking care of everything? Besides, his first wife is 4 months pregnant. Boom! Yi Chen stood up suddenly, with raging anger burning in his chest. This is a human tragedy. It must be Ma Weisheng who threw his original wife into the well and killed her, otherwise Ma Weisheng would not have spent so much money to deal with her. What he couldn't stand the most was that his original wife was pregnant. Yi Chen experienced this kind of pain, which was unforgettable and will never be forgotten. But the original wife had a similar experience, which was 100 times more miserable than his. No wonder there is so much resentment in that well. Ma Weisheng, this beast. Yi Chen's teeth were grinding, and he felt the same pain as his original wife. He is indeed a beast. His conscience has been eaten by a dog. Su Yan also cursed. Sister Su, do you want Ma Weisheng to get his comeuppance? Yi Chen suddenly asked. Of course I did. Such a heartless man should be struck to death by lightning, Su Yan said. It would be too easy for him to be killed by lightning. Yi Chen sneered and said, cooperate with me and give Ma Weisheng a good beating. What, Yi Chen? Ma Weisheng is a wealthy man in the south. His wealth is even richer than mine. How can we defeat him? Su Yan said in surprise. I have my own way. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes, pondered for a moment and said, Sister Su, you have many friends. Help me find something. What? Sunken wood. Sunken wood is ebony that is buried deep underground that accumulated een becomes a soul, and it is the most een thing. It can gather een and raise ghosts. In the evening, the hustle and bustle died down, and all the relatives from the Lin and Lu families left, leaving the huge villa empty. My mother was invited away by the Lu family, and my father was also invited away for a social event. As for Lin Xiaoming, he had already run away and no one knew where he went. Only Lin Hanxue stayed in the villa alone. Recently, her business has been getting better and better, her wealth has been increasing, she is getting closer and closer to her goal, and more people are surrounding her. But Lin Hanxue felt more and more lonely. Although she didn't want to think about it, Yi Chen's appearance still appeared in her mind from time to time. What Lin Hanxue desires most now is for Yi Chen to appear by her side and accompany her through this long and lonely night. But that bastard had been so rude to her today that her butt still hurt. Moreover, her coccyx hurt when touched, which was obviously injured. She only injured half of her buttocks when she sat on the sofa. Because she had just started working with Lin Yan'an and was busy building a factory, Lin Hanxue had a few days of free time. If I don't think about work, I feel even more empty. She couldn't help it and called Yi Chen. I've been waiting for a day, Lin Hanxue said. Yi Chen was baffled by her words. What are you waiting for? Wait until you apologize to me. Tisk, I'm not wrong, Yi Chen sneered. You're right? Lin Hanxue stood up angrily and said, today is my housewarming day. I spent 80 million to buy a new house, and you actually said there are problems with my house and asked me to return it. When I asked you what the problem was, you didn't tell me. Aren't you just plain disgusting?
What happened later was all caused by your rudeness.
Yes, it's all my fault, but you will soon realize who was right, Yi Chen said lightly.
Seeing that Yi Chen was still stubborn, Lin Hanxue gritted her teeth in anger, but still hoped that he would come and accompany her.
If you apologize to me, I can forgive you and you can come and live with me. Lin Hanxue has already made it clear. Who knew? Yi Chen said, I did nothing wrong, why should I apologize?
Lin Hanxue was so angry that she almost threw her phone. You bastard, you pushed me down, my butt is still hurting, and I might have broken a bone. I hate you so much, don't ever come here again.
Bang!
Lin Hanxue hung up the phone directly. Looking at the empty room, she planned to hire a few servants to increase popularity after completing the transaction tomorrow.
Then Lin Hanxue went to the bedroom to sleep.
She didn't know what was going on, but she tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. She always felt that the room was chilly. Suddenly, a strange sound came from outside, which sounded a bit shrill. Lin Hanxue thought it was a wild cat calling, so she didn't take it seriously. However, the shrill screams were intermittent and never stopped. Lin Hanxue became suspicious and got out of bed in her pajamas, ready to go outside to take a look. As she opened the door and walked into the living room to turn on the light, a gust of cold wind blew towards her, and suddenly a loud bang was heard behind her. Lin Hanxue was startled and the hairs on her body stood up. She turned around suddenly and saw that the bedroom door was suddenly closed.
She patted her full chest and let out a long breath.
Suddenly, a series of crisp jingling sounds were heard. Lin Hanxue's heart, which had just relaxed, began to lift again. She looked towards the source of the sound with some fear. The sound came from a string of wind chimes hanging on the right wall. Lin Hanxue was very surprised. The door and windows of the living room were closed tightly, so how could there be wind? She subconsciously looked at the electronic calendar next to the wind chime. The time was exactly midnight, September 29th, the 15th day of the 8th lunar month. For no reason, Lin Hanxue recalled a horror movie she had seen before, about a large villa that was haunted every midnight. Lin Hanxue's face turned pale, her heart felt uneasy, and a chill ran through her body.
Woo woo!
At this moment, a shrill scream tore through the silent night and came in so clearly.
Ah!
Lin Hanxue screamed in fright, her body trembling as if she had been electrocuted. Her heart instantly rose to her throat, and her face turned pale and bloodless. Her mind went blank, her ears were buzzing, her legs went limp and she fell to the ground. Then, she screamed, crawled to the bedroom, climbed onto the bed, got into the quilt, and shivered. At this moment, Lin Hanxue was terrified to the extreme. That shrill scream just now wasn't made by a cat, but a woman's voice. Yi Chen, come here quickly, 2V seen a ghost, 2M scared to death, Yi Chen, my husband, come here quickly.
Lin Hanxue called Yi Chen, trembling all over, extremely frightened. 124, Chapter 124. Can you just stay with me for one night? Don't be afraid, I'll be there soon.
Yi Chen's steady and powerful voice made Lin Hanxue calm down a little.
Yi Chen, don't hang up, I beg you, outside it's barking again, so scary.
Lin Hanxue was surrounded by endless fear, and her whole body was shaking like a sieve.
Yi Chen. She could only keep calling out to Yi Chen to find a little peace of mind.
A few minutes later, Lin Hanxue suddenly felt someone lifting her quilt. She screamed in terror, thinking that the female ghost outside had come, and she collapsed completely. I was so scared that I almost urinated and my pants were wet.
It's me, Yi Chen.
Yi Chen looked at the shivering Lin Hanxue and reached out to touch her shoulder. Lin Hanxue suddenly raised her head and saw that it was Yi Chen. She was stunned for a moment, then suddenly threw herself into his arms and burst into tears. She was like an octopus, with her arms and legs wrapped around Yi Chen, crying like a frightened child.
He is completely different from his usual image of aloof and cold CEO.
It's okay, I'm here. Yi Chen patted Lin Hanxue's shoulder and comforted her softly.
With Yi Chen's comfort, Lin Hanxue's emotions gradually stabilized, but she still hugged Yi Chen tightly.
She sobbed and said, Yi Chen, I was wrong. I am sorry, we all misunderstood you. Only now did she realize that Yi Chen's words were good advice. There was indeed something wrong with this villa and it was haunted. Thinking of what she had done during the day and the Lin family's abuse of Yi Chen, Lin Hanxue was filled with regret and even more guilt towards Yi Chen.
Yi Chen, why did you come so quickly?
Lin Hanxue quietly raised her head and looked at Yi Chen with tearful eyes. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes. He had been in Su Yan's villa all the time, so naturally he came quickly.
Ah! The woman's screams outside rang out again.
Lin Hanxue was so frightened that she quickly buried her head in Yi Chen's arms. However, she was not as scared as before. She asked in a low voice, "Yi Chen, what is that outside? Is it really a ghost?" Yi Chen did not answer her, but said, "Stay here and don't move. I'll go out and take a look."
"No, Yi Chen, don't go out."
Yi Chen still walked out, came to the yard, and walked towards the well. After only a few steps, he saw a dark shadow. The cold wind and the shrill screams came from this dark shadow. This black shadow was indeed a ghost, filled with heavy energy and resentment, and was hovering around the well.
To be precise, it was a collision.
Because whether it is the well-suppressing stone, the Bagua lock, or the lotus platform, they all have a suppressing effect on it.
Like three chains, they firmly locked the ghost, preventing it from leaving the well.
But the ghost carried endless resentment, and like a mad beast, it madly hit the three chains. It wanted to escape and take revenge, and it let out a series of shrill roars. Yi Chen walked closer and took a closer look. It turned out to be two ghosts, one big and one small. He suddenly remembered what Su Yan said, that Ma Weisheng's original wife was pregnant.
That little ghost is her child. Yi Chen's heart suddenly ached.
He thought of his daughter, whom he had never met, and how similar she was to this little ghost. Equally pitiful. A feeling of hatred rose from the bottom of my heart, hatred towards Lin Hanxue.
This hatred can never be erased in this life.
When the large ghost saw Yi Chen coming, especially when it sensed the surging blood and the strong yang energy in him that was as strong as a divine furnace, it became obviously frightened, and immediately stopped charging and became quiet.
Its first reaction was to protect the small ghost behind it. Yi Chen burst into tears.
She was killed by her own husband, sank into this cold deep well, and was suppressed and tortured by so many means, turning into a ghost full of resentment.
However, it is still protecting its children.
Yi Chen released his divine consciousness and communicated with this group of ghosts. "Master, I am willing to submit to the law and turn to ashes, but please forgive my child. She was killed by that beast before she even came into this world. She is truly pitiful." It begged, knowing that before it stood a wizard as powerful as the sun, who could destroy them with a wave of his hand. Yi Chen sighed deeply and sent his spiritual sense over. "Don't panic, I am not here to catch you, but to help you. Tell me about your grievances first." A few minutes later, Yi Chen sighed again. The facts were similar to what he had guessed. This ghost was named Chen Sherpei in her previous life and was a rich girl from Hong Kong. She fell in love with the ambitious poor boy Ma Weisheng and married him despite her family's opposition.
With the help of the Chen family, Ma Weisheng's career flourished and he became a well-known tycoon.
He once said that he would love me forever and only me in this life. I always believed it, but he actually had another woman and threw me into this well. Yi Chen smashed the well-suppressing stone, tore off the Bagua lock, smashed the lotus platform, and released the two ghosts.
"Mom, this uncle is so nice. I won't have to suffer these things anymore,"
the little ghost said timidly.
"Xiao Qiu, thank your uncle quickly." "Thank you, uncle."
Yi Chen smiled and conveyed his spiritual consciousness. "I built a house for you, and you will live in this house from now on." He took out a piece of wood, which was exactly the sunken wood.
"This is the best place for ghosts to live." Two ghosts immediately attached themselves to it.
"I will bring you to Ma Weisheng tomorrow and give you a chance to take revenge," Yi Chen said lightly. When Yi Chen returned to the villa, Lin Hanxue was still huddled on the bed shivering. "It's okay, I have solved the problem. This villa will be peaceful from now on." Yi Chen patted Lin Hanxue's thigh and said. Lin Hanxue was stunned for a moment, then she mustered up the courage to get out of bed and looked around. Sure enough, all the noise had disappeared.
There is no more cold feeling.
The fear in her heart gradually dissipated. "I'm leaving. Call me when you trade with Ma Weisheng tomorrow." After saying that, Yi Chen turned around and left.
"Yi Chen, don't go!" Lin Hanxue suddenly shouted. Yi Chen did not stop and walked to the door. Husband!
Lin Hanxue shouted loudly. Yi Chen's heart trembled, and he stood there in a daze. Then he turned around and looked at Lin Hanxue with complicated eyes. Lin Hanxue rushed over and threw herself into his arms. Husband, husband, husband! She screamed madly, tears streaming down her face. Please don't leave, just stay with me for one night, I am really scared. Lin Hanxue pleaded with eager eyes. Not good. Yi Chen threw down 2 words and turned away. 125, Chapter 125. Come out and find him at midnight. Faced with Lin Hanxue's desperate attempts to keep him, Yi Chen left without hesitation. He has seen through Lin Hanxue's true character. She is cold-hearted and heartless. Now she just felt lonely and frightened, so she needed him to be with her. But when this psychological need disappears and he is no longer needed, Lin Hanxue will immediately turn her back on him and kick him away. Ouch! Lin Hanxue ran forward to keep Yi Chen, but suddenly she groaned in pain and fell to the ground. What's wrong? Yi Chen looked back and frowned. My butt hurts so much, I think I broke a bone. It's all your fault for pushing me. Bumped into the steps. A look of deep pain appeared on Lin Hanxue's fair and cold face. Yi Chen, you hurt me, shouldn't you come and see me? Yi Chen turned around and helped Lin Hanxue up. Lin Hanxue raised her slender eyebrows slightly. She knew Yi Chen would come back. After living together for 3 years, how could she not know that Yi Chen is a man who values friendship and loyalty? Is your coccyx injured? Yi Chen glanced at her back. Lin Hanxue nodded. Yes, it hurts when I touch it. It has been hurting for a whole day. You know medicine, right? Please help me treat it. Yi Chen hesitated slightly. You caused the injury, you won't just ignore it, right? I know you're a responsible man. The black lace nightgown on Lin Hanxue formed a sharp contrast with her cold white skin, which was dazzling and glowing. How can I treat you? Yi Chen asked. You shouldn't ask me this. You are a doctor. I will just cooperate with whatever you say, Lin Hanxue said. Massage is the best, but... Yi Chen frowned and said, your position is rather awkward. We're already divorced, so it's not a good idea to do this. How about I prescribe you some Chinese medicine and you boil it and drink it? Where can I buy Chinese medicine so late at night? I don't care what method you use, you must cure me as soon as possible because it hurts so much. Lin Hanxue raised her long, white swan neck, and her commanding tone made her look like a queen high above everyone else. Yi Chen felt a surge of anger in his heart and said, lie down on the bed. Lin Hanxue followed his instructions and lay down on the bed obediently. The swan back, butterfly bones, slim waist and perky buttocks outline a moving curve with a fatal temptation. Add to that a pair of long, white legs, and I'm afraid no man can remain calm. Yi Chen was no exception, with a fire burning in his heart. Seeing Yi Chen not moving for a long time, Lin Hanxue took the initiative to lift up her skirt and said softly, come on, didn't you say you would help me with the treatment? Yi Chen calmed his mind, then pressed down with his hands filled with fiery true energy. The warm true energy flowed around the painful area, and Lin Hanxue cried out in comfort, completely involuntarily. I didn't expect your massage skills are so good. Even the gold medal massage technicians in those high-end clubs can't give me a massage as comfortable as yours. Lin Hanxue lay there comfortably, with an expression of enjoyment on her face. You have become much more open now, Yi Chen said lightly. Although they were husband and wife before, Lin Hanxue would instinctively resist whenever her private parts were touched. But now he is very cooperative and completely relaxed. How can a woman keep a man if she doesn't let go of herself? Lin Hanxue's voice was a little coquettish. Yi Chen suspected that he had heard it wrongly. Lin Hanxue, this iceberg, actually said such ambiguous words. This is really rare for her. After a few minutes, Yi Chen stopped and had finished massaging Lin Hanxue. But she seemed unsatisfied. She raised her head slightly, her silky hair falling on her cheeks. Why did you stop? It's healed now. Feel it. It definitely doesn't hurt anymore, Yi Chen said. I still feel a little pain, please do it again, Lin Hanxue said. Yi Chen looked at her with a smile. This woman was lying. Not to mention a coccyx abrasion, even a broken bone can be repaired under the nourishment of his true energy. What exactly do you want to do? Yi Chen asked indifferently. Lin Hanxue looked at Yi Chen lovingly, biting her red lips lightly with her pearly teeth. Her eyes, full of, seemed to explain everything.
Okay, I'll satisfy you.
Yi Chen pounced on him like a ferocious beast. All the depression and pain in his heart, as well as the hatred towards Lin Hanxue, were vented out.
More than an hour later, Lin Hanxue fainted.
Yi Chen lay beside her, his eyes showing no warmth, only coldness. When the next morning came, Yi Chen woke up slowly and saw Lin Hanxue hugging him tightly and sleeping soundly. The beautiful face became moist and radiant, with a hint of pain between her brows.
Aren't we going to trade with Ma Weisheng today?
Yi Chen murmured and forcibly woke Lin Hanxue up. Lin Hanxue kept whimpering like a spoiled child and refused to open her eyes.
Get up, I have things to do today, bang.
Yi Chen patted her hard. Lin Hanxue then opened her eyes and looked at Yi Chen with resentment, her beautiful eyes red.
What are you looking at?
Yi Chen brought the clothes. Lin Hanxue suddenly stood up, lay on Yi Chen's arm, and bit it hard. Used all your strength. Yi Chen, this bastard, didn't treat her as a human being at all. No matter how much she begged, he wouldn't let her go until she finally fainted. More than an hour later, Yi Chen and Lin Hanxue met the unscrupulous Ma Weisheng. Wearing a well-tailored suit, he appears to be polite and gentlemanly. Who would have thought that deep down he is worse than an animal?
Yi Chen felt the intense restlessness of Chen Shipei's ghost in the gloomy wood.
She must have sensed the presence of that bastard Ma Weisheng. Ma Weisheng next to him, there was a beautiful and sexy girl named Wang Lingfei. It was that mistress.
The adulterous couple are both here. No wonder Chen Shipei's ghost is so angry and wants to float out immediately.
Chen Shipei, don't be anxious, it's broad daylight now. A ghost like you will turn to ashes if exposed to the sun.
Yi Chen's spiritual consciousness entered the dark wood.
I'll follow them right away, find their residence, and place the dark wood in their room. Then, at night, you can take your revenge.
More than an hour later, the transaction was completed.
Yi Chen directly used his divine steps to catch up with Ma Weisheng's car and followed him all the way to his home. It is also a big villa. Yi Chen used an invisibility talisman and swaggered into Ma Weisheng's villa, placing the piece of dark wood under the bed in Ma Weisheng's bedroom. When Ma Weisheng is asleep at night, take the child out to find him.
Yi Chen said to Chen Shipei's ghost. 126, Chapter 126. I'll prove it to you. This small piece of dark wood has been refined by Yi Chen. He blessed his mana talisman and engraved a defensive magic circle. Not afraid of sun, rain, thunder, or fire.
It was also because Yi Chen sympathized with the wronged mother and daughter that he took great pains to build such a sturdy house for them. Yi Chen left Ma Weisheng's mansion and felt relieved, as if a worry had been put to rest. I really wonder what expression Ma Weisheng would have when the ghosts of his wife and children, whom he killed, appear while he is sleeping at night.
It must be exciting. Yi Chen smiled evilly.
Although this matter had nothing to do with him, Yi Chen treated it as his own business. He still has a chivalrous complex in his heart, fighting against violence and upholding justice.
Yi Chen couldn't help but recall a scene from deep within his memory.
Today, the 7 of us brothers and sisters have sworn brotherhood at the summit of the holy mountain, Tianqi Lake. We vow to uphold justice, eradicate violence, and protect the good. We don't ask to be born on the same day, month, or year. 5 years ago, 7 passionate young men full of justice became sworn brothers at Tianqi. They want to use their own strength to pierce the darkness of this world and bring light and hope to all people in the world. Now think about it, how ridiculous and childish. Yi Chen, where have you been? I can't find you. Lin Hanxue called when she came out of the real estate transaction center. She couldn't find Yi Chen.
I'll go home after the transaction is completed, Yi Chen said.
You bastard, you left without saying goodbye. Come here quickly, I have something to talk to you about, Lin Hanxue said.
What else do you want? What do you think?
Lin Hanxue said bitterly, you beast, you've tortured me to the point where my bones are almost broken. Yesterday, only my butt hurt, but today my whole body hurts. You want to run away after taking advantage of me? Yi Chen smiled awkwardly. He really didn't treat Lin Hanxue as a human being last night and treated her too harshly.
Where are you? Still on the trading floor. Okay, wait, I'll come back to find you.
Yi Chen used his divine steps again to meet up with Lin Hanxue. As soon as he arrived at the door of the trading hall, Yi Chen saw Lin Hanxue's car, a brand new Maserati Quattroporte.
Why did you call me back? Yi Chen asked as he sat in the passenger seat. What do you think?
Lin Hanxue slumped in her chair and said with hatred, I was holding back the entire time when I was going through the transaction procedures just now. Sorry, I did go a little too far last night. Yi Chen scratched his head. Lin Hanxue's tears immediately flowed down, and she cried, You beast, you are not a human being. The more she thought about what happened yesterday, the more ashamed, angry, and aggrieved she felt. I was wrong, don't cry, I assented, okay for me to take responsibility. It just so happens that you have free time these days, come home immediately and I will help you with the treatment, Yi Chen said hurriedly. How to treat it? My waist hurts so much you might have broken a bone. Lin Hanxue closed the car window and her tears fell even harder.
Forehead. Yi Chen was embarrassed. The word fracture was a bit exaggerated, it might be a bit of a bruise.
Seeing Lin Hanxue crying bitterly, Yi Chen looked helpless. The cold and arrogant female president in the eyes of the world, the queen of medicine who was in the limelight, also had such a fragile side.
Go buy me some medicine for my injuries first, some hemostatic medicine like Anloxu, and some anti-inflammatory medicine.
Lin Hanxue said while wiping her tears.
No need, I'll treat you when we get home, Yi Chen said. Having true qi is better than any medicine.
How can I go home? I'm in so much pain now that I can't drive, Lin Hanxue said angrily.
Then I'll drive.
Yi Chen picked up Lin Hanxue without saying a word and put her on the passenger seat, then she drove towards the upstart villa.
Your car is pretty good, it's brand new, just bought it? Yi Chen said while stepping on the accelerator.
Lin Hanxue narrowed her eyes, a handsome guy gave it to me.
Who is it, Lin Yan'an? Yi Chen said.
Lin Hanxue was immediately annoyed and said, You bastard, you have no sense of mystery. At Ali wanted to keep it a secret just to make you jealous.
TSK, we're divorced, I won't be jealous, Yi Chen said with a smile.
Yes, you already have Han Wan'er, she is so beautiful and likes you so much. Lin Hanxue, who originally wanted to make Yi Chen jealous, ended up being jealous herself. On the surface, she's a noble young lady, but behind the scenes, she's so despicable that she actually helped you in Han Wenyuan's villa.
Yi Chen, who was driving, had a trembling hand and almost hit the guardrail next to him. He was shocked. How did she know? Could it be that Han Wan'er told her? That shouldn't be the case. Han Wan'er wouldn't be so boring. Besides, who would say such a thing?
However, although Yi Chen was surprised, he pretended not to understand and kept an expressionless face.
Yi Chen, have you and Han Wan'er done that?
Lin Hanxue suddenly said. Even if that happens, it has nothing to do with you, Yi Chen said.
Asshole, you must have had sex. Han Wan'er is such a beautiful woman, how could you control yourself?
Lin Hanxue was so angry that she kicked the car body so hard that her high heels fell off.
Is this the reason why you are treacherous and willing to abandon your partner Han Wan'er even at the cost of breaching the contract?
Yi Chen said lightly. Yes, it's because of this reason, it's because of you, it's that simple. I hate her so much, Lin Hanxue said, gritting her teeth. Yi Chen took a deep breath and felt chilled when he saw Lin Hanxue's hateful and bitter expression. Although Han Wan'er was like a love rival to her in private and they were like water and fire, she did not mix any personal grudges in the cooperation and provided great help to Hanxue Pharmaceutical. Lin Hanxue's success today has a lot to do with Han Wan'er. However, she hated Han Wan'er, the person who had done her so much favor. Lin Hanxue's indifference and disloyalty were fully revealed at this moment. I won't judge whether you are right or wrong in this matter, but I want to tell you that it is a big mistake for you to cooperate with Lin Yan'an, Yi Chen said.
Why, are you here to lobby for Han Wan'er? You can't bear to see your beloved woman beaten to a pulp by Lin Yan'an and me, and leave Yunhai in disgrace?
Lin Hanxue said with a look of sarcasm on her face.
The pattern is small. Yi Chen said meaningfully, I'm afraid you don't understand Lin Yan'an. I can only tell you one thing, if you cooperate with him to the end, you will be devoured by Lin Yan'an without leaving a bone.
This guy Lin Yan'an is a pervert who even killed his own teacher and adoptive parents. Calling him a beast is an exaggeration. Really, thank you for your reminder, but I don't need it, Lin Hanxue said coldly. Yi Chen had nothing to say to the stubborn Lin Hanxue.
Yi Chen, I will prove it to you. I will defeat Han Wanner, make her fall hard from her high position.
Lin Hanxue gritted her teeth and said harshly.
127, Chapter 127, The God-Forging Pill. You've been possessed by a demon.
Yi Chen sighed helplessly. After returning to the villa, it took Yi Chen more than half an hour to heal Lin Hanxue's injuries. But after her injuries were healed, Lin Hanxue became restless again. She pushed Yi Chen onto the bed and kept saying that she wanted to beat Yi Chen down and avenge yesterday's incident. Yi Chen didn't indulge her at all after a chaotic time, until Lin Hanxue begged for mercy.
You bastard, how did you become so powerful? Lin Hanxue took a long time to catch her breath.
She was full of surprise ever since her divorce from Yi Chen. She found that Yi Chen seemed like a different person. I have become stronger in all aspects, and even this aspect is much better than before. Yi Chen ignored her. He had already reached the 6th level of weapon refining. How could he not be powerful?
Yi Chen, can I discuss something with you?
Lin Hanxue lay on Yi Chen's chest and whispered, from now on, you will live in the villa and stay with me. Don't go looking for that Han Wanner anymore.
I can support you, even.
She paused and said, I can even remarry you. Yi Chen didn't even believe the punctuation marks in Lin Hanxue's words.
I can only say that you wish, Yi Chen said lightly. I beg you.
Lin Hanxue actually started to act coquettishly and begged Yi Chen. She is also a woman, and this kind of hearty happiness makes her unable to stop. And more importantly, Yi Chen's existence can bring her psychological comfort. After a long time of nagging, Yi Chen finally agreed reluctantly, it's impossible for you to support me, and don't even think about remarrying me, but I can live with you for a while, it's just a rental relationship.
That's sockeye.
Lin Hanxue had no choice but to agree. It was good enough that Yi Chen could live here. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and solved the current problem. He had already seen the backyard of the villa. It was large and quiet, very suitable for cultivation. Besides, Lin Hanxue is the only one here, so there is no need to worry about being disturbed. Afterwards, Yi Chen got out of bed, went to the backyard of the villa, and immediately began to practice.
The next cultivation task will be very heavy.
Now he has reached the 6th level of Qi training. In addition to exorcising evil spirits, he also needs to cultivate his mental strength. For cultivators, mental strength is as important as cultivation. During his last trip to Gusu, Yi Chen wandered around Area A of the Shen family's back mountain and gained a lot. He took away several spiritual herbs called Xianhan grass. Using this elixir as the main ingredient, the spirit refining pill can be refined.
This kind of medicine can enhance mental strength.
In the following time, in addition to his daily practice, Yi Chen went to various major herbal medicine stores to look for various medicinal materials for refining the soul refining pill. In fact, the materials used to refine the spirit refining pill are all spiritual medicines. However, finding elixirs on Earth is a very difficult task, so Yi Chen can only use other medicinal materials instead.
The effect will definitely be greatly reduced, but with the main ingredient of Zuanhunko, the pill can still be made.
In addition, Yi Chen also obtained a space crystal in the back mountain of the Shen family. When his mental strength grows stronger, he can make this crystal into a simple storage device.
Yi Chen has a clear and complete cultivation plan.
After 3 days of unremitting efforts, Yi Chen had almost gathered all the medicinal materials needed to refine the soul refining pill, except for one called Yunxian flower. However, Yi Chen has already made an appointment with the owner of the largest Chinese medicine shop in Yunhai to go to his shop today to pick it up. The new goods will include the medicinal herb Yunxianhua. When Yi Chen rushed to the herbal medicine shop, he heard shocking news.
128, Chapter 128 Hidden Dragon List.
This store is called Hansue Liangfang Medicinal Materials Store. It has a complete range of medicinal materials, and many medicinal materials that are not available for purchase can be found here. Because behind it is the Yaoshan sect, a major force in the ancient martial arts world that specializes in the medicinal materials business. This store has an ancient martial arts background and has a wide range of products, so most of the customers who come here are martial artists. The Yunxian flowers that Yi Chen needs have not arrived yet. The boss said they will be delivered in about half an hour. While Yi Chen was waiting in the hall, 7 or 8 people gathered around him, talking loudly. There were energy fluctuations on their bodies. They were all warriors, but their cultivation was not high.
The only one who was slightly stronger was a warrior with great internal strength. He was wearing a black double-breasted jacket and sitting there with an arrogant attitude.
The Shin sect has been very active recently. Not only has it established branches in various places, it has also created a hidden dragon ranking, inviting warriors from all over Daxia to compete.
As long as you can make it onto the list, Shen Men will grant you a marrow cleansing pill. In addition, there are other generous rewards.
A horse-faced man said with a flushed face. When they heard about the marrow cleansing pill, the eyes of the others became excited. This kind of pill can cleanse the hair and marrow and improve one's qualifications. For ordinary warriors like them, it is a very advanced thing.
How do I get on the hidden dragon ranking?
The hidden dragon ranking is divided into the heaven ranking and the earth ranking. Only young warriors under the age of 30 are eligible to be on the list. Each list has 100 rankings. We can forget about making it to the heaven ranking, and we're also far behind on the earth ranking. I heard that the last person on the earth ranking has reached the peak of internal energy cultivation. The horse-faced man said this, looking at the man sitting in the middle, and complimented him. Among our group of guys, only Yu Xiao has the possibility of making the list.
Hidden dragon list?
Yi Chen, who was sitting next to him drinking tea, narrowed his eyes slightly. The purpose of Shin Men making this list was obvious, to recruit young talents. This may be related to the fact that they are building branches in various places. Shen Men is ambitious and has been integrating the world of ancient martial arts. Now it has extended its reach to the secular world. Yi Chen put down the teacup and continued listening. At this moment, those people were all complimenting the person in the middle. Young Master Yu was born into the ancient martial arts family of the Yu family, and Yunhai. He has already achieved great internal strength at such a young age, which is amazing.
Whether it's family background or cultivation, young Master Yu is a rare talent and should be ranked among the potential dragons.
If Yu Xiao can make the list, we will all benefit from it. Young Master Yu, who was wearing a double-breasted jacket, smiled proudly and said, I have already reserved the spot on the earth ranking. By then, I will be a Shen Men earth ranking warrior.
Everyone was delighted when they heard this.
Young Master Yu is amazing. He actually managed to reserve a spot.
Hee, don't forget that Master Yu's sister is married to a deacon elder of the Shen Men Zanzitang. With someone's support from above, wouldn't it be easy for her to reserve a spot?
Yu Xiao smiled faintly. My brother-in-law said that he would first help me get a place on the earth ranking, give me a gold plating, and then directly let me join the Shen Men Zanzitang as a core disciple. The road has been paved. Everyone flattered Yu Xiao again and praised him to the sky. Yi Chen frowned slightly and glanced at Yu Xiao. It turned out that he was a lackey of Shen Men. Seeing 6 or 7 people surrounding Yu Xiao and licking him, Yi Chen was too lazy to listen and prepared to go inside to see if the Yunxian flower he wanted had arrived. But then the boss came over, holding a small wooden box, and said, Sorry, Mr. Yi, I kept you waiting. The Yunxian flowers you ordered have just arrived. After opening the wooden box, 2 flowers were found inside. The petals were pure white and crystal clear, like pieces of white jade, emitting a slightly cool scent.
This is the Yunxian flower, which still emits fragrance and is obviously picked not long ago.
Yi Chen was very satisfied, but there were too few of them, only 2. There's nothing I can do. Cloud fairy flowers are already very rare, and they have a wide range of uses, so they're always out of stock. Getting these 2 plants is already my limit.
The boss said.
Yi Chen smiled. This boss was quite honest, so he said, Boss Yu, 2 plants are fine according to our previous agreement. 1 plant is 50,000, and I will pay you 100,000.
Well.
Afterwards, Yi Chen went to the front desk to pay the bill. When he turned around, he saw that the group of warriors had gathered around his table. The horse-faced man opened the wooden box and said in surprise, It really is the Yunxian flower. This thing has the effect of strengthening the mind and consciousness. This Yunxian flower is quite good. Although it can only strengthen the mind and consciousness, our warriors have stronger thoughts. Whether it's comprehending moves or meditating, it will achieve twice the result with half the effort.
Master Yu, weren't you looking for Yunxian flowers before? There are 2 of them here.
Yu Xiao stood up and moved closer. Looking at the people who were commenting on the Yunxian flower, Yi Chen walked forward, closed the wooden box and prepared to leave. But he was stopped by these people.
What? Little brother, is the Yunxian flower yours? Asked the horse-faced man. Yi Chen nodded.
It just so happens that our young master Yu also needs Yunxian flower. You can sell it to him, said the horse-faced man.
Not for sale, Yi Chen said bluntly. Seeing Yi Chen's straightforward refusal, the expressions of several people changed. Boy, do you know who Yu Xiao is?
Young Master Yu is a man who is about to be on the Xianmen Hidden Dragon list, and young Master Yu's brother-in-law is the elder of the Xianmen Zhanzi Hall. It is an honor for you to sell the Yunxian flower to young Master Yu. Don't be ungrateful with Mr. Yu's status, even a simple reminder can change your fate. Yu Xiao also said, my friend, I hope you can be sensible and sell the daffodils to me.
What if I don't know what's good for me? Yi Chen said with a smile.
Yu Xiao's face suddenly darkened, and he said coldly, if you don't know what's good for you, then your fate will be extremely miserable. Not only will you not be able to obtain the Yunxian flower, but you will also lose your arms and legs, and spend your next life in a wheelchair or hospital bed.
So domineering? Yi Chen's smile has turned into he sneered. If you don't sell your things to him, you will destroy him.
I have the ability to be domineering, and I am used to being domineering in Yunhai.
Yu Xiao said with a dignified and arrogant face.
Then he pointed and said, teach him how to behave.
Boy, you are really courting death.
The horse-faced man and another young man came up and pressed Yi Chen's shoulders.
Yi Chen shook his shoulders and threw the two men away.
The others were shocked, and Yu Xiao shouted, how dare you touch my people, do you want to die?
Get out of the way, I'm going to destroy him today.
Yu Xiao slammed the table and stood up, his whole body full of energy surging, making the air crackle.
Young Master Yu is amazing, his energy surges like firecrackers.
Young Master Yu's cultivation level is enough to rank him in the top 10 of the Hidden Dragon ranking.
Ha, this blind boy is in big trouble.
Amidst the crowd's laughter, Yi Chen raised his palm and slapped it towards Yu Xiao's face. Yu Xiao watched Yi Chen's slap falling down. The speed seemed very slow, but strangely, he couldn't dodge it at all.
Ah! When the slap landed, Yu Xiao felt like he was hit by a speeding train.
He screamed, and his body flew out instantly.
129, Chapter 129. The happiest time ever.
Seeing this scene, the group of people who were cheering for Yu Xiao were stunned. This scene was really unbelievable. Yu Xiao was a powerful man with great internal strength, but he was actually slapped away. Looking at Yu Xiao again, half of his face was swollen, like a balloon filled with air.
Ah! He screamed miserably, his face horrific as he roared, you bastard, you dare to hit me, I'll kill your whole family, I'll grind your entire family into ashes, I mean what I say. Yi Chen's face turned cold. Although he had no family, the fact that this guy dared to threaten him like this made Yi Chen feel murderous. You bastard, I'm not only going to kill your entire family, I'm also going to wipe out all 9 generations of your clan. My brother-in-law is an elder of the Xianmen sect. Even if the King of Heaven comes, he can't save you. Yu Xiao roared with great resentment. He had never suffered such humiliation since he was a child. He couldn't bear being slapped away by Yi Chen and screamed like a madman. Court death. Yi Chen moved, and the next moment he was stepping on Yu Xiao's chest. The sole of the shoe stepped down without hesitation, and with the sound of bones breaking that made people's scalps numb, Yu Xiao's shouting voice came to an abrupt end. His chest was completely crushed by Yi Chen, with bones and flesh mixed together, a horrible sight. Boom! This horrifying scene shocked everyone present to the extreme, and the eyes of Yu Xiao's brothers were about to pop out. This person actually killed Yu Xiao. Oh my god! Something big happened. Yu Xiao's brothers trembled and looked at Yi Chen in great fear. Take his body away. Yi Chen glanced at them coldly and said word by word, the murderer is Yi Chen. Come with me now. Mr. Yu, the boss of the herbal medicine shop, quickly pulled Yi Chen into the room inside. Boss Yu, I'm sorry to trouble you. Don't worry, this matter has nothing to do with you. I will explain it to the Yu family, Yi Chen said. Little brother, you underestimate me. I am not afraid of the Yu family. Boss Yu shook his head. Yi Chen smiled. This store was backed by the Yaoshan sect, so they were indeed not afraid of the Yu family. Little brother, I want to ask you a question. Boss Yu looked at Yi Chen with an excited expression. You ask. Are you the Yi Chen who killed the Tuli family heroes and the Xianmen elders at the Dragon and Tiger banquet?
Bosu asked with wide eyes and full of anticipation.
Yi Chen nodded. It's really you.
Bosu was even more excited. Mr. Yi, I have admired you for a long time, and today I finally get to see you in person.
His reaction surprised Yi Chen. Could it be that you have a grudge against the Yangchengli family?
It's not the Yangchengli family, but the Xianmen, our Yaoshan sect and the Xianmen are at odds, and I am my only son died at the hands of the Xianmen.
Hatred welled up in Bosu's eyes.
Yi Chen understood that he had an irreconcilable feud with Xianmen, no wonder he was so excited to see him. In order to unify the world of ancient martial arts, Xianmen has killed countless people, so naturally it has many enemies.
Bosu is one of them.
Mr. Yi, you have a high level of cultivation, are not afraid of the powerful Xianmen, and dare to resist you are truly a man of integrity.
Bosu said with admiration.
Yi Chen smiled bitterly. If there wasn't a deep hatred, who would want to provoke the behemoth Xianmen? Mr. Yi, according to the information I have, you are now on the Xuanmen's must-kill list. In the near future, the Xianmen will send top experts to Yunhai to deal with you.
Bosu said worriedly. Yi Chen smiled. After killing one of their elders and 2 disciples, Xianmen would definitely take revenge.
He had been prepared for a long time and was waiting for the Xianmen master to come. Mr. Yi, I will arrange for you to leave. You can hide in our Yaoshan sect for a while. You can come out after the storm has passed, Bosu said sincerely. No need, I'm waiting for them. If one comes, I'll kill one. If 2 come, I'll kill a pair.
Yi Chen said lightly. You.
Bosu was shocked. He didn't expect Yi Chen to be so bold and determined to fight Xianmen to the end. Where does he get the confidence from? Xianmen is the largest force in the ancient martial arts world. It is a behemoth.
Seeing Yi Chen's extremely firm attitude, Bosu had no choice but to try to persuade him any further.
Mr. Yi, it's too dangerous for you to fight against Xianmen alone. If you need me for anything, just tell me. We'll help you even if it costs me my life. Bosu also wanted to seek revenge on Xuanmen. He finally met someone like Yi Chen who had the same pursuit as him, so he naturally wanted to help him.
Thank you, Bosu. If I need anything, I will ask you, Yi Chen said with a smile.
It's nice to have a friend like this. If I need any medicinal herbs in the future, I can ask him for help.
Mr. Yi, have you heard of the 7 swords of Tianqi?
Bosu suddenly said.
7 swords of Tianqi.
These 4 words shocked Yi Chen's heart and set off a huge wave.
How could he not know? He knows better than anyone.
Because Yi Chen is one of the members of the 7 swords of Tianqi, Yi Longzhu, who ranks 5th. Following Bosu's words, the memories buried deep in my heart suddenly emerged like mushrooms after a rain. That year, peach blossoms were in full bloom above Tianqi Lake. 7 like-minded martial arts geniuses burned incense and worshipped the sky, forming a sworn brotherhood. They are known as the 7 swords of Tianqi, and their goal is to transform into swords, pierce the darkness between heaven and earth, and uphold justice and fairness in the world. Sorted by age, Yi Chen is the 5th and Fenger is the youngest, and everyone calls her Xiuqi. The 7 of them are like the 7 freaks of Jiangnan and Jinyang's world, who are chivalrous, punish evil and promote good, and fight for justice. In the world of chivalry, Yi Chen never admires the almighty 5 great masters, but the righteous Kujinwu, who is not very capable. If someone is bullied on the street, he may turn a blind eye, but Hiroku will definitely stand up and won't hesitate for a second. Drinking and singing, enjoying the world of martial arts, punishing evil and promoting good, being chivalrous and tender, that was the happiest time of Yi Chen and his friends' lives. Until later, he became the enemy of the most powerful force in the ancient martial arts world.
Some of the 7 swordsmen of Tianqi died, some were injured, and in the end, it ended in disgrace. The scenes from the past flashed through Yi Chen's mind quickly like a movie. I've received accurate information. The 3rd of the 7 swordsmen of Tianqi is living in seclusion somewhere in Huaxi City. Mr. Yi, they were all heroes who fought against the Xin sect back then, especially Lord Yilong, who single-handedly caused chaos within the Xin sect and killed countless Xin sect masters. Yi Chen only heard the first sentence of Bosu and could not hear the rest of the words. 3rd sister, are you living in seclusion in Huaxi?
It's not far from the Sea of Clouds. Yi Chen closed his eyes to hold back the tears that were about to roll down.
130, Chapter 134. Sister Chen Bing. For the first time, Yi Chen felt anticipation for the city of Huaxi. Because of one person, looking forward to a city. The third sister, Chen Bing, is dressed in white as snow and is as cold as ice. But she is different from the indifferent Lin Hanshu. Chen Bing's heart is burning. Third sister, I will definitely find you. Yi Chen said secretly in his heart. Huaxi City is so big that finding a recluse is like looking for a needle in a haystack. However, Wang Chang and Lan Yan are from Huaxi and are in charge of Xinhong, the largest underground society in Huaxi, so this matter can be handed over to them. Yi Chen immediately called Wang Chang and told him about this matter, and Wang Chang agreed readily. Afterwards, Yi Chen returned to the new noble villa and began his cultivation. Sea of Clouds, Yu family. The Yu family is a well-known ancient martial arts family and is considered a second-rate force in Yunhai. If it were in the world of ancient martial arts, it would be nothing. However, the Yu family had a noble lady who married a deacon elder of the Xianmen. Although he is just a deacon elder, he is still related to Xianmen. With the support of Xianmen, the Yu family became more confident and regarded themselves as a first-class family in Yunhai. The Yu family also became more confident and felt that they were walking sideways in the sea of clouds, and they were very proud. But now the Yu family can no longer be arrogant, because what is in front of them is a corpse, the corpse of Yu Jun, the eldest son of the Yu family. Crying. Dad, what are you hesitating about? It was Yi Chen who killed Xiaoju and give the order now. I'll bring people to confiscate the house of that bastard Yi Chen and kill his entire family. Yu Jun's eldest brother shouted angrily. The Yu family's patriarch clenched his fists tightly and said through gritted teeth, Junior has hit a wall this time. We can't afford to offend that Yi Chen. What, we can't afford to offend? With the relationship with my sister, is there any force in Yunhai that we can't afford to offend? Brother Yu Jun asked in surprise. What do you know, you bastard? The head of the Yu family said coldly, this Yi Chen is extremely terrifying. Before he killed Junior, the two heroes of the Li family had already been defeated by him. The Yangcheng Li family doesn't even dare to fart, so who are we, the Yu family, to cause trouble for Yi Chen? What, even the Yangcheng Li family can't afford to offend Yi Chen? Brother Yu Jun was shocked. The Yangcheng Li family is the overlord of the Lingnan region and a famous ancient martial arts family. They are much stronger than their Yu family. So, my brother's revenge can't be avenged? Why can't I report it? The Yu family patriarch sneered. Yi Chen, relying on his own strong skills, is courting death like crazy, even daring to kill the elders of Xuanmen. I have received accurate information that the incense master of Xianmen Zanzitang is about to reach Yunhai. The patriarch of the Yu family paused and said viciously, the only thing Zhang Wudi has to do is to kill Yi Chen. Fight invincible. This name made brother Yu Jun tremble all over. This is the top master of Xianmen, the top master of the ancient martial arts world, Zhang Wudi. That Yi Chen is dead. Yi Chen spent a day refining 2 spirit refining pills. According to his plan, he needs to make at least 3 pills. However, when it comes to alchemy, there are always accidents. If I had a decent alchemy furnace, the success rate would be greatly improved. Yi Chen smiled helplessly and decided to wait for an opportunity to get a furnace. He then spent another 2 days taking the soul refining pill, using the medicinal power to forge his mental strength bit by bit. Mental strength has been greatly improved. In the past, his mental power could only be released over a distance of about 2 meters, but now it can be released over a distance of 10 meters. Moreover, the strength and concentration of mental power are several times higher than before. Next, Yi Chen took out the space crystal. This strange stone contains space inside and can be refined into a storage magic tool. Just when Yi Chen was about to start refining, Su Yan suddenly called. Yi Chen, I just got the news that Ma Weisheng committed suicide by jumping off a building last night, and his mistress also got her comeuppance. She ran out to the street in the middle of the night and was hit and killed by a truck. Yi Chen smiled. These 2 people must have been driven crazy by Chen Shipei's ghost. Chen Shipei finally got her revenge. Yi Chen, come to my villa quickly. I have something important to tell you, Su Yan said anxiously. 131, Chapter 131. From now on I will be Xiuqiu's father. If there is anything important, Sister Su, just tell me on the phone, Yi Chen said.
I can't talk on the phone, Su Yan gasped twice and said, if you don't come soon, I'm going to die. Yi Chen was shocked. Is it so serious? He had no choice but to go over and take a look. Although Su Yan liked to touch people, she was still a nice person. Su Yan is generous and righteous, full of sense of justice. She helped a lot in this matter of Qin Shi Pei, and it was she who asked someone to find the dark wood. Lin Hanshue's villa was only a few hundred meters away from Su Yan's villa, and Yi Chen arrived there quickly. Sister Su was wearing very little, just an ordinary t-shirt, which could not cover up the magnificent waves at all. She was wearing a short skirt underneath, and a pair of round, white, beautiful legs were exposed to the air. Different from the girl's slender and long legs, Su Yan's legs appear fuller and fleshy. Sister Su, what terrible thing happened? Yi Chen looked at her in surprise. Apart from a slightly red face, everything else looks normal. I'm not feeling well, Su Yan only said a few words, her face as red as the Spring Festival couplets posted during the Chinese New Year. Why are you feeling uncomfortable? Yi Chen asked suspiciously. Just now, something got stuck in my food while I was eating. Su Yan's voice was as thin as a mosquito. Oh, it's not a big deal, let me help you take a look. Yi Chen smiled. It turned out that the food was stuck in his throat. There was nothing to be embarrassed about. He didn't know why Sister Su's face was so red. Sister Su, open your mouth and let me see. Yi Chen said. Su Yan glanced at Yi Chen coquettishly, hesitated for a long time, and then said, stupid, this is not the place. Yi Chen was stunned. What does that mean? Su Yan looked at Yi Chen, who was confused, and said in shame and anger, you are such a fool, you are stuck here. Seeing the direction of her finger, Yi Chen's eyes suddenly widened, his face stunned. More than 10 minutes later, Yi Chen left Su Yan's villa. Thinking of the scene just now, he found it difficult to look directly at it. His clothes were all soiled. After removing the foreign object, he went to the bathroom, took a shower, and changed his clothes before coming out. Yi Chen, I'm sorry, sister, I made your clothes dirty. Su Yan sent a voice message, feeling very embarrassed. It's okay. Yi Chen was also embarrassed. Well, that sister is so embarrassing, you won't laugh at me, right? Su Yan was embarrassed. No, this is human nature. Yi Chen said earnestly, Sister Su, you should find a boyfriend. I've dated 2 college students before, and they were both after my money. Those 2 bastards took my money and went to find other women, Su Yan said angrily. Sister Su, you are so beautiful, and your boyfriend still cheats on you? Yi Chen said with a smile. I was so busy at the time that I had no time to spend with them, so they hooked up with other people. What, Yi Chen, you think I'm beautiful too? Su Yan suddenly said excitedly. Yes, Sister Su. Su Yan is the type that gets more beautiful the more you look at her. Her looks are far inferior to those of Lin Hanxue and Han Waner, and even Han Yushu. However, Su Yan exudes a mature charm all over her body, which is very charming. In addition, her skin is well maintained and her figure is plump. I'm afraid all men over 30 years old should like this. The most important thing is that it hurts people. Yi Chen's words made Su Yan laugh happily, and she said, Yi Chen, since you think I'm pretty, then you can be my boyfriend. I am free now, and I'll serve you every day and give you endless money. Yi Chen said awkwardly, Sister Su, I just treat you as my sister, don't think of it the wrong way. Just call her sister. I like relationships between older women and younger men. Su Yan didn't hear anything Yi Chen said. Yi Chen could only pretend to be deaf and dumb and ended the conversation with Su Yan. Afterwards, he used his divine steps to rush to Ma Weisheng's villa, and used an invisibility talisman to take back the dark wood under Ma Weisheng's bed. The ghosts of Qin Shi Pei and Xiao Qiu both live in this piece of dark wood. Thank you, my benefactor, Tianshi Xiuqiu, and I have already taken our revenge. Qin Shi Pei was extremely grateful to Yi Chen and respected him like a god. Yi Chen nodded slightly, but he was worried about what to do next. Since Qin Shi Pei is dead and has taken revenge, her ghost should gradually dissipate between heaven and earth. This is also in line with the principles of heaven and earth. However, Yi Chen also has a way to make them exist for a long time, because they have already formed ghosts. Generally speaking, after a person dies, his soul will become rootless duckweed, like a cloud of smoke, and will quickly dissipate between heaven and earth. But if the deceased has a lot of resentment and strong obsession, like Chen Shipei, the soul will not dissipate easily. In addition, there is an old well in Lin Hanshua's villa, and the evil energy in the well is quite heavy. The souls of Chen Shipei and Xiao Qiu merged with the evil energy in the well, which led to the formation of the special existence of ghosts. They now live in the sunken wood and can survive longer. 3 to 5 years is not a problem.
But one question is, what is the meaning of this existence?
There is no life left, only a ball of consciousness according to the laws of nature. It will disappear between heaven and earth. Yi Chen communicated with Chen Shipei and asked for her opinion. I've fulfilled my wish now, so I don't have any attachments anymore. It should naturally be destroyed, but I just feel sorry for Xiao Qiu. She hasn't even come into this world, hasn't even seen the beauty of this colorful world, and she's gone with the wind just like me after Ali can't bear it.
Chen Shipei said.
Her words touched Yi Chen's heart, because Yi Chen's unborn daughter had not yet come into this world. Master, ever since Xiao Qiu became a ghost, she has been staying with me at the bottom of the cold well. The only thing she feels is coldness. She thinks the world is just like this. But I told her that the world is not cold, there is warm sunshine, and it feels very comfortable when it shines on her body.
Chen Shipei's ghost was silent for a long time.
Xiao Qiu's greatest wish is to feel the warm sunshine.
Call.
Yi Chen closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and said slowly, Chen Shipei, you and Xiao Qiu don't have to disappear. I will do everything I can to save you. And, I promise you that I will make Xiao Qiu's wish come true.
Tianshi, you.
Chen Shipei was touched. She didn't expect Yi Chen to be so kind to them. This was against the laws of nature. The reason why Yi Chen made this decision was not because he sympathized with Chen Shipei and the others' plight, but because of his regret for his daughter who was unable to come into this world. A small revenge that has a similar experience to his daughter may make up for the regret in his heart. From now on, I will be Xiao Qiu's father.
Yi Chen smiled and said gently. 132, Chapter 132. You are his brother-in-law.
Yi Chen returned to the backyard of Lin Hanshue's villa. He has been practicing here these days and feels at peace with himself. Because Lin Hanshue had already given him the backyard. After all, this is a haunted house. If Yi Chen hadn't taken action to solve the problem, Lin Hanshue would not have been able to take advantage of this opportunity. She saved 40 million, so there was nothing wrong with giving the backyard to herself.
In addition to this reason, Lin Hanshue was also very satisfied with Yi Chen's performance in the past few days, especially in bed.
No matter how cold Lin Hanshue's personality is, she is still a woman after all. The exhilarating feeling made her addicted to it, and she would invite Yi Chen every night, but Yi Chen was busy practicing in the past few days and ignored her.
Yi Chen next plans to refine the space crystal and make it into a simple storage magic tool.
The space crystal has its own space inside, and he only needs to engrave a magic circle to capture objects on the crystal. The space crystal is only the size of a baby's fist. It is very difficult to engrave a magic array on such a small object. First of all, the mental strength must be strong, able to be released outwards, and condensed to a certain degree. This was also the reason why Yi Chen was busy refining the soul refining pill to enhance his mental strength in the past few days. For cultivators, having a storage device is of great help in their cultivation. Just when Yi Chen started to refine it, Lin Hanshue suddenly called. Yi Chen was scared when he saw her call. She used to harass him at night, so why would she do that in broad daylight? Yi Chen hung up the call directly, but Lin Hanshue called again immediately.
What are you doing again? You don't want to get punished again, do you? Yi Chen said speechlessly. Bah, who do you think I am, you beast? Lin Hanshue cursed and said, I'm at the door of the villa. I have a big box that's too heavy. Can you help me carry it?
Yi Chen came to the door of the villa and saw Lin Hanshue standing in front of the car. She was wearing a professional suit, showing off her curvy figure. Her long legs were wrapped in a thin layer of black stockings, which made her legs look mysterious and sexy. Paired with a pair of expensive CL high heels, it is very charming.
Yi Chen was a little surprised. It was the first time he saw Lin Hanshue wearing such sexy black stockings.
Please help me take this big box in the trunk to the village, Lin Hanshue said. Yi Chen picked it up easily and rushed towards the villa with Lin Hanshue. Lin Hanshue sighed, it's good to have a man at home. You are such a big CEO and a female billionaire with a net worth of billions, why don't you bring a few assistants with you? Yi Chen said. You know I don't like getting too close to men. The company has a lot of bodyguards and assistants, and I don't want to bring any of them. Yi Chen, how about you be my assistant? I'll pay you 100,000 a month. Lin Hanxue took off her sunglasses, revealing a pair of beautiful narrow eyes. No, Yi Chen refused bluntly. Well, Lin Hanxue sighed and said lamentingly, before, you would run away if I said a word, but now even begging you won't do anything. I really regret divorcing you. She seemed to be joking when she said this, but her eyes were closely observing Yi Chen's reaction. But Yi Chen seemed to have no reaction. Lin Hanxue put on sunglasses to hide her gloomy eyes. After crossing the long path and arriving in the living room, Yi Chen put down the box and asked, "What's in it? It's so heavy." Money. Yi Chen was slightly surprised when he opened it. It was full of money, in thick stacks. How much is this? 5 million. What do you want to do with so much cash? Yi Chen asked in surprise. To buy jade. Lin Hanxue smiled and said, I've recently fallen in love with jade. In a few days, I plan to go to the jade market in Yunnan with my friends to buy some interesting stones. That place only accepts cash, so I'm going to prepare it in advance. Jade? Yi Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. This line of work is very complicated. He didn't expect that she would like it. My previous life was too boring. I have to develop a hobby, right? Lin Hanxue said. Yi Chen nodded and said nothing more. Yi Chen, put the box somewhere safe. If Lin Xiaoming sees it, he'll definitely give me a hard time. This guy has been getting more and more unreasonable lately, asking me for money all day long. Lin Hanxue rubbed her temples with a headache. Put it under your bed? Yi Chen carried the box and walked towards the bedroom. It's better not to let it go. I am planning to change the bed today, Lin Hanxue suddenly said. Why change the bed? It's quite comfortable to sleep on, Yi Chen asked in surprise. He slept here the night before the haunting. Well, the bed legs are a little broken, Lin Hanxue said. This bed is new, and it's a big brand. How come the legs are broken? Yi Chen looked puzzled. Lin Hanxue picked up the pillow beside her and threw it at Yi Chen, saying angrily, still asking, isn't it all your fault, a beast? Forehead. Yi Chen's head was full of black lines. He laughed dryly twice and looked up at the oval ceiling of the living room. He jumped up, grabbed the outer edge of the ceiling with one hand and pulled it down. The ceiling was of good quality. So he put the box directly on the ceiling. Lin Hanxue was shocked. Yi Chen actually jumped so high and climbed on the ceiling like a monkey. That's good. Now Lin Xiaoming is so tired that he can't find it. Yi Chen jumped down and said, clapping his hands. Will it collapse? Lin Hanxue took a glance and asked worriedly. I've tried it. The quality of the ceiling is very good. It can bear 1,000 pounds without any problem. It will definitely not collapse, Yi Chen said with a smile. Lin Hanxue nodded and looked at Yi Chen in surprise. You can jump so high while carrying such a heavy box. Even an Olympic champion can't compare to you. Yi Chen, why do you seem to be cheating since you divorced me? It feels like everything has become amazing, ridiculously amazing. I have always been this good, but you haven't paid attention to me before so I didn't notice it, Yi Chen said lightly. Lin Hanxue sighed and fell silent, feeling that Yi Chen was right. She really hadn't paid much attention to Yi Chen before. Alas, Lin Xiaoming is really worrying. Lin Hanxue changed the subject. Now that his family is well off, he spends his days drinking and partying, hanging out in bars with women, and hanging out with all sorts of people. He won't listen to anything I say. If this continues, something bad will happen to him sooner or later. She looked at Yi Chen and said seriously, please help me take care of him. I found that Lin Xiaoming seems to have changed towards you. He is a little afraid of you now. What does Lin Xiaoming have to do with me? Why should I care about him? Yi Chen said with a smile. Of course you have to take care of him. Lin Hanxue said without hesitation, you are his brother-in-law. 133, Chapter 133. Lin Hanxue's cousin. Brother-in-law? Yi Chen sneered, don't say I'm not. Even if I am, I won't recognize such a bastard brother-in-law. Lin Hanxue frowned slightly. Lin Xiaoming was indeed a bastard, but he was still her brother after all. Yi Chen. Lin Hanxue walked towards Yi Yun, the soles of her slender high heels tapping the floor made a crisp sound, hitting the man's heart. The round ankles are lifted high, the soles of the feet are bent, and together with the plump and white forefoot and toes, they form a sexy and seductive curve. It is so irresistibly sexy that one will fall in love with it at first sight. Lin Hanxue stroked Yi Chen's shoulders with her white and slender hands and spoke softly. No matter how the whole family tries to discipline him, he won't listen. Only when you are carried out does Xiaoming restrain himself a little. One time, Xiaoming got drunk and told me the truth. He said our family was wrong and shouldn't have kicked you out. He also said, how nice it would be if you were still his brother-in-law. When I heard that, I felt really bad. Okay, you said it very well done. Say it next time, Yi Chen said with a smile. You. Lin Hanxue was a little annoyed. Why was Yi Chen so stubborn? She really wanted Yi Chen to take good care of Lin Xiaoming. If things continued like this, Lin Xiaoming would be ruined. Yi Chen, I beg you, please take care of Xiaoming, okay? As Lin Hanxue spoke, she also made small movements, and her slender hands gently kneaded Yi Chen's shoulders. The beautiful feet wrapped in black stockings were also lifted up, and the toes painted with bright red nail polish touched Yi Chen's chest and drew circles. As she moved like this, the infinitely charming scenery under her skirt was also full of fatal temptation. Gurgle. Yi Chen swallowed a big mouthful of saliva and seemed a little dry in the mouth. Is it okay, Yi Chen? Lin Hanxue's voice was full of coquettishness. She bit her red lips slightly, exuding an alluring charm. Seeing that Yi Chen's breathing frequency had become faster, his eyes were staring at him, and his whole body seemed to be burning with flames. A smug smile appeared on Lin Hanxue's lips. Even a man with a heart of stone like Yi Chen couldn't resist her charm, right? Suddenly, Yi Chen's eyes lit up, like two torches, piercing Lin Hanxue's eyes. His entire demeanor changed dramatically, and he pointed at Lin Hanxue and sternly said, I don't care who you are, get out of Lin Hanxue's body. Lin Hanxue's expression changed, and the movements of her hands and feet also stopped. Yi Chen, what do you mean? You are possessed by something, otherwise why would you become so slutty? Yi Chen said seriously. Lin Hanxue's pretty face suddenly turned red, and she was ashamed and angry. You're the one who's possessed, you bastard. Lin Hanxue kicked Yi Chen hard, turned around and left without even bothering to put on her shoe. He limped into the bedroom and slammed the door. Extremely embarrassed, Yi Chen laughed out loud. However, his last words were the truth. Lin Hanxue, who was as cold and indifferent as the Guanghan fairy, actually had such a side to her. He had never seen her face like this before, in the 3 years they had lived together. It's really puzzling. However, Yi Chen didn't think too much about it. He went straight back to the room in the backyard of the villa and began to refine the space crystal. Lu Meiyu and others came to the villa and brought a young woman dressed fashionably. This woman is called Chen Bei, the daughter of Lu Meiyu's elder sister Lu Meixin. She had just graduated from university and was looking for a job in another place. She just returned today. Hanxue, where are the people? Come out quickly, look who's here. Lu Meiyu said happily that she has loved her niece Chen Bei since she was a child. My cousin is really rich. She lives in such a nice villa. I wish I could have such a luxurious villa. Chen Bei looked around with envy on her face. Ha, Xiao Bei, this will be your villa from now on. We are all family, so why be polite? Lu Meiyu said with a smile. Ah, really, you're so kind, auntie. Chen Bei was very happy and immediately called Lu Meixin. Mom, send my luggage over. I will live in my cousin's villa from now on. Everyone in the Lin family was stunned. Why was she so rude? Forget it, Mom, don't bother cleaning. My cousin's villa has everything. If I need anything in the future, I can just ask my cousin to buy it for me. Chen Bei held the phone and said, that's it, I'm hanging up first. 134, Chapter 134. The man and woman in the living room. Chen Bei's words made the Lin family look at each other in confusion. What do you mean your cousin will buy you whatever you need? Lin Xiaoming said from the side, Chen Bei, you are so naive. Usually, my sister never buys me anything I want. Can we be the same? You're a man, I'm a woman. You want money, but it will only lead to ruin. I want money to invest in myself, to dress myself up beautiful. It's only a matter of time before I enter the upper class. Chen Bei said proudly. What did you say?
Lin Xiaoming was angry and glared at Chen Bei. What did he mean by he would become decadent and squander money just because he had money? Could he even speak?
Aunt, look at him, he looks like he wants to eat me. Chen Bei immediately asked Lu Meiyu for help. Lu Meiyu glared at Lin Xiaoming. Xiao Bei is right, Lin Xiaoming. What are you dissatisfied with? Apologize to Xiao Bei quickly. If you glare at her again in the future, I will not forgive you.
Mom, you.
Lin Xiaoming was so angry that he gritted his teeth. His mother doted on this niece very much and said that she looked just like her when she was young.
Ha!
When Chen Bei saw Lin Hanxue throw away her high heels in the living room, her eyes suddenly lit up and she walked forward.
He picked it up and looked at it, and said in surprise, Christian Louboutin, it's actually CL high heels, this is a top brand.
Lu Meiyu hurried forward and said, these are the shoes Hanxue just bought. Why did you leave one here? At this time, Chen Bei had already taken off her own shoes and put on this pair of high heels. She said happily, Auntie, look, it fits my feet really well. It's CL, a woman can't live without a pair of CL.
Lu Meiyu took a look, nodded and smiled, yes, it fits Xiao Bei very well.
At this time, Lin Hanxue came out of the bedroom. She was still sulking at Yi Chen when she saw Chen Bei. A smile suddenly appeared on her face. Xiao Bei, why are you back? Aren't you working in Jiangcheng? Well, I didn't like that job, so I quit. I heard you become rich, so I came to live with you.
Chen Bei said, pointing to the high heels on her feet. Cousin, are these your shoes?
Yes.
What about the other one?
In the bedroom.
Cousin, bring it to me.
Lin Hanxue looked at her in surprise, then took the other shoe. After putting them on, Chen Bei loved them very much. They are so good, they are just like my feet. They are brand new. Cousin, please give these shoes to me. We'll wear them in the future.
Ah.
Lin Hanxue was stunned. She had just bought this pair of shoes yesterday and spent more than 50,000 yuan. It's okay, cousin, I don't dislike you. It's just you. If it were any other woman, no matter how beautiful or rich she is, I would never wear someone else's shoes.
Chen Bei said proudly.
Lin Xiaoming was shocked. This pair of shoes cost tens of thousands of dollars. He accompanied Lin Hanxue to buy them yesterday.
This Chen Bei just opens her mouth and asks for it? Why, cousin, you are reluctant? The smile on Chen Bei's face disappeared. No way, cousin, you are worth billions now, and you can't bear to part with a pair of shoes?
Two black lines appeared on Lin Hanxue's fair forehead. Lu Meiyu quickly said, it's just a pair of shoes. If Xiao Bei likes them, I'll give them to her. Hanxue, buy her another pair.
Okay. Lin Hanxue could only smile bitterly and nod.
At this time, Lin Xingyuan led a young woman in simple clothes over and said, this is the gold medal nanny I found from the nanny center. She earns 50,000 yuan a month and will be dedicated to serving Hanxue from now on.
The young woman greeted quickly. Chen Bei immediately looked disdainful. What nanny? 50,000 yuan a month. She's a gold medal nanny, a leader in the nanny industry. Lin Xingyuan said, she's worth the price. Chen Bei sneered, what kind of gold medal nanny is that? The price is way too high.
Lu Meiyu nodded, Xiao Bei is right, it is indeed too expensive. 50,000 a month is more than most people can afford. The young woman's face suddenly turned red. The price was originally agreed upon, so why did they complain it was too high? Chen Bei said, Uncle, you should fire her. I'll be the nanny to take care of my cousin and get this salary. After all, I'll live here in the future, so I can take care of my cousin. By the way, it's better to keep the wealth within the family.
Ah. Lin Xingyuan looked embarrassed.
Lu Meiyu's eyes lit up. Yes, why didn't I think of this? Xiao Bei is looking for a job. We can just help Xiao Bei find a job and prevent outsiders from taking advantage of us. Kill two birds with one stone.
Lin Hanxue and others were speechless. Would Chen Bei be able to serve others as a nanny? Aunt, you still understand me? Chen Bei looked at Lu Meiyu gratefully.
Lu Meiyu looked at her, as if she saw herself when she was younger, and smiled brightly. It's settled, but Xiao Bei is wronged by asking you to be a nanny. Why feel wronged? Others want to serve my cousin, but they haven't had the chance yet, Chen Bei said.
This little mouth can really talk. Lu Meiyu couldn't stop smiling. Although Lin Hanxue and others were not very willing, they had to accept it reluctantly under Lu Meiyu's insistence.
Chen Bei stayed in the Lin family like this. Yi Chen has not left the house these days and has been refining space crystals in the house. It took 3 days to finally engrave the object capturing array, and Yi Chen was almost exhausted. The mental energy consumed in engraving this magic array is really too great. He didn't even bother to test the function of this storage magic device, and fell into a deep sleep on the bed. It was not until 4 or 5 in the afternoon that Yi Chen finally woke up. He stretched and felt that he had almost recovered. So he took out the piece of dark wood and the storage crystal, used his mental power to communicate with the magic circle inside, and with a thought, the magic circle for capturing objects opened. Looking at the piece of dark wood again, it has been received into the space of the crystal. After a busy few days, it's finally successful. Yi Chen showed a smile on his face. It would be much more convenient to carry important things in the future, and it would also help with cultivation. The help will also be great. The space inside this crystal is too small, only about 1 cubic meter in size, and cannot hold too many things. Afterwards, Yi Chen put all the talismans he had refined into the space crystal, then went downstairs and prepared to go to Han Wanner's medicine field. So many days have passed, the planted ice heartgrass should be mature and ready for picking. However, as soon as he reached the stairs, Yi Chen heard a strange sound. Yi Chen frowned. A man and a woman were doing business downstairs. That voice doesn't sound like Lin Hanxue's. Who else could it be? How could he appear in the living room downstairs? With a hint of curiosity, Yi Chen walked down and saw a young woman in a hip skirt sitting on a man's lap. This woman was facing Yi Chen. Yi Chen had never seen her before. How could she appear in Lin Hanxue's villa? Ahem. Yi Chen coughed, waking up the man and woman who were indulging themselves below. 135, Chapter 135 Press Conference. When the man and woman who were enjoying themselves on the sofa saw a man coming down from upstairs, their faces changed drastically. The woman in the hip skirt screamed and quickly pulled down her skirt to cover herself, saying angrily, "Who are you? Why are you in my house?" "I was going to ask who you are." Yi Chen glanced at the young woman. She was quite pretty and her nose was a bit like Lin Hanxue Lu Meiyu's, both with a high nose bridge. "I'm Chen Bei, Lin Hanxue's cousin. This villa belongs to me and my cousin. Where did you come from?" The young woman got off the man, pulled down her shirt, and ran to Yi Chen angrily. "Chen Bei?" Yi Chen was stunned, then he remembered that he seemed to have met Chen Bei once when he married Lin Hanxue. She was still a student at that time, but now she is dressed so maturely and having an affair with a man in broad daylight, and in Lin Hanxue's villa. "Yi Chen, it turns out you were such a waste." At this time, Chen Bei also recognized Yi Chen and was immediately furious. "Didn't my sister kick you out, you loser? Why are you still in my sister's villa? Did you break in and steal things?" "I already live here." Yi Chen smiled and teased, "You should be the one who stole things. No, to be more precise, you stole people." Chen Bei's face flushed red with anger, her eyes widened, and she was filled with rage. "The person who stole your sister is my boyfriend Zhang Can." "Oh, go on." Yi Chen was too lazy to pay attention to Chen Bei and walked straight downstairs. At this time, Chen Bei grabbed his clothes and said with gritted teeth, "Yi Chen, you wretched man." Looked at me. "You must apologize to me and compensate me for my mental damage." "You are being unreasonable." "No wonder Lu Meiyu said you are most like her." Yi Chen sneered. "How dare you even scold my aunt? If you don't apologize and compensate me today, I will never let you go." Chen Bei pointed at Yi Chen's nose and yelled. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes, and the dragon pendant on his chest emitted a faint red light, absorbing the negative emotions generated by Chen Bei. It's no wonder that this woman is the second Lu Meiyu, and the negative emotions she generates are very high. Next, Yi Chen planned to refine the ice purification pill to get rid of the evil spirits in his body. After the evil spirits in his body were cleared out, he would absorb the negative emotions and continue to strive for the 7th level of Qi training. The number of negative emotions required to reach the 7th level of Qi training is about 150,000, and there are already 30,000 in Long Pei. Most of them were produced by Lin Hanxue. This Chen Bei is a good target for collection. Seeing her furious expression, Yi Chen smiled. "This villa in the backyard was given to me by Lin Hanxue. It's like my home. You and your boyfriend did this kind of thing in my house, and you still want me to apologize to you? You are the one who should apologize." Yi Chen walked down, looked at the wet sofa, frowned and said, "You also stained my sofa. You have to compensate. This sofa is imported from abroad." "What, Yi Chen, what did you say, you bastard?" Chen Bei was so angry that her veins bulged out, and her eyes were like volcanoes, spewing out blazing anger. Boom boom boom.
Her anger level was simply off the charts, rushing towards Yi Chen's dragon pendant like a mighty river. Yi Chen was secretly very happy he met another donkey from the production team like Lu Meiyu. They were both noble people on his path of cultivation. At this time, her boyfriend Zhang Can said, "Chen Bei, the fastest and most effective way to solve a problem is with your fists." The 180-foot-tall young man had already stood up, with a cynical smile on his face, and said slowly, "Your name is Yi Chen, right? Maybe you don't know who you have provoked. Remember, the person standing in front of you is Zhang Can, a third-degree black belt in Taekwondo, and the 8th Yunhai City Youth Taekwondo champion." "Wow, Zhang Can, you are so handsome and manly." Chen Bei suddenly had a crazy expression on her face. At this time, Zhang Canliang showed a handsome gesture and hooked his finger at Yi Chen. "Boy, I grant you a death. Are you sure you want to fight with me? If so, you may have to stay in bed for 3 months, Yi Chen said. "Boy, I'll keep you in bed for 3 years. Zhang Can shouted coldly and delivered a left kick to Yi Chen's face. Very powerful and vigorous. Bang! Yi Chen slapped Zhang Can with his hand, and with a snap, he flew out. Chen Bei, who was cheering for her boyfriend, was stunned. Ah! Zhang Can fell to the ground and let out a miserable cry. "Zhang Can, what's wrong with you?" Chen Bei hurried over to support her boyfriend. "Don't move, it's broken." Zhang Can's screams made Yi Chen's eardrums hurt. "Yi Chen, you beast, you broke my boyfriend's leg." Chen Bei turned her head and shouted angrily. "Yeah, I know, send him to the hospital immediately," Yi Chen said with a worried look on his face. "You." Chen Bei was so angry that her eyes rolled back and she almost fainted. Yi Chen walked out of the door amid Chen Bei's curses, and he was in a good mood. In just a short while, the jade pendant absorbed more than 10,000 negative emotions. When he could no longer absorb it, he left. Yi Chen was already familiar with the characteristics of the jade pendant. After absorbing about 10,000 negative emotions from a person in a short period of time, it would be difficult to absorb more. You have to wait for a while before you can continue to draw from this person. This is considered a limitation of the jade pendant. If there were no restrictions and he could collect endlessly, he would have been invincible long ago. Afterwards, Yi Chen went to the Han family's medicinal field to check the growth of the ice heart grass. Just as he expected, the ice heart grass was growing well, with more than 70 plants already mature. If all of them were picked and refined into ice heart pills, 5 or 6 pills should be possible, which would be enough to clear the evil spirits from the body. Yi Chen picked the mature ice heart grass. He picked it up, sealed it with his true essence, and placed it in his storage crystal. Just after finishing, Han Wanner called and said, "Yi Chen, come over and accompany me to a press conference." "Press conference? What should I do?" Yi Chen asked in surprise. "Lin Hanxue and Lin Yan'an, that couple, are looking for trouble," Han Wanner said angrily. "What's going on?" Yi Chen was stunned. Han Wanner said, originally, Xinghue Pharmaceutical was planning to hold a new product launch conference at the Hongsheng Hotel at 10 Amin Conference Room 18. But guess what? Han Wanner sneered and said, Lin Hanxue and Lin Yan'an suddenly decided to hold a press conference today, and the location is exactly the same as mine. It's also at the Hongsheng Hotel, Conference Room 18. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Lin Hanxue and the others were holding a press conference, but they didn't choose any of the many hotels in Yunhai, and instead chose to squeeze together with Han Wanner. What's the intention? It's obviously a declaration of war. They're coming right up to you to declare war. Yi Chen smiled. This press conference was quite exciting. He wanted to go and see it. 136, Chapter 136, Meeting Room 18. Yi Chen met Han Wanner in a room in Hongsheng Hotel. Han Wanner dressed very formally today, even wearing a necklace and earrings. She looked like the powerful, noble and beautiful heroine in a Korean drama. This couple is such a troublemaker, they're so pissed me off. Han Wanner felt much more at ease when she saw Yi Chen coming, but she was still very angry. The time and location of our press conference were announced last night. Lin Hanxue made a last-minute decision and deliberately chose the same place. Yi Chen smiled and said, "It's the same place, so what's there to be angry about? If they want to declare war, we'll just take it." Han Wanner took a deep breath and said, "This isn't the most infuriating thing. The most infuriating thing is that they chose to hold the press conference at 9:30, half an hour earlier than us.
It's already 9:20, and the people sitting in that conference room are all my partners, distributors, suppliers, etc. Even the equipment is mine. They're holding a press conference on my territory, in front of my people. I assent that stepping on my face and bullying me? Yi Chen frowned slightly. This behavior was indeed very bad and too rampant. The person should be killed. The hotel has strict rules. How could we allow them to act so recklessly and cut in front of you? Yi Chen said. Rules are fixed, but people are flexible. They must have bribed the hotel owner to force their way in front of me. Han Wanner said. They held a press conference with documents stamped by the hotel. I can't do anything about it. Good boy, these two are really capable of causing trouble. Yi Chen smiled. The press conferences were held one after another in the same place, and the two groups were competitors. This is going to be quite explosive no matter where you put it. Lin Yan'an and I were originally evenly matched, and with the traitor Lin Hanxue in the mix, I'm at a complete disadvantage today. Han Wanner said with a wry smile. She looked at Yi Chen lovingly. It's a good thing you came, otherwise I would have been bullied by them today. Don't count on me. Don't understand business matters and can't help you, Yi Chen said hurriedly. Hey. Han Wanner smiled slyly. That's not what I meant. I meant psychological comfort. Now that you're here, I feel more confident even though I'm outnumbered. My aura is still as strong as yours. Oh, so I'm from the cheerleading team. It's nice to be able to cheer you up, Yi Chen said with a smile. I've discovered time and again how wonderful it is to have you. You always show up when I need you the most. As Han Wanner spoke, her eyes had become a little thready, and the threads of light were entangled with Yi Chen. She couldn't help but move forward. Her sexy red lips were delicate and tempting, her breath was as fragrant as orchid, and she was getting closer and closer to Yi Chen's lips. At this moment, Han Yushu suddenly pushed the door open and said, Miss, their press conference is about to begin, and that wicked couple is already here. Should we go? I'll kiss you later. Han Wanner gave Yi Chen a charming look like a little woman, and then instantly transformed into a powerful business queen, saying proudly, Of course I have to go. Since they want to declare war, then I will turn this place into a battlefield. After saying that, Han Wanner walked towards conference room No. 18. Conference room 18 is very large, with more than 1,000 seats, and it is almost never full. At this moment, this large conference room was completely packed, with people occupying almost every seat. However, these people are divided into two distinct camps. On the left are people from Lin Hanxue and Lin Yan'an's camp, and on the right are people from Han Wanner's camp. At this moment, there were more than 10 people sitting on the podium, and the one sitting in the center position was Lin Hanxue. Many media outlets had already arrived at the audience, carrying cameras and taking pictures of Lin Hanxue on the podium. This person is Lin Hanxue, the most powerful president of Hanxue Pharmaceutical in Yunhai's business community. With her stunning appearance, temperament and outstanding achievements, she is the object of pursuit of all media. Her current popularity even surpasses that of the business queen Han Wanner. The nosy media naturally likes to compare these two stunningly beautiful women. Some unscrupulous media even fabricated many melodramatic plots to create gimmicks and hype up this equally dazzling pair of women. And today, the media flocked in like it was the new year. Of course it's because these two business queens are going to meet here, and wonderful sparks are going to fly. 137, Chapter 137. The much-anticipated press conference. Today's two press conferences made Yunhai media smell something unusual. The press conferences were held by Lin Hanxue and Han Wanner respectively, and they chose the same place. Lin Hanxue even held his press conference half an hour before Han Wanner. The media had sharper noses than dogs. They smelled a tit-for-tat situation and had a premonition that something big and explosive might happen. Before these two jointly set up a factory, there were rumors that they were not on good terms because of a man's constant fighting. A few days ago, rumors circulated that Lin Hanxue and Han Wanner had broken up, and that Hanxue Pharmaceuticals had withdrawn from United Pharmaceuticals. Rumors were flying everywhere, but no official announcement had been made. 10 minutes before the press conference, today's protagonist Lin Hanxue arrived. When they saw Lin Yan'an following her and sitting on the podium, all the media present went wild. Sure enough, Lin Hanxue and Han Wanner broke up. Who is Lin Yan'an? He is Han Wanner's archenemy in business. And he actually got together with Lin Hanxue, which directly confirmed the recent rumors. Compared to the media, the partners sitting in the audience were also shocked. They know better than the media that the reason why United Pharmaceutical has been so successful is mainly due to Hanxue Pharmaceutical's flagship product. Now that Lin Hanxue has turned to Lin Yan'an's arms, it is a fatal blow to Han Waner. Lin Yan'an and Lin Hanxue, who were sitting on the rostrum, had an expression of confidence and victory, and smiles of victory were on their faces.
Just at this moment, Han Waner and her group arrived, causing an even bigger sensation. "Ms. Han, why are you here? This is our Hanxue Pharmaceuticals press conference." An executive of Hanxue Pharmaceutical had a teasing smile on his face. Looking at Han Waner was like looking at yesterday's flowers. "There's only half an hour left before our Hanxue Pharmaceuticals press conference, so I naturally have to go in and prepare," Han Waner said with a smile. Hee hee, there's nothing wrong with what you said, but if Miss Han goes in at this time, she might bring shame upon herself. The executive's smile was almost overflowing. "You don't have to worry about this." Han Waner walked straight forward, with only Yi Chen and Han Yushu following her, but she exuded the momentum of thousands of troops. When she arrived at the venue, everyone in the hall stared at her with wide eyes. Han Waner's face was filled with a confident and elegant smile, and her delicate body exuded a powerful aura. Many people secretly praised that although Han Waner was facing difficulties, she was not at all inferior in momentum. Boom! Lin Hanxue's eyes met Han Waner's in the air, and immediately a violent spark flew. Lin Hanxue was full of confidence and naturally had a strong aura, but when she saw the man following Han Waner, the smile on her face suddenly froze. "It's Yi Chen." The bastard Yi Chen actually stood behind Han Waner, which made Lin Hanxue break down. There is no doubt that Yi Chen is her weak spot. The man regarded as a forbidden delicacy by Lin Hanxue followed behind her biggest rival. And at this most important moment, Lin Hanxue's face suddenly turned dark. She originally wanted to say a few sarcastic words to Han Waner, but she didn't say a word until Han Waner walked past her in a heroic manner. When Yi Chen passed by, Lin Hanxue glared at him and said in a low, angry voice, "Yi Chen, which side are you on?" Yi Chen was stunned for a moment, pointed at Han Waner in front of him, and then quickly followed. Lin Hanxue was so angry that she wanted to curse. Is this such a clear statement? These days, Yi Chen ate her, used her, lived with her, and even slept with her twice. But this bastard actually stood on Han Waner's side. If it weren't for the wrong occasion, Lin Hanxue would have definitely thrown the bottle of mineral water in front of her onto the back of Yi Chen's head. "You two bastards, I'll beat you up so hard you'll kneel down and beg me," Lin Hanxue said angrily in her heart. A short while later, when the press conference began, Lin Hanxue announced publicly, "From now on, Hanxue Pharmaceutical will end its cooperation with Hanxue Pharmaceutical and choose a new partner, Mr. Lin Yan'an next to me." Boom! Although everyone had already guessed it, they were still shocked when Lin Hanxue announced the news in person. All eyes immediately fell on Han Waner. Han Waner sat upright, looking at the podium with a smile on her face, seemingly without any disturbance. Her relaxed and calm demeanor made Hanxue Pharmaceutical's partners feel more at ease. Lin Hanxue glanced at Han Waner coldly, and said in her heart, "Han Waner, I wonder how long you can remain calm." Lin Hanxue couldn't help but look at Yi Chen, and he was immediately furious. He saw Yi Chen's hand and Han Waner's hand tightly clasped together, as if to give her support and encouragement. Bitch, Lin Hanxue's teeth were grinding. At this time, Lin Yan'an had already spoken under the watchful eyes of the crowd. "Dear guests, General Manager Lin and I have just established Hanxue Pharmaceuticals. The scale of Hanxue Pharmaceuticals will be 10 times that of United Pharmaceuticals. We use the most advanced OLCP production system in the world." After boasting for a while, Lin Yan'an continued, "We are also actively expanding our international channels. We have already reached cooperation intentions with dozens of countries." Lin Yan'an praised the partners of Hanxue Pharmaceutical in the audience again, making them all excited. In contrast, the partners of Hanxue Pharmaceutical are as listless as eggplants hit by frost. Even those reporters understood that the cooperation between Lin Hanxue and Lin Yan'an was a disaster for Han Waner and a fatal blow to Hanxue Pharmaceutical. If Han Waner doesn't come up with a countermeasure, she will definitely lose this medical war. Suspect. Half an hour later, Anshua Pharmaceuticals' press conference ended with the expected results.
The analytical articles in those news media are almost unanimously optimistic about Anshua Pharmaceutical. Next was Han Weiner's press conference. Not only the people in the entire hall, but even many Yunhai people were paying attention. Let's see what counterattacks Han Waner, the queen of the business world, can come up with to face the powerful and aggressive Eun Seol combination. What excited the media was that after the press conference, Lin Hanxue and Li Nianen did not leave, but sat down below.
Apparently they planned to attend Han Waner's press conference.
The media would periodically switch between the shots of Han Waner on stage and Lin Hanxue in the audience, and the signals would be transmitted to the internet and television. Han Waner sat in the center of the podium and said with a smile, "I'm sure you all have seen that my former partner, Ms. Lin Hanxue, has parted ways with our Xinhui Pharmaceutical and chosen to work with Mr. Li. This is indeed a huge blow to us at Xinhui Pharmaceutical. However, I would like to wish Ms. Lin a bright future and Anshua Pharmaceutical a brilliant future."
138, Chapter 138 National Treasure.
As soon as Han Waner opened her mouth, she exaggerated her style, which was obviously several levels higher than Lin Hanxue and the others.
The speeches of Lin Hanxue and Li Nianen were full of tit-for-tat, and every word they said was filled with the intention of stepping on Xinhui Pharmaceutical.
Yi Chen secretly praised in his heart, she was worthy of being a lady from a wealthy family. She spoke in a generous manner. Although Hanxue Pharmaceutical's departure dealt a huge blow to our Xinhui Pharmaceutical, I can promise here that Xinhui Pharmaceutical will still be the leading enterprise in Yunhai, Jiangnan, and even the entire Daxia. This will never be shaken. Han Waner raised her voice by 2 tones, her voice resounding and showing a strong dominance. Our company has many excellent, established products with stable markets and leading sales. Building on this foundation, we've developed several new products. Han Waner also praised it for a while. This is essential to stabilize the partners and give them confidence. Next, I'd like to grandly introduce a new product. We can even say it's our future flagship product of Xinhui Pharmaceutical, comparable to Hanxue Pharmaceutical's children's lung clearing and cough relief oral liquid.
Han Waner's words immediately aroused great interest among everyone. Can it be compared with Hanxue Pharmaceutical's trump card? Are you bragging?
You should know that Hanxue Pharmaceutical's children's lung clearing and cough relief oral liquid ranks first in the industry in terms of market share, praise rate, etc., and is affectionately called the children's miracle medicine by the people. This kind of good product may not be found for decades.
Is Han Waner being mysterious? What medicine can be compared with the miracle medicine? Li Nianen sneered.
No matter what medicine she develops, it can't compare to my Qingfei oral liquid. This is a miracle medicine given to me by God, Lin Hanxue said confidently. At this time, amid the anticipation of countless people, Han Waner finally revealed her trump card.
It's this medicine. Its name is Chenyuan Detoxification Oral Liquid. As Han Waner spoke, she looked at Yi Chen in the audience with affection. Boom! Lin Hanxue only felt a loud noise in her mind. Chenyuan, detoxification.
Others may not understand these words, but she understands them better than anyone else.
That is Yi Chen's detoxification pill.
When she encountered the purple heart grass crisis before, she begged Yi Chen to give her the formula of the detoxification pill to help her overcome the difficulties. But Yi Chen didn't give it to her, saying he wanted to give it to Han Waner, which made Lin Hanxue so angry that she ran out crying. Unexpectedly, Yi Chen actually gave Han Waner the formula for the detoxification pill, allowing Han Waner to develop a new oral liquid. At this moment, Lin Hanxue felt extremely uncomfortable, as if she had eaten 10,000 dead flies.
Haha, a mere detoxifying oral liquid can be compared with our miracle medicine? Li Nianen said disdainfully.
Lin Hanxue said, "Don't underestimate that oral liquid. It was given to me by Yi Chen. The formula is considered the top of the 10 magical formulas by Dr. Hua of Yunhai. It has excellent detoxification effects and is definitely on the same level as the children's lung clearing and cough relief oral liquid."
So powerful? Li Nianen frowned, and it was given to me by Yi Chen? Yes. This Yi Chen.
Li Nianen felt a headache and felt that he was like a bottomless pit. But it doesn't matter much. Even if Han Waner's medicine is a miracle drug with incredible effects, it still needs to be tested by the market, which will take at least several months or even years. There was only 1 month left in his bet with Han Wanner. In such a short time, Han Wanner was unable to create a product that could compete with the Qingfei oral liquid. She was still going to be defeated and retreat into the sea of clouds. The only variable that Li Nianan felt he could not control was Yi Chen, the man who made him feel scared. But it doesn't matter, Zhang Wuti of Xianmen will come and deal with him personally in the next few days. Besides, I still have the trump card of Lin Hanxue. When the Li family and Xianmen launch their revenge, it will be a thunderous action to crush Yi Chen in one fell swoop. Li Nianan said in his heart. Afterwards, he said to Lin Hanxue solemnly, "Hanxue, you should understand that Yi Chen is Han Wanner's biggest support. It will be easy for us to win the battle with Han Wanner. All we have to do is get Yi Chen away from her. You are Yi Chen's ex-wife and once his most beloved woman. You have unique conditions. Just snap your fingers and he will come back to your arms, right?" Lin Hanxue smiled bitterly, not to mention hooking her fingers. She had been slept with by Yi Chen twice, but he still stood on Han Wanner's side. Moreover, she didn't want to use Yi Chen to deal with Han Wanner. "Nianan, although I abandoned Yi Chen, there is still love between us. Our relationship is very pure, and I don't want to mix it with other things, especially interests." Lin Hanxue said sincerely, "I hope you can understand. Don't say this to me again." Li Nianan smiled and nodded, but cursed in her heart, "You stinky bitch, didn't you kick Yi Chen away because of profit?" She had no idea how awesome her ex-husband was. Whether in Shen Garden or at the Dragon and Tiger banquet, Yi Chen stole the show and trampled their Li family into the dirt. The poor woman just didn't know it. Moreover, Li Nianan heard that a few days ago, Li Yuxing, the third son of the Li family, set up another scheme to deal with the Shen family, but ended up being defeated by Yi Chen again. In the end, Li Yuxing and others were forced to kneel on the ground and beg for mercy, bringing shame to the Yangcheng Li family. Li Nianan understood that no one could deal with Yi Chen unless the Xianmen master came out. The two press conferences ended like this. There are too many topics, and they are all explosive topics. Lin Hanxue's betrayal, Han Wanner's predicament, and Li Nianan's victory. However, Han Wanner made this seemingly settled situation more suspenseful. She came up with a response method that was comparable to the children's lung clearing and cough relieving oral liquid, the miracle drug. After the press conference, Yi Chen and Han Wanner returned to the office of Longting Group together. He didn't want to go at first, but Han Wanner dragged him there, saying that she wanted to show him a national treasure. Yi Chen actually became interested. Something that Miss Han called a national treasure must not be an ordinary thing. After arriving at the office, Han Wanner immediately locked the door. She pulled Yi Chen to sit on the sofa, pointed at the tea set beside her and said, "Have a cup of tea first. I'll go get that national treasure. Don't be impatient." With that, Han Wanner walked into the room with a smile and closed the door. Yi Chen looked at her mysterious look and didn't know what she was up to, but it was definitely not poison. So Yi Chen just sat there and drank his tea obediently. But he finished the whole pot of tea, and Han Wanner was still inside and hadn't come out. Yi Chen couldn't help but ask, "What are you doing in there? Where is the national treasure?" At this time, Han Wanner's voice came from the room, "The national treasure is ready, come in and take a look." Yi Chen stood up with a suspicious look on his face, gently opened the door, and looked inside. 139, Chapter 139. Open your eyes. When Yi Chen saw this, he was immediately amazed and his breathing stopped for a moment. This room is very large, and it is filled with antique-style decorations. The floor was covered with a full red carpet, and in the corners of the walls stood several tall brass incense burners, burning precious spices, filling the air with exotic fragrance. In the middle of the room stood a screen with carved dragons and painted phoenixes, and in front of the screen was a wide brocade couch. A crystal clear and unique pearl curtain hung in front of the brocade couch, through which one could vaguely see a woman lying on her side on the brocade couch. She supported her cheek with one hand, and her graceful body curves immediately caught Yi Chen's attention, making it difficult for him to look away. The woman lying on her side on the brocade couch was Han Wanner. At this time, the bead curtain was slowly pulled open from the middle to both sides, like two gentle little hands, opening up Yi Chen's heart and making his heartbeat accelerate. The scene on the brocade couch gradually became clear in Yi Chen's sight. Her black hair fell like a long waterfall, her delicate hands supported her chin, her waist and hips were amazingly curvy, her eyes were shining, the corners of her eyes were slightly raised, and she had a charming smile. Yi Chen only felt that she was charming, beautiful, stunning, and charming. Even if these words were added together, it seemed that they were not enough to describe the woman in front of him. Because she was wearing a beautiful and bright ancient costume, long skirt, a thin gauze dress, vaguely visible, exuding a fatal temptation.
Yi Chen was stunned at first sight. Han Wanner in ancient costume looked like a noble and beautiful queen or imperial concubine.
Where's the national treasure?
Yi Chen closed the door and walked forward. I'm a national treasure, what do you think, hee hee hee.
Han Wanner giggled, her beautiful eyes filled with deep affection.
It's really a national treasure, Yi Chen nodded. Only you can appreciate it.
There was a hint of shyness in Han Wanner's voice, and the slight blush on her cheeks contained a variety of charm. She stretched her long, beautiful legs slightly. Yi Chen's nose almost bled. Han Wanner's beautiful legs were actually wrapped in a layer of black silk as thin as a cicada's wing. The combination of ancient long skirt and black stockings, this combination of modern and classical, on Han Wanner, creates a kind of magic that drives men crazy.
Yi Chen could no longer bear it and couldn't help but want to admire this national treasure.
You are really annoying. You created such a big scene. Uniforms and other things are weak compared to you. Yi Chen came to the couch.
Oh, how could I have so much free time to do these things? Han Wanner smiled brightly. Yi Chen sat on the couch, stroking her jade feet, and asked, what is this?
We're filming a promotional video for a new product in the office. I am the spokesperson myself, Han Wanner said with a smile. The creative idea is based on ancient themes, national treasures, and magical medicines, so we put up these decorations.
The props haven't been removed yet, so I'm using them to open your eyes.
Han Wanner blinked at Yi Chen, her mature and charming look mixed with a hint of girlish mischief. It turned out to be a promotional video for a new product. Yi Chen smiled awkwardly, thinking that it was prepared for him, but he was overthinking it.
This is a good idea, it resonates with me.
Yi Chen exerted force on his hands and pulled Han Wanner over. At the most critical moment, the door was suddenly kicked open. Yi Chen and Han Wanner were both startled and immediately turned around to look.
Yi Chen's expression suddenly changed drastically, and he collapsed completely. I saw.
Lu Yuran, wearing a black long dress, was standing at the door, looking at them in surprise.
140, Chapter 140. Lu Yuran's third test.
This.
Yi Chen was very embarrassed.
He felt like an old man pushing a cart, walking on the street, being watched by people. And the person watching was Han Wanner's mother. You are actually in the office. Lu Yuran was shocked and her face flushed.
Mom, get out first. Han Wanner said angrily and embarrassedly.
Lu Yuran snorted coldly, turned around angrily, walked to the sofa in front and sat down.
The scene just now appeared in my mind.
Han Wanner knelt and looked back at her. The more she thought about her beautiful face, the more hateful it seemed to her.
If she hadn't arrived in time, Han Wanner would have been possessed by that bastard Yi Chen. This was something Lu Yuran could not accept. Although Yi Chen was a very powerful man, he had no background.
Besides, he couldn't survive. The more Lu Yuran thought about it, the angrier she became, and her mature and beautiful face became redder and redder. Although she is already middle-aged, her skin is well maintained like that of a girl in her 20s, fair and tender, and her face is as white as jade, and the blush on her face makes it even more gorgeous. Especially when I think of Yi Chen, he is so hideous and terrifying. Compared to him, old Shin is simply weak. As Lu Yuran thought about it, his heart began to beat with fear. At this time, Yi Chen, who had tidied his clothes, walked out of the house first. Looking at the beautiful woman sitting on the sofa, Yi Chen felt angry. She came at the perfect time.
At this moment of rage, Lu Yuran, this stunningly beautiful woman, rushed in. Wasn't she afraid of getting herself into trouble? Yi Chen couldn't help but have an evil thought in his mind.
However, this thought only flashed through his mind, and Yi Chen still had a moral bottom line. Lu Yuran glanced at Yi Chen coldly, and his gaze immediately fell on Han Wanner, who followed. Looking at her with disheveled hair and disheveled clothes, especially the long ancient dress she was wearing and black stockings on her legs.
Really good at playing. Lu Yuran was furious and shouted angrily, Han Waner, as the daughter of the Han family, you actually did such a thing, do you have any shame?
Han Waner also secretly resented Lu Yuran's sudden arrival for ruining her and Yi Chen's good fortune, and said in the same unpleasant tone, if being intimate with your own man is shameless, then Lu Yuran, are you also shameless? Otherwise, why would I be here?
Yi Chen was shocked. He didn't expect Han Waner to be so tough and say such earth-shattering words. Lu Yuran was probably going to explode. Sure enough, Lu Yuran's anger suddenly burst out. Han Waner, are you looking for a fight?
Lu Yuran walked straight up to Han Waner and raised his hand to slap her.
Hit me, I really don't know what I did wrong.
Han Waner pointed at her face and said with her beautiful eyes wide open. She had finally reached this point with Yi Chen and gradually warmed up this cold man, but Lu Yuran kept trying to stop her.
She simply hated Lu Yuran.
In the end, Lu Yuran couldn't slap her. This was his only precious daughter, and he had never slapped her since she was a child.
Never mind.
Lu Yuran sighed and said, let's get down to business. I heard that Lin Hanxue betrayed you and joined Lin Yan'an.
Han Waner nodded. She's taken away your United Pharmaceuticals flagship product, the miracle drug for children. Why are you still fighting with Lin Yan'an? You're doomed to fail. Even if you have some Chunyuan detoxification oral liquid, even if its effect is better than children's miracle medicine, it still needs market testing and time accumulation. It will take at least several years to build reputation and brand. And your bet with Lin Yan'an only has 1 month left. Do you still have hope of turning the tables? Lu Yuran looked at Han Waner with her beautiful eyes.
Han Waner and Yi Chen looked at each other and smiled. Of course they still have a trump card. Chunyuan detoxification oral liquid is just an open card. They also have a hidden card, which is Lin Hanxue's trump card product, children's lung clearing and cough relief oral liquid. This recipe originally belonged to Yi Chen, and Yi Chen had already given it to Han Waner. They have been busy these days and have planted the purple heartgrass. It is growing much better than Lin Hanxue's purple heartgrass. When the time comes, the miracle medicine for children produced will be better and more than Lin Hanxue's. This is their real trump card, the winning card, and also a hidden card that no one knows. You should ask Yi Chen about this question, Han Waner said.
Yi Chen said, Aunt Lu, don't worry, I can assure you that the final winner will definitely be Waner. You promise? What basis do you have for your promise? Lu Yuran asked angrily. Just because I'm Yi Chen, and I'm Han Waner's man.
At this time, Yi Chen finally spoke out in front of Lu Yuran. Yi Chen would naturally not remain silent or retreat in front of this woman who had repeatedly obstructed him and Han Waner. Seeing the person I love making this kind of noise in front of my mother. Han Waner's face immediately became full of infatuation, like a little girl looking at her hero. Yi Chen's words directly hit her with a sweet attack. Lu Yuran was so angry that he laughed and said, okay, in that case, I will announce my third test. She looked at Han Waner and said, if Yi Chen can help you turn defeat into victory in this business war with Lin Yan'an, then you have completed my third test. From now on, you two can do whatever you want. I will not interfere. If you lose, then you two must separate. Good. Han Waner agreed without hesitation and became very excited. Lu Yuran had said before that he would set 3 tests for Yi Chen, and now Yi Chen has completed 2 of them. Once this third step is completed, Lu Yuran, the roadblock, can be removed, and there will be no more obstacles between her and Yi Chen. Seeing Han Waner's cheerful expression, Lu Yuran poured cold water on her and said, I have received accurate information that the Shenmen boss Zhang Wudi is coming to Yunhai. It will only take a few days, and the first person he will deal with will be Yi Chen. Han Waner, be careful, don't become a widow. The smile on Han Waner's face suddenly became stiff, and her mood became heavy. Yi Chen left Han Waner's office and carefully considered what to do next. The next top priority, of course, is to welcome Zhang Wudi, the man who killed Fenger and has a deep hatred for Yi Chen. Yi Chen has been waiting for him for 3 years. Only by killing him first can we comfort Fenger's soul in heaven. However, with his current strength at the 6th level of Qi training, it is not very safe to kill Zhang Wudi. Shenmen is not just one person, but a group of people, and Yi Chen is somewhat weak and alone. Yi Chen felt that only by reaching the 7th level of Qi training would he be sure to kill Zhang Wudi and avenge Fenger.
So, it's clear what to do next. First, refine the ice purification pill to eliminate the evil spirits in the body.
Second, absorb negative emotional value and impact the 7th level of qi refining. Afterwards, Yichen rushed to the Han family medicine garden to pick the ripe ice heart grass.
141, Chapter 141 Lan Yan apologizes.
Yichen had not forgotten about his third sister Chen Bing. She lived in seclusion in Huaxi City. He had asked Wang Chang to inquire about her before, and many days had passed. On the way to the medicine field, Yichen called Wang Chang.
Hello Mr. Yi, I am Wang Chang. Wang Chang's attitude was as enthusiastic as ever. Yichen smiled and said, Wang Chang, how's the matter I asked you to investigate a few days ago going?
A few days ago, what happened? Wang Chang was stunned.
Yichen froze for a moment. A few days ago, he specifically called Wang Chang and asked him to find Chen Bing. Didn't he know?
Help me find a woman named Chen Bing, Yichen said.
Bang!
Wang Chang slapped his head and said apologetically, Mr. Yi, I deserve to die. I've been so busy these days that I forgot about this matter. Sorry, Mr. Yi, I'll arrange it right away. When Yichen heard this, the smile on his face disappeared without a trace.
Wang Chang actually forgot what I told him?
This made him feel like he had eaten a dead fly. Previously, he and his wife Lan Yan were being hunted by Huang Hu and had nowhere to go if he hadn't rescued them and killed Huang Hu.
How could Wang Chang be where he is today? Can he be in charge of such a large organization as Sun Hung Kai Properties? He died a long time ago.
Moreover, when Yichen took action, he had already made it clear that Wang Chang would work for him in the future. The couple agreed readily.
In reality, Wang Chang is just a puppet supported by Yichen, not even his younger brother. The task I gave him should have been a top priority. How could he forget it?
Wang Chang, this is the first time you make this kind of mistake, and I hope it will be the last time, Yichen said lightly.
Wang Chang on the other end of the phone was sweating profusely and said quickly, Mr. Yi, I know I was wrong. I will immediately arrange for someone to find Chen Bing. Yichen hung up the phone without saying anything else.
He warned Wang Chang without thinking much about it. He had always thought of him as a man of affection and righteousness, but maybe he really had forgotten because he was too busy. Not long after, Lan Yan called. Mr. Yi, I just learned about this. Wang Chang actually made such a big mistake and forgot what you told him to do. I just scolded him.
Lan Yan has a very nice voice, a slightly hoarse and sexy one.
Mr. Yi, everything we have now is a gift from you, and we are deeply aware of this. The things you have instructed us to do should naturally be treated as top priorities. I have asked Wang Chang to stop everything he is doing and go look for Miss Chen Bing. Yichen nodded in satisfaction. It was obvious that Lan Yan was more conscious than Wang Chang. It was a blessing for him to marry such a wife. Lan Yan continued, Mr. Yi, my wife and I will personally go to Yunhai right away to apologize to you and report on recent events. Yichen originally planned to refuse. He was not such a stingy person. It would be enough to just talk it out. There was no need to make a special trip. But after hearing what happened, I realized that they should indeed report to me about the recent situation of Sun Hung. After all, Yichen intends to take control of Xinhong and develop it into his own power. How could he know nothing about Xinhong? Okay, come over and contact me when you reach the Sea of Clouds, Yichen said. Okay, Mr. Yi, let's set off now, Lan Yan said respectfully. This was just a small episode. As Yichen rushed to the Han family's medicine field, he put this matter behind him. He checked the growth of the ice heart grass. There were 76 plants in total, most of which had matured and produced seeds, but 7 or 8 were not fully mature. But this did not pose a problem for Yichen. He immediately took out 2 spiritual herbs from the space crystal he carried with him. These were picked from the mountain behind the Shen family. He directly dissolved the medicinal power in his palm, formed an array in the void, and accurately input the medicinal power of the 2 spiritual medicines into the immature ice heart grass. If a master of formations saw this technique of forming a formation out of thin air, he would probably be shocked. This is a true divine technique. Originally, Yichen was a master of magic arrays. In addition, he mastered the Shen family's 100 formation diagrams, and his magic array skills had reached a superb level. Just like this, the 6 or 7 immature ice heart grasses matured at a speed visible to the naked eye and produced grass seeds. Half an hour later, all the ice heart grass was picked and the grass seeds were scattered. Yichen did not leave, but went to the nearby Purple Heart grass area. This Purple Heart grass area is much larger than Lin Hanshue's, and it grows better. After all, this is a magic formation carefully arranged by Yi Chen. In a few days, these Purple Heart grasses will be mature. As for Lin Hanshue's side, it's probably just sprouted, and it's completely incomparable with this side. Now the entire pharmaceutical industry believes that with the withdrawal of Hanshue Pharmaceutical, which took away its technology and formulas, Xinghue Pharmaceutical is no longer able to produce miracle drugs for children and has lost this goose that lays golden eggs. Little did people know that Xinghue Pharmaceutical's production workshop has been further expanded with the formula in hand and enough Purple Heart grass. They can produce more and better miracle medicines for children. When they launch the miracle drug into the market, I wonder how the pharmaceutical industry will react, especially Xinghue Pharmaceutical, which will probably be shocked. Yi Chen found it very interesting when he thought about the confident look on Lin Hanshue and Li Nianen's faces. Then he began to refine the Bingqing pill in the medicine garden. After refining for 4 or 5 hours, until around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Yi Chen had used up half of the ice heart grass and made 3 pills. The success rate of this pill is still a bit low, and Yi Chen has no choice. After all, he doesn't have an alchemy furnace. If he had a special alchemy furnace, his success rate in making pills would increase by at least 20%, or even more. I should ask around later to see where I can find a better alchemy furnace. Yi Chen murmured in his heart. At this time, his cell phone rang. It was Lan Yan calling. Mr. Yi, I have arrived at the Sea of Clouds. Just come here. Yi Chen told Lan Yan the location and waited for her in the room next to the medicine garden gate. After a while, Yi Chen saw a black business car stopped in front of the door. 3 people got out of the car. One of them was Lan Yan, and the other 2 men in suits seemed to be her bodyguards. Yi Chen did not see Wang Chang. He came out of the room and went to greet her. Lan Yan was walking towards her in a graceful manner, which made Yi Chen's eyes light up. She was wearing a slim-fitting lace cheongsam dress, the slit of which reached just the right level to her thighs, revealing her smooth, jade-like legs, as white as milk. Her face was delicately made up, and her wavy, shiny black hair was casually draped over her shoulders. Every part of her body seems to be ripe, exuding a strong mature charm. She looks radiant and charming. Yi Chen was slightly surprised the last time he saw her. She was fleeing in a panic. He could only tell that she had a good figure with a curvy figure. I didn't expect her to be so beautiful and charming. No wonder Huang Hu was interested in her. Mr. Yi. Seeing Yi Chen, Lan Yan hurriedly walked up to him in her high heels. 142, Chapter 142. She is lying. Lan Yan came in front of Yi Chen, bent her waist and bowed deeply. The beautiful body curves wrapped in the cheongsam attracted the attention of the workers who were tending to the medicinal fields in the distance. At this time, Yi Chen was lamenting the fashion designer's bad intentions. The originally dignified and elegant cheongsam is now designed to be sexy and hot. The double-breasted design on the chest of the cheongsam now has a hole directly dug out. More sexy and tempting. Especially when Lan Yan bent down, Yi Chen was given a feast for the eyes from this angle. She kept bending over and refused to stand up, as if she was deliberately letting him admire her. Yi Chen just glanced at her with admiration and said, Lan Yan, you're welcome. Come in and have a cup of tea first. Lan Yan then straightened up, looked at Yi Chen with a smile on her face, and took a closer look. They had only met once, and it was in such a panic at night that Lan Yan didn't even know what Yi Chen looked like, and only remembered his general outline. After taking a closer look, Lan Yan was shocked. She didn't expect that this master with terrifying skills was so young. He looked only about 25 or 26 years old, a few years younger than her. Moreover, he is so handsome and has an ethereal and clean temperament. After arriving in the room, I encountered an embarrassing problem. This is a simple iron house, usually used by workers to rest apart from a bed and a table. There are only a few small square stools. The square stool was a bit low, and Yi Chen was wearing loose clothes, but he could sit down easily. But Lan Yan was wearing a tight cheongsam, and she was also plump, so she couldn't sit down at all. She was only halfway seated when the fabric was so tight in more than one place that it threatened to tear. Yi Chen smiled helplessly, stacked 2 square stools together, and cleverly resolved the problem. Lan Yan quickly said thank you and sat down gently. A blush appeared on her fair oval face, making her look even more beautiful.
Mr. Yi, I'm so sorry.
Lan Yan apologized. When you were talking to Wang Chang on the phone a few days ago, he was drunk, he fell asleep and forgot about it. He didn't tell me. Promise. This kind of mistake will never happen again.
It's okay, everyone makes mistakes sometimes. Yi Chen smiled generously and asked casually, why didn't Wang Chang come? He remembered that Lan Yan said she came here with Wang Chang.
And this time, Wang Chang should come in person to report to him about Xin Hong's affairs. Lan Yan was obviously a smart woman. Yi Chen's casual question immediately made her nervous and her heart rose to her throat. Mr. Yi, Wang Chang's knife wound hasn't healed yet. He was planning to come over, but when he was getting in the car, he pulled the wound on his leg and started bleeding, so we didn't let him come. Lan Yan said cautiously.
Oh, let him pay more attention to rest, Yi Chen said lightly, and a gleam of brilliance flashed in his slightly narrowed eyes. Lan Yan is lying.
This woman is very powerful when she lies. Her eyes are deceiving and you can't tell anything from her eyes.
But the eyes can deceive, but her spirit cannot.
Yi Chen had cultivated his mental power and was keenly aware of Lan Yan's extremely panicked mental fluctuations. Generally, only people who tell lies will have this kind of mental fluctuation.
However, Yi Chen didn't care about this issue. Lan Yan could come by herself, it was just a report anyway. Tell me about Xin Hong's situation, Yi Chen said.
Hearing Yi Chen ask this, Lan Yan breathed a sigh of relief, and then quickly said, Mr. Yi, after you forcefully killed Huang Hu and his loyal brothers, Wang Chang took control of the situation that night. After all, he is the second in command of Xin Hong and has a high prestige. We've been working to eliminate the remaining forces of Huang Hu these past few days, and we've almost finished clearing them out. It can be said that Xin Hong is now completely under the control of my husband and me, and we haven't let Mr. Yi down.
Well done. Please introduce the details of Xin Hong, Yi Chen said.
Lan Yan quickly said, Mr. Yi, Xin Hong is an established society that has been entrenched in Huaxi for over 20 years. It has a total of 4 branches, namely.
Lan Yan spoke freely and gave a detailed introduction to Xin Hong's situation.
Yi Chen nodded frequently. Xin Hong was indeed very powerful. He had thousands of followers and was involved in many fields. It is deeply rooted in Huaxi.
Can Wang Chang and Lan Yan really take complete control of such a complicated and old established society in just a few days? 143, Chapter 143, A Gift from Lan Yan.
After Lan Yan finished introducing Xin Hong's situation, Yi Chen nodded with satisfaction.
Xin Hong's strength is even stronger than he imagined, and he is worth cultivating.
But first of all, of course, we have to ensure that Wang Chang and his wife secure their position as the boss. So Yi Chen said, right now, the most important thing for you is to gain the support of the elders. Don't underestimate the influence of those elders. Yi Chen's words made Lan Yan's eyes light up, as they exactly matched her point of view.
Mr. Yi, you are right, I think so too.
Lan Yan moved the stool forward a step. Xin Hong is an old club with many veterans. Some of them do intend to form an alliance with Brother Chang, but Brother Chang is a representative of the younger generation and has always looked down on those old men who are in a state of decline, so. Brother Chang has always been dismissive of the olive branches extended by several elders, which has always made me feel worried. Yi Chen frowned slightly, feeling that Wang Chang was not as discerning as Lan Yan. Now that he has just taken control of Sun Hung, his foundation is unstable and he needs the support of the veterans.
No matter how much you look down on the elders, you still have to pretend to flatter them, even if it means you can get rid of them after your position is consolidated. But now that the other party has taken the initiative to show goodwill, Wang Chang is actually dismissive. This made Yi Chen doubt his ability. Perhaps he was a brave general who could charge into battle, but he was definitely not a commander who could control the overall situation. If Wang Chang continues like this, not only will he lose his position, he will also lose his life and property.
Yi Chen just reminded Lan Yan, but he was not too worried. After Wang Chang died, he would just find someone else. However, Lan Yan was quite uneasy at the moment. She had already felt bad, and after hearing what Yi Chen said, she became even more worried. She couldn't help but think of the nightmare she had last night, where Wang Chang was framed by the elders and hacked to death.
I felt even more uneasy. Mr. Yi.
Lan Yan leaned forward and suddenly lost her balance. The two stools stacked together under her but were unstable. This time he fell to one side. This wasn't embarrassing, just a little awkward, but the embarrassing thing was that the moment she fell down, there was a sound of cloth tearing. The fabric on Lan Yan's hips, which were wider than her shoulders, was torn apart. Her pretty face suddenly turned red. Yi Chen glanced at it in surprise. The crack was on his left buttock, a cut several inches long. I am sorry, Mr. Yi, I was impolite. Lan Yu's face flushed, and she was very embarrassed. Yi Chen smiled faintly and said, "Don't wear such tight clothes." I really don't know why she wears such tight clothes when she has such a plump figure. It must be embarrassing. Mr. Yi, please wait a moment, I'll go to the car to change clothes. Lan Yan said this and hurried out of the house, covering the crack with one hand. In a quick glance, Yi Chen still saw a strand of black lace, and his eyes became slightly strange. A few minutes later, when Lan Yan came over again, she had changed into loose casual clothes, but the blush on her face had not yet faded. She was both ashamed and angry. She had made such a fool of herself in front of Mr. Yi. It was truly humiliating. But at this time, Yi Chen's gaze was not on Lan Yan, but on the bodyguard behind her. He was holding a stove more than a foot high in his arms. The stove was of simple style, with 3 legs and 2 ears. The surface was carved with complex patterns and designs, and there were several small hollow openings under the lid. Yi Chen's eyes suddenly lit up, and he could tell at a glance that this was an alchemy furnace. A real alchemy furnace, not a model. Because it exudes a faint medicinal power and fluctuations of magical power, it is a magic weapon-level medicine furnace. A master like Yi Chen could see it at a glance. A fiery look appeared in his eyes. He was just thinking of making an alchemy furnace. Mr. Yi, I found this in the warehouse of Xinhong. The warehousekeeper said it was something used by cultivators. I don't know how the previous brother got it, but he put it in the warehouse. Lan Yan looked at Yi Chen and said cautiously, I know that Mr. Yi, a hermit master, must be a cultivator. I wonder if this thing is useful to you. It's useful, it's really useful. Yi Chen's face was full of smiles and he was in a very good mood. He wanted to hug Lan Yan and kiss her twice. Now he dreams of having an alchemy furnace. He had just refined the Bingqing pill, and had used up half of the materials to make only 3 pills, which made him very frustrated. If there is an alchemy furnace, the success rate of making pills will be greatly improved. Unexpectedly, Lan Yan gave him a big surprise. This alchemy furnace is of magic weapon level and is better than ordinary alchemy furnaces. Yi Chen took it immediately and looked at it over and over again. Seeing Yi Chen like it so much, Lan Yan was also very happy. You must bring some gifts when you come to see Mr. Yi. Wang Chang said he was preparing 5 million to give to Yi Chen. But Lan Yan felt that although everyone liked money, for a cultivator like Yi Chen, money was not the most important thing. She suddenly remembered this thing in the warehouse and brought it over unexpectedly. Yi Chen really liked it. The more Yi Chen looked at this alchemy furnace, the more he liked it both in terms of material and craftsmanship. It was considered a top-notch alchemy furnace. Moreover, the internal structure and magic array are intact and can be used immediately. The only drawback is that it is too small. However, Yi Chen is only in the qi refining stage now, so the impact is not that big. Yes, Lan Yan, I like the gift you gave me very much, so I accept it. Tell me, what reward do you want? Yi Chen accepted the alchemy furnace and was in a good mood. Mr. Yi, Lan Yan said earnestly, everything we have now was given by Mri. It's enough for Mr. Yi to like this gift naturally. I wouldn't dare ask for any reward. Yi Chen laughed heartily, and the more he looked at Lan Yan, the more he liked her. What a smart woman. So Yi Chen said, since you gave me this alchemy furnace, if you and your wife are in danger in the future, I can help you again. Lan Yan was overjoyed to get Yi Chen's promise. This was like a get-out-of-jail-free ticket. She immediately bent down and expressed her gratitude excitedly. Yi Chen waved his hand, said a few more words and sent Lan Yan away. Next, he couldn't wait to use this alchemy furnace to make medicine. Half an hour later, there were 6 more Bingqing pills in the jade pot in front of Yi Chen. This is the benefit of the alchemy furnace. Before he didn't have an alchemy furnace, he could only make 3 pills with half the materials. Now, with the alchemy furnace, he can make 6 pills.
Moreover, the quality of this Bingqing pill is much better than the previous 3.
Lan Yan is truly an expert. This alchemy furnace has been of great help to my cultivation. Yi Chen was very happy, and then he sat cross-legged on the bed, taking the Bingqing pill to remove the evil spirits in his body.
144, Chapter 144. Lin Xiaoming is acting like a hooligan. Yi Chen took 5 Bingqing pills before he completely eliminated the evil spirits in his body.
Then he put the precious alchemy furnace into the space crystal. Fortunately, it was a small alchemy furnace, only 1 foot in size, so it could be put in. The evil spirits at the 6th level of Qi training have been completely eliminated. The next step is naturally to collect negative emotions, accumulate enough 150,000, and then strive for the 7th level of Qi training. Now it was getting dark, and Yi Chen planned to return to the new noble villa. As soon as he arrived at the door of the villa, he saw a person standing there gracefully, like a delicate flower.
This flower is a bit cold though.
It turned out to be Lin Hanxue, who was folding her arms across her chest and looking at him with a cold face.
It's so late, why are you still standing at the door? Yi Chen walked forward and said with a smile.
Lin Hanxue was like a piece of 10,000-year-old ice, emitting a chilling aura. Her voice was also chilling. I thought Mr. Yi would not be coming back tonight.
This is my residence, why wouldn't I come back?
Yi Chen said, and wanted to walk past, but Lin Hanxue moved and blocked his way.
Shouldn't you spend the night with Miss Han?
Lin Hanxue said sarcastically. She was very angry, naturally because of what happened at today's press conference. Originally, she was sure to win and had the upper hand over Han Wanner, but the appearance of Yi Chen disrupted her plan. Especially when she thought about how they went in and out in pairs and were so close to each other, Lin Hanxue became furious. It's not just jealousy, but also because of Yi Chen's help to Han Wanner.
If it weren't for that bastard Yi Chen giving Han Wanner the recipe for the detoxification pill, Han Wanner would have been defeated miserably today and trampled into the dust by her and Lin Yan'an. Never Mindy, don't want to talk to you about this. Yi Chen wanted to go through the side again.
But Lin Hanxue reached out and stopped him.
What are you doing? Yi Chen narrowed his eyes and said, is it because of today's press conference? Do you think I should help you instead of Han Wanner?
Lin Hanxue said coldly, shouldn't it be like this? Even if you don't help either of us, I won't say anything.
Yi Chen, even though I abandoned you, we have been married for 3 years, so there must be some feelings between us, right? You actually helped an outsider to gang up on me.
What about you? Han Wanner provided you with tremendous help, yet you tore up the agreement and joined her rivals. I assent that even more despicable.
Isn't it because of you? If she hadn't taken you away from me, would I hate her so much? Did she snatch it away? You threw it away. Okay, now that you think I'm useful, you want to pick me up again? Do you think I'm trash? You can pick me up or throw me away as you please?
You.
Yi Chen's words left Lin Hanxue speechless. Now she really regrets divorcing Yi Chen.
She found that no other man could enter her heart at all, and the only one she cared about was Yi Chen.
The feeling that Yi Chen gave her could not be given by any other man. Yi Chen, is it all my fault?
Lin Hanxue's body was trembling, and tears were welling up in her beautiful eyes. For 3 years, you have accomplished nothing. My mom, dad, brother, cousins, all my relatives, and even my bestie all say you are incompetent and that you are a burden to me. I hear this voice many times every day, and they brainwash me every day.
Yi Chen, do you know that feeling?
They are all my relatives, talking in my ears all day long.
It's not easy for me to stay married to you for 3 years, do you know?
3 people can make a tiger, let alone this situation. Naturally, I think you are a waste, so I made the decision to divorce.
Yi Chen was silent.
What Lin Hanxue said made sense. All her relatives brainwashed her all day long. It was really not easy for Lin Hanxue to persist for 3 years.
You've worked hard. Yi Chen patted her shoulder.
Lin Hanxue suddenly opened his hand and said with tears in her eyes, Yi Chen, I am your ex-wife. You're still living here with me, eating my food, using my things, and even sleeping with me. You're actually helping Han Wanner. That's too much.
Etc.
Yi Chen interrupted her, don't talk nonsense. I was going to leave that night, but you insisted that I stay.
Now you're blaming me for sleeping with you, huh? That's really unreasonable.
Are you sleeping? You're just playing. UUVE caused me great harm both physically and mentally, Lin Hanxue said in shame and anger.
That night was simply unbearable to recall. Yi Chen was truly a beast.
When she thinks about it now, she is so ashamed that she can't stand that. Seeing that Lin Hanxue looked like she was about to faint from anger, Yi Chen made concessions. How about this? I agree to your previous request and help you discipline Lin Xiaoming. Let's stop arguing,
Yi Chen said. That sounds like human language.
Lin Hanxue glared at Yi Chen fiercely, and her anger subsided a lot. She really can't control Lin Xiaoming anymore. He stays out all day and nights and hangs out in bars with some questionable people. If this continues, something bad will happen sooner or later.
Now she could only let Yi Chen try.
However, Lin Hanxue had no idea whether Yi Chen could calm down that bastard Lin Xiaoming.
Red Romantic Bar.
This is where Lin Xiaoming often hangs out with his friends. Now her sister is getting richer and richer, with a net worth of tens of billions. Lin Xiaoming has more friends around him, and they all respect him very much and call him Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin, there are a few Eros girls coming to the bar tonight. They are all very hot, with bodies more voluptuous than the other. They are truly exotic, ha ha ha. A yellow-haired man said in Lin Xiaoming's ear. Lin Xiaoming's eyes lit up when he heard that. Hurry up and call out Sister Rose. I'll book the whole place today, and all your expenses will be on me. Let's have a good time today, ha ha. He was very excited. His sister had been watching him these days. Lin Xiaoming was bored at home for a few days. I am almost suffocating today, because Lin Hanxue was holding a press conference and had no time to take care of him. He sneaked out of the house and stole Lu Meiyu's credit card to be romantic and chic. Now, under the influence of alcohol and exciting music, he was extremely excited. Mr. Lin, the Russian girl Rose will be the last to appear at midnight. Wait a little longer, don't be anxious. The yellow-haired man smiled evilly.
Lin Xiaoming was a little disappointed. He drank a large glass of wine and said, I'm very angry now.
At this time, 5 people came out of the card bag next door, 3 men and 2 women, all dressed in extraordinary clothes. The 2 women were dressed more sexy than each other and had nice figures. Soon, they began to twist their bodies wantonly to the rhythm of the pounding music. Their coquettish postures were falling into Lin Xiaoming's eyes. The wildly twisting waists and buttocks made Lin Xiaoming's eyes hot. He walked up to one of the women and slapped her hard on the butt.
145, Chapter 145, Hitting the Wall.
Being half drunk and half bold, Lin Xiaoming made such an indecent move.
Bang!
Although the loud sound was drowned out by the deafening music, it was still heard by 3 men who were drinking nearby. The hot girl who was twisting her body wildly suddenly stopped and looked at the hooligan Lin Xiaoming with surprise.
Damn, are you crazy? Hey, little sister, nice to meet you. My name is Lin Xiaoming. Can you get a room right away?
Lin Xiaoming said drunkenly.
Get lost, you're looking for death. The hot girl cursed angrily. The man who was traveling with the hot girl suddenly looked gloomy.
The young man with the hooked nose in the middle sat still. A big man in black stood up next to him, grabbed Lin Xiaoming's collar and pulled him over, then slapped him 3 times in the face.
Bang bang bang.
The big man in black had such strong force in his hand that Lin Xiaoming saw stars and felt dizzy.
Damn it. You dare to hit me?
Lin Xiaoming was furious. It's not that he didn't see the 3 companions of the hot girl, but he had more than 10 people on his side and was not afraid at all.
I'm going to hit you. The big man in black slapped Lin Xiaoming's face 3 times, making his mouth bleed.
Damn it, you're looking for death, De Huang, Bin, come here quickly, someone is messing around. Lin Xiaoming shouted and called his group of friends over. Damn it, you dare to hit Master Lin, you are tired of living. A group of yellow-haired people rushed over cursing and aggressively. But a minute later, they were all lying on the ground wailing, knocked down by the big man in black alone. The noise here alarmed the bar, the music stopped, and the other guests lined up to the side to watch the fun. The bar owner came over to mediate, but was also slapped twice and left with his face covered. Looking at the other party's arrogant look, Lin Xiaoming knew that he had hit a wall today. But he is not afraid. Do you think you're so fearless just because you're good at fighting? Do you know who I am? I'm Lin Xiaoming. Just wait, I'm going to get someone to take care of you. Lin Xiaoming yelled. The big man in black was about to slap him again, but the hook-nosed young man sitting in the booth waved his hand and said calmly, "Let him scream." Lin Xiaoming immediately took out his phone and called Brother Snake over. Brother Snake is the biggest gangster on this street. Lin Xiaoming had played with him before and gave Brother Snake 4 boxes of Feitian Mutai. Naturally, Brother Snake protected him. Soon Brother Snake came to the field with his 2 younger brothers in a menacing manner. "Whoever hit my brother, come here and admit your mistake." Brother Snake is a 18-meter tall man with a slicked back hair and a cigar in his mouth, acting like a big boss. On this street, he is the boss of the night. Bang! The big man in black grabbed Snake Brother's neck and slapped him twice, which immediately broke Snake Brother's bossy aura. Lin Xiaoming was shocked this group of people even dared to beat Snake Brother. "Damn it, you dare to hit me." Before Snake Brother could finish his words, his expression suddenly changed when he saw the young man with a hooked nose sitting in the booth. Then, under Lin Xiaoming's shocked gaze, Snake Brother's legs went limp and he knelt directly in front of the hook-nosed young man, trembling. "Liang, brother Liang, too didn't know it was you. I was wrong." Brother Snake consciously slapped himself in the face, and it was so loud. The young man sitting there was none other than Yu Liang, the eldest son of the Yu family in Yunhai. The Yu family is a first-class ancient martial arts family in Yunhai. Not to mention him, even his eldest brother's eldest brother doesn't dare to mess with him. I also heard that Yu Jun, the second young master of the Yu family, was killed a few days ago. Yu Liang was already unhappy, and he actually ran into his gun. Brother Snake wanted to beat the bastard Lin Xiaoming to death. This bastard really killed him. Snake Brother's behavior left Lin Xiaoming dumbfounded. The other party was so powerful that he scared Snake Brother like a fool. "Liang, brother Liang, I was wrong." Lin Xiaoming fell to his knees in front of Yu Liang, his face pale with fear, and he was completely sober. "I heard your family is very wealthy. I am giving you 2 choices. 1, have your family come here with 50 million to make amends. 2, chop off your hand, castrate it, and send you to the hospital. It's your choice." Yu Liang said lightly. Lin Xiaoming was so scared that he peed himself. He said in horror, "Brother Liang, I will ask my sister to get the money. 50 million is nothing. Please don't hurt me." After saying that, he immediately called Lin Hanxue and cried, "Sister, quickly prepare 50 million and come to the Red Romantic Bar. Someone wants to castrate me." 146, Chapter 146. Can you settle the matter? Lin Hanxue almost fainted from anger when she received a call from Lin Xiaoming. 50 million. How big a mess did this bastard get into? But before she could ask again, Lin Xiaoming had already hung up the phone. Did that kid cause trouble? Yi Chen asked. Yeah, the other party asked for 50 million right away. Lin Hanxue clenched her fists and said, I'll call the bar owner first and ask. After the call, her face became even uglier. Lin Xiaoming hit a wall. This time the bar owner didn't know who the other party was, but he was a very powerful person. Snake, the most popular guy on that street, went to plead for mercy, but was slapped several times and fell to his knees begging for mercy. Lin Hanxue was angry and worried. This is a difficult matter. If all else fails, I'll spend 50 million to rescue Xiaoming. You still indulge him? Yi Chen frowned. You can take 50 million just by saying so. Would Lin Xiaoming become even more lawless in the future? What should we do then? Lin Hanxue stamped her feet anxiously. Let's go to the bar first, Yi Chen said. Are we just the 2 of us? Should we call the police first, or hire a middleman? Lin Hanxue asked cautiously. Need not. Yi Chen has already arrived at the car. Lin Hanxue quickly caught up and said worriedly, Yi Chen, the other party is very aggressive. Anyone who goes over there will be slapped twice. If the 2 of us go over there alone, wouldn't that be a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth? I'm not a sheep, I'm a tiger. Yi Chen smiled and pulled the car door but didn't open it. Seeing that Lin Hanxue hadn't moved, he said speechlessly, Are you going or not? If not, I'll go back to sleep. Go. Lin Hanxue quickly opened the car, got in but didn't start it. She said worriedly, Yi Chen, how about I call Lin Yan'an and ask him to come out? That would be safer. You can ask him to come forward. I won't go. After Yi Chen said this, he turned around and left. Return. Lin Hanxue stopped him and said angrily, "Look at you, you act so arrogant, as if you can handle this by yourself. If you can't handle it, I will suffer with you." Yi Chen smiled helplessly. "Don't worry, President Lin, I will make sure you are safe." Lin Hanxue wanted to say something else when Lin Xiaoming called again, "Sister, have you arrived yet? They almost beat me to death." "Wait, I'll be there soon." Lin Hanxue was extremely anxious and didn't care about anything else. She stepped on the accelerator and rushed towards the Red Romantic Bar. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the door of the bar. When getting off the car, Lin Hanxue called the bank and said, "Manager Chen, prepare 50 million for May, might need it soon."
Are you really planning to use 50 million to ransom someone? Yi Chen was at a loss whether to laugh or cry.
What kind of trouble could Lin Xiaoming get into in the bar? It was probably because of a woman. The other party asked for 50 million right away, which was obviously a ripoff. "No, prepare the money first, Yi Chen. I'm not looking down on you, but if we go there alone, there's a high probability that we won't be able to solve the problem. We might even have to ask Lin Yan'an for help in the end,"
Lin Hanxue said. "Don't you just look down on me and think I can't handle things?"
Yi Chen was speechless. "This is what I promised you before. I will discipline Lin Xiaoming for you, otherwise, I will turn around and leave now." "Okay, let me see how powerful you are. If you can rescue Xiaoming, I will serve you tea and water and let you command me," Lin Hanxue said while gnashing her teeth. "Okay, this is what you said, I remember it." Yi Chen smiled and walked straight towards the door of the bar. Lin Hanxue felt that Yi Chen was too rash and stomped her feet in anger. Since they had already reached the door, she had no choice but to follow him in. As soon as Yi Chen and Lin Hanxue arrived at the bar, they immediately attracted everyone's attention. Lin Hanxue is so beautiful, her figure, temperament and appearance are all top-notch, a one-in-a-million beauty. These people who often hang out in bars have never met such a stunning beauty in a bar. "Sister, please save me, I'm almost beaten to death." A man with a bruised face and nose suddenly crawled up from the ground and shouted heart-wrenchingly. This person was Lin Xiaoming. His eyes were beaten into panda eyes, and blood was oozing out of his nostrils, eye sockets, and mouth. Lin Hanxue didn't recognize her brother at first glance. "Asshole." Lin Hanxue's delicate body was shaking. She felt angry, hateful, and a little distressed.
"What's going on?"
She quickly walked to the center of the venue and asked the big man in black with a cold expression. When the big man in black told the story, Lin Hanxue wanted to strangle Lin Xiaoming to death. He was the one who started the trouble and actually slapped the other person's female companion's butt. Lin Hanxue immediately apologized to the other party. The big man in black pointed at Yu Liang, who was sitting on the sofa, and said, "Ms. Lin, there's no point in telling me this is Mr. Yu. You tell him." Lin Hanxue looked at Yu Xiao again, and when she met Yu Liang's bright and fiery gaze, her heart skipped a beat. Yu Liang's eyes were very passionate, and he was amazed at the first sight of Lin Hanxue. A man of his status has been through countless women, but none of them can compare to Lin Hanxue.
"Young Master Yu,"
Lin Hanxue said to Yu Liang, "I'm sorry, this incident was caused by my brother. Now he has been punished. Please forgive the villain's mistakes and let him go." Yu Liang held up 5 fingers and said calmly, "I can let him go, but for 50 million.
Lin Hanxue frowned. "Master Yu, isn't 50 million too much for just a slap on the butt?"
"If you don't want to take it, that's fine. I won't force you, but your brother's hand is gone. I'll cut it off and feed it to the dogs, and that thing in his crotch, I can't save it either." Yu Liang said the most cruel words in a calm tone.
"I'm not kidding you, this is the price you pay for teasing my female companion."
"You." Lin Hanxue gritted her teeth. She didn't expect the other party to be so vicious. She knew there was no other way out. He was secretly annoyed with Yi Chen. He just acted like he was so awesome 2 people would be enough. As a result, when she got here, she talked for a long time, but Yi Chen hid behind her and didn't say a word, and he failed at the critical moment. This has really put her in great trouble. If she had known earlier, she would have asked Lin Yan'an for help. Yi Chen is really unreliable. "Ms. Lin, I'll give you a minute to think about it," Yu Liang said with a sneer. "Mr. Yu, 50 million is too much and extremely unreasonable. If you are taking advantage of me, I can only say that you have found the wrong person,"
Lin Hanxue said angrily. Half a minute left. "Yu Liang, don't go too far. Do you really think that we siblings can be manipulated by you?"
Lin Hanxue said coldly. Time's up, destroy Lin Xiaoming, Yu Liang said in a deep voice. The big man in black grabbed Lin Xiaoming's arm, pressed him roughly on the table, and took out a dagger from his waist. Help me, sister! Lin Xiaoming screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Yi Chen! Lin Hanxue screamed madly, her brother's hand was about to be chopped off, but Yi Chen didn't step forward. Yi Chen! When Yu Liang heard these two words, his expression suddenly changed, and his body subconsciously trembled. 147, Chapter 147, Admit your mistakes and stand firm when being beaten. The name Yi Chen is like a nightmare to Yu Liang and the entire Yu family. A few days ago, the second young master of the Yu family, Yu Jun, was killed by Yi Chen. The Yu family didn't even dare to fart. Why? Not to mention their Yu family, the Yangqing Li family is so powerful, but the two heroes of the Li family were killed by Yi Chen, and the Yangqing Li family didn't even dare to fart. There was also an elder of Xianmen who died at the hands of Yi Chen. This lawless lunatic even dared to kill the Xianmen elders. Who can afford to offend these ancient martial arts families in the secular world? Yi Chen walked forward at this time, and his cold and handsome face fell clearly into Yu Liang's sight. It's really him. Yu Liang had seen Yi Chen's photo, and he looked exactly like the person in front of him. His attention had always been on Lin Hanxue, and he didn't notice Yi Chen at all. Upon seeing this, Yu Liang's body began to tremble and sweat began to appear on his forehead. I couldn't even sit still. He naturally hated Yi Chen very much, but what he felt more than hatred was fear and dread. Yi Chen even dared to kill the elders of Xuanmenais, and killing him the same as killing a chicken? Yi Chen, you're such a coward. You just boasted about how powerful you are, but now you're hiding behind me and dare not show your face. I am so disappointed in you. You'll never be as good as Lin Yan'an. Lin Hanxue looked at Yi Chen hatefully, her heart full of resentment. Yi Chen smiled helplessly. He didn't say anything just now because he wanted to understand what happened. He couldn't just come up and beat the other person up without knowing anything, right? Today's incident. Yi Chen only said the beginning. Yu Liang, who had been sitting there, suddenly stood up and knelt in front of Yi Chen with a plop. This sudden scene left everyone dumbfounded. What's going on? This young master Yu has an astonishing background. Anyone who speaks to him will be slapped twice. The bar owner and brother Snake were both beaten like grandsons. And now, he actually knelt in front of Yi Chen? Lin Hanxue, who was originally full of anger, was stunned in an instant. Mr. Yi, I was wrong. I didn't know Lin Xiaoming was your man. Yu Liang knelt on the ground, admitting his mistakes and kowtowing, behaving even more humbly than Snake Brother. What's going on? Brother Snake, who was still kneeling on the ground, looked completely confused. Just now, when Yu Liang knelt down, he thought Yu Liang's legs were weak. I didn't expect him to actually kneel down and kowtow to admit his fault. He was actually frightened like a grandson by this young man. Brother Snake was completely bewildered. This was Yu Liang, the eldest son of the ancient martial arts family, the Yu family who in Yunhai would dare to mess with him? But in front of this young man, he kowtowed like crazy. He couldn't help but turn his head slightly to look at Yi Chen, with a look of deep fear in his eyes. Even Yi Chen was confused. He originally thought he had to take action to scare the other party, but he didn't expect the other party to kneel down directly. He had never seen this Yu Liang. Could it be that he was scared like this because he heard his own name? At this moment, Lin Xiaoming, who was pressed on the table and trembling with fear, saw this scene and his mood jumped from the bottom to the top. I felt extremely refreshed all of a sudden. It turns out that Yi Chen is so powerful even the arrogant Yu Liang would kneel down when he saw Yi Chen. He knew that Yi Chen was powerful before, but he didn't know he was powerful to this extent. Suddenly, the situation changed drastically. Lin Xiaoming became excited and jumped up as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Brother-in-law, Yi Chen is my brother-in-law. He shouted, as if he wanted to vent all the grievances he had just felt. Yu Liang, you're blind, you even dared to hit me. My brother-in-law is standing right here. He can kill you with just a wave of his hand. How dare you still be so arrogant to me? Lin Xiaoming roared triumphantly. Looking at his smug face, Yu Liang, who was kneeling on the ground, frowned, but he didn't dare to say a word. He knew that if Yi Chen wanted to kill him, it would be no different from crushing an ant. That's why he knelt down and begged for mercy in front of Yi Chen in public, in order to save his life. Damn it, Yu Liang, you bastard, what's wrong with me touching your female companions, but you beat me up like this, I. Looking at Lin Xiaoming, who was shouting, Yi Chen shouted coldly, shut up. Lin Xiaoming, who was venting his excitement, immediately shut his mouth. Yi Chen glanced at him with disgust. It was really shameful for him to stand up for such a person. If he hadn't promised Lin Hanxue in advance, he definitely wouldn't have cared. Now Yi Chen just wanted to quickly resolve this matter and leave the bar. So he stepped forward and said, today's incident was caused by Lin Xiaoming. He was at fault first. Yi Chen glanced at Lin Xiaoming coldly. When you come out to play, you must admit your mistakes and stand firm when you are beaten. After saying that, he didn't care whether Lin Xiaoming agreed or not. He picked up a beer bottle next to him and smashed it directly on Lin Xiaoming's head. Bang! The beer bottle shattered into pieces, Lin Xiaoming's head was broken and bleeding, and he fell down limply. Xiaoming! Lin Hanxue rushed forward and supported Lin Xiaoming. Sister, why did my brother-in-law blow my head off? Lin Xiaoming asked dizzily. Because you made a mistake. Lin Hanxue frowned, feeling a little resentful towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen was right to do this, but it was just a gesture. He actually did it for real and directly cracked Lin Xiaoming's head. What if it gets broken? Yi Chen's move made the pupils of everyone else in the field shrink. Everyone was filled with awe in their hearts. This person was very particular about his work. He is really bad. He never covers up for his mistakes and always admits his mistakes. Then, amidst the admiring gazes, Zhu Liang said with a sneer, you want 50 million just to touch her, but even if your girlfriend's but is made of diamonds, it wouldn't be worth that much money, right? The blackmail hit me. Do you know what the consequences are? Mr. Yi, I was wrong. Yu Liang was shaking all over, fearing that Yi Chen would slap him on the head. You know you're wrong, right? As I said, if you're wrong, you have to admit it. Yi Chen picked up a beer bottle and smashed it on Yu Liang's head again. With the same force, the beer bottle broke into pieces, but Yu Liang's head was obviously stronger than Lin Xiaoming's, and there was no bleeding. Yi Chen frowned, picked up the second beer bottle and smashed it down again. Yu Liang didn't dare to hide, let alone look up. He knelt on the ground and let Yi Chen hit him. But after the second bottle was taken, his skin was still not broken and bleeding. Have you practiced Iron Head Kung Fu? Yi Chen smiled, picked up the third beer bottle and smashed it on Yu Liang's head. This time he used some force, and Yu Liang's head was broken and bleeding, looking almost the same as Lin Xiaoming. Okay, this is over, let's go. Yi Chen clapped his hands, turned around and left. 148, Chapter 148. Who is the male host? After walking out, Yi Chen took a taxi and went back. He didn't want to associate with someone like Lin Xiaoming. Standing up for him today made Yi Chen feel embarrassed. Anyway, he has done what he promised to Lin Hanxue. Even if Lin Xiaoming is hacked to death on the street, he will not care anymore. When Lin Hanxue helped Lin Xiaoming out of the bar, Yi Chen was nowhere to be seen. She called Yi Chen, and Yi Chen told her that he had left. Lin Hanxue was so angry that she gritted her teeth. It was very inconvenient for her, a woman, to take care of the injured Lin Xiaoming. Didn't that bastard know how to help? Xiaoming, I'll take you to the hospital first. Yi Chen, that heartless bastard, actually left on his own. Lin Hanxue said hatefully. Sister, I don't allow you to say that about my brother-in-law. Lin Xiaoming looked dying and very weak. But his eyes were firm, as if there was a flame burning in them. From now on, my brother-in-law will be my idol. Lin Xiaoming said. Two black lines appeared on Lin Hanxue's head. She was hit on the head by Yi Chen, but she still regarded Yi Chen as her idol. Is this guy stupid? However, she couldn't suppress the slightly raised corners of her mouth. Finally, there is someone who can control this lawless bastard. Her greatest hope is that Lin Xiaoming can abandon all bad habits and become a successful person. Now it seems that this wish needs Yi Chen's help to fulfill it. Yi Chen returned to the backyard of the villa and was shocked as soon as he entered and turned on the light. There were only 4 people sitting on the sofa. From left to right are Chen Bei, Lu Meixin, Lu Meiyu, and Lin Xingyuan. The four men sat there like four ghosts, their faces ashen, and they didn't turn on the lights.
"What are you doing, guys, sitting here waiting for me?" Seeing that they were in an attitude of trial by three judges, Yi Chen knew that a good show was about to begin. Looking at Qin Bei, Yi Chen seemed to understand. This little slut must have reported him. "Aunt, it was that bastard Yi Chen who broke my boyfriend Zhang Can's leg." Chen Bei stood up suddenly and pointed at Yi Chen and shouted. "Little sister, you can do whatever you want. He knocked out my son Chen Yang's teeth before, and now he broke Xiao Bei's boyfriend's legs. Yi Chen, this villain, will not stop until everyone in our family is killed," Lu Meixin said angrily. Without saying a word, Lu Meiyu grabbed the teacup on the table and threw it at Yi Chen, cursing, "Beast, kneel down." Yi Chen dodged it easily with a small move, and the teacup smashed to the ground and broke into pieces. Yi Chen glanced at Qin Bei and said with a smile, "You and your boyfriend were having an affair in my house, and when I caught you, you wanted to cripple me. Deserve to break Zhang Can's legs." "Aunt, look, he still refuses to repent." Chen Bei was both embarrassed and angry. Lu Meiyu was furious and roared, "I'm going to kill this beast today." The three women were furious, and their anger surged into Yi Chen's dragon pendant like a huge river. Yi Chen was secretly very happy. He has cleared away all the evil spirits in the 6th level of Qi training, and is now trying to absorb the negative emotions to impact the 7th level of Qi training. That's enough. At this time, Lin Qingyuan slammed the table and said, "Shut up, I'll talk to Yi Chen." He stood up, walked in front of Yi Chen, frowned and said, "Yi Chen, this is Han Xue's villa. You actually lived here secretly. What qualifications do you have?" "Uncle, he shamelessly said that this is his home. He is so shameless that he calls my cousin's villa his home," Chen Bei sneered from the side. "This is originally my house. Lin Hanxue gave it to me." Yi Chen walked to the sofa beside him and sat down boldly, assuming the man of the house. Not to mention Lu Meiyu and others, Lin Qingyuan was so angry when he heard it. "Yi Chen, do you have any shame? This is clearly the villa that Han Xue spent a huge amount of money to buy. How did it become your house? Are you a robber? Are you starting to rob openly?" Lin Qingyuan asked angrily. "Mr. Lin, if you don't believe me, call Han Xue and ask her whose house this is," Yi Chen said with a smile. Alright, I'll beat you, you beast. I'll let Han Xue expose you herself." Lu Meiyu took out her cell phone and immediately called Lin Hanxue. "Hanxue, Yi Chen, this robber, wants to rob our house, saying that the backyard of the villa belongs to him. Tell Yi Chen to give up this idea. If he continues to make trouble, call the police and have him arrested." Before Lu Meiyu finished speaking, Lin Hanxue's voice came from the phone receiver. "Mom, Yi Chen is right, I did give him the backyard of the villa." "What?" Lu Meiyu was holding the phone and was stunned. 149, Chapter 149, I cried because I was bullied. "Hanxue, are you kidding me? Why did you give the backyard of our villa to Yi Chen?" Lu Meiyu couldn't believe it. "Don't worry about it, the backyard of the villa belongs to Yi Chen now." Lin Hanxue's tone was clear. Yi Chen saved the purple heartgrass, allowing her to successfully overcome the crisis. Her net worth soared to more than 6 billion. It would not be an exaggeration to give the entire villa to Yi Chen. Besides, Yi Chen solved the problem of the haunted villa and saved Lin Xiaoming. "What do you mean I should stop caring? How can we give our house to outsiders, especially not to Yi Chen? Do you know what he did? He broke the legs of Qin Bei's boyfriend. You actually gave this beast a villa. What were you thinking?" Lu Meiyu said angrily. "Lu Meiyu, if you say another word, I will give the entire villa to Yi Chen and go to the real estate center to trade tomorrow," Lin Hanxue said firmly. When Lu Meiyu heard this, she almost fainted from anger. What kind of magic potion did Yi Chen give Lin Hanxue? "Okay, stop talking all of you. Come to the hospital. Something happened to Xiaoming," Lin Hanxue said. "What, something happened to Xiaoming?" Lu Meiyu's face changed drastically. She no longer cared about Yi Chen and immediately asked Lin Qingyuan and others to leave and hurry to the hospital. He. Yi Chen made a pot of tea and drank it while laughing. In just a short while, another 30,000 negative emotion points were collected. Lu Meiyu alone contributed more than 10,000 yuan, which is really amazing. Now he is only halfway to collecting enough negative emotion points to transform them into magic energy to help him enter the 7th level of Qi refining. It would be great if he could reach the 7th level of Qi training. If he meets Zhang Wudi, Yi Chen can kill him.
Shortly after finishing a pot of tea, Lin Hanxue suddenly appeared at the door, which surprised Yi Chen slightly.
Aren't you in the hospital? Why are you back?
My parents are gone, why should I stay in the hospital? I still have a lot of things to do at the company tomorrow. Lin Hanxue walked in and said. If you have something to do at the company, just go and take a rest. Why are you coming to my house?
Yi Chen looked unwelcoming.
Lin Hanxue glared at Yi Chen without saying a word. She walked over and sat next to Yi Chen, staring at him intently with her pair of narrow, bright eyes.
What are you looking at? Is there something on my face?
Yi Chen felt uncomfortable being stared at by her. Lin Hanxue then said, Yi Chen, I have already found out about Yu Liang's background. He is indeed a powerful figure. He is the eldest son of the Yu family, a Yunhai ancient martial arts family.
This kind of ancient martial arts family usually keeps a low profile, and even ordinary people have never heard of it.
But the more this kind of thing happens, the more powerful it is. Just like those invisible rich people, the rich people on Forbes are simply weak compared to them. 10 years ago, when the top of the Forbes list was still worth hundreds of billions, the assets of those hidden rich people were all over 1 trillion.
Why are you telling me this? Yi Chen, why is Yu Liang so afraid of you?
Lin Hanxue looked at Yi Chen with her beautiful eyes, wanting to know why.
I don't know either. Yi Chen shook his head.
Yi Chen, I hope you tell me the truth. Lin Hanxue always felt that Yi Chen was hiding some secrets, and she was finding it increasingly difficult to see through him.
I really don't know. Yi Chen said with an innocent look.
It was the first time he met Yu Liang, and Yu Liang knelt down in front of him, leaving him completely stunned.
What are you hiding from me?
Lin Hanxue said depressedly. Yi Chen looked at her and laughed. I remember now, you said that if I could rescue Lin Xiaoming, you would serve me tea and water and let me do whatever I want.
Lin Hanxue's expression changed, and her eyes avoided. Did I say that?
You can pretend to be confused, so that you don't have to bother me about Lin Xiaoming's affairs in the future, Yi Chen said. Lin Hanxue was furious, stamped her feet and said, okay, I admit I said it.
Just admit it.
Yi Chen pointed to the teapot in front of him and said, go pour a cup of tea and bring it to me.
Lin Hanxue was surprised and asked, are you serious? Is it fake?
Good. Lin Hanxue gritted her teeth and went to pour tea angrily. Seeing her like a bullied girl, Yi Chen felt secretly happy. It had been more than 3 years, and this was the first time that Lin Hanxue had served him. Of course, what's even better is that Lin Hanxue is experiencing strong negative emotions.
After Lin Hanxue brewed the tea, she placed it next to Yi Chen and said stiffly, drink it.
What's your attitude? I won't drink this one. Pour me another. Yi Chen acted arrogantly.
You.
What do you mean, go?
Yi Chen blared.
Asshole. Lin Hanxue cursed inwardly, suppressed her anger and poured another cup, forcing a smile on her face. Yi Chen, please have some tea.
That's more like it.
Yi Chen nodded expressionlessly, feeling even better, because at this moment Lin Hanxue was experiencing even more intense negative emotions, even more ferocious than Lu Biyu's.
Yi Chen took it and took a sip, then sprayed it all over Lin Hanxue's face. Lin Hanxue was furious. Yi Chen, what are you doing?
Yi Chen slammed the table and shouted, I was just about to ask you what you're doing. It's so hot, do you want to burn me to death?
Lin Hanxue wanted to strangle Yi Chen to death. Apologize to me.
Yi Chen slammed the table, scaring Lin Hanxue.
Sorry.
Lin Hanxue said aggrievedly that Yi Chen was really going too far. You can't even pour a cup of tea properly, what else can you do? Yi Chen glanced at her coldly, leaned back, and placed his feet directly on Lin Hanxue's thighs. He said in a commanding tone, take off your shoes and get a basin of hot water for me to soak my feet.
Yi Chen.
Lin Hanxue was shocked. She was a big CEO and a pharmaceutical queen admired by countless people, but this bastard actually asked her to make foot wash water.
Go!
Yi Chen shouted in a low voice. Yi Chen, you are too bullying. Lin Hanxue was about to cry, and was about to cry because of Yi Chen's bullying.
Are you deaf? Come on. Yi Chen raised his hand and slapped Lin Hanxue's honey spot. Bang! A trace of pain appeared on Lin Hongxue's pale face. Yi Chen actually hit her? Are you going or not? Yi Chen raised his hand again.
Lin Hongxue held back her tears, gritted her teeth, stood up with a face full of humiliation, and went to get water for Yi Chen to wash his feet. Yi Chen looked at her back with a smile on his face. Of course, he didn't mean to bully Lin Hongxue, he just wanted to collect her negative emotions. After such a torture, Lin Hongxue actually developed 20,000 negative emotions, which was even more intense than Lu Meiyu's.
Yes, she is usually a high-ranking CEO, how could she have suffered such humiliation? Being treated like a maid. Not long after, Lin Hongxue came over with a basin of water for washing feet and said aggrievedly, Yi Chen, wash your feet? Her expression was like that of a wronged young wife. What, you want me to wash it myself?
Yi Chen said with a stern face and in a domineering tone.
Get down, wash it for me yourself.
Lin Hongxue stood there, looking at Yi Chen motionlessly, her delicate body trembling slightly. After a few seconds, she burst into tears.
150, Chapter 150 Lan Yan vomits blood.
Lin Hongxue ran out crying. Yi Chen looked at her back and even wanted to chase her and bully her again. Because Lin Hongxue has generated more than 30,000 negative emotion points, which are continuously absorbed by the dragon pendant.
Yi Chen was shocked. How could she produce so much?
Other people's negative emotion value is almost capped at 10,000, but Lin Hongxue can still continue at 30,000. Yi Chen discovered that the more deeply he was entangled with someone, the more negative emotions he could absorb. He wanted to catch up and let Lin Hongxue continue to contribute, but then he thought better of it because he had bullied her to tears. Yi Chen is not such a cruel person.
Huaxi, Sun Hung Kai Properties headquarters.
Two white bodies were twisting on the sofa when the office door was suddenly kicked open.
Lan Yan strode in and was shocked when she saw the scene in front of her.
The man was Wang Chang, and the charming woman was Xin Hong's younger sister, who had just become Wang Chang's secretary yesterday. Originally, after she went to Yunhai to meet Yi Chen, she planned to stay in Yunhai that night and then rush back to Huaxi early the next morning. But her confidant reported to her that Wang Chang was having an affair with his secretary.
Lan Yan suddenly changed his schedule and rushed back overnight. Even when he reached Wang Chang's office door, he still didn't believe it.
But the scene before her made her completely dumbfounded. Shocked, confused, angry, she felt a mixture of emotions.
Wang Chang looked up and saw Lan Yan, and was surprised. Yanzi, why are you back?
I came back to confirm something, and now it has been confirmed. Lan Yan looked at Wang Chang.
Wang Chang smiled awkwardly.
When the charming female secretary saw Lan Yan, she was so frightened that she trembled and shrank into Wang Chang's arms. I never thought this would happen to me. Thought we were a couple with a love stronger than gold and would never betray each other. Lan Yan looked at Wang Chang, her eyes full of disappointment. Yanzi, I was wrong. Wang Chang lowered his head in shame. Tears welled up in Lan Yan's eyes. Before, you risked your life to protect me. You refused to give up on me in the face of numerous sieges. How long has it been? Less than half a month, right? Okay, Lan Yan, stop talking for now. Go home and wait for Mei will explain to you, Wang Chang said with a frown.
Why do you have to go home and explain? Explain it now. Lan Yan, are you annoying? Can you please listen to me? Even after I caught you cheating on me in bed, you still find me annoying. Wang Chang, you've really changed. Lan Yan shook her head, tears streaming down her face. I haven't changed. I am still me.
Wang Chang glared fiercely. The only thing that has changed is my identity. I am now the boss of Xinhong, and my status is even higher than before.
So, you do this kind of thing after you get to a higher position? Lan Yan's face was full of sneers. What's wrong? Isn't it just finding a woman to make out with? Look at the brothers in our gang. Whoever has a little status doesn't have 3 or 4 women?
Wang Chang pointed at the woman in his arms and said, she's the only one I have. Seeing Lan Yan remain silent, Wang Chang continued, Yanzi, you are the only person I love in my life. We are just physical lovers, and I don't have any feelings for her at all.
Do you think you can fool me with such nonsense? Lan Yan was even more disappointed. If Wang Chang could sincerely admit his mistake to her, she would forgive him. What man is not unfaithful? However, he didn't realize his mistake at all. Lan Yan, Don't be unreasonable, I have fought in battles all my life, what's wrong with enjoying myself? Wang Chang said angrily. I'll let you enjoy it.
Lan Yan was extremely angry. She took out a pistol from her waist and fired 3 shots at the charming secretary. The secretary was beaten to death on the spot, blood splattered everywhere, but Lan Yan didn't even frown.
Damn it, what are you doing, pulling a gun in front of me? Wang Chang was furious. Crash.
Hearing the gunshots, a group of men in black rushed in from outside the door. When they saw the scene before them, they were stunned. Lan Yan gritted her teeth and said, Secretary Zhang broke the rules and seduced the gang leader. I have already executed the family rules. Drag her body out and bury it. In front of her brothers, she still gave Wang Chang some face and said that the secretary seduced Wang Chang.
The younger brothers quickly dragged the secretary's naked body out. Only Wang Chang and Lan Yan were left in the office.
Wang Chang's face was as black as the bottom of a pot and he said nothing. Lan Yan sighed and said, Brother Chang, we've just taken over, and Xinhong's situation is so complicated. Our foundation is unstable. The most important thing right now is not to enjoy ourselves, but to build good relationships with the elders and consolidate our position.
Elder? Wang Chang sneered, you know I hate the elders the most. Those domineering old men are so pedantic. They're the biggest cancer in the society. I've wanted to eradicate them for a long time, and you still want me to build good relationships with them? Lan Yan, are you deliberately disgusting me?
This is not only what I mean, but also what Mr. Yi means.
Mr. Yi, Mr. Yi. When Wang Chang heard Lan Yan say these 3 words, he suddenly exploded.
Lan Yan, you keep talking about Mr. Yi. Who is he to you? Is he your man? Otherwise, why would you care about him so much? You keep whispering Mr. Yi in my ear all day long.
Are you two already together? Bang!
Lan Yan's anger, which had just calmed down, immediately flared up again, and she slapped Wang Chang in the face. She was extremely angry. She didn't expect Wang Chang to say such a thing. Mr. Yi is our savior. My husband and I were about to be killed, and it was Mr. Yi who saved our lives. He also killed Huang Hu and his elite troops, and helped us sit on the throne of the boss of Xinhong. Everything we have now, Mr. Give it to me, you bastard. You can insult me, but you even insult Mr. Yi.
You are ungrateful, and you are a traitor. Are you even human?
Lan Yan's delicate body trembled, and her beautiful eyes were filled with anger. Lan Yan, why are you so angry? Mr. Yi hit and scolded me. Are you angry because I exposed you?
Wang Chang sneered in a sarcastic tone. You went to meet him today, dressed so provocatively, wasn't it to seduce him? You see, he's young, handsome, and good at fighting, so you can't resist it and can't wait to get into his bed, right? You?
Lan Yan held her chest tightly, feeling as if a huge rock was pressing on it, making it hard for her to breathe, and her blood circulation stopped.
She never expected that Wang Chang would be this kind of person.
Wang Chang, I'm so disappointed in you. I really regret marrying you. Forget it. I won't explain anymore. Just let it go. Lan Yan covered her chest and walked out slowly. She only felt that her vision was dark, her body was shaking, and her heart was aching like a knife. As soon as she walked out of the door, she leaned against the wall and spat out a mouthful of blood.
Sprayed on the wall, bright red. 151, Chapter 151. I will cooperate with you.
Wang Chang looked at Lan Yan's departing back, his expression changing from gloomy to bright, and his eyes gradually became deep.
Brush.
A figure suddenly appeared behind him silently, like a ghost. He was wearing a black robe and a ghost mask on his face, so his true appearance could not be seen.
Mr. Ghost, when did you come?
When Wang Chang saw the ghost-faced man, his expression suddenly changed.
I've always been here.
The ghost-faced man spoke, his voice hoarse and unpleasant.
Have you seen what happened just now? Wang Chang frowned. The ghost-faced man nodded and said calmly, your wife has been slept with by someone else, don't you want revenge? Wang Chang took a deep breath and said, I still understand Xiaoyanshi won't betray me.
For a woman, she only likes a strong man. If she has to choose between 2 strong men, she will definitely choose the stronger one. The ghost-faced man said. Maybe she hasn't betrayed you now, but you can't say for sure in the future. What's more, after what happened today, she will only become more distant from you.
The ghost-faced man patted Wang Chang's shoulder and said, if Yi Chen beckoned at this moment, Lan Yan would definitely climb onto his bed and under his crotch. Stop talking. Wang Chang roared angrily. Lan Yan always talks about Mr. Yi and treats his words as imperial decrees. Yi Chen said a word, and Lan Yan immediately ran to Yunhai, wearing such a tight and sexy cheongsam. These were like thorns piercing Wang Chang's heart. After hearing what the ghost-faced man said, Wang Chang naturally couldn't stand it.
I'll only give you one last chance. I'll leave tomorrow, the ghost-faced man said lightly. Wang Chang thought for a few seconds, then suddenly slammed the table and said through gritted teeth, Mr. Ghostface, I'll cooperate with you. As soon as Yi Chen got up the next morning, he received a call from Wang Chang. Mr. Yi, I'm sorry to bother you so early. I have good news for you. I've found clues about Miss Chen Bing. Wang Chang said excitedly. Oh, where is she? Yi Chen was very excited. We found out she's living in seclusion in Gudong Town, just below Huaxi River. My people are currently conducting a blanket search throughout Gudong Town. We expect to find Miss Chen Bing today. Wang Chang said with great certainty. Yi Chen was overjoyed and said, contact me as soon as you find Chen Bing. Mr. Yi, we can find it today. Wouldn't you like to come over? Wang Chang asked. Yi Chen was slightly stunned, a hint of doubt emerged in his heart. How can you be so sure? Gudong Town is such a small place, and I sent out hundreds of my men and mobilized the local tyrants, not to mention one person. Even if a mosquito flies over, I can catch it, said Wang Chang. Yi Chen didn't think so with the third sister's ability. If she really wanted to hide, there would probably be few people in the world who could find her. But Yi Chen had nothing to do anyway, so he might as well go over and take a look. If Wang Chang was found, he would be able to see his third sister. So Yi Chen set off for Huaxi. On the way, he called Lan Yan. What surprised Yi Chen was that Lan Yan didn't know about this. Mr. Yi, I'm not with Wang Chang. We had a fight yesterday. Fighting? What's going on? Yi Chen asked suspiciously. Alas, Mr. Yi, I'm not afraid of making you laugh at me if I tell you this, but that bastard Wang Chang actually had an affair with his secretary, and I caught him in the act. Lan Yan said with a wry smile. Yi Chen grinned when he heard this. He had no idea what Wang Chang was thinking, as he could have a woman as troublesome as Lan Yan, but he still cheated on her. Okay, then I'll go directly to Wang Chang, Yi Chen said. Mr. Yi, I'll pick you up. This little disagreement between us is nothing. Helping Mr. Yi is the most important thing, Lan Yan said quickly. A few hours later, Yi Chen arrived at Huaxi. 152, Chapter 152. A sudden attack. Lan Yan personally came to the station to greet Yi Chen. She was wearing a lotus-white cheongsam that perfectly outlined her exquisite figure. A peach-pink shawl was draped over her shoulders, and the pink against the white served as the perfect finishing touch. Mature and beautiful, she exudes the aura of a noble young woman. After all, she is a female boss, and she has an intimidating coldness and sharpness that makes people feel awe and dare not have any blasphemous thoughts about her. Those eyes that were attracted by her plump figure all dodged and dared not look directly at her. Yi Chen noticed Lan Yan in the crowd at a glance, standing out like a crane among chickens. Mr. Yi. Lan Yan came to Yi Chen, bent her waist and greeted him respectfully. Everyone around looked at Yi Chen in surprise. What was the identity of this young man? Yi Chen got into the car. Lan Yan and he were both sitting in the back seat. Naturally, they recalled the scene in the car last time Lan Yan sat on Yi Chen's thighs. The atmosphere in the car also became a little charming. Mr. Yi, Gudong Town is a large town under Song County. It's over 200 miles away and will take more than 2 hours to get there, Lan Yan said. Yi Chen nodded. Didn't Wang Chang inform you? Lan Yan smiled helplessly and said quietly, we had a fight last night and have been ignoring each other ever since. Yi Chen nodded and stopped talking. He tapped the car door lightly with his fingers, as if thinking about something. Lan Yan's red lips moved, and seeing that Yi Chen was thinking, she swallowed her words. Has Wang Chang changed? Yi Chen suddenly asked. This? Lan Yan didn't know how to answer. Last time, he protected you and didn't abandon you even after being stabbed dozens of times. Now he's having an affair with his secretary. From my perspective, this is not the same person, Yi Chen said. Lan Yen sighed and said, ever since Brother Chang became the boss of Xinhong, he has indeed changed. He has become a little strange.
Yi Chen narrowed his eyes and said nothing more. At this moment, Wang Chang called, Mr. Yi, where are you?
I've arrived in Huaxi and am heading towards Gudong town, Yi Chen said. Great, it's almost noon. Please drive directly to the Sihai restaurant, the largest restaurant in Gudong town. I have booked a banquet there to welcome Mr. Yi.
Wang Chang said enthusiastically.
You haven't found anyone yet, but you're already welcoming them. Finding someone is important, and lunch will be fine, Yi Chen said with a smile.
Mr. Yi, you are wrong to say that. Without you, I wouldn't be where I am today. This is the first time I've met Mr. Yi since I took over Xinhong. Naturally, I have to hold a grand banquet to thank Mr. Yi.
Wang Chang said excitedly.
Yi Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. If he wanted to hold a grand banquet, why not hold it in Huaxi?
However, he did not insist, but nodded in agreement. Okay, I'll go straight to the hotel right away.
Okay, Mr. Yi, I will welcome you at Sihai restaurant.
Wang Chang said excitedly. When Yi Chen was about to hang up the phone, he suddenly said, by the way, Lan Yen and I are together. Let's go there together right away.
What? Why is Yanzi with Mr. Yi? Wang Chang's tone seemed a little surprised. I contacted her before coming to Huaxi. Why, is this strange? Yi Chen said with a smile.
It's not surprising. It's good that Yanzi is here. It's a good opportunity for us to have fun together. Haha, Wang Chang said with a smile. More than an hour later, Yi Chen and Lan Yen arrived at the hotel. Wang Chang was standing at the door waiting with a dozen men in black. When Wang Chang saw Lan Yan's car, his expression changed slightly, but he immediately waved his hand and led everyone forward to greet them. Lan Yan and Yi Chen got out of the car and were slightly surprised to see Wang Chang and others.
Especially seeing the 8 people standing in the crowd.
Yi Chen did not recognize those 8 people, but Lan Yan did. They were Wang Chang's 8 trusted confidants. They were highly skilled in martial arts and at godlike marksmanship. They were known as the 8 Vajras.
After Wang Chang took office, the 8 Vajras were responsible for many things in the society. Why are they all here today?
Wang Chang had already come forward enthusiastically and said excitedly, Mr. Yi, I finally see you again.
After some polite exchanges, Wang Chang respectfully welcomed Yi Chen into the hotel.
When passing through the corridor, he fell a few steps behind Yi Chen, turned around and said to Lan Yan in a low voice, Why are you here? Get out of here.
Lan Yan snorted coldly and ignored Wang Chang.
Wang Chang gritted his teeth and followed. After arriving at the private room, the food arrived quickly and was all delicious. Yi Chen was also hungry, so he started eating heartily while talking to Wang Chang. Just when he was halfway through eating, Lan Yan next to him covered her stomach with her hands, and a look of pain appeared on her pretty face.
What's wrong? Yi Chen, who was sitting next to her, asked expressionlessly.
It's okay, my stomach hurts. I'll be fine after a rest. Lan Yan frowned, feeling her stomach hurting more and more, like a raging sea. Her face was pale, cold sweat broke out on her forehead, her whole body was tense and twitching slightly.
The food is poisonous.
Yi Chen frowned slightly, and released a ball of true energy to seal Lan Yan's heart meridian. Then he raised his eyebrows and looked at Wang Chang opposite him. Wang Chang's face was now full of sneers, and his eyes were full of murderous intent. He was completely different from before.
Wang Chang, you poisoned me?
Yi Chen's expression changed and he stood up immediately, but his body shook a few times and he sat down again. A trace of blood was already flowing from the corner of his mouth. Wang Chang, you beast, you actually harmed Mr. Yipuchi. Lan Yan was extremely angry, but before she could finish her words, she vomited blood and fell to the ground in pain. You even hurt me. Lan Yan's body was twitching in pain, and she looked at Wang Chang with extremely desperate eyes.
Bitch, you bitch, you shouldn't have come, but you insisted. I didn't want to hurt you, you asked for it, bastard.
Looking at the dying Lan Yan, Wang Chang was in pain and roared ferociously with his face.
Yi Chen, you killed my wife. Go to hell.
Wang Chang, looking like a madman, took out a gun from his arms and shot at Yi Chen. Yi Chen dodged the bullet by leaning back and fell to the ground.
Kill him.
Wang Chang swung the smoking muzzle of the gun and roared angrily. The big men in black who had been lying in ambush in the box rushed out all at once, holding long swords that gleamed with cold light, and rushed towards Yi Chen with murderous intent. Yi Chen staggered to his feet, grabbed 2 chairs and threw them out, just like throwing a bowling ball. More than a dozen big men who were coming towards him were all knocked down, breaking their bones and tendons. Yi Chen stood there staggering, more and more blood coming out of his mouth, and he was about to collapse. His eyes revealed a cruel look. He didn't know where he got the strength from, but he broke the glass and escaped through the back window. Yi Chen, you've been poisoned by Mr. Ghost's heartbreaking powder, a deadly poison that kills instantly upon contact with blood. You can't escape. Wang Chang roared loudly and chased after him with his gun in hand. 153, Chapter 153 Xuanmen's Hidden Man. The backyard is a large empty yard with sand and stones piled against the wall, about 100 meters away from the back door. There is no obstruction at this distance, which means Yi Chen is doomed to die. Mr. Yi, I'll take you on your way. Wang Chang raised the gun and shot Yi Chen in the back. Yi Chen staggered, just avoiding the bullet, and fell to the ground. Ha ha ha, aren't you a hermit? Why are you so embarrassed? Wang Chang approached step by step with a gun in hand. He also had men ambushing at the back door, and they had already rushed in. They attacked from both sides and pressed towards Yi Chen. Wang Chang, why do you want to harm me? Yi Chen looked back at Wang Chang and asked angrily. Mr. Yi, naturally, someone wants your life, and that person has made an offer I can't refuse. He said that if I cooperate in killing you, he will make me the underground king of the entire Jiangnan region, not just this little corner of Huaxi. There was a raging fire of ambition burning in Wang Chang's eyes. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Sure enough, there was someone behind him, otherwise Wang Chang would not dare to kill him. At this time, 2 gunmen came up from behind and aimed their guns at the back of Yi Chen's head. But before they could pull the trigger, the 2 men fell straight to the ground. Looking at their brows again, there were 2 bloody holes. It was a small stone that Yi Chen picked up from the ground and pierced through their eyebrows. Wang Chang frowned and shouted, whoever kills him will be rewarded 1 million. With the huge reward, 5 or 6 people immediately rushed forward, some with knives and some with guns. But after a few breaths, the 5 or 6 people fell to the ground. All of them had their heads pierced by the stones thrown by Yi Chen. Everyone looked horrified. How could a dying man be so powerful? Cough cough. Yi Chen coughed up blood, his body trembled violently, and he lay on the ground struggling, but it seemed that he was dying. Seeing this scene, the remaining people became bolder and rushed towards Yi Chen. But after a fierce fight, the yard was littered with corpses, all of whom were Wang Chang's men. Even the 8 Vajras under his command were killed by Yi Chen. At this moment, Wang Chang was the only one left without any troops. Wang Chang was holding a gun, all the bullets were used up, and he went to change the magazine with trembling hands. He looked at Yi Chen lying on the ground with horror on his face. He was obviously about to die, but all the elite soldiers he brought with him were killed. Why is Yi Chen so terrifying? Wang Chang, who had just changed the magazine, felt a flash of cold light in front of his eyes before he could even shoot. Laugh. A sharp knife flew over and pierced his throat squarely. The blade protruded from the flesh at the back of his neck, dripping blood. Huff, huff. Wang Chang opened his eyes wide and wanted to say something, but his throat was already filled with blood, spurting out, and he couldn't utter a word. He fell straight back and fell to the ground. His eyes were still wide open, as if he died with his eyes open. At the moment of death, he felt endless regret, regretting that he had been possessed by the devil and collaborated with Mr. Ghost to murder Yi Chen. Ugh, more than a dozen people, armed with knives and guns, can't even take care of a poisoned person. The ghost-faced man appeared and kicked Wang Chang's body away. The real master finally appeared. Yi Chen, who was lying on the ground, suddenly had his eyes lit up. Who are you and why are you trying to kill me? Looking at the ghost-faced man who was holding a knife and approaching him with murderous intent, Yi Chen pretended to be terrified. Yi Chen, I am a hidden pawn of the Xianmen in the secular world. You killed my Xianmen elder and are now ranked 78th on the Xianmen bounty list. If I kill you, I can complete the bounty mission, get rid of the hidden pawn status, and become a formal elder of the Xianmen. This ghost-faced man was a bachelor, so he told Yi Chen everything directly. In his eyes, Yi Chen was naturally a dead man, so it didn't matter even if he said it out loud. Well, Yi Chen sighed, got up from the ground, patted his butt, and said with some disappointment, "I thought I could catch a big fish, but who knew it was just a hidden chess piece?" The reason why Xianmen is so terrifying is not only because they have many masters, but also because of their profound foundation. The Xianmen sect has existed for a very long time, and they have people from all walks of life, including peddlers and porters. This kind of person is called a dark man in the Xianmen. There are thousands of hidden players in Xianmen, and this ghost-faced man is just one of them. You? Seeing Yi Chen suddenly standing up as if nothing had happened, the ghost-faced man was suddenly shocked.
"You were poisoned by my heartbreaking powder, how come you're fine?" he exclaimed in shock. "You want to poison me to death with that poison of yours? You're just dreaming."
Yi Chen sneered now that he had reached the 6th level of Qi training and had a strong body of true energy. The poisons in the secular world could hardly kill him. Unless it is a poison specifically designed for warriors in the ancient martial arts world, it may cause harm to his body. "Tell me who your superior is and I can spare your life," Yi Chen said lightly. The Xianmen secret agents all exist independently and do not know each other. The person who communicates with them is called the upper envoy. The superior usually holds 3 or more hidden pieces in his hands, and usually it is the superior who gives orders to the hidden pieces. Therefore, it is useless to capture a hidden player. Only by capturing a superior can you get some useful information. Yi Chen has been dealing with Xianmen for so long, so he naturally has a better understanding of the structure of this organization.
"You will never know who my emissary is,"
the ghost-faced man roared, holding the long knife in his hand, and rushed towards Yi Chen.
Bang!
Yi Chen broke his long sword with one punch, and then smashed his fist heavily on the ghost-faced man's chest, directly smashing his entire chest. The ghost-faced man flew backwards and died when he landed on the ground. Yi Chen walked up to him and felt in his pocket, but found nothing. Find something useful. But he did take out a jade bottle containing a few green pills.
Yi Chen smelled it and thought it should be the antidote to the heartbreak powder. Wang Chang and the others had just eaten, so the poison didn't take effect. It was probably because they took the antidote in advance.
Then he returned to the house and gave Lan Yan the antidote. Although Lan Yan was poisoned, Yi Chen used his true energy to protect her heart meridians.
After taking the antidote, she gradually recovered.
In fact, there is no need for an antidote. Yi Chen can force out this poison with his true qi, but it will take some effort. While Lan Yan was recovering, Yi Chen came to the yard, gathered more than a dozen corpses together, and then cast 2 fireball talismans. After a dozen seconds, the corpse turned into a pile of ashes, and the ashes were blown away cleanly by the wind. If it weren't for the blood on the ground, no one would have thought that a fight had just taken place here. Lan Yan, who was lying on the window, was horrified to the extreme when she saw this scene. There were more than a dozen corpses. Yi Chen casually shot out 2 big fireballs and burned them to ashes. Yi Chen's method of shooting fireballs at will is shocking.
Is he an immortal?
154, Chapter 154. The third sister is nearby.
Yi Chen stood in the yard thinking.
This matter was just a trivial matter to him, a hidden chess piece of the Xianmen sect, and it was not of much value. It's just that this hidden man is a little bit dishonest. He wants to kill him to get the reward, get rid of his hidden man identity, and become an elder of Xianmen. I learned from this secret agent that I was on the Xuanmen's wanted list. Xianmen does have a list, and those on the list are all those who are against Xianmen.
But he ranked 78th, which is a bit low. He was ranked first before. Of course, Yi Chen would not worry about the ranking issue.
I guess once he kills Zhang Wudi, he will be directly ranked in the top 10 of the bounty list.
Of course, this ranking is just for fun, and Yi Chen doesn't pay attention to it.
What he really cares about is the existence of this hidden chess piece.
This shows that Huaxi has a Xianmen envoy.
The more important thing is to catch that Xianmen envoy. These envoys and hidden men are like nails, nailed into the secular world by the Xianmen. It was a very interesting thing for Yi Chen to find these nails and pull them out one by one.
Of course, this task will be handed over to Lan Yan in the future.
At this moment, Yi Chen suddenly felt a cool breeze passing by. His expression changed and he immediately used a wind-controlling talisman to fly towards the direction where the wind was coming from. Lan Yan, who was lying on the window and had just regained her composure, was stunned when she saw the scene.
Yi Chen can actually fly?
Looking at the figure that rose up gracefully and freely, Lan Yan's eyes were filled with obsession. Only when Yi Chen's figure completely disappeared from her sight did Lan Yan retract her gaze and look towards the yard.
Looking at the little bit of remaining ashes, Wang Chang's ashes were scattered there.
Wang Chang, you must be regretting this after seeing this.
It is a great blessing to meet an immortal like Mr. Yi. We were incredibly lucky and gained Mai's favor.
But you didn't know how to cherish him. Instead of clinging tightly to Mr. Yi, you conspired with others to murder him. In the end, no trace of his body was left. It would be great if you listened to me. If my husband and I worked together with Mr. Yi, we would definitely have a bright future and could even become people like Mr. Yi.
Pity.
Wang Chang, I still want to thank you for accompanying me through the first half of my life. It was very wonderful. I will never forget you.
In the rest of my life, I will wholeheartedly follow Mr. Yi, and I believe it will be even more exciting than the first half of my life.
Lan Yan murmured softly. At this moment, Yi Chen had already flown to a forest hundreds of meters away. He stopped and looked at the empty surroundings. That cold breath disappeared from here. Third sister, I know you're nearby. When Yi Chen opened his mouth, his voice was a little hoarse.
I'm Xiaowu, won't you show up and see me?
Yi Chen was very familiar with that slightly cold breath. It was Chen Bing's unique breath. Also, while sitting in the car on the way to Gudong Town, he received an anonymous message, Wang Chang wants to harm you. Only now did he realize that the message was sent by Chen Bing.
So, third sister, you really are living in seclusion in this small town. You knew Wang Chang and the others were looking for you, and you also knew they wanted to harm me, so you warned me.
But why don't you want to show yourself?
If others saw Yi Chen, they would definitely think he was a lunatic for talking to the air.
But Yi Chen was sure that his third sister was nearby. Third sister, you still can't let go of Fonger's death?
Yi Chen said painfully.
That's right. Right, I didn't take good care of Fonger, and you hate me. Just wait, I will settle accounts with those who killed Fonger one by one, and no one will be able to escape. Yi Chen clenched his fists, stood in the air, and murderous aura rose to the sky.
155, Chapter 155, except Lan Yan.
Yi Chen's tiger eyes were filled with tears. Among the 7 swords of Tianqi, the third sister Chen Bing and Fonger have the best relationship and are as close as sisters. He failed to take good care of Fonger, which led to her death. Even after so many years, the third sister still refused to forgive him. This matter was indeed Yi Chen's fault. Back then, he was young and frivolous, and treated the masters of Shenmen like pigs and dogs. As a result, the evil spirit broke out and that accident happened. If he had waited a little longer until his third sister and the others arrived, such a tragedy would never have happened. This is the price paid for youthful vigor. The price was too high. The beloved died tragically, and the 7 swords of Tianqi came to a bleak end. After this huge blow, Lord Yilong changed his name to Yi Chen and remained silent in the sea of clouds like dust for 3 years. When he smashed the python jade pendant and opened the dragon binding seal, he was no longer the unruly Yi Longzhu, but the calm but passionate Yi Chen.
3 years of drinking ice, and the blood is still hot. Yi Chen smiled, a surge of heroic spirit surging in his chest.
I'm sure third sister feels the same way. Next time I come, I'll bring Zhang Wudi's head as a gift to third sister.
After saying that, Yi Chen floated away.
Well, not long after Yi Chen left, a light sigh was heard here.
Immediately,
a woman in white walked out slowly, staring blankly in the direction where Yi Chen left. Her clothes fluttered, her skin was as white as snow, and she was so pure and beautiful that she looked like a fairy from heaven who had descended into the mortal world.
Yi Chen returned to the hotel. Lan Yan had returned to normal after taking the antidote. Mr. Yi.
Seeing Yi Chen, Lan Yan bowed deeply, revealing a respect that came from the bottom of her heart.
Is there anything you want to say?
Yi Chen looked at her. Lan Yan immediately said, from now on, I will follow Mr. Yi wholeheartedly and loyally, and I will never betray him. Her awareness made Yi Chen very satisfied. This woman was much smarter than Wang Chang and could see the situation clearly.
But I killed your husband, don't you hate me?
Yi Chen stared at Lan Yan intently, and at the same time released his mental power to explore Lan Yan's thoughts. If she had any resentment or murderous intent, Yi Chen would kill her without hesitation. In this tense atmosphere, Lan Yan said, "Today's incident was caused by Wang Chang murdering Mr. Yi. First, not to mention Mr. Yi, even if anyone else killed Wang Chang under these circumstances, it would be Wang Chang's own fault."
This is just a theoretical point of view. What about an emotional point of view? Yi Chen asked.
Pain welled up in Lan Yan's eyes. "Mr. Yi, he even killed me."
She's a smart woman and knows what's going on.
Wang Chang had countless opportunities to remind her, persuade her to leave, or tell her the truth, or give her the antidote in advance.
But Wang Chang didn't. He was afraid that if he told Lan Yan, the truth would be exposed, so he killed her too.
When Wang Chang made this decision, their relationship was over.
Yi Chen nodded and withdrew his mental power. Lan Yan had passed his test.
"Next, I will support you to become the boss of Xinhong, and work for me in the future," Yi Chen said. Lan Yan was overjoyed and knelt down excitedly to express her gratitude. She knew that from then on she would become Yi Chen's person. This was undoubtedly a turning point in her life.
"Don't be too happy too soon. My enemy is Xuanmeng. You should have heard of Xianmen, right?" Yi Chen said.
Lan Yan's face changed. She had naturally heard of Xianmen, which was the largest force in the ancient martial arts world. "If you regret it now, it's not too late. Once you choose to follow me, it means you will become an enemy of Xianmen and face a life or death situation," Yi Chen said calmly. "I'll give you time to think about it."
"Don't think about it." Lan Yan's smile is as beautiful as a flower.
"Mr. Yi, you've saved me twice. Without you, I would have died long ago. Forget about being an enemy of the Xian sect. Even if you fight against heaven and earth, isn't the worst that can happen the same? I'm following Mr. Yi now. Every day I live is a blessing."
Yi Chen looked at Lan Yan, and his admiration for her grew.
Fight against the sky, fight against the earth. He could feel Lan Yan's resolute will. She was not afraid of heaven or earth. This kind of mentality was suitable for cultivation.
To practice Taoism is to fight against the heaven and the earth.
Facing the mighty power of heaven and earth, one remains calm and unafraid. This is the most valuable mentality of a cultivator. Yi Chen was delighted that Lan Yan, an ordinary person, actually had such courage. "In that case, there is no need to say more. I will grant you the 9 marrow cleansing technique and guide you on the path of cultivation." Yi Chen found that Lan Yan was suitable for cultivation and immediately gave her some skills. He inherited many martial arts skills from the Dragon Pendant. This 9 cleansing marrow skill is suitable for women like Lan Yan who have no foundation. Lan Yan was overjoyed after witnessing Yi Chen's miraculous methods. She was extremely fascinated and wanted to become someone like Yi Chen. Originally, she thought that it would take many years and gain Yi Chen's absolute trust before she could have this opportunity. Unexpectedly, Yi Chen gave her the cultivation method right now. The extremely intelligent Lan Yan knew that at this moment, her fate had completely changed.
156, Chapter 156 Martial Arts Alliance Auction.
On the way back to Huaxi, Yi Chen called Shen Danqing and asked him to mobilize a team of death squads from the Shen family to assist Lan Yan in eliminating dissidents and taking control of the situation. Xinhong is considered the first direct force cultivated by Yi Chen, and he values it quite a bit. Moreover, a spy from Xianmen appeared in Huaxi. He needed the help of Xinhong's power to find the envoy and eliminate the influence of Xianmen in Huaxi. The Shen family's assassins are all martial arts masters. With their help, Lan Yan should be able to control the situation. Originally, Yi Chen planned to return to Yunhai, but Lan Yan revealed a piece of news that aroused his interest.
"Mr. Yi, Huaxi will hold a special auction in 3 days. All participants in the auction will be martial artists," Lan Yan said. "A martial artist?" Yi Chen raised his eyebrows.
"Yes, this is held by the Jiangnan Martial Arts Alliance. It is held every year on August 25th. This year's venue is in Huaxi." Yi Chen nodded slightly. Since all the participants were warriors, the items being auctioned were naturally cultivation resources.
This kind of auction is not to be missed.
"Okay, I'll stay in Huaxi for a while and attend the auction in 3 days. By the way, I'll help you solve some problems," Yi Chen said with a smile. But it was obvious that Yi Chen was worrying too much. He didn't even have to take any action, and Lan Yan took control of the situation in Xinhong. Even the Shen family's death squad was not used. This made Yi Chen look at her with admiration. Lan Yan was indeed much better than Wang Chang. Her first stop after returning to Huaxi was to visit the elders of Xinhong with valuable gifts. As a result, with the support of several respected veterans, Lan Yan easily took the throne of the leader of Sun Hongkai Properties. Originally, Yi Chen hoped that someone would jump out to oppose him so that he could draw his butcher knife and collect some negative emotions, but this plan failed. That night, Yi Chen moved into the large courtyard arranged for him by Lan Yan. It was located on Lingwu Mountain north of Huaxi. It was a large mountain villa called Wulong Villa. The scenery is beautiful and full of spiritual energy, not inferior to Lin Hanshue's upstart villa of course. This place is much larger than Lin Hanshue's villa. At this time, Lin Hanshue called and asked bluntly, "Yi Chen, why didn't you go home?" Yi Chen was a little surprised yesterday. He made Lin Hanshue so angry that she ran away crying, but she actually called him to show her concern. "You don't have to worry about whether I go home or not, right?" Yi Chen said lightly. "Where are you? Are you with that bitch Han Wanner?" Lin Hanshue asked angrily. "Who I'm with is none of your business." Yi Chen was speechless and hung up the phone directly. "Who is it? Is it Mrs. Yi?" asked Lan Yan next to her. "It was before, but now we are divorced." Yi Chen touched his nose and said. "Divorce?" Lan Yan was surprised. How could she get divorced when she had a husband like Yi Chen? "In this way, don't I have a chance?" She looked at Yi Chen and said with a charming smile. Yi Chen also smiled. He actually liked Lan Yan's personality. As long as we maintain enough respect for him, we can get along with each other without being restrained and can even joke around. This way of getting along is undoubtedly very comfortable. "I'm afraid you don't have a chance. I am dating Han Wanner now," Yi Chen said. "Han Wanner, the Han family's daughter, the queen of the business world?" Lan Yan said in surprise. Yi Chen nodded. "Only a woman like this can be worthy of Mr. Yi, but I'm not bad either. Others can't compare to Miss Han, but my figure is much better than hers." And Lan Yan bit her red lips, looking charming, mature and seductive. She said delicately, "I'm better at serving people, especially in bed." Yi Chen's heart warmed up when this woman released her charm. It was really deadly. Just then, there was a sudden commotion outside. Someone was shouting loudly, and then there were sounds of fighting and screaming. Lan Yan's expression changed and she immediately went out to check, with Yi Chen following behind her. Two men in tight clothes rushed in aggressively, shouting, "Xinhong's female boss, come out, our martial arts alliance wants to requisition your manor." 157, Chapter 157 Sea of Clouds, Yi Chen. The two men were pointing and shouting at the lobby. There were 7 or 8 people lying at their feet, all of them were guards of the villa. 2 or 3 guards had broken bones and tendons and let out miserable cries. Lan Yan came out and saw this, her chest heaving with anger. She angrily asked, "Who are you? Why did you break into Wulong Villa and injure my people?" "You are Lan Yan, the female boss of Xian Hong, right?" a tall man asked. Another man with triangular eyes glanced at Lan Yan's chest, his eyes shining. "It should be her. I heard that the boss of Xinhong has big breasts, ha ha." The man's frivolous words immediately brought a layer of frost to Lan Yan's pretty face, but she endured it and did not lose her temper. The man in front of him didn't look like an ordinary person. He broke in and knocked down the guards of the villa. He was very skilled. "Lan Yan, listen, we brothers are all from the Martial Arts Alliance and work for Master Chu." The tall man said proudly, "Mr. Chu, you should have heard of it, right?" "Master Chu?" Lan Yan shook her head and said, "I haven't heard of it." The tall man's face turned cold. "How dare you? You haven't even heard of Master Chu's name? Do you know your crime?" Lan Yan was so angry that her nose was crooked. How arrogant were these people? Was it a crime just because she had never heard of their name? The triangular-eyed man next to him stopped his companion, looked at Lan Yan with ill intentions, and said with a chuckle, "Beauty, it doesn't matter if you haven't heard of it, I'll tell you. Our Master Chu is the vice leader of the Jiangnan Martial Arts Alliance and is also ranked 18th on the Xianmen Hidden Dragon list. He is only 27 years old this year. A true martial arts genius with a bright future. Our Master Chu is one of the organizers of this year's Wuming auction." Lan Yan was slightly surprised. This young Master Chu was quite powerful. At least she couldn't afford to offend him. But now that she has Yi Chen as her backer, Lan Yan is not afraid of them, so she said, Mr. Chu is indeed powerful, but what does this have to do with me? Of course it does. The man with triangular eyes smiled and said, Boss Lan, your Wulong Villa is quite nice. Our Master Chu would like to requisition it as the venue for the Wuming auction in 2 days.
So this was their intention. Lan Yan thought for a moment and asked, besides requisitioning the villa, what other conditions do you have?
The man with triangular eyes took a step forward, his eyes roaming over Lan Yan's plump body. During the auction, you have to prepare staff to entertain guests from all over. We must treat them well, as those who come are important people. During this period, all expenses for these guests' food, clothing, housing and transportation will be provided by you, Xin Hong.
Lan Yan frowned. What can I get? What do you mean?
Triangle Eyes was stunned.
Lan Yan said, I provide a place for you to eat and drink. I can't treat you for free, right?
Oh, so you want benefits? The smile on the triangular-eyed man's face faded.
The tall man next to him was furious and pointed at Lan Yan and shouted, How dare you? It is your honor to have our Master Chu requisition Wulong Villa.
It is a blessing for you to be able to serve so many martial arts masters in 8 lifetimes.
Others are scrambling for this opportunity but don't have it.
You, on the other hand, have been blessed with a great opportunity, yet you don't even know how to cherish it, how to be grateful, and even ask for benefits.
Lan Yan looked at the tall warrior and wished she could twist his head off. Damn, they brought a bunch of people to my place to eat and drink for free, and you still want me to be grateful? Lan Yan really wanted to ask him if he was sick? But thinking about the other party's identity, Lan Yan could only hold back and said, You too, I am just a little girl. I am not blessed with such a great opportunity. You should find someone else.
How dare you? Are you looking for death? The tall man was furious and slapped the stone table in front of him, smashing it to pieces. The man with triangular eyes also turned gloomy, staring at Lan Yan coldly. Boss Lan, don't be ungrateful. I've given you this opportunity, don't miss it. This opportunity is too great, I really can't grasp it. Lan Yan sneered. The tall man stepped forward, emitting a powerful aura. Lan Yan, you're just a small gang leader. What do you think you are? Forget about Master Chui can destroy you in the blink of an eye. After saying that, he shook his body and grabbed Lan Yan's neck with his big hand. A strong wind blew in her face, and Lan Yan's face changed. She didn't expect the other party to be so domineering and attack directly. But at this time, Yi Chen behind her moved, stepped forward, and stood in front of Lan Yan.
Bang!
Yi Chen threw a punch forward, and the tall man felt an unstoppable force coming from his palm. With a crisp sound, his palm broke. The huge body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, and fell heavily to the ground, splashing smoke and dust all over the sky.
Phew! Phew!
A large amount of blood spurted out. The tall man's face was full of pain, and he lay on the ground unable to stand up. Looking at his arm again, it was hanging down limply like a noodle, and the entire arm bone and shoulder blade were shattered.
You?
The tall man who was so arrogant just now was now looking at Yi Chen in great shock, with an incredible expression on his face. How could this guy be so strong? He broke one of his arms with just one punch. You know, Hao Chang is also a well-known figure in Jiangnan martial arts.
I am Zhang Baiquan, the iron-faced centipede. Who is you, Master Chu's subordinate?
The man with triangular eyes was also shocked and immediately gave his name.
Yi Chen did not answer them, but said lightly, Wulong Villa is my residence, not a place for you to run wild.
After saying that, Yi Chen moved his body, took a divine step, and approached the triangular-eyed man like a ghost, and punched him on the arms with 2 punches. The man with triangular eyes screamed and flew out immediately. His arms were both broken. Yi Chen did not stop moving. He stepped on the tall man's other arm and broke it before stopping. Then he looked down at him and said lightly, I keep your 2 legs so that you can get out of. The tall man was still unaware of his mistake and shouted angrily, Asshole, if you dare to touch us, Master Chu will make you.
Snap!
Yi Chen kicked the tall man again, breaking his left leg.
Ah!
The tall man screamed and twitched in pain. The man with triangular eyes was shocked. This man was so cruel. He didn't waste any words and just attacked violently. He didn't dare to say a word. He endured the pain and walked forward. He kicked the tall man up, carried him on his back, and left in a panic. It was in stark contrast to the arrogant look he had just shown when he came in.
Would you please leave your name?
we will visit you someday. After walking more than 100 meters away, the man with triangular eyes suddenly turned around and shouted. Yi Chen stood on the arch bridge, hands behind his back, and said lightly. Yunhai, Yi Chen. Boom. The triangular-eyed man's expression changed, a look of fear flashed in his eyes, and he quickly left with the tall man on his back. 158, Chapter 158 Dantian Mud. Sea of Clouds, Yi Chen. These 4 words were like a thunderclap to the man with triangular eyes. The name Yi Chen has become very famous recently. He is the great man who killed the elder of Xianmen. Zhang Baiquan and Hao Chang definitely can't afford to offend Yi Chen. If they want revenge, they can only seek help from their master, Master Chu. After Yi Chen dealt with the 2 people from the Martial Arts Alliance, he turned around and prepared to return to his room. This was just a trivial matter for him. Lan Yan was surprised and couldn't recover for a long time. She had seen Yi Chen take action before, and he was decisive and ruthless in killing, but this time was different. The opponent was not only a highly skilled warrior, but also had a great background. Lan Yan thought Yi Chen would have some concerns, but she didn't expect that Yi Chen would act so ruthlessly and decisively without any hesitation. Isn't he afraid of the Martial Arts Alliance? Isn't he afraid of Mr. Chu on the Hidden Dragon list? Of course, Lan Yan felt even more relieved. Those 2 warriors were too arrogant. They treated her like a soft persimmon and bullied her. As a result, Yi Chen broke his hands and feet, and he left in a very embarrassed state, not even daring to fart. This is strength. It would be great if one day I could be as powerful as Yi Chen. Lan Yan said with a burning heart. Seeing Yi Chen enter the house, she hurriedly followed him in and said with some concern, Yi Chen, if you cripple them both, the Martial Arts Alliance might come to cause trouble. Should we make some preparations? No need, they can come whenever they want. I have been here these days anyway, Yi Chen said with a smile. Huaxi City, Ziyun Mountain Villa. A young man exuding a noble aura sat upright on the sofa. Hao Chang, whose arms and one leg were broken, was lying on the ground. Zhang Baiquan was kneeling in front of the sofa, speaking with tears in his eyes. Master Chu, we are following your orders to go to Wulong Villa. We went there with gifts and tried to negotiate with Lan Yan, but unexpectedly a martial arts master suddenly appeared. He came up and started swearing at us. Hao Chang and I tried to be patient with him, but he refused to give in and threatened us to leave. In desperation, we can only announce your name, Master Chu. Unexpectedly, the man ignored us and cursed Master Chu. The triangular-eyed man Zhang Baiquan cried and shouted. Master Chu frowned. Why is the other party so arrogant? You do not say. Zhang Baiquan cried even harder. Then that man attacked us without a word. He was ruthless and every move was deadly. If Hao Chang and I hadn't run fast, we wouldn't have been able to see you, Master Chu, today. He doesn't even give me face. What's the origin of this person? Master Chu asked with a cold snort. He is Yunhai Yichen, Zhang Baiquan said cautiously. What, Yunhai Yichen? Young Master Chu was startled, then burst into laughter. Okay, I was just thinking of going to Yunhai to find him after the auction. This villain killed the Xianmen elder and is on the wanted list. If I kill him, I will be able to make great contributions to the Xian sect and gain the respect of the higher-ups. Yi Chen was the stepping stone I had chosen a long time ago, but I didn't expect him to be delivered to my doorstep so soon. Great, that's great. After saying this, Master Chu flicked his hand, and 2 green pills fell in front of Zhang Baiquan and Hao Chang. He said calmly, these are 2 muscle regenerating and bone restoring pills. After you take them, your injuries will be healed within 2 days. Thank you, Master Chu. Thank you, Master Chu. Zhang Baiquan knelt on the ground and kowtowed heavily. 3 days passed in a flash. During these 3 days, everything was calm and there was no follow-up from the Martial Arts Alliance. Lan Yan handles club affairs during the day and comes to Wulong Villa at night to practice the 9 marrow cleansing technique. The characteristic of this practice is that it cultivates a substance unique to women, mud liquid, in the Dantian. The mud liquid can help women cleanse their hair and marrow, improve their figure and beauty, and be reborn, laying a good foundation for future practice. Under Yi Chen's guidance, Lan Yan did not take any detours and got the hang of it on the first night. She had a good talent in cultivation, which surprised Yi Chen a little. However, after practicing for 3 days in a row, she was unable to produce any mud. Only when you can produce mud and liquid can you be considered to have truly entered the realm of mastery. Yi Chen, according to the technique, women who practice this technique can generally produce some mud in 3 days, but I don't feel anything in my dantian. Lan Yan said somewhat frustratedly. You didn't see the prerequisite. Only a body as pure as ice and jade can produce mud liquid within 3 days, Yi Chen said.
What is a pure and innocent body?
Yi Chen smiled and said, it specifically refers to women who have been practicing Taoism since childhood and have always lived in places with abundant spiritual energy. Spiritual energy washes over their bodies at all times. Only people with this kind of physique can cultivate mud liquid within 3 days.
And, preferably, a virgin.
Lan Yan blushed and whispered, I'm already married, so of course I'm not a virgin. Yi Chen smiled and said, this is not the most critical point. You are 29 years old this year. You have already missed the best age to practice cultivation by starting at this age. Compared to a pure and clean body, there are too many impurities in your body, so it will be much more difficult to cultivate mud liquid.
Is there too much impurities in my body?
Lan Yan looked at her body and said, Yi Chen, I'm very clean. I take a shower every day, and my skin is white and tender. Especially after these few days of training, I feel that my skin has become better, whiter and smoother, more tender and elastic, and water can be squeezed out with a light pinch and my skin is whiter.
Lan Yan talked for a long time, making Yi Chen embarrassed. Then he said, I am so clean, how can there be so many impurities in my body?
Yi Chen was at a loss for words. It's not that clean. Let me tell you this, for a cultivator, the food he eats every day is impurities, so when practitioners reach a high level of cultivation, they will practice fasting. Lan Yan nodded, I understand. There are too many impurities in my body. Only by practicing and slowly expelling these impurities from my body can I cultivate mud liquid.
Yi Chen nodded. Then in your opinion, how long will it take me to repair the mud? Lan Yan asked.
Show me your belly, Yi Chen said.
Ah, it's so sudden, I'm not mentally prepared. Lan Yan's pretty face turned red.
Yi Chen was speechless. I was checking the impurities in your dantian to determine when you can produce mud liquid. What are you thinking about?
Oh, I see.
Lan Yan smiled awkwardly and quickly lifted up her skirt to reveal her belly. Her lower abdomen was very flat, like a piece of white jade, without a trace of fat.
Moreover, the round belly button is very delicate and exudes amazing charm.
Yi Chen extended his hand and released a ray of true energy towards Lan Yan's dantian.
159, Chapter 159. Enemies meet on a narrow road. Feeling a warm breath entering her, Lan Yan's delicate body couldn't help but tremble.
After checking, Yi Chen withdrew and said, at this rate, it will take you about 3 years to produce mud liquid, and that's under the most ideal conditions.
What, 3 years, so long? Lan Yan suddenly looked depressed. She pulled Yi Chen's sleeve and said pitifully, Master Yi, is there any quick way to do it? Yi Chen smiled and said, of course there is a quick way.
He can now use his internal energy to force out the impurities in Lan Yan's body bit by bit, and help her to be reborn.
But that would be too time-consuming, and Yi Chen didn't have the patience.
Of course there are quick ways to achieve success. The most common one is to take the marrow cleansing pill. The pill will help you cleanse your marrow, and you will be able to cultivate mud and liquid quickly, Yi Chen said.
Marrow cleansing pill, do you know how to make it?
Of course I can make it, but the lowest level marrow cleansing pill requires 3 main ingredients, century-old ginseng, century-old Polygonum multiflorum, and bone-purging grass. Although the first 2 are rare, they can still be obtained. Bone-purging grass is a spiritual herb. Although it is the lowest level spiritual herb, it is difficult to find in the secular world, Yi Chen said.
Lan Yan said, Yi Chen, I will send someone to find out the information about these 3 medicinal herbs. No need. The woman auction will be held tomorrow. The lowest level spiritual medicine like Bonuansa will definitely appear at the auction. You just need to prepare the money by then, Yi Chen said. Okay, Lan Yan said excitedly. The next day, Lan Yan got up early and went to the auction with Yi Chen. How much money have you prepared? Yi Chen asked.
Lan Yan stretched out 5 fingers.
500 million? 5 million. I'll go.
Yi Chen's face suddenly darkened. What can you buy at an auction with 5 million? But this is all my belongings. I can't touch the society's money after all. I just took office, and it's not good to embezzle public funds. Lan Yan picked her toes awkwardly. I do have a few properties and cars that can be sold for hundreds of millions. Yi Chen smiled helplessly. By the time you sell the house and car, the auction will be over. Let me find a way. Afterwards, he called Han Wanner and said straight to the point, Wanner, prepare 500 million for me.
500 million? What are you doing? I'm attending an auction in Huaxi and I don't have enough money, Yi Chen said.
Wait a minute, I'll open a super account for you and transfer the money into it immediately, Han Wanner said. A few minutes later, there was an extra 500 million in Yi Chen's account.
That's awesome. Lan Yan gave a thumbs up.
Thank you, Yi Chen replied to Han Wanner with 2 words, feeling a little touched in his heart.
Han Wanner only sent 3 words, is that enough? Enough. Yi Chen wanted to cry.
At this time, Lin Hanxue suddenly called, her voice still filled with anger, Yi Chen, where have you been these days? Xiao Ming wants to see you. I'm in Huaxi, I'll contact you when I get back, Yi Chen said.
Huaxi, my mom and the others also went to Huaxi. When I asked them what they were doing, they refused to tell me and acted so mysterious. If you see them, tell me, Lin Hanxue asked suspiciously.
Huaxi is so big, how could I meet your mother? Yi Chen hung up the phone and rushed towards the auction venue.
The auction was held at Tinglong Manor, a large mountain villa in the southern suburbs of the city.
When Yi Chen and Lan Yan arrived, the entrance to the villa was already full of luxury cars. Most of the people coming and going were wealthy and powerful people, and there were also quite a few warriors.
There are so many people, it's like a market.
To enter the manor, all you need is a letter of introduction from someone relevant. The threshold for this thing is not very high. Lan Yan had already prepared a letter of introduction, and she and Yi Chen each received one, and walked towards the manor.
After taking a few steps, Yi Chen saw a group of people and was suddenly shocked. No way, is this such a coincidence? The group of people was Lu Meiyu, her elder sister Lu Meixin, and Chen Yang, the man whose teeth he knocked out last time.
And that little bitch, Chen Bei. Just now, Lin Hanxue called and said that her mother went to Huaxi and was also here to attend the auction.
Yi Chen was surprised. Why would ordinary people like them participate in such an auction? Not far away, Lu Meiyu and others also saw Yi Chen.
They seemed very surprised. After looking at Yi Chen for several times and confirming that it was Yi Chen, they immediately walked over. Lu Meiyu looked at him unkindly. Lu Meixin's family of 3 stared at Yi Chen viciously, as if they wanted to eat him up in one bite. Naturally, they hated Yi Chen to death. Their son Chen Yang had his teeth knocked out by Yi Chen, and their daughter Chen Bei's boyfriend had his legs broken by Yi Chen.
What do you call this? Enemies meet on a narrow road.
However, when they saw the female companion next to Yi Chen, they were all surprised she was so beautiful. Especially Chen Yang, his eyes widened when he saw Lan Yan. The tight skirt, black stockings, the amazing figure, and the strong charm of a young woman made Chen Yang's heart burn. Lu Meiyu snorted coldly and said, Yi Chen, it turns out you have a little lover in Huaxi Yuri living off Han Wanner, using her money to support a little vixen in Huaxi. Are you worthy of Han Wanner? The moment she spoke, her intention was to kill and destroy Lan Yan's heart, and to tell her what kind of person Yi Chen was. Lan Yan was stunned for a moment, then she took Yi Chen's arm and said delicately, Auntie, I don't care, I love Yi Chen very much. No matter whether he has other women or not, my feelings for him will not change.
Forehead. After hearing Lan Yan's words, Lu Meiyu and others were all confused. She is not angry? How can there be such a generous woman?
Lu Meiyu was extremely depressed. She felt like she had thrown a powerful punch, but it had hit cotton. Lan Yan looked at Yi Chen with eyes full of tenderness and affection, and even leaned her head on Yi Chen's shoulder, looking like she was in love with him appearance. Lu Meiyu and the others all looked embarrassed, feeling that their presence was unnecessary. Chen Yang felt so uncomfortable that he wanted to die. Such a perfect woman was actually a love-brained person. And the person she's in love with is that bastard Yi Chen, why not him? Beautiful lady, I have to tell you that Yi Chen is a liar, a heartless man, and a violent maniac. He is very barbaric and has no gentlemanly manners at all. Chen Yang exposed Yi Chen's negative information on the spot. Look, I'm missing 2 teeth. It was Yi Chen, that violent man, who beat me. Get away from him quickly, or you'll be the one who suffers. Even if Yi Chen beats me every day, I will not leave him. Lan Yan said something to Yi Chen with a loving look on her face, then she turned around abruptly, her expression changed, and she said angrily, who are you? Are you trying to sow discord between me and Yi Chen? Are you jealous of others doing well? You speak so dirty. Didn't you wipe your mouth when you went to the toilet? If you can speak, speak nicely. If you can't, get out of here and disappear immediately. Lan Yan was domineering, overbearing, and sharp-tongued. She scolded Chen Yang and others in one breath. Yi Chen was stunned. 160, Chapter 160, 100-Year-Old Ginseng. Under Lan Yan's powerful aura, Lu Meiyu and others left in disgrace. Chen Bei said insidiously, let's take a picture of Yi Chen and this vixen and send it to Han Wanner. Lu Meiyu's eyes lit up. Good idea. Yi Chen is relying on Miss Han to show off his power. If Miss Han sees him with another woman, she will definitely kick Yi Chen out. Hurry up and take the photo, Xiao Bei. Without Han Wanner's protection, Yi Chen is nothing, Lu Meixin said excitedly. I've already taken the photo. I secretly took the photo when that slutty vixen hugged Yi Chen just now. Chen Bei was confident and took out the photo to show it. When everyone looked, they saw that it was Lan Yan holding Yi Chen's arm and leaning her head on Yi Chen's shoulder. There were several photos of them being very intimate. Anyone who sees them would think they are a couple in love. Xiao Bei, well done. Ah, this is good, send it out quickly. Lu Meiyu smiled brightly. Do you have Miss Han's contact information? Chen Bei asked. Everyone was dumbfounded. They had no way of contacting Han Wanner, so how could they have her contact information? Send it to cousin Hanxue, and let her send it to Han Wanner, Qing Yang said. Yes. Lu Meiyu slapped her thigh. Her daughter had worked with Han Wanner before, so she naturally had her contact information. So, Chen Bei quickly sent the secretly taken photos to Lin Hanxue and exaggerated the story. Lin Hanxue was drinking tea in the office when she saw Chen Bei's message. She was so angry that she threw the teacup. It turned out that Yi Chen had not been home for so many days because he went on a date with his lover. Having Han Wanner was not enough, he actually had a mistress in Huaxi. The more Lin Hanxue thought about it, the angrier she became. Yi Chen, you bastard! Lin Hanxue was so angry that her body trembled and she smashed the tea set on the table. Hanxue, why are you so angry? Lin Yan'an suddenly walked in. Lin Hanxue had a cold face and didn't say anything. After Lin Yan'an's gentle persuasion, she told him what Yi Chen had done. Lin Yan'an narrowed her eyes slightly. Hanxue, all men are lustful, and Yi Chen is no exception. You are so angry, you must still love Yi Chen, right? How could I possibly love him, TSK? Lin Hanxue said with disdain. If you keep talking back, I can't help you, Lin Yan'an said, turned around and walked outside. We've been married for 3 years, how could there be no feelings? Lin Hanxue softened and asked, Yan'an, how can you help me? Lin Yan'an stopped at the door and said with a smile, it's almost impossible for a woman to keep a man's heart, because men are all fickle. If you want Yi Chen to be loyal to you and have only you in his heart, you must use some means. What method? Lin Hanxue asked. A love poison. Lin Yan'an said mysteriously, I know a Miaojiang Gu master who can inflict love gu. Once Yi Chen is infected with the love gu, he will only love you and never look at other women again. Poisoning, isn't that a bad idea? Lin Hanxue frowned, always feeling that poisoning was an evil method. I'm just providing you with a method. The choice is up to you, Lin Yan'an said calmly. He appeared calm on the surface, but a hint of sinister viciousness flashed deep in his eyes. Lin Hanxue was just a tool he used to deal with Han Wanner and also to deal with Yi Chen. Yi Chen and Lan Yan entered Tinglong Villa. This villa is very big and it is as lively as a market with many stalls. These stalls sell medicinal herbs, jade, antiques, weapons, etc., most of which are related to cultivation. Yi Chen glanced around and found a lot of medicinal herbs emitting spiritual energy, as well as some instruments surging with faint magic power. Those were naturally magical instruments. There are quite a few good things. Yi Chen smiled slightly. Most of those medicinal herbs are old medicines. They were very useful to him in the past, but they are not very useful now. Unless it is a real elixir. After visiting a few stalls, Yi Chen discovered the magical medicine Bonwansao. Lucky for you, you found the bone-washing grass. Yi Chen said to Lan Yan, then pointed at the 2 black spiritual herbs on the stall and asked, Brother, how much are these 2 herbs?
Hey, little brother, you have a really good idea. These are the only two spiritual herbs on my stall. The bone washing grass has the powerful effect of cleansing hair and marrow. Even if an ordinary person eats it, they can be reborn and become a rare martial arts genius. Seeing the boss talking non-stop, Yi Chen interrupted him. Name a price. 10 million. The boss was a middle-aged man in his 30s, with some cultivation. His small eyes sparkled with brilliance, and he looked very smart. Oh, 10 million, you think I don't know the value of it? These 2 stalks of Bonuan grass are just the lowest level spiritual medicine, only useful for ordinary people who have just started practicing, and have little effect on warriors. Yi Chen said lightly. The boss was slightly startled and looked at Yi Chen in surprise. He didn't expect that Yi Chen was so knowledgeable. So he said, then name a price, little brother. 2 plants for 1 million. Yi Chen said, this is a relatively suitable price. 1 million is too low, 2 million is better, said the stall owner. Yi Chen shook his head and said, I'll only give you 1 million. Then please do as you please. There are so many customers coming and going, so I don't have to worry about sales, the stall owner said, shaking his head. Okay, I'll buy it for 2 million, Lan Yan suddenly said. Make it a deal. The stall owner spoke quickly, as if afraid that Lan Yan would go back on her word. Yi Chen was speechless. These 2 bone-cleansing grasses were only worth 1 million at most. Lan Yan was really being taken advantage of by paying 2 million. Lan Yan paid the money happily, and the stall owner packed the 2 stalks of purgatory in a wooden box. After collecting the grass, Lan Yan held it in her arms like a treasure. You are too impatient. You can still bargain for the price. An 80% chance of getting it for 1 million is a good deal. If that doesn't work, give him 1 million, at most 1 million, Yi Chen said with a wry smile. What if it's bought by someone else? There are too many people here, Lan Yan said. Ha, people who can recognize Bonuansa won't buy it, and people who don't know it will definitely not buy it, Yi Chen said. Forget it, I'll just take the loss. It's my fault for needing it, Lan Yan said in a delicate voice. Yi Chen didn't say anything more. Then they visited a few more stalls and came across a century-old Polygonum multiflorum. Lan Yan spent 500,000 yuan to buy one. Ha, Yi Chen, now we still need 100-year-old ginseng. Lan Yan was very happy. She had already bought 2 of the 3 main ingredients for refining the marrow cleansing pill, which naturally made her very happy. However, they visited more than a dozen stalls and did not see any century-old ginseng. Most of them were around 50 years old. At this moment, an angry voice suddenly came from the front. Asshole, the century-old ginseng you sold us is fake. 161, Chapter 161. Lu Meiyu suffered heavy losses. Upon hearing about the 100-year-old ginseng, Yi Chen and Lan Yan immediately surrounded it. When I got closer to take a look, I saw that it was Lu Meiyu and her group who had an argument with a fat stall owner. Chen Bei held a wooden box in her hand, her face flushed red, her eyebrows knitted into knots. Look, everyone, look, this is the century-old ginseng we spent 5 million to buy. When everyone looked, they saw a half-foot-long ginseng in the wooden box. It was indeed old, but it was completely dead. The surface is gray-black, and the skin is wrinkled like tree bark. If you pinch it lightly, it will turn into powder like wood chips. Anyone who looks at it can tell that this ginseng has no medicinal properties. Anna Marie, it's likely that it has been used by someone else. It's not even as good as a piece of firewood. Firewood can be used to make a fire, but this useless ginseng is worthless. Spending 5 million to buy such a thing is really stupid. Everyone looked at Lu Meiyu and her group as if they were fools. Lu Meiyu pounded her thigh, heartbroken. We were cheated by this black-hearted vendor. He told us it was a 300-year-old ginseng, and we spent 5 million on it, only to find this junky thing. Why didn't you think it was a good idea before? Someone asked. It wasn't like this when we bought it. It looked very fresh. Lu Meiyu's eyes were red and the veins on her forehead were bulging. My nephew Chen Yang was planning to practice martial arts, and I, his aunt, spent 5 million to buy this ginseng as a gift for him, but he ended up getting cheated by this bastard. Everyone, please judge. Yi Chen, who was watching the show on the side, understood it. No wonder I met Lu Meiyu and the others here. It turned out that Chen Yan wanted to practice martial arts, and Lu Meiyu brought him here to buy elixirs. In the end, he was cheated out of 5 million. It's really funny. Looking at Lu Meiyu and the others going crazy and vomiting blood, Yi Chen couldn't help but laugh. Fatty, return the money quickly.
or I'll shut down your stall. Lu Meiyu pointed at the fat stall owner and jumped up.
Damn it, give me back my money, you fucking profiteer.
Chen Bei started cursing. Hee, at the Wuming auction, you pay for the goods, and there's no refund once the transaction is complete. This is indeed my family's ancestral wild ginseng, over 300 years old. You wanted to buy it, I didn't force you to buy or sell it. The fat stall owner sneered. Stop talking nonsense, we don't want this useless ginseng, return the money immediately, otherwise I will never forgive you. Lu Meiyu grabbed the stall owner's clothes and said fiercely. What, do you have the ability to act tough with me? The fat stall owner snapped his fingers. Within a few seconds, 7 or 8 burly men rushed up, each holding a knife and a gun, full of murderous intent. Seeing this scene, Lu Meiyu and others were so scared that they peed their pants on the spot, and their legs trembled involuntarily. These big men exuded a real murderous aura. This is Boss Dong, a ruthless figure in the Jiangnan martial arts world. His subordinates are all desperate criminals. You guys are really asking for trouble by messing with him.
What idiots, you didn't check the items carefully before buying them. Who can you blame? This is the rule of the Wuming auction. Once the transaction is completed, you can't go back on your word. That's because you're women, otherwise, Boss Dong would have destroyed you long ago. The people watching nearby were talking about it.
Indeed, the Wuming auction is different from doing business outside. There is no such thing as returns or exchanges here. It all depends on your vision and experience.
If you get cheated, you can only admit your mistake. Lu Meiyu was furious, her chest heaving violently. She pointed at the fat stall owner and yelled, What's wrong with you having so many people? I'll find the manager here and sue you.
As long as I don't force you to buy or sell, you can sue me, the fat stall owner said confidently. Lu Meiyu was furious, but there was nothing she could do. They were familiar with the rules here before coming here, and it was indeed like this. They went to the manager to file a complaint, but they couldn't win. Just when Lu Meiyu was at a loss, she suddenly saw Yi Chen in the crowd. Her eyes lit up and she immediately came to Yi Chen, as if she had seen a savior. Yi Chen, hurry up and teach this fat guy a lesson, he cheated me out of 5 million.
Ah?
Yi Chen looked at Lu Meiyu in surprise. What are you waiting for? Go quickly, you are good at fighting, beat them all like dogs and get the 5 million back to me.
Lu Meiyu urged.
No, sister, you've been causing trouble for me all day long. You were even scolding me at the door just now. If I help you, I'll feel guilty. Yi Chen laughed. You. Lu Meiyu was so angry that her eyes turned black, and she looked at Yi Chen as if she wanted to eat him.
By the way, what are you doing here?
Lu Meiyu suddenly asked. By her 100-year-old ginseng. Yi Chen pointed at Lan Yan next to him. Lu Meiyu was delighted when she heard this and quickly handed the ginseng to Lan Yan. Aren't you buying ginseng? This is a 300-year-old ginseng. I bought it for 5 million, and I'm selling it to you for 4 million at a discount.
Puff.
Lan Yan laughed. Big sister, do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? You said it was scrap, and you sold it to me for 4 million? Ha! This is real ginseng, but it's a little old, so it doesn't look good. How about this? I'll sell it to you at a lower price, just 3 million, okay? Lu Meiyu added that she just wanted to sell it cheaply and stop the loss in time.
Don't want.
The smile on Lan Yan's face disappeared, and she felt that Lu Meiyu was insulting her intelligence.
1 million, I only sell it for 1 million.
Lu Meiyu was so anxious that she was about to cry. She looked at the people around her and said pitifully, Could any boss please be kind and buy it for 1 million, otherwise I won't be able to survive. This money was stolen from my daughter. She was crying with tears and snot all over her face, very sadly. Sister, stop being so delusional. You're treating everyone else like fools, but you're the only one who's really stupid. Who would buy this kind of junk? Someone sneered. Just as the man finished speaking, a voice suddenly it rang.
1 million, I want it.
It was Yi Chen who spoke. Surprised glances fell on him, not to mention Lu Meiyu. Even Lan Yan was stunned.
Yi Chen, are you kidding?
Lan Yan quickly pulled his sleeve. Yi Chen signaled her with his eyes not to speak.
Lu Meiyu stared at Yi Chen blankly. You wanna buy it? Are you trying to make fun of me?
Of course I'll buy it. If you don't want to sell it, then forget it, Yi Chen said. Sell, 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 of course I'll sell it, 1 million, hurry up and get the money.
Lu Meiyu stuffed the wooden box into Yi Chen's arms with lightning speed. Yi Chen transferred 1 million to Lu Meiyu on the spot. Everyone was shocked and looked at Yi Chen as if he were a fool. Silly.
Even Lu Meiyu was secretly cursing Yi Chen in her heart, but when she thought about the loss of 4 million, her heart ached so much that she bled.
Yi Chen, you.
Lan Yan wanted to say something, but Yi Chen stopped her with his eyes. Then Yi Chen put away the wooden box and quickly left with Lan Yan.
162, Chapter 162 Four-Striped Blood Ginseng. Yi Chen took Lan Yan and walked forward silently.
Lan Yan was full of suspicion and wanted to ask Yi Chen why he spent 1 million to buy that useless ginseng, but Yi Chen did not stop, so she had to endure it. After walking for more than 10 minutes, Yi Chen stopped at a secluded and deserted rockery.
Yi Chen, why did you spend 1 million to buy a piece of junk? Lan Yan finally couldn't help but ask. Scrap?
Yi Chen chuckled and said, open your eyes wide and watch carefully, I will perform a magic trick for you. As he said this, he opened the wooden box, and like a magic trick, he slapped his palm towards the ginseng in the box. Suddenly, the ginseng that was more than half a foot long broke into pieces and turned into piles of powder.
Yi Chen, is this your magic? Looking at the scene before her, Lan Yan was terribly disappointed. She complained, I spent 2 million on Bonuan grass, and you said I was taken advantage of. You spent 1 million on a pile of powder. I assent that even more unfair than me?
Yi Chen smiled faintly and did not say anything, but began to search in the pile of powder. Soon, Yi Chen found a small ginseng about 10 centimeters long. When Lan Yan saw this ginseng, her expression suddenly changed. It is so beautiful. Although it is only 10 centimeters long, it is blood red all over, like blood agate, and as crystal clear as jade, like a magnificent work of art. Moreover, it exuded a strange fragrance. When Lan Yan smelled it, she felt her blood boiling and it seemed as if she had extra strength out of thin air. If she had Yi Chen's eyesight, she would be able to see the strong blood energy emanating from this small ginseng. The bloody atmosphere was so thick that it billowed up like the smoke from a tear gas bomb.
Yi Chen immediately used his true essence to seal it to prevent the blood and energy from leaking out. Yi Chen, this. Lan Yan looked at this strange ginseng with a shocked expression.
Yi Chen stared at the ginseng intently and said in surprise, what luck, I thought it was just a 3-striped blood ginseng, but it turned out to be a 4-striped one. Lan Yan took a closer look and found that there were indeed 4 striking lines on the surface of the ginseng. Then she asked in great surprise, Yi Chen, what kind of treasure is this?
This is blood ginseng. Blood ginseng, why haven't I heard of it?
Yi Chen chuckled and said, of course you haven't heard of it. Blood ginseng is also a kind of ginseng, but it is more precious and rare than ordinary ginseng. It can be called the best ginseng. It is a true rare treasure.
What, a rare treasure, just such a small plant, how much is it worth? Lan Yan's beautiful eyes widened. As long as it's a blood ginseng, it's worth the priceless value.
Yi Chen smiled and said, as for the blood ginseng, the value can be judged by the patterns on its surface. 3 years ago, a 3-striped blood ginseng appeared in Lingnan and was bought by a tycoon for a whopping 5 billion. And this one has 4 stripes, so it's worth much more than the one with 3 stripes, probably around 8 billion. Yi Chen pointed at the blood ginseng in his hand and said,
oh my god.
Lan Yan was so shocked that she squatted on the ground. Such a small blood ginseng was actually worth 8 billion. This Yi Chen, are you kidding me? I'm not well educated, so don't lie to me.
Haha, how could I lie to you?
Yi Chen smiled faintly. The 4-striped blood ginseng is a top-grade spiritual medicine, not to mention in the secular world, even in the world of cultivation, it is a very explosive existence. If someone offered 8 billion to buy this blood ginseng now, Yi Chen would not sell it.
Oh my god.
Lan Yan was stunned with shock, looking at Yi Chen with a strange look. You spent 1 million and bought a treasure worth billions. What a miracle.
If Lu Meiyu or that stall owner knew about this, wouldn't they cry to death? 163, Chapter 163 Reborn. No matter whether they cry to death or not, we just need to make a fortune quietly. Yi Chen smiled and felt very happy. With this
This blood ginseng, Yi Chen can refine top-grade elixirs such as blood lotus pill, blood coagulation pill, Vajra pill, yellow dragon pill, etc. These pills are used to enhance the blood and physical strength of cultivators. For Yi Chen, with the dragon pendant to assist in his cultivation, improving his realm is not a problem. But simply improving your realm is not enough, you must also refine your body, improve your blood, physique, and spiritual power. Only in this way can you go further on the path of cultivation. Yi Chen's realm is improving too fast now, so he must find a way to improve the power of his blood and soul. It is undoubtedly the right time to get this blood ginseng. At this moment, Lan Yan looked at Yi Chen with admiration, as if she had turned into a little fangirl. She had seen people who found bargains, but she had never seen anyone find such a big bargain. Billions. If the news got out, it would definitely shock everyone.
Yi Chen, how did you find a blood ginseng in there? Lan Yan asked curiously.
Yi Chen smiled and said, that old ginseng is obviously dried up and has no medicinal properties, but I felt a trace of blood energy emanating from it, so I guess that there is a blood ginseng inside. In fact, the fat stall owner did not deceive Lu Meiyu. It was indeed a ginseng that was hundreds of years old. It was just that the medicinal properties were sucked away by this little blood ginseng, so it dried up.
After hearing this, Lan Yan admired Yi Chen even more.
There was a group of people gathered over there just now, but no one could see it, only Yi Chen could see it. His eyesight was really amazing. In fact, Yi Chen was able to see it mainly because his divine sense detected the blood ginseng inside.
This is the benefit of having divine consciousness.
Those ancient martial arts practitioners all practiced martial arts no matter how high their cultivation level was, they basically could not develop divine consciousness.
Divine consciousness is exclusive to cultivators.
Yi Chen, you feel better now, but I haven't found my 100-year-old ginseng yet, Lan Yan said softly. There are still so many stalls to visit, I'm sure I'll find it, Yi Chen said. Then they walked towards the area where the stalls were set up.
The Wuming auction is an annual grand event of the Jiangnan martial arts community, which lasts for 3 days.
The first 2 days were mainly for guests from all over the world to trade freely in the manner. The real highlight was the third day, when the formal auction was held. Yi Chen and Lan Yan walked around the stall area for more than 10 minutes and found the century-old ginseng. For ordinary people, it is naturally difficult to come across a 100-year-old ginseng once in a lifetime, but for these practitioners and wealthy people, there are still ways to get it. Lan Yan spent 2 million to buy a 100-year-old ginseng, and Yi Chen took her away. After returning to Wulong Villa, Yi Chen immediately refined the marrow cleansing pill for Lan Yan. This is just the lowest level elixir, and with the alchemy furnace, it is not difficult for Yi Chen to refine it. It only took Yi Chen 5 or 6 hours to refine the pill. During this time, Lan Yan was always by his side, holding her chin with her hands while watching Yi Chen refine the medicine. Yi Chen originally wanted to drive her away, but Lan Yan refused to leave, looking at the medicine furnace with anticipation, like a child waiting for the meat soup to come out of the pot during the new year. When Yi Chen opened the alchemy furnace, a total of 5 pills were produced, which was not bad.
Is this the marrow cleansing pill?
Lan Yan looked at the black pill in Yi Chen's hand, which looked like a mud pill, and her slender eyebrows frowned slightly. Yes, if you take one, you can wash away most of the impurities in your body, Yi Chen said.
Really? Lan Yan seemed a little unconvinced. Could this mudball-like thing really transform her?
You'll know if you try it.
Yi Chen smiled.
Lan Yan nodded, and according to Yi Chen's instructions, she picked up a marrow cleansing pill, put it in her mouth, chewed it into pieces and swallowed it. Practice the 9 marrow cleansing technique to refine the medicinal power, Yi Chen said. Lan Yan immediately started practicing her skills, and immediately felt the elixir that entered her body transform into streams of warm currents, like trickles, flowing along her meridians to all parts of her body. After a while, her expression changed. Lan Yan felt that the warm currents became hotter and the temperature became higher and higher, as if they had turned into flames burning in her body.
Ah!
Lan Yan groaned in pain, feeling as if she had jumped into a fire. Her body was burning hot, sweat was dripping, and she was steaming all over. This feeling became more and more intense, causing Lan Yan's flushed body to tremble. The heat in her body was like a pair of fiery knives, cutting her meridians, bones, and flesh. This feeling made her feel like she was dying.
Yi Chen, it hurts so much, I am going to die.
Lan Yan's fair face was as red as blood, and her whole body was like a big furnace. Hold on, continue practicing the technique, and let the medicinal power flow through your body. This is how cultivation works without experiencing inhuman pain. How can you possess power beyond that of an ordinary person?
Yi Chen acted very calmly, without any emotion in his tone. Okay, two can do it.
Lan Yan gritted her teeth, her eyes fierce, and used all her strength to hold on. In this way, time passed by minute, and every minute and second was extreme torture for her. Lan Yan endured it for 5 full minutes, which felt like a century to her. Finally, the painful feeling of being burned by flames gradually disappeared, and streams of black substance began to be discharged from the pores all over her body. By the time the effects of the medicine had completely dissipated, Lan Yan had turned into a clay figure, her entire body had turned black.
Call.
She let out a long breath, feeling extremely comfortable. Her body felt lighter and more relaxed than ever before, as if she was floating in the air.
But when she saw herself in the mirror, Lan Yan's expression changed drastically. Why did I become an African chicken? Puff.
Hearing her words, Yi Chen almost laughed out loud and said, "This is the impurities in your body, which have been expelled by the medicinal power of the marrow cleansing pill. Now you go take a shower, wash off all the dirt, and you will be reborn."
Lan Yan nodded and hurried into the bathroom.
She quickly took off her long skirt, which had become dirty, opened the lotus root head and started to wash it. It took me half an hour to finally wash myself clean.
So comfortable.
Lan Yan felt that her body was so light, she had never felt this way before. Is this the state of a monk? It was so wonderful.
No wonder so many people are so eager to practice.
Not only did her physical condition feel better, but after this marrow cleansing, her skin also became whiter and smoother, like fine jade, with a crystal clear feeling, as if without any impurities. The entire carcass is like a work of art carved from ivory, magnificent and beautiful. Who would have thought that such a beautiful body belonged to a widow?
Lan Yan murmured, feeling sad.
Suddenly, Yi Chen's figure appeared in her mind, and Lan Yan's heart couldn't help but become hot. Then, she opened the bathroom door and shouted towards the bedroom inside, "Yi Chen, help me get some clean clothes."
164, Chapter 164. Help me kill someone.
After Yi Chen opened the wardrobe, he was completely stunned. The whole closet was filled with clothes, but they were strange clothes.
There are stewardess uniforms, nurse uniforms, etc., all kinds of styles. This villa is under Wang Chang's name. They don't live here normally, but they occasionally stay here when they are on vacation or relaxing. I can only say that it's really fun.
What are these clothes? Yi Chen found a slightly conservative maid outfit and came to the bathroom door. Lan Yan opened the door, took a sneak peek, and immediately blushed as she said, "It's not the bedroom wardrobe, it's the cloakroom."
"Where is the cloakroom?" Yi Chen asked.
"It's on the second floor. Forget it, the cloakroom door is locked. I'll put on this one first." Lan Yan widened the gap in the door a little and leaned forward to take the clothes from Yi Chen's hand. Her inky hair cascaded down, spreading over her jade-white body, like a beautiful landscape painting. At the first glimpse, Yi Chen's heart began to beat wildly. A few minutes later, Lan Yan walked out of the bathroom and came straight to Yi Chen, and a charming fragrance came towards him.
Yi Chen looked up and was slightly surprised.
Her smooth hair is black and shiny, and her long, snow-white neck, like a piece of beautiful jade, has a breathtaking curve. She wore a knee-length white midi skirt with a white apron tied around her slender waist. The lace trim on the hem gave her a unique beauty.
"Does it look good?"
Lan Yan squatted in front of Yi Chen, raised her flower-like face, and asked shyly.
"Charming and charming."
The string in Yi Chen's heart was plucked rapidly, and he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. A mature and charming young woman, wearing a maid outfit, squatted in front of him and asked if it looked good. Even Yi Chen found it difficult to control himself. He reached out and lifted Lan Yan's gracefully curved snow-white chin. Lan Yan slowly raised her head obediently, looking at him with a pitiful look. Her red lips moved slightly, as if she was ready to be picked by you. Yi Chen's appetite was aroused, but when he looked up, he saw the photo frame on the wall, which was a photo of Lan Yan and Wang Chang as a couple. Yi Chen immediately lost interest and said, your husband just died, so you should be more restrained. I don't care, just treat me as Pan Jinlian. Lan Yan seemed to be moved. She sat directly on Yi Chen's legs and hugged him. Yi Chen looked embarrassed. The photo of Wang Chang on the wall made him feel uncomfortable, as if he was being stared at by Wang Chang.
Yi Chen held down the squirming Lan Yan and said, "Wait a minute, it's not appropriate now."
Then how long do we have to wait? I can't wait any longer. Lan Yan was like a female devil. Wait until the auction is over. Now that you have just successfully cleansed your marrow, the most important thing you should do is practice the 9 marrow cleansing techniques, Yi Chen said. After hearing Yi Chen's words, Lan Yan calmed down a little and regained her sanity.
Humph, worse than a beast.
Lan Yan gave Yi Chen a charming look, punched him on the chest, and then came down reluctantly. Afterwards, she put aside her selfish thoughts, sat cross-legged on the soft couch in the bedroom, and began to practice the 9 marrow cleansing technique. After cleansing her marrow with the marrow cleansing pill, Lan Yan was surprised to find that when she practiced her skills, she could clearly feel streams of air flowing through her meridians. It was just a vague feeling before, but now I feel it so clearly. Lan Yan knew that this was what the Taoists called qi. Only after cultivating qi could one be considered a true warrior. As the energy becomes stronger through practice, the warrior's strength will naturally become stronger. Yi Chen was also there, entering a state of cultivation. He was preparing to break through to the 7th level of qi training. His cultivation and mental strength would be improved, making it easier for him to refine pills with blood ginseng.
Yi Chen, I have cultivated mud.
More than an hour later, Lan Yan said in surprise. She felt the presence of mud in her dantian. Yi Chen opened his eyes and was slightly surprised. He originally thought that Lan Yan would need to take at least 2 marrow cleansing pills and spend 2 or 3 days to produce the mud liquid. I didn't expect her to succeed so quickly. I have to say that she is very talented in cultivation. Very good, you continue to practice. I will strive for the next realm next. No one can disturb me during this period.
Yi Chen instructed Lan Yan. Lan Yan nodded quickly.
Afterwards, Yi Chen went up to the 4th floor of the room and found a secluded room to start practicing. He cannot be disturbed in any way while trying to reach a new realm, because he is absorbing the magic energy from the dragon pendant, which contains powerful evil spirits. If you are distracted for a moment, you may go astray. If you go astray a little, you may be seriously injured and your meridians may be severed. In serious cases, you may die on the spot. This is also the reason why Yi Chen chose to go to the deep mountains and forests when he practiced in the past, because he was afraid of being disturbed. After Yi Chen went upstairs, Lan Yan sat cross-legged on the couch and continued to practice the 9 marrow cleansing technique.
Tonglong Villa.
In a lavishly decorated room, the distinguished Mr. Chu sat upright on the sofa, sizing up the young man in front of him. The young man was tall, with muscles bulging high on his arms, almost bursting his clothes, giving people a sense of great power. He was dressed simply, had a stern expression, and a rusty iron sword hung at his waist.
Are you Jian Shisan?
Master Chu narrowed his eyes and said with an arrogant look on his face.
Exactly.
The stern young man nodded. Jian Shisan, you've become quite famous in the Yunnan and Yunnan martial arts circles recently. The iron sword on your waist has killed 8 well-known martial arts masters in a row. You're truly amazing. You're now ranked 20th on the Xianmen potential dragon list, only 2 places lower than me.
Master Chu said lightly.
I don't care about these rankings, Jian Shisan said lightly.
Master Chu smiled and said, I heard from Zhang Baiquan that your mother is seriously ill and you need fire Ganoderma to save her. I have a fire Ganoderma. Do you think it would be okay?
As he spoke, Master Chu opened a jade box. Inside was a blood-red Ganoderma lucidum, surging with vital energy, as if a burning flame. When he saw the Ganoderma lucidum, a strong light suddenly appeared on Jian Shisan's usually stern face, and he reached out to take it. Master Chu closed the jade box and said with a smile, if you want to use the fire Ganoderma to save your mother, you must kill someone for me first.
Who? Yi Chen.
Master Chu said with a smile.
165, Chapter 165, Forcing the Emperor to Abdicate. Okay, I'll kill him.
Jian Shisan was filled with murderous aura, and the ancient sword hanging at his waist was humming, as if it was about to come out of its sheath at any moment. Wait, just follow how Chang He will take care of everything. You just need to listen to him.
Master Chu said lightly.
After Hao Chang led Jianshi San away, Zhang Baiquan walked out from a room on the side. He smiled broadly and said flatteringly, Master Chu, you are truly a master of tactics. Let Jianshi San first wear down Yi Chen's strength. When they are both injured in the fight, you can clean up the mess and reap the benefits. When the time comes, the great achievement of killing Yi Chen will belong to you, Master Chu. Not only will your reputation soar throughout the Jiangnan martial arts community, but you will also be valued even more by the Xianmen, and your ranking on the hidden dragon list will rise even higher. This is simply killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Zhang Baiquan was overjoyed. Hey. Young Master Chu smiled smugly. When it comes to doing things, one must have strategy. Doing things solely based on passion is recklessness. I, Chu Sun, am powerful, resourceful, and skilled in both civil and military matters. I will definitely be ranked first on the potential dragon list in the future. Ha, that's right, Mr. Chu has a bright future. He will definitely be at the top of the potential dragon list. He can also benefit from it. Ha. Zhang Baiquan smiled brightly. Okay, stop flattering me. Keep a close eye on what's happening at Wulong Villa and report to me at any time, Master Chu said with a smile. Yes, Master Chu. Zhang Baiquan responded and went forward immediately. Tonight, I will step on Yi Chen's corpse and become the biggest winner. There was a strong light in Master Chu's eyes. While Lan Yan was practicing, one of her confidants suddenly called her. Boss, something terrible has happened. Yu Dongxiang, along with several elders, has gathered a lot of manpower and is heading towards Wulong Villa. Yu Dongxiang? Lan Yan was stunned. This was one of the 5 tigers of Xinhong and also a representative of the young generation. In the past, Wang Chang was the leader of the Sun Hung Kai 5, and Yu Dongxiang was second. Now that Wang Chang is dead, Yu Dongxiang naturally becomes the leader of the 5 tigers. Because both of them are representatives of the young generation of Xinhong, Wang Chang has the upper hand over Yu Dongxiang. Yu Dongxiang has always been dissatisfied and secretly competes with Wang Chang. After Lan Yan took control of Xianhong, she was most worried about Yu Dongxiang. He didn't even obey Wang Chang, so how could he obey her? However, Yu Dongxiang has always been calm and has not caused any trouble, as if he has tacitly accepted her as the female boss. Originally, Lan Yan felt a little strange, but she didn't expect Yu Dongxiang to take action. Now he directly gathered people and headed to Wulong Villa, obviously coming for her. This bastard might be trying to force his way out of the palace and compete with me for the position of leader. Lan Yan was so smart that she understood the key after just a little thought. After figuring it out, she panicked a little because she had been busy practicing these days and had not been on guard against Yu Dongxiang at all. With Yi Chen around, if Yu Dongxiang jumps out, he will only be seeking death. But Yi Chen is currently at a critical juncture in his breakthrough, and cannot be disturbed. Yu Dongxiang, that bastard, picked the perfect time. Lan Yan cursed inwardly and immediately made a phone call to arrange for someone to respond, but it was too late. The guard at the door said that Yu Dongxiang had brought people to Wulong Villa. Lan Yan walked out immediately, followed by only 7 or 8 bodyguards. The troops of both sides collided in a corridor of the manor. Lan Yan took a look and was surprised to see that Yu Dongxiang came well prepared. He had a large number of people and even brought the 4 elders of Xinhong with him. It seemed that he was really here to force the emperor to abdicate. Lan Yan, you bitch, ever since you became the leader, you haven't been taking care of the club's affairs. Instead, you've been hiding in this villa all day, having secret meetings with a strange man. Yu Dongxiang came up and pointed at Lan Yan's nose and cursed. Yu Dongxiang, who do you think you are? How dare you yell in front of me? Lan Yan's face turned cold, and a powerful domineering aura emanated from her delicate body. I am the leader of Xinhong. Do you want to rebel? Rebellion, huh? Don't accuse me of that. The 4 elders are all dissatisfied with your actions, so after some discussion, we decided to depose you, the leader. 166, Chapter 166. A huge disparity in the competition. Xinhong only has one strong brother, and that's not Wang Chang, but me, Yu Dongxiang. Yu Dongxiang is ambitious. Having been suppressed by Wang Chang before, he did not dare to act rashly. Wang Chang is dead, and Lan Yan has a master supporting him, so he doesn't dare to act rashly. It's different now. Standing in the crowd behind him are 2 martial arts masters, Jianshi San and Hao Chang, so he is naturally full of confidence.
For elders, you clearly expressed your support for me. How come you turned around and supported Yu Dongqiang after only a few days? Lan Yan looked at the four elders and felt angry. These four people changed their expressions too quickly. The elder smiled awkwardly. How could he not support Yu Dongqiang? This guy was so lucky that he suddenly had two martial arts masters supporting him. If he didn't cooperate with Yu Dongqiang, his life and property would be in danger. Lan Yan, we support you, but you've been performing poorly since becoming the leader. You've been hanging out with a wild man here, and we old guys can't stand it anymore. The elder spoke rather tactfully. The second elder, however, immediately turned hostile and shouted, Lan Yan, you violated the gang rules today. Not only will we destroy you, the leader, but we'll also hack that wild man behind you to death. Lan Yan sneered. Yi Chen was a godlike figure, and these people wanted to kill him. They were really dreaming. When Yi Chen completes his realm breakthrough and comes out, it will know what fear is. But for now, Lan Yan can only deal with it on her own. Come on, take down that bitch Lan Yan. Yu Dongqiang waved his finger at Lan Yan and shouted murderously. The 20 or so confidants he brought with him all held long swords and pressed forward. Wait. Lan Yan waved her hand and said, we are all Xin Han's brothers. I don't want to see brothers killing each other. The elder said, Lan Yan is right. No matter who is the leader, no one wants to see brothers killing each other. He looked at Lan Yan. Lan Yan, the situation is stronger than people. You should just give up your position to Yu Dongqiang. This will minimize the losses. Lan Yan sneered. She had now embarked on the path of cultivation and was not interested in the position of the leader. But Yi Chen wants her to control Xinhong and work for him, so Lan Yan must hold on to this position. I won't give up my seat. Lan Yan's attitude was very clear. The three elders said, how about this, Lan Yan, you and Yu Dongqiang have a competition, and whoever wins will be the boss. When he said this, Yu Dongqiang and others sneered. Wang Cheng is dead, and now Yu Dongqiang is the number one tough guy in Xinhong, who can kill dozens of people with just one sword. Wouldn't it be laughable for a weak woman like Lan Yan to compete with Yu Dongqiang? Okay, I'll have a competition with Yu Dongqiang. Unexpectedly, Lan Yan agreed. Everyone was stunned, and then burst into laughter. The toughest guy in Xinhong versus the most beautiful girl in Xinhong, it's really exciting, one of Yu Dongqiang's younger brothers teased. Brother Chang can kill Lan Yan with just one punch. Forget about a punch, Brother Chang can send Lan Yan to heaven with just one finger. Yu Dongqiang also smiled, looking at Lan Yan, who had a curvy figure and charming charm, with a fiery gaze. He did want to compete with Lan Yan, but he would rather do it in bed. Then they came to a large open space in front. Lan Yan, let you punch me 10 times first. Looking at Lan Yan with her thin arms and legs, Yu Dongqiang said pretentiously. Bang! Lan Yan punched Yu Dongqiang on the chest. Yu Dongqiang groaned and felt a huge force, and the blood in his chest suddenly surged. As soon as the throat feels sweet, I will vomit blood. But he forced himself to swallow it. If he was beaten by Lan Yan and vomited blood in public, he would probably lose all his face. Yu Dongqiang looked at Lan Yan in shock. Who could have thought that this charming beauty could be so strong? Damn it! Boom! Lan Yan threw another punch, hitting Yu Dongqiang in the abdomen. Yu Dongqiang felt like he was hit by a hammer. His abdomen was in severe pain and he bent over involuntarily. He could no longer bear it and vomited blood. Puff. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. The expressions of Yu Dongqiang's younger brothers who were mocking and ridiculing him became stiff. Is the most beautiful young woman in Xinhong so fierce? Jian Shisan, who had been standing at the back with a stern face and remained silent, narrowed his eyes slightly. When Lan Yan punched Yu Dongqiang, he felt a faint fluctuation of energy. This woman actually developed internal strength, he thought to himself. Go to hell! Yu Dongqiang was hit by Lan Yan's 2 punches and vomited blood. He was furious and roared, jumped high, and swept his leg directly towards Lan Yan's slender white neck. His kick was powerful, fast and fierce. If Lan Yan was hit by it, her neck would probably be broken on the spot. However, Lan Yan pulled her delicate body to the side and actually dodged it. The body is so agile and flexible, and the posture is so graceful and elegant that it is amazing. Everyone in Xinhong was shocked again. Why was Lan Yan's reaction so quick?
Lan Yan took the marrow-cleansing pill and was reborn, her body light and agile coupled with the cultivation of internal strength. She is naturally a different person now.
Damn it, I'm going to kill you.
Yu Dongxiang roared, furious, and pounced towards Lan Yan like a tiger descending from the mountain.
Lan Yan didn't dare to fight head-on. She used her agile body to dodge and look for opportunities to fight back.
After a fight, Yu Dongxiang didn't even touch the corner of her clothes. Instead, Lan Yan seized the opportunity and punched him several times. Yu Dongxiang became more and more angry, and attacked madly like a madman. In contrast, Lan Yan was very calm and composed, advancing and retreating in moderation, and becoming more and more stable. The result is predictable. A few minutes later, Yu Dongxiang was kicked in the chin by Lan Yan and fell to the ground.
The four elders and Yu Dongxiang's younger brothers were all stunned. Xin Hong's top fighter was actually defeated by Lan Yan?
They saw with their own eyes. It feels unbelievable. Seeing Yu Dongxiang fall down, Lan Yan was overjoyed and was about to go up and give Yu Dongxiang a fatal blow. At this moment, a loud and powerful voice suddenly rang out, "Enough!" With a loud bang, Hao Chang, who was standing behind the crowd, took action. The originally calm air around Lan Yan's body began to shake violently, and her face changed as she realized something was wrong. Almost at the same time as her skin felt the vibration of the air, two black and iron-like claws had already grabbed her wrist. A sharp pain came from her wrist, and Lan Yan's delicate body softened, and she immediately lost the ability to resist. Immediately afterwards, Hao Chang punched Lan Yan hard on the chest.
Ah! Ah!
Lan Yan screamed and flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, landing on an open space more than 10 meters away.
Phew!
Her beautiful face was filled with pain and she spat out a mouthful of blood. When he looked up, his expression suddenly changed. The person who attacked was actually Hao Chang, the warrior who had come to Wulong Villa to cause trouble before.
Didn't Yi Chen break his limbs? How did he recover so quickly? 167, Chapter 167 Severe Torture.
Yu Dongxiang brought more than 20 younger brothers with him, and Hao Chang was standing behind, so Lan Yan naturally didn't see them. Moreover, she didn't know that there was an even more powerful master, Jin Shisan, standing behind her.
Hao Chang.
Lan Yan gritted her teeth and struggled on the ground, but couldn't stand up. Although she made rapid progress, she had only been practicing for a few days. Facing a martial arts master like Hao Chang who had practiced for more than 10 years, she was naturally far inferior. Hao Chang's punch had already caused Lan Yan to be seriously injured.
Humph, you bitch, where is Yi Chen?
Hao Chang had a grim expression on his face and walked towards Lan Yan with big strides and a fierce look in his eyes. Last time, Yi Chen beat him here and broke his hands and feet. Today he came here to take revenge. Not only did he want to kill this woman, but he also wanted to kill Yi Chen.
Protect the boss.
Seeing the aggressive Hao Chang, Lan Yan's 7 or 8 bodyguards immediately rushed up. Hao Chang rushed forward and killed them directly. In just over a minute, these 7 or 8 bodyguards were killed by him.
Asshole.
Lan Yan covered her chest with her hands, anger flashing in her beautiful eyes.
Where is Yi Chen? Hao Chang looked down at Lan Yan and asked gloomily. I don't know.
Lan Yan gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with intense hatred.
Bang!
Hao Chang slapped Lan Yan in the face, making her roll twice on the spot, and then dragged her over by her hair.
Where is Yi Chen? I have no idea.
Lan Yan's hair was disheveled, her face was red and swollen, and there was blood at the corner of her mouth, but her eyes were as firm as a rock.
Snort!
Hao Chang smiled coldly and kicked Lan Yan, sending her flying more than 10 meters away.
Then he said to Yu Dongxiang, take your brothers and search for Yi Chen in the manor.
Yu Dongxiang rolled his eyes and said, Senior Hao, this manor covers several thousand acres. If Yi Chen is hiding, we probably won't be able to find him even if we search for 3 days and 3 nights. Let others search, and I will interrogate Lan Yan. She must know Yi Chen's whereabouts.
Hao Chang nodded.
Yu Dongxiang walked towards Lan Yan, who was lying on the ground, with a ferocious face and gloomy eyes. You bitch, you made me lose my dignity today. I will torture you to death. He smiled sinisterly inwardly. Lan Yan, as long as you tell me Yi Chen's whereabouts, I can kill you. Lan Yan knew that Yi Chen was at a critical moment and could not be disturbed facing Dong Chang's questioning. She remained silent. You won't tell me, right? I don't believe I can't pry your mouth open. Yu Dongxiang grabbed Lan Yan's collar and pulled her up, then slapped her hard in the face. Bang bang bang. Yu Dongxiang slapped Lan Yan more than 10 times in a row, causing blood to ooze from her mouth and nose. It was a horrible sight. Will you tell me, bitch? Tell me or not? Speak up. A perverted grin appeared on Yu Dongxiang's face as he slapped Lan Yan in the face again and again. Lan Yan was in great pain, but she gritted her teeth and said nothing. I wonder how long you can hold on. Yu Dongxiang waved his hand, and the younger brother next to him immediately handed him a machete. He roughly pried open Lan Yan's mouth and thrust the knife handle into her fiercely. Tell me or not, where is Yi Chen? After a while, blood was oozing out of Lan Yan's entire mouth. She was in great pain, her body trembling violently, but she still held on and didn't say a word. Oh shit. Yu Dongxiang was furious. He took out a dagger, pressed Lan Yan's fingers, and stabbed her with the tip of the knife. Ah! The sharp and intense pain caused Lan Yan to scream miserably, her entire body twisting into a ball. Isn't Yi Chen very powerful? Why don't you tell me? As long as you tell me Yi Chen's whereabouts now, you can be spared from pain. Yu Dongxiang held a dagger in one hand and grabbed Lan Yan's hair with the other, and said sinisterly. Wait for Yi Chen to come out, you will all die. Lan Yan trembled in pain, her eyebrows twisted together, her nostrils flared, she gasped rapidly, and her voice was hoarse. Ha, Yi Chen is very powerful, right? Do you know who's standing behind me? Not only is there Hao Chang, a master, but also Jian Shisan, a super master on the hidden dragon list. We are here to kill Yi Chen today. Yu Dongxiang sneered. Lan Yan's expression changed slightly. Yi Chen is a super master on the potential dragon list. Could he be his opponent? Ha ha ha, are you scared? Who the hell is Yi Chen? Yu Dongxiang's face twisted, and he stabbed Lan Yan's other finger with another knife. Listening to Lan Yan's shrill screams and looking at the perverted and ferocious Yu Dongxiang, Jian Shisan, who was standing behind, frowned slightly. Ah! Lan Yan's miserable screams tore through the tranquility of the night sky. In a short while, all 10 of her fingers were pierced by the sharp dagger. Her flesh and blood were all over the place, her fingers were pierced to her heart. Lan Yan was tortured to the point of excruciating pain. It was a horrible sight. But she gritted her teeth and refused to tell Yu Dongxiang where Yi Chen was, no matter how he tortured her. Damn it, you don't want to tell me, right? I'll see if you will tell me or not. Yu Dongxiang's smile became even more ferocious. He grabbed Lan Yan's 2 long legs and pulled her over roughly, ripping her clothes madly. 168, Chapter 168. I'm afraid you can't go back. Get out, bastard, you beast, let me go. Lan Yan, covered in blood, struggled desperately, but she was so seriously injured that she could only resist helplessly. Stop. Jian Shisan, who was standing behind, couldn't stand it anymore and spoke coldly. Hao Chang's expression changed, and he immediately shouted, Yu Dongxiang, Senior 13 told you to stop. Yu Dongxiang was shocked and stopped immediately. Looking at Lan Yan again, only 2 pieces of underwear were left on her. You useless thing, I've been asking you questions for so long and you haven't gotten anything out of me. Hao Chang kicked Yu Dongxiang away and pointed at the miserable Lan Yan, saying, hang this woman up. Wait. Jian Shisan said coldly, put some clothes on her first. Hao Chang was stunned, then he found a piece of clothing and wrapped Lan Yan. The 2 younger brothers brought a rope and hung up the half-dead Lan Yan. Hao Chang held a long whip in his hand and whipped Lan Yan hard. Ah! Lan Yan, who was hanging in the air, was hit hard by the whip and let out a heart-wrenching scream. This whip is his weapon. Unlike ordinary whips, it is covered with tiny sharp barbs. With one whip, a big hole was torn in Lan Yan's clothes, and there were deep bloodstains under the clothes, with her skin and flesh torn. The pain was like a tearing pain, more painful than a knife cut. Even those people in society who were used to seeing violent scenes couldn't bear to watch Lan Yan tumbling, twisting, and screaming in the air, thinking it was too cruel. Yi Chen, your lover was beaten to death by me, don't you come out and take a look, ha ha. Hao Chang grinned and swung his hand with the whip again.
Kill me.
Lan Yan was hanging in the air with her hair disheveled. She was in excruciating pain, and her face was twisted in pain, looking as terrifying as a ghost. Yi Chen was sitting cross-legged upstairs. Although he was far away, he still heard Lan Yan's screams. His eyebrows were tightly knitted together. However, he immediately calmed his mind. Now was the most critical moment. If he was distracted, he would go astray and all his efforts would be wasted. By then, not only would Lan Yan not be saved, but he would also be in big trouble. He could only grit his teeth and persevere.
In another minute or two, he will be able to succeed.
Yi Chen, you coward, come out, look at your little lover, she's screaming so miserably. Look at her delicate skin, and a single whip left a huge tearing scar, with blood flowing everywhere. It's horrible to look at, ha ha.
Hao Chang was committing violence while smiling grimly.
Lan Yan's body, covered with scars, was twisted violently in the air because of the pain. Her neck was tilted back hard, almost at a 90-degree angle to her body. At this moment, she was in extreme pain and had fallen into a semi-comatose state. And Hao Chang's whip came down again. After 5 or 6 whips, Lan Yan was motionless and completely unconscious, with only weak breaths left. Hao Chang was like a cruel tyrant, raising his whip to whip again, and it seemed that he would not stop until Lan Yan was beaten to death.
Stop!
Jian Shisan spoke and stopped Hao Chang. He saw that if he continued beating the woman, she would die.
Let's go, Yi Chen is not here.
Jian Shisan said lightly. Hao Chang was stunned, and quickly walked up to Jian Shisan and said, Senior Shisan, Yi Chen has been in this manner for the past few days. He must be hiding now and dare not show up. We can't leave. Just leave someone secretly to keep an eye on this woman, Jian Shisan said coldly. Hao Chang thought about it and was immediately delighted. Senior 13 is really smart and amazing. Then Hao Chang came to the center of the venue and shouted with all his strength, Brothers, let's go back first. Yi Chen, the bastard, is not here. After saying that, Hao Chang cracked his whip and was about to leave the manor with Yu Dongxiang and others. At this moment, a deep and angry voice floated from a distant floor.
Hao Chang, I'm afraid you can't go back.
The sound was low at first, but it continued, resonating back and forth, and finally it was as loud as thunder.
Deafening.
That's it.
Yi Chen's voice. 169, Chapter 169. Yi Chen takes action.
The voice was as cold as 10,000 years of ice, and contained a strong murderous intent.
A chill ran down everyone's spine.
Lan Yan, who was hanging in the air and dying, trembled slightly and opened her eyes with difficulty.
Is it Yi Chen?
A glimmer of light emerged in her originally dead eyes.
Boom, boom.
A figure came at high speed through the air, and his body actually tore the air into a long airwave, which surged and crackled like the surging river.
In the blink of an eye, Yi Chen's figure floated down.
Hao Chang was looking in the direction of the sound when he suddenly felt a black screen in front of his eyes and a shoe sole blocked all his vision. Then the sole of the shoe stepped down hard, stepping on his face, his eyes, his nose, and his mouth. It just stepped on him like that.
Snap!
The terrifying force first crushed Hao Chang's nose, and the bridge of his nose was shattered. Then it was his mouth. All the teeth in his mouth fell off from his gums with a creaking sound and were crushed into powder. Then the eyes, brow bones and bones around the eye sockets were all broken and shattered. In the end, it was his entire face, all the bones were broken. His entire face was flattened and bloody. In that instant, Hao Chang suffered the most extreme pain in the world.
But he couldn't even groan. Snap!
Yi Chen's figure continued to fall, and then Hao Chang's neck and sternum were broken. By the time Yi Chen completely fell to the ground, Hao Chang, who had been so arrogant just now, had turned into a pile of flesh and blood, and the ground paved with white marble was dyed red. Yi Chen embraced the bruised Lan Yan and landed steadily on the ground. While in the air, he had already sent out a stream of true energy and cut the ropes that bound her. With one hand, Yi Chen saved Lan Yan, and with one foot, he crushed Hao Chang in just a few seconds. Yi Chen shocked everyone in the field,
including Sword 13.
Everyone stared blankly at the scene in front of them, at the godlike figure, and forgot to breathe.
Yi Chen, it's okay, you came, to have been holding back and not saying anything.
Lan Yan lay in Yi Chen's arms, like a flower about to wither.
Don't talk.
Yi Chen frowned as he looked at Lan Yan, who had turned into a bloody man. His cheeks were red and swollen, his mouth was bleeding, and his body was covered with bruises. Especially the 10 fingers on both hands, which were bloody and pierced by the tip of the knife. It's horrible. There were also long and narrow lacerations on his body, leaving his skin and flesh exposed. It is hard to imagine what kind of inhuman torture she suffered. Yi Chen frowned and felt a pang of pain in his heart when he saw Hao Chang. He understood that the real purpose of this group of people was to target him. Lan Yan suffered an unexpected disaster and ended up in this miserable situation. The evil you have committed will be repaid with blood pouring down from the sky, not a single one of you will escape. Yi Chen hugged Lan Yan and looked coldly at everyone present. At this moment, Yi Chen was furious, as if he was holding Feng'er covered in blood 3 years ago, with murderous aura surging from his body. He did not kill her immediately, but instead channeled his true energy into Lan Yan's body to heal her wounds and relieve her pain. The scene was still deathly silent. Yu Yongxiang and the others had expressions of fear on their faces, and some of them even had their legs shaking. That was Hao Chang, a powerful martial arts master and member of the Martial Arts Alliance, and he was actually trampled to death by Yi Chen with just one kick. Even Jian Shisan's expression became extremely solemn. Yi Chen was treating Lan Yan's injuries. Yu Doqiang's side had a lot of people, but no one dared to step forward. A few minutes later, Yi Chen stopped. Under the nourishment of the gentle true qi, Lan Yan was in much better condition than before, and her eyes had become brighter. Who tortured you just now? Yi Chen slowly stood up. These people deserve to die, especially this bastard. Yu Dongxiang, he tortured me the worst. Lan Yan pointed at Yu Dongxiang in the crowd and said hatefully. Brush. Yu Dongxiang's face suddenly turned pale, and he took a step forward and ran towards Jian Shisan. But the next moment, Yu Dongxiang felt his neck suddenly tighten, as if it was trapped by an iron hoop. His feet felt lighter and his body involuntarily lifted off the ground. Ah! While he was in the air, he suddenly let out a cry that was extremely miserable. Everyone looked up and their faces changed drastically. They saw that Yu Doqiang's right arm was torn off alive by Yi Chen and thrown on the ground. Large amounts of blood poured down from the sky like a bloody rain. Please spare me, Senior, I was wrong. From now on, I will be Boss Lan's dog. Before he could finish his words, Yi Chen slapped him. Yu Doqiang's face seemed to have been hit hard by the bucket of an excavator, and it collapsed directly, and blood mixed with teeth flew out. Click, click, click. A terrifying sound of bones breaking was heard in the field. Yi Chen stepped on Yu Doqiang's body with one kick after another, breaking all his bones. After a while, Yu Dongxiang died in extreme pain. I told you guys not to go back, not even your ashes. Yi Chen looked at Yu Dongxiang, who was already dead, threw his body and Hao Chang's body together, and cast a fireball talisman. With a loud bang, a huge fireball appeared, as dazzling as the sun, and hot air waves rolled out. When the flames died down, the bodies of the 2 men had turned into a pile of dust and were blown away by the wind. Nothing is left. As expected, the ashes could not be taken back. What kind of method is this? Not to mention Xin Hong and the others, even Jian Shisan's pupils shrank sharply, revealing a look of deep shock. After destroying the bodies of Yu Dongxiang and Hao Chang, Yi Chen swept his sharp eyes over the others. The 4 elders of Xinhong were trembling with fear and immediately asked for help. Senior 13, please come out. Hands, stop watching the show. Jian Shisan nodded and let out a low growl from his throat. With the roar, a strong wind blew and echoed everywhere, as if a ferocious tiger was showing its power. He pounced like a tiger and was in front of Yi Chen in the blink of an eye. His arms were full of strength, and muscles bulged on his arms, emitting suffocating power. Bang! Jian Shisan punched forward, the air exploded, and the huge fist covered Yi Chen's face. Yi Chen also threw a punch, his true energy exploded, and collided with Jian Shisan. Jian Shisan flew backwards and fell to the ground more than 10 meters away. Yi Chen also felt a powerful force and took a step back involuntarily. He was shocked this person had such powerful strength that he could actually push him back a step. What surprised Yi Chen even more was that this person had not cultivated any energy and was not a warrior. In other words, what he just unleashed was pure physical strength. Just relying on the explosive power of his physical body, he was able to push Yi Chen, a 7th level Qi training expert, back a step. This is too amazing. 170, Chapter 170. Mr. Yi, please. I am no match for you. You can kill me or chop me up as you please. Jian Shisan got up from the ground and admitted defeat immediately. When he punched Yi Chen with all his strength and got no effect, Jian Shisan knew he had lost. He lost completely. The gap in strength between him and Yi Chen was too big. Because only he himself knows that Jian Shisan's strongest weapon is not his sword, but his fist. Forehead. The 4 elders of Sun Hong and their other younger brothers were all stunned. You gave up so quickly. You only fought one move. Jian Shisan is a supermaster on the hidden dragon list, but his greatest hope is so incompetent. He admitted defeat. What should we do? The elder was completely devastated. The other elders also looked extremely ugly, as if they had eaten 10,000 dead flies. Yu Dongxiang said that he had invited masters from the Martial Arts Alliance, as well as a supermaster ranked 20th on the potential dragon list, and the deputy leader of the Martial Arts Alliance to support them behind the scenes to deal with Lan Yan and Yi Chen together. They naturally felt that this matter was a sure thing. But now it is discovered that the supermasters on the hidden dragon list are actually vulnerable in front of Yi Chen. We have all been cheated by that bastard Yu Dongxiang. This damn bastard. The second elder beat his chest and stamped his feet. Yu Dongxiang, that scoundrel, has turned to ashes. There's no point in scolding him anymore. Let's just surrender to Lan Yan, said the 3 elders. When the 4 elders stood up to surrender, Yi Chen looked at Lan Yan and asked her to make a decision. Only the great elder should be spared, the others should all die, Lan Yan said hatefully. Yi Chen rushed over, and within a few breaths, almost none of the 20 or so people in Xinhong were left standing. The Grand Elder was the only one left alive, curled up on the ground and trembling, terrified to the extreme. Thank you, Boss Long Tu, for not killing me. Thank you, Senior Yi, for not killing me. The Great Elder quickly knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Lan Yan and Yi Chen. With the unexpected events that happened today, Great Elder, the next step in the club's affairs is now in your hands, Lan Yan said coldly. You know what to do, right? I know. Tonight, Yu Dongxiang and 3 other veterans rebelled against Sun Hung, but were captured and killed by the leader. I'll do it right away. I'll appease the people, strike back at those who should be attacked, and win over those who should be won over. The elder fled from this place as if he was escaping for his life, and vowed never to come to this damn place again. So scary. At this time, a group of people were standing in a forest a few kilometers away from the villa. Leading the group was Master Chu, the vice president of the Martial Arts Alliance, who was leisurely munching on sunflower seeds. Zheng Baiquan stood beside them, his face full of flattery. Naturally, they were prepared to reap the rewards, waiting for Jian Shisan and Yi Chen to fight until both were injured, and then they would clean up the mess. Young Master Chu has already written the script, including a series of actions after killing Yi Chen. At this time, the spy brought news. Master Chu, something terrible has happened. Hao Chang was killed by Yi Chen. What? Hao Chang was killed? What will Jian Shisan do? Zheng Baichuan's face changed drastically. Master Chu didn't care much. Hao Chang was just a dog to him. If he could bite Yi Chen before he died, he would have made full use of his value. Don't worry, with Jian Shisan here, Yi Chen will be seriously injured if not dead, Master Chu said lightly, with full confidence in Jian Shisan. He knew Jian Shisan's strength. If he were ranked according to his true abilities, Jian Shisan would probably be in the top 10 of the potential dragon list. The reason why he was ranked 20th was because he did not give any gifts to the Shinmen judging committee. At this time, the spy came to report again. It's bad, Master Chu. Jian Shisan was defeated by Yi Chen in one move. What? Master Chu thought he had misheard, his eyes widened. Say it again. Jian Shisan was defeated by Yi Chen in one move. The spy said again. Oh my god. Master Chu's body trembled, and all the melon seeds in his hand fell to the ground. His face turned pale in an instant. He never dreamed that Yi Chen could be so strong. Defeat Jian Shisan with one move? I'm afraid that only a big shot of the level of Shinmen Shangju can do this. He still wanted to take advantage of the situation and kill Yi Chen, which seems so ridiculous now. Run, damn it, we can't afford to offend Yi Chen. Master Chu threw down a few words and ran away. Wulong Villa. Yi Chen looked at the tall and majestic man in front of him with a deep gaze. His spiritual sense had already investigated and found that Jian Shisan really did not have any cultivation and there was not even a trace of energy in his body. The reason why Jian Shisan possesses such powerful strength is because of his strong physique and blood. An ordinary person without any cultivation could shake Yi Chen, who was at the 7th level of qi refining, with just his brute force.
Yi Chen has already seen the clues. Jian Shisan might be the Song Tian tyrant body.
This kind of physique is almost invincible in the world of cultivation whenever it appears. It can basically sweep away thousands of geniuses and suppress a generation of peerless geniuses who cannot hold their heads up. One of the most obvious characteristics is that the blood of the Song Tian Ba Ti is golden.
Although the blood of Jian Shisan is red, it is also flickering with a faint golden glow.
Yi Chen developed a love for talent and was reluctant to kill Jian Shisan. However, Jian Shisan is a man of blood. If he is not as skilled as his opponent, he will admit defeat and let Yi Chen kill him.
Do you have anything to say before you die? Yi Chen picked up a machete from the ground and put it on Jian Shisan's neck.
Jian Shisan took off the rusty iron sword from his waist and said to Yi Chen, "This is a sword passed down from my ancestors. Don't look at its appearance, but it is definitely a peerless sword. It just hasn't met a wise master yet. Mr. Yi is so powerful that he might be able to make this sword shine as it should." Yi Chen raised his eyebrows, took the rusty sword, and scanned it with his spiritual sense, but could not see anything special about it. It seemed to be just an ordinary rusty sword.
"I will give Mr. Yi the sword that has been passed down from my ancestors. I only ask Mr. Yi to, can you do me a favor?"
Jian Shisan said. "You say?" Yi Chen put away the rusty sword. Jian Shisan knelt on the ground with a thud and said sincerely, "I have a 73-year-old mother who is seriously ill and needs fire Ganoderma to cure her."
"The fire Ganoderma is in the hands of Mr. Chu Xuanchu, the deputy leader of the Martial Arts Alliance. I hope Mr. Yi can snatch the fire Ganoderma from him and go to Mangdang Mountain to cure my mother's illness. This is my only wish. I hope Mr. Yi can fulfill it. Mr. Yi, please."
After saying that, Jian Shisan suddenly picked up a sharp knife on the ground and stabbed it directly into his heart without hesitation.
Phew! Phew!
The sharp tip of the knife pierced through the clothes and flesh, and blood immediately gushed out.
171, Chapter 171. Feel proud.
Yi Chen was speechless. This guy was too aggressive. He was really stabbing him in the heart. However, the tip of the knife only pierced the skin and flesh and could not go any further because Yi Chen took action. A stream of true energy hit Jian Shisan's wrist, and the sharp knife fell to the ground with a clang. Jian Shisan raised his head and looked at Yi Chen in surprise. Yi Chen said, "You still have an old mother. Why are you asking for death instead of living and taking care of her?"
Jian Shisan looked at Lan Yan, who was covered in blood. "I brought people here today and almost tortured your woman to death. You said you would kill everyone, so would you let me go? In that case, I might as well end my own life. I only hope that Mr. Yi will accept my family's ancestral sword and take care of my mother on my behalf."
Forehead. Yi Chen smiled helplessly and could only say that this guy was too honest and straightforward. "Yi Chen, he is different from those people, let him live." Lan Yan spoke. She thought of the time when Yu Dongxiang stripped her clothes off, and the man couldn't bear to watch it and stopped Yu Dongxiang. And someone gave her a piece of clothing.
If it weren't for Jian Shisan, she would have been insulted by Yu Dongxiang. Lan Yan is also a person who clearly distinguishes between gratitude and resentment.
What she said was exactly what Yi Chen wanted. Jian Shisan had unlimited potential and good character.
For Yi Chen, it was like picking up a treasure.
He is so powerful even without any cultivation. If he embarks on the path of cultivation, he will probably be invincible.
"Don't die, I don't want to help you take care of your mother." Yi Chen waved his hand and said. Jian Shisan was stunned, then ecstatic. "Mr. Yi, you really won't kill me?"
Yi Chen narrowed his eyes. Chu Sun is the mastermind behind today's incident. He sent people to unite with several elders of Xinhong, under the pretext of abolishing the leader of Lan Yanlong. His real purpose is to deal with Mei He. Used the fire Ganoderma to ask you to take action?
Jian Shisan nodded.
Yi Chen smiled coldly. This Chu Sun really had come to the end of his life. Let him live for 2 more days at most. After the auction is over, Yi Chen will settle the score with him. I'll return this sword to you. Yi Chen threw the rusty sword to Jian Shisan. You are more suitable for the tough Rade sword. A light and elegant weapon is not suitable for you. Jian Shisan hesitated for a moment and said, Mr. Yi, you are a good man. I can tell you a secret. My name is not Jian Shisan. It's just the name my mother gave me when I came down the mountain. My name is Xiang Meng, and I don't use a sword, I use me fists. A hint of deep meaning flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. The name his mother gave him made him look like a swordsman. Was this a disguise or protection? His mother is very wise. If Xiang Meng's unparalleled physique is discovered by someone with ulterior motives, his fate will probably not be good. However, it is still unclear whether he is the overlord of heaven. If I have the chance to meet his mother, I can ask her. You came down the mountain to look for the fire Ganoderma to cure your mother's illness, right? Yi Chen asked. Xiang Meng nodded. The fire Ganoderma is in Chu Sun's hands. Can you get it? Yi Chen asked again.
Xiang Meng pondered for a few seconds and said, I don't have the money to buy it if I try to rob it. Chu Sun is the deputy leader of the Martial Arts Alliance and is surrounded by many experts. I am afraid it won't work.
Yi Chen nodded. I will ask Chu Sun to bring back the fire Ganoderma to treat your mother, but you must work for me, okay?
Upon hearing this, Xiang Meng said without hesitation, Mr. Yi, if you can help me get the fire Ganoderma, my life will be yours from now on.
Okay, you stay here first. I'll get the fire Ganoderma for you within 3 days.
Thank you, Mr. Yi. Xiang Meng bowed excitedly. Then, Yi Chen looked at him deeply, picked up Lan Yan and went indoors to heal her wounds.
Tonglong Villa.
Lu Meiyu and the other three stayed in a luxuriously decorated room, feeling uneasy. They were originally resting in the guest room of the villa, when suddenly the villa's steward came and said that Master Chu Xuanchu wanted to see them, and brought them here. Young Master Chu is the deputy leader of the Martial Arts Alliance and one of the planners of this auction for Lu Meiyu and others. He is an unattainable figure. They were naturally very nervous that such a big shot was going to summon them. Soon Master Chu arrived. Lu Meiyu and the others stood up in fear and trepidation, not daring to breathe. But unexpectedly, Master Chu was all smiles, completely humble, and very polite to them. He asked the servants to serve tea and water, and brought out the best tea leaves. He was especially warm to Lu Meiyu, and affectionately called her Aunt Lu.
Master Chu acted like a junior in front of Lu Meiyu and poured tea for her personally. Lu Meiyu was flattered.
This is the deputy leader of the Martial Arts Alliance, a powerful figure, and he actually respects her so much. Lu Meiyu suddenly felt proud. She had come here to attend the auction, but was treated rudely and even cheated out of 5 million yuan. She felt very aggrieved. Now that the deputy leader of the Martial Arts Alliance treats her as a VIP, Lu Meiyu feels very relieved. Aunt Lu, if you have any difficulties when you come here, just tell me and I will definitely help if I can, Master Chu said with a smile. He had already investigated clearly that Lu Meiyu was Yi Chen's ex-mother-in-law, and this identity made Yi Chen somewhat wary. By winning Lu Meiyu over, he had a trump card to save his life. After all, given Yi Chen's personality, what he did would most likely kill him. Xiao Sun, we are all from Yunhai. We are unfamiliar with this place, so naturally there will be many difficulties. Lu Meiyu complained bitterly about everything from food and clothing to housing and transportation, and she talked so much that Master Chu felt so overwhelmed that he wanted to smash Lu Meiyu's mouth on the spot. The most annoying thing is, Lu Meiyu slammed the table and said in a stern voice, there's this fat bastard named Zhou Nan who set up a stall in the villa and cheated us out of 5 million with a fake ginseng. It pissed me off. Xiaoshuan, you must stand up for me and teach that bastard Zhou Nan a lesson. Is there such a thing? That Zhou Nan is really too messed up. I'll help you vent your anger, Aunt Lu. Master Chu called his men and made 2 arrangements. After a while, the fat stall owner was dragged in and beaten like a dead dog, with a bruised face and nose. I was wrong, I'll return the money to you, please forgive me. When the fat stall owner saw Lu Meiyu, he lay on the ground and begged for mercy. Lu Meiyu looked at his ugly face and burst into laughter. The previous haze in her heart was swept away, and she felt so refreshed. Under the pressure of Master Chu, Zhou Nan happily returned the money. When Lu Meiyu got the money, she smiled so much that her mouth was crooked. She was so arrogant, her tail was up to the sky with Master Chu's protection. Couldn't she walk around like a spoiled brat in Tenglong Villa? Lu Meiyu was so proud that she patted Master Chu on the shoulder and said, Xiao Sun, well done. Next, help Auntie deal with another person. That person is equally hateful. Who is it?
Master Chu frowned slightly, feeling that this woman was getting too far.
Help me deal with that bastard Yi Chen. I've been annoyed with him for a long time.
Lu Meiyu said, gritting her teeth.
Yi Chen?
When Master Chu heard this, his eyes went dark and he almost fainted.
He covered his stomach and said, Aunt Lu, my stomach hurts. You guys talk first, I'm going to the bathroom. 172, Chapter 172. The fire Ganoderma is obtained. Lu Meiyu, Chen Bei and others waited and waited, but Master Chu did not come back. Mr. Chu, what took you so long? Are you constipated? Chen Bei said. Lu Meixing glared at her, don't talk nonsense. At this time, a manager-like person came over and said enthusiastically, Ms. Lu, I'm so sorry, Mr. Chu is not feeling well. You should go back first. Lu Meiyu frowned slightly. There were still many things she hadn't told Mr. Chu, so why did he leave? However, since the other party had sent the guest away, Lu Meiyu couldn't stay here any longer, so she prepared to leave. After taking 2 steps, she glanced at the man and asked, What's your name and what do you do? My name is Wang Yang, and I'm a disciple of Master Chu, serving as a teacher in the Martial Arts Alliance. Before Wang Yang finished speaking, Lu Meiyu's eyes lit up. You are the instructor of the Martial Arts Alliance, so you must be a martial arts master? I can't say I'm a master, but ordinary warriors can't get close to me. There was a hint of pride in Wang Yang's humble words. Ha, that's great. My nephew wants to learn martial arts, but he's worried about not being able to find a master to teach him. So, you're the one, Wang Yang. Starting today, you'll teach my nephew martial arts. Lu Meiyu was very happy and slapped Chen Yang. Yangzi, come and meet your master. Chen Yang was overjoyed and quickly stepped forward and said excitedly, Disciple Chen Yang, I pay my respects to the master. Wang Yang was completely confused. What were these people doing? He hadn't even agreed yet, so how could he become their disciple? That. Wang Yang considered his words carefully before saying, Ms. Lu, I'm very busy and I'm afraid I can't spare the time to teach your nephew. Even if I can't get out, I'll still pull it out. Lu Meiyu was full of momentum. I am the honored guest of Mr. Chu, the vice leader of the Martial Arts Alliance, and his aunt. Don't you work for Mr. Chu? Don't you listen to what I say? Wang Yang's eyes suddenly flashed with anger. What kind of bastard dares to order me around? Looking at the arrogant Lu Meiyu in front of him, he wanted to slap her away. Did she really think she was someone important? But thinking of Master Chu, Wang Yang had to suppress his anger. I'll ask Master Chu about this. Wang Yang went to another room and told Mr. Chu about the matter. Young Master Chu was so angry that his nose was crooked. Damn it, you, a martial arts master, are being asked to teach her nephew. Is he qualified? He really thinks he's a nobody. Mr. Chu, should I refuse them? Never mind. Master Chu looked helpless. He was now extremely scared of Yi Chen. If he really came to kill him, he would not be able to save his life. The only option is to win over Lu Meiyu. After all, she is Yi Chen's mother-in-law. Wang Yang, I'm giving you 2 days off. Just spend these 2 days playing with them and teach that kid a few moves. Yes. Wang Yang could only obey the order. After Wang Yang left, Lu Meiyu and others were overjoyed. They found such a great master to teach Chen Yang. Chen Yang has a bright future and will definitely be able to deal with Yi Chen. Chen Yang already has a famous teacher teaching him, so he can't be without weapons. Yanzi, what weapons do you like to use? Lu Meiyu asked. Aunt, I like using swords. Chen Yang said excitedly. Sword? Lu Meiyu looked around the room and saw a dozen swords placed in a closet. Her eyes suddenly lit up and she walked over quickly. Xiaoyang, there are more than a dozen swords here, pick one. Lu Meiyu shouted. Wang Yang's expression changed. Ms. Lu, that is the sword collected by Master Chu. That's perfect, isn't it? With my relationship with Master Chu, why should I be polite? Lu Meiyu liked it more and more. Yangzi, pick one quickly. Chen Yang picked one up as soon as he came up and hung it around his waist, looking very proud. Wang Yang, what is this? Chen Bei looked at an ornament, which was a crystal clear bead. That is a night-shining pearl produced in the South China Sea, presented to Master Chu by a warrior from the South China Sea. Wang Yang said. This night pearl is beautiful. Chen Bei's eyes lit up and she picked it up and put it in her pocket. You. Wang Yang was shocked. He didn't expect this group of people to be so despicable. Are they bandits? Putting other people's things directly into your own pocket?
This vase is also very beautiful. It seems to be from the Ming dynasty. Lu Meixin stared at a vase. Lu Meiyu quickly took it down and put it in her arms, smiling. Not bad, not bad. I'll take it home and let old Lin open his eyes. Finally, under Wang Yang's shocked gaze, the group took 7 or 8 things before leaving satisfied. Master Chu was furious. They were trying to steal things from him. These people really didn't know how to live or die. Hanxue, come to Huaxi Tinglong Villa soon. Your mother is so famous that she has become the vice leader of the Martial Arts Alliance. Hahaha. Lu Meiyu called Lin Hanxue, feeling very proud. Lin Hanxue didn't believe her words at all, but she still planned to go. She wanted to see if Yi Chen really had a vixen. Yi Chen used his true energy to warm Lanyan's body, and her injuries were almost healed. Although her injuries were serious, most of them were superficial and relatively easy to treat. That night he went to Tinglong Villa, used an invisibility talisman, and sneaked into Master Chu's room without anyone noticing. Young Master Chu was meditating on his couch when he heard some noise. He opened his eyes and was almost frightened to death. This person turned out to be Yi Chen. Young Master Chu had no time to think about how Yi Chen came to his room without alerting anyone. He only knew that his life was in danger. He was straightforward and knelt directly in front of Yi Chen. Mr. Yi, I was wrong. Master Chu said with a pale face. Yi Chen didn't expect this guy to be so straightforward and spineless. He said with disdain, why are you so cowardly? Master Chu was speechless. Who wouldn't be scared in the face of death threats? Mr. Yi, I'm a tough guy with a strong character, but I can't stand up in front of a godlike figure like you. Master Chu said with a sad face. This is a great move that defeated Jian Shirsan. If Zhang Wudi didn't come out, who could suppress him? Seeing such a cowardly Mr. Chu, Yi Chen lost interest and said straight to the point, you framed me this time, and I should send you to hell, but I need a fire Ganoderma for my training. I heard that you have a fire Ganoderma? I have, not just one, but 2. Young Master Chu said as if he were presenting a treasure, I have 2 fire Ganoderma. Yi Chen nodded, take out the fire Ganoderma and I'll buy your life. Master Chu was overjoyed when he heard this, and immediately asked someone to bring the fire Ganoderma lucidum and handed it to Yi Chen respectfully. Remember, it was these 2 fire Ganoderma that saved your life. If you dare to plot against me again, I will kill you even if you escape to Xianmen headquarters. Yi Chen threw down a sentence and turned away. Mr. Yi, take care. Young Master Chu was trembling with fear, and only breathed a sigh of relief after knowing that Yi Chen had left. Looking at his chest and back, they were already soaked with sweat. 173, Chapter 173. You bastard. Yi Chen took the 2 fire Ganoderma lucidum back. He didn't expect it to be so smooth. I thought that I would have to fight hard and turn Tinglong Villa upside down before I could get the fire Ganoderma. I can only say that Mr. Chu is such a fool. He was scared to death when he saw me, and he doesn't have the spirit of a warrior at all. Such people will not achieve much in martial arts. When Yi Chen placed the fire Ganoderma lucidum in front of Xiang Meng knelt down and kowtowed 3 times to Yi Chen. Mai's great kindness will be forever unforgettable to Xiang Meng in the future. I will repay you with a loyal heart and even die for you, Xiang Meng said solemnly. Yi Chen smiled, knowing that what Xiang Meng said was true, as he was a filial son. He did this not just to subdue Xiang Meng and make him work for him. The most important thing is to cherish his talent and not bear to see such a genius buried. Perhaps only he, Yi Chen, can develop Xiang Meng's talent. Because others practice martial arts, but he practices the way of immortality. Take the fire Ganoderma and go back to cure your mother's illness, then come to Yunhai to find me. Yi Chen warned Xiang Meng. Xiang Meng nodded, thanked him profusely and took the fire Ganoderma lucidum, tears of excitement welling up in his eyes. My mother is finally saved. This is the great power Vajra technique, suitable for you to practice. Please accept it. Yi Chen gave Xiang Meng a set of martial arts, which was inherited from the Dragon Pendant and was a top-level bodybuilding martial arts technique. This technique has a total of 100 levels, and it would be good enough for an ordinary warrior to be able to cultivate to the first level. The stronger your physique, the higher the level of cultivation you can achieve. Whether Xiang Meng is the overlord of heaven or not can be concluded through this technique. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Xiang Meng accepted the spell and kowtowed 3 times to Yi Chen before leaving. You let him go like this,
aren't you afraid that he will never come back?
Lan Yan walked out of the inner room. Her skin was fragrant and beautiful, bright and charming.
Under Yi Chen's treatment, her injuries have basically healed.
After curing my illness, Xiang Meng will definitely come back to find me, Yi Chen said very confidently.
Are you so sure? Certainly. Yi Chen smiled and said, this is a promise between me. A promise is worth 1,000 gold.
You men's promises to each other are worth a fortune, but your promises to women are worthless. Lan Yan laughed at herself. She remembered Wang Chang's promise to love only her and never touch other women, but he turned around and had an affair with his secretary. Yi Chen's words were on the tip of his tongue, but he couldn't say them. He had promised Fenger that he would take care of her for the rest of her life, but in the end he couldn't do it. He also promised his third sister that he would protect Fenger and not let her come to any harm, but he eventually broke his promise.
8 or 9 out of 10 people in life are unhappy. Yi Chen murmured.
Seeing his sad look, Lan Yan blinked her bright and charming big eyes, with a myriad of charm lingering around her eyebrows. She stroked Yi Chen's face with her fingers, and said charmingly, 8 or 9 out of 10 people in life are not satisfied. Why not cherish the present and enjoy life while you can? As she spoke, her nightgown gently slipped off. You have just recovered from your injury, so it is not appropriate for you to do anything extreme. Yi Chen's heart was not as calm as he appeared on the surface.
Then wouldn't it be better if you were a little gentler?
Lan Yan leaned over to Yi Chen's ear, her breath as sweet as orchid. Yi Chen picked her up by the waist and walked towards the bedroom. It was not until dawn the next day that the wind stopped and the rain stopped. Yi Chen walked out of the room holding onto the wall. He had originally planned to refine pills or take Bingxin pills to remove the evil spirits from his body, but in the end he accomplished nothing. Lan Yan is truly a woman who can shorten a man's life.
She is extremely charming and greedy.
Yi Chen came to the yard outside, took out a 1-foot-long ginseng from the space crystal, and began to chew it in big mouthfuls facing the rising sun in the east. In the past 2 days, he bought a lot of medicinal herbs and some spiritual medicines, spending hundreds of millions. In addition to what he needed for his own cultivation, he also bought some medicinal herbs to make beauty cream to remove the scars on Lan Yan's body. Next, Yi Chen planned to use the blood ginseng as the main ingredient to refine a top-grade elixir called Blood Lotus Pill. The Blood Lotus Pill is not actually a pill that purely enhances blood power. Its main function is to purify the blood. Impurities, toxins and other things in the blood can be purified by the Blood Lotus Pill. The benefit of doing this is that it lays a good foundation for future practice. After a long time, Lan Yan came out of the room. She was wearing a dignified long dress. Apart from the slightly strange way she walked, she gave people a feeling of maturity, elegance, and dignity. Moreover, her whole body was radiant and as fresh as a ripe peach, and a sweet scent would emerge when you took a light bite.
Yi Chen, let's go, we're going to the auction.
Lan Yan said calmly, as if nothing had happened just now. Today is the last day of the Wuming auction. People from all over the world have gathered here, and many prominent figures from the entire Jiangnan martial arts world have come.
Many wealthy businessmen also gathered there, making Tinglong Villa extremely bustling.
There were 2 auctions in total, at 9 in the morning and 3 in the afternoon. Yi Chen and Lan Yan arrived at the villa early and wandered around the stall area. Lan Yan's mind was on the stall. She looked around, but Yi Chen was always looking at her. Logically speaking, after a night of intimacy, the next day should be close, if not inseparable. But Lan Yan was still the same as before, and seemed to have completely forgotten what happened last night. Looking at her serious appearance, she was like 2 completely different people. Yi Chen could only express his admiration.
The contrast is so great that I can't believe it's the same person.
The 2 came to an arch bridge. Looking at the beautiful scenery, Lan Yan smiled and said, Yi Chen, look here, it is so beautiful. The lotus leaves are endless and green, and the lotus flowers are red in the sun. Watching her reciting poetry, she exuded a scholarly air and was as serious as a teacher teaching in the classroom.
It's beautiful off.
Yi Chen nodded. The more he looked at her dignified appearance, the more he felt itchy. As if possessed by a ghost, his hand was placed on her breast.
Oh, don't mess around.
Lan Yan glanced at Yi Chen coquettishly, but her reluctant look made Yi Chen even more excited.
Yi Chen couldn't help but grab her face and kiss her. Yi Chen, you bastard. An angry and cold voice suddenly exploded. Yi Chen was startled and looked up. An unexpected person appeared in front of him. It was Lin Hanxue. 174, Chapter 174, falling headfirst into the water. Yi Chen racked his brains but couldn't figure out why Lin Hanxue appeared here. She is a female billionaire with a net worth of billions. Instead of dealing with a lot of things in Yunhai, she ran to Huaxi to participate in the Wumeng auction.
I don't know what to think. Yi Chen, I heard from my mother that you were keeping a vixen in Huaxi. I didn't believe it at first, but I didn't expect it to be true. Lin Hanxue was wearing a white dress and standing there, her cold and pretty face full of anger.
Bitch, you're hooking up with men everywhere. Is your husband dead? Lin Hanxue pointed at Lan Yan and cursed.
This woman has a pair of foxy eyes and a charming figure. She is obviously a vixen who specializes in seducing men.
Lan Yan nodded. Yes, my husband is indeed dead.
You. Lin Hanxue gritted her teeth. Your husband's death was caused by you too, an adulterous couple. You are a modern-day Pan Jinlian, shameless and shameless, despised by the world.
Yi Chen frowned, not knowing why Lin Hanxue was so angry and cursed so viciously. A woman who throws dirty water on others without any reason is also a bitch, isn't she? Yi Chen said lightly.
What?
Lin Hanxue's delicate body trembled, and she stared at Yi Chen in a daze. You called me a bitch?
Yi Chen nodded and said mercilessly, Lin Hanxue, we are divorced. Even if I have sex with 100 women, it has nothing to do with you. You look like you caught an adulterer and you run up to us angrily, calling us an adulterer and a whore. What are you if not a bitch?
You.
Lin Hanxue's lips turned pale, and as her body trembled slightly, hot tears burst out of her eyes. The wind gently blew her long hair, and she looked broken and desolate. Yi Chen's words were like a sharp blade, cutting open her heart and causing her to feel intense pain. Seeing Lin Hanxue's appearance, her pale face without any blood and her thin figure made people feel distressed. Her expression was desolate, like a piece of broken jade. Yi Chen couldn't bear to say anything more, but he felt that Lin Hanxue's behavior was still very despicable.
You don't know how to cherish what you have, and you cling to it when you lose it. Isn't this despicable?
If it weren't for the insurmountable gap of his daughter, Yi Chen might have forgiven her and even remarried her. But the pain of losing his daughter made Yi Chen never accept Lin Hanxue again. Lin Hanxue squatted on the ground, trembling, covering her face and crying bitterly. Her whole body seemed to be broken into pieces.
She still loves you deeply. Lan Yan looked at Yi Chen and sighed. Let's go. Yi Chen took Lan Yan's hand and turned to leave. Don't you want to give her a hug? Lan Yan said with a wry smile. Why should women make things difficult for other women?
In order to divorce me, she aborted her 3-month-old baby. That's my daughter. Without my permission, I'm already doing her a favor by not killing her. Yi Chen gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with uncontrollable anger.
Lan Yan's delicate body trembled. She didn't expect such a thing to happen.
Then she deserves it. She will have to spend her whole life in endless regret. After Lan Yan finished speaking, she pulled Yi Chen away.
You bastards, you want to leave just because you bullied my daughter?
Lu Meiyu and her group appeared and blocked Yi Chen's way. She stared at Yi Chen fiercely, her eyes looking like she wanted to eat him.
Roll! Yi Chen roared in a low voice. How dare you scold me? Do you know who I am now? I am Chu Sun, the vice leader of the Martial Arts Alliance, and I am the concubine of Mr. Chu. Lu Meiyu looked proud and arrogant.
In this Tinglong villa, I, Lu, can walk sideways.
Yi Chen sneered. Young Master Chu, the idiot who knelt down and admitted his weakness when he saw him? Yi Chen, I am no longer the same person I used to be. You are just an ant in front of me. Lu Meiyu has a strong aura and is domineering.
You know, I invited a master from the Martial Arts Alliance to teach Chen Yang martial arts. Chen Yang is now an intermediate master and can beat you like a dog.
As she spoke, Lu Meiyu waved her hand and said,
Chen Yang, go ahead and break Yi Chen's legs and throw him into the river to feed the fish.
Ha, I can't wait any longer.
Chen Yang walked over aggressively, staring at Yi Chen with a sinister look. I can finally take revenge. Yi Chen, you knocked out 2 of my teeth last time. This time I'll break both of your legs to let you know the consequences of offending me. He was full of confidence. Wang Yong had taught him several powerful moves in the past 2 days. Chen Yang felt that he was capable of it and had unique skills at his disposal. Although he is not capable of dominating the world, he is more than capable of dealing with the waste. Yi Chen. Brush. Chen Yang spread his wings like a giant rock and showed off his strength, which immediately caused Lu Meiyu and others to exclaim in surprise. So cool. My brother is so awesome. Yi Chen, prepare to die. Chen Yang made another beautiful golden goose move across the sky and punched Yi Chen in the chest, which was handsome and powerful. Bang! Yi Chen slapped Chen Yang in the face, sending him flying and falling headfirst into the nearby river. Thump! Splashing water all over the sky. Ah! Lu Meiyu and others who were applauding and cheering for Chen Yang were stunned and their faces froze. Chuckle. Looking at Chen Yan lying upside down in the river with only his 2 white sneakers showing, Lan Yan couldn't help but giggle. Yi Chen had no expression on his face and walked away. Quick, save Yangzi. Help, help, someone has fallen into the water. Help. Behind him, he heard the screams of Lu Meiyu and others, and the archbridge was in chaos. Yi Chen had already walked away with Lan Yan, and the auction was about to begin. 175, Chapter 175. There are so many good things. The auction is divided into the outer area and the inner area, and the items auctioned in the inner area are of higher quality. Yi Chen and Lan Yan naturally went to the inner field, but the entrance fee alone was 1 million, and those were just ordinary hall seats. If you want to enter the VIP room, you need 5 million. Yi Chen couldn't help but sigh at the Martial Arts Alliance's ability to make money. The entrance fees alone for so many people were an astronomical figure. Yi Chen paid 2 million and went to the ordinary seats in the inner field with Lan Yan. The VIP box will keep guests strictly confidential, so the auction will naturally be safer. After all, these auction items are rare and worth tens of millions. There is no guarantee that someone will kill people to steal the treasures. Yi Chen didn't have any worries about this. If someone set his sights on him, that person would be in trouble. So many people came, the admission fee is 1 million. Lan Yan looked at the packed hall and was secretly amazed. There is no shortage of rich people in this world. Yi Chen also sighed, and it also showed the high standards of the Wuming auction, otherwise it would not have attracted so many warriors and dignitaries. When the auction items were brought up one by one, they were indeed all good things. There are hundreds of years old medicines and elixirs, high-quality magical instruments, many rare materials, and some strange and bizarre gadgets. For Earth, which is short of cultivation resources, these things are very precious, and Yi Chen wants them all. But he was short of money and only had 400 million left, which was nothing here. After all, a boss just spent 400 million to buy a 500-year-old elixir, which set the whole place off. Yi Chen naturally cannot compare with these wealthy guys. I guess I have to find a way to make money. It's really hard to have so many great things right in front of me but no money to shoot them. Yi Chen murmured. If I had more money than I could spend, I would naturally be able to buy all these good things instead of just watching others bid like I am doing now. Isn't it easy for you to make money? That beauty cream you used to remove my scars is so effective, it completely removes scars. It's more advanced than any other scar removal method in the medical field. If you succeed, your net worth will easily exceed 100 billion. Lan Yan said. She is a woman with a strong business acumen. In the past, Wang Chang only knew how to fight and kill, and Lan Yan was in charge of all the business affairs. It can be seen from the fact that she owns the Qianlong Villa, a manor of several thousand acres, that Lan Yan has a good business sense. But her mind is now focused on cultivation. Yi Chen's eyes lit up when he heard this. The formula of the beauty cream was obtained from the dragon pendant. Okay, I'll give you the recipe for the beauty cream, and you help me build a business empire, is that okay? Yi Chen said. It's certainly no problem to build it into a goose that lays golden eggs, but it's unlikely to become a business empire after all. It only has one product, which is too single. Lan Yan shook her head. I don't just have the recipe for beauty cream, I also have many other good recipes. I can definitely build a business empire, Yi Chen said. Lan Yan was shocked and said, if you put it that way, it's not impossible. Okay, I'll leave this matter to you, Yi Chen said with a smile. Lan Yin curled her lips and said, if it were before, I would definitely be ecstatic, but now I just want to practice and I don't have much interest in doing business.
You have to do it even if you are not interested. This is an order, Yi Chen said.
Yes. Lan Yin glanced at Yi Chen with resentment and complained in a low voice, I have already slept with you. I wanted to be your woman and live with you forever, but I became your wage earner.
Yi Chen smiled. He had to have money. He couldn't just ask Han Waner for it.
In the following auctions, Yi Chen still made several bids, all of which were for medicinal materials used to refine the blood lotus pill. After all, this is the first time to refine this kind of top-grade elixir, so the failure rate is definitely high, so it is necessary to prepare more materials. These kinds of medicinal herbs cost more than 30 million, and now Yi Chen still has 360 million in his hands. I can't spend any more money. I have to save it for the afternoon session. The afternoon session is a free auction, and there will be more good things then, Yi Chen said to himself. When the afternoon session started, Yi Chen was attracted by the first auction item. It turned out to be a Yuanqi stone, and a top-grade one at that. Yuanqi stones are very common in the world of cultivation. They can replenish the vitality of cultivators and are essential items. But on Earth, there is almost no such thing. The owner of the Yuanqi stone was an elderly warrior. He said, this is a meteorite. I found it in my vegetable garden. It contains very powerful energy, but that energy is too overbearing to be absorbed into the body.
After introducing the auction item, the warrior said, my starting price is 5 million.
Yi Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. The Yuanqi stone is something from the world of cultivation, and can only be used by cultivators who practice immortal techniques. The meridians and bodies of these warriors who practice martial arts are too fragile. If they absorb the energy in the Yuan stone, they will only damage their meridians. If it is a low-grade Yuan stone, warriors can try to absorb it. So although this thing is good, it is useless in the hands of others, and only Yi Chen can make full use of it. After seeing it, many people showed little interest and only a few offered quotes.
6 million.
After Yi Chen quoted a price, no one else bid.
Many people looked at Yi Chen as if he were a fool. He spent 6 million to buy a meteorite. Was he planning to do scientific research? It's not certain whether it is a meteorite. Even if it is, what use will it be to warriors like them? Yi Chen was secretly delighted. It was totally worth it to spend 6 million to buy such a high-quality Yuan stone. The energy contained in this stone is very powerful. Even if he is practicing Qi, the 7th level of cultivation is enough to absorb and refine for a month. Yi Chen did not bid for the next few items until the 7th item was auctioned, when he became interested. It was a spiritual herb called the Spirit Gathering Grass. Using the Spirit Gathering Grass as the main ingredient, one can refine the Qi Gathering Pill, which is a pill that can improve one's cultivation. It is not very useful to Yi Chen, but it is very useful to Lan Yin. Yi Chen wanted to take a picture and refine Qi Gathering Pill for Lan Yin to improve her cultivation. However, it is obviously much more difficult to win the bid this time. Many people have shown interest in this magical medicine, and bidding sounds are heard one after another. After a while, the price of the Spirit Gathering Grass was called up to a sky-high price of 100 million. This is just a 100-year-old elixir. 100 million is a bit too high. 110 million. Yi Chen wanted to take the photo for Lan Yin and offered a higher price. 176, Chapter 176, Deep Sea Shaft. When Yi Chen quoted this price, many people looked at him in surprise. When they saw that it was the young man who spent 6 million to buy a piece of broken stone, everyone looked at him with contempt. Although this is a magical herb, it's only 100 years old. 100 million is already an exorbitant price. He actually called out 110 million. What a fool. Looks like he's a novice, coming here to film without knowing anything. Prodigal son, if I had a son like that, I would beat him to death. Voices rang out one after another, all mocking Yi Chen. Lan Yin also chuckled and said, Yi Chen, everyone is laughing at you. A 100-year-old spiritual medicine is not worth this price at all. You are being taken advantage of. I bought it for you. This elixir can be refined into Qi Gathering Pill to improve your cultivation, Yi Chen said. The smile on Lan Yin's face suddenly froze. She couldn't help but feel touched that Yi Chen spent 110 million to buy elixirs for her. Yi Chen, my eyes are wet. She leaned over and whispered in Yi Chen's ear, her eyes full of tenderness and affection.
Yi Chen looked at her strangely, and Lan Yan's lingering gaze wrapped around Yi Chen's sight like a vine, sending out an electric signal. Yi Chen felt like he was electrocuted and quickly looked away. This woman was truly a 1,000-year-old vixen. Her eyes could give people an electric shock. Just when I thought I could get the spirit gathering grass with 110 million, a cold voice suddenly came from the VIP room. 100 million, 20 million. Yi Chen immediately recognized it as Lin Hanshua's voice and frowned slightly. She was actually in the VIP room, where there were special service staff to give quotes, but she called it out herself. It's very targeted. It seems that someone doesn't want to fulfill your friendship with me. Lan Yan frowned in displeasure and said softly. Yi Chen's eyes turned slightly cold, and when he was about to raise the price, Lan Yan covered her mouth. Forget it, I don't want it as long as you have this heart, I will be satisfied. She shook her head, very sensible. Yi Chen was not someone who could be superior to the brave young man, so he nodded and said nothing more, but he felt a little unhappy with Lin Hanshue in his heart. There's no point in her buying the spirit gathering grass, it's purely to disgust herself. The price is really high, 120 million. I spent so much money just to make myself unhappy. Lin Hanshue deserves to be punished again. As the auction continued, Yi Chen became more and more angry because he found that as long as he bid, Lin Hanshue would follow suit and outbid him. Young man, did you sleep with that girl and not take responsibility? Ha ha. A curious warrior nearby noticed that something was wrong. The woman in the VIP room was always targeting the silly boy next to her, so he teased her. Get out and stop talking nonsense. Yi Chen was in a bad mood naturally. He was annoyed by the busybodies teasing him like that. Hey, kid, you have a bad temper. What's wrong with me saying something to you? Are you dissatisfied? The busybody was obviously not someone to be trifled with, and he immediately responded aggressively, even standing up as if he was about to attack. Bang! Yi Chen slapped the cunning warrior directly, knocking him more than 10 meters away and landing him at the entrance of the hall, unable to stand up. Everyone was shocked and looked at Yi Chen. The stupid boy actually dared to use violence in the auction hall. He didn't want to live anymore. This is an auction held by the Martial Arts Alliance. Who dares to act rashly? How dare you assault others and break the rules of the auction house? Catch him. Wang Yong, who was in charge of the security in the hall, saw someone taking action from a distance. He shouted loudly and walked over with two people in a menacing manner. However, when he saw that it was Yi Chen, his expression suddenly changed, and then he walked past Yi Chen without looking away. Get it for me. Wang Yong pointed at the warrior who was blown away by Yi Chen at the door of the hall and shouted sternly. Then, they carried the warrior away without looking back. Everyone in the hall was stunned. What was going on? The person who beat others is fine, and the person who was beaten is carried away. When they looked at Yi Chen again, their eyes were completely different from before. Those who could sit here were not fools, so they naturally saw something. This kid had an extraordinary background, and even the Martial Arts Alliance was wary of him. Yi Chen didn't care at all what others thought of him. He secretly criticized Lin Hanshue in his heart. Even others could see that she was targeting him. As a result, Yi Chen didn't get to take pictures of anything he liked, all because of Lin Hanshue, the troublemaker. I'll deal with you when we get back to Yunhai, Yi Chen said with gritted teeth. Lin Hanshue, who was in the VIP room, looked at Yi Chen with a gloomy face through the special window, and felt very comfortable and relieved. Although I spent a lot of money, isn't the purpose of making money to make myself happy? She felt it was worth it, and as long as Yi Chen shouted again, she would definitely shout too. But to Lin Hanshue's surprise, Yi Chen didn't shout at all afterwards. Don't be scared, Yi Chen, keep bidding. Lin Hanshue sent a message to Yi Chen. When Yi Chen saw this, his nose was crooked with anger. She was still provoking him. Are you short of money? Can I lend you a few 100 million? Lin Hanshue sent another message. Why are you so mean? Yi Chen asked. Didn't you say I was a bitch? I'll be a bitch to show you, Lin Hanshue replied. Just wait for me. Yi Chen calmed down and adjusted his mentality. I've been waiting for you. Let's see what you can do to me. Lin Hanshue continued to provoke. However, Yi Chen no longer read the news. He was attracted by the scene on the auction table. A young and strong warrior came onto the stage holding a piece of wood. The wood was only half a foot long and as thick as a bowl, but it seemed very heavy. The young warrior was so tired that he was panting. Yi Chen looked closely and saw that the wood had an ancient color and the wood texture was very unique. I sensed it, but there was no wood smell at all. It felt more like an ancient fossil. My friends, I found this piece of wood on the seashore. It is very strange. It was only half a foot long, yet weighed over 300 pounds. Furthermore, its texture was extremely hard, unable to be split by an axe, let alone a sword. It is not afraid of lightning strikes, fire, or water blisters, and it seems that nothing can damage it in the slightest. Although I don't know what kind of wood this is, it is definitely a top-notch sacred wood, so I want to sell it at the reserve price of 50 million. This is... Yi Chen took a few glances, his heart began to beat violently, and a hint of heat flashed deep in his eyes.
If he was not mistaken, this was a deep-sea scorpion fish.
Deep-sea elmwood is the best material for refining flying swords. Even in the world of cultivation, it is a very rare thing. I didn't expect to see a piece of deep-sea elm on Earth. This was far beyond Yi Chen's expectations. In addition to the introduction of the auctioneer, Yi Chen can basically be sure that this is deep-sea jujube wood, as it is not afraid of lightning and fire. If he could obtain it and refine a flying sword, his combat power would increase exponentially.
177, Chapter 177. A sky-high price of 500 million. The entire auction hall was silent, and no one bid after waiting for half a minute. After all, it's just a piece of wood. No matter how hard it is, it's invulnerable to water and fire. What's the use of it? At most, it can be used to make a weapon.
Wouldn't it be better to use refined iron? Those who were slightly interested immediately lost interest in the auction when they heard the reserve price of 50 million. Seeing that the item was about to fail to sell, the auctioneer shook his head in disappointment. If he had known earlier, he would not have set such a high reserve price. Just as the host announced that the auction was about to fail, someone suddenly made an offer. I'll offer 50 million.
The one who made the offer was naturally Yi Chen.
To him, deep-sea elm wood is a priceless treasure. It is the best material for refining flying swords and its value cannot be measured by money. When everyone looked, they saw that it was that fool again. It seems like he is keen on taking pictures of things that no one else wants. However, with the previous experience as a lesson, the people in the auction hall did not dare to mock Yi Chen anymore, but the smile in their eyes could not be hidden. When Yi Chen called out this price, the auctioneer was immediately overjoyed. There was actually someone willing to pay 50 million. The host on the side was also very happy, because she would get a commission for every item sold at the auction. 50 million once, 50 million twice. As if afraid that Yi Chen would go back on his word, the host's countdown speed increased a lot. Yi Chen was also very happy. It seemed that this piece of deep-sea elmwood would be in his pocket. It could be bought for 50 million. It was really worth it. However, just as the host was about to drop the hammer, an unpleasant voice drifted from the VIP room upstairs. 60 million.
It's Lin Hanxue again.
Yi Chen felt like he had been poured with a bucket of cold water. This bitch, what was she doing with 60 million to buy a piece of wood weighing over 300 kilograms? Could she even lift it? Yi Chen was so angry that his teeth were itching. If it weren't for Lin Hanxue's interference, the deep-sea wood would have been his. It turns out that you can't offend women. They are so terrible. They don't care about the consequences when they are angry with you.
Everyone else couldn't help laughing. This pair of enemies were just there to add more fun to the auction.
Yi Chen shut up immediately. He knew that if he made another bid, Lin Hanxue would only become more excited. Let her take the picture. Even if it falls into her hands, Yi Chen will snatch it away. The host counted down even faster this time. 60 million once, 60 million twice. At this moment, an unexpected scene appeared.
70 million. Someone else bid again.
But it wasn't Yi Chen, but a voice coming from another VIP room. That was room number 7, and the price was quoted by the hostess standing at the door. Yi Chen's face turned a little ugly. Someone offered 70 million, which was not a good signal.
He waited for Lin Hanxue to give a quote, but Lin Hanxue remained silent. 80 million.
Yi Chen could only shout to himself.
90 million.
As soon as he finished shouting, Lin Hanxue started again. Yi Chen was speechless. Lin Hanxue was like a mad dog, biting him whenever she saw him.
100 million.
The etiquette lady in VIP room number 7 made another offer. Yi Chen felt something was wrong. Who would spend 100 million to auction something that was useless? Could it be that the VIP in room 7 also recognized that this was deep sea elm wood, the top-grade material for refining flying swords? If that's the case, then things will be a bit difficult. Being able to recognize the deep sea yew tree shows that the other party has a great background.
Although the earth lacks spiritual energy, it is home to hidden dragons and crouching tigers, and there are countless extraordinary people. It's not surprising that someone can recognize deep sea elm. 150 million. Yi Chen will not give up the deep sea yew. With the strength of his mental power, he can easily control the flying sword as if it were his arm. 200 million. VIP No 7 was obviously determined to win and called out an astonishing price. When the price came out, not only the other people in the hall, but even the auctioneer was dumbfounded. It would have been a good deal if his auction item could be sold for 50 million, but now it has reached an astonishing price of 200 million. The price was so high that Lin Hanxue withdrew from the competition. Yi Chen frowned and said, 200 million, 50 million. He's still yelling, 250 million, oh my god. What kind of treasure is this wood that is worth so much money? Everyone couldn't help but look at the wood on the auction table. Everyone understood that if Yi Chen was the only one bidding, he might have made a mistake. But now it was a two-person competition, and the wood was obviously priceless. VIP No 7 hesitated for a moment, but finally called out a price of 300 million through the etiquette lady. 300 million, VIP number 7 will pay 300 million. The host jumped up excitedly and looked at Yi Chen. Sir in the hall, do you want to continue? 350 million. Yi Chen gritted his teeth and shouted. Now he only has 360 million left, and this has almost drained him dry. If the other party bids again, he will be out of luck. Yi Chen. Lan Yan, who was standing next to her, finally couldn't help but looked at her in surprise. At this time, VIP room No 7 fell into a long silence, as if it was about to give up. 400 million. In the end, VIP No 7 competed again and called out a price that left everyone stunned. The entire auction hall was silent. Everyone was looking at Yi Chen. If he bid again, he would set a record for this auction. The highest auction price before was for a 500-year-old top-grade spiritual medicine, which was sold for a sky-high price of 400 million yuan. Damn it! Yi Chen cursed in his heart. He no longer had that much money on him. But he must get the deep sea yew tree. If he misses this opportunity, he may never see it again in his life. So he could only bite the bullet and call Han Wanner again, saying awkwardly, Wanner, lend me some more money. I found something I really like, and there's this bastard competing with me. I'll call you right away, Han Wanner said. Soon, Yi Chen's account had another 500 million. Yi Chen was so moved that his eyes filled with tears. Han Wanner had transferred 1 billion yuan to him in total. As long as he asked, the money would be transferred to him in seconds. I really envy you for having such a woman behind you, Lan Yan said with a smile. Yi Chen nodded in agreement and called out a price that made everyone's adrenaline surge. 500 million. He waved his hand and spoke heavily. Boom! The entire auction hall was in an uproar. Some were applauding, some were cheering. The auctioneer started dancing on the stage with 500 million on the line. Who wouldn't dance? The female host even jumped up. The highest record of this auction was their commission alone was hundreds of thousands. Damn it, if you keep yelling, I'll beat you to the ground with my money. I've got a female tycoon backing me up. Yi Chen stared at VIP room No 7 and said viciously in his heart. Finally, VIP No 7 fell silent and stopped bidding. The price was too high and beyond his affordability. Finally, this piece of deep sea elm was bought by Yi Chen at a record-breaking price of 500 million. But he was not happy. He spent 500 million to buy something that could have been bought for 50 million. What a big loss. 178, Chapter 178 Earth Level Master.
After Yi Chen paid the money and got the piece of deep-sea elm wood, he no longer had any interest in participating in the auction and left Tinglong Villa with Lan Yan. Lan Yan was driving the car, and Yi Chen was sitting in the passenger seat, thinking about the next plan. The next most important thing is to get rid of the evil spirits after he enters the 7th level of Qi training. The evil spirits in his body must be eliminated as soon as possible. The second step is to refine the blood lotus pill. Although this is a top-grade elixir and is difficult to refine, Yi Chen has an alchemy furnace. Moreover, after entering the 7th level of Qi training, he was able to condense true fire, that is, true essence into fire. This kind of flame is extremely good for refining medicine and weapons. Not only is its temperature higher than ordinary flames, but it is also connected to one's mind, making it easier to control the temperature. Temperature control is an extremely important factor in alchemy and refining, and is directly related to the success or failure of refining. With the blood ginseng as the main ingredient and other medicinal materials added, it is enough for Yi Chen to refine the blood lotus pill 4 or 5 times. Even if the failure rate reaches 80%, he can still succeed once. It's enough to succeed once. The goal was clear, and Yi Chen didn't think about it anymore. He took the 4 remaining Bingqing pills and started to practice his skills to dispel evil spirits while sitting in the car. An hour later, when the car drove to the road at the foot of Mingsue Mountain, Yi Chen opened his eyes. The medicinal power of the 4 ice purification pills has been completely used up, and only about 1/8 of the evil spirits in the body have been cleared. Yi Chen was not in a hurry and planned to go to the back mountain of the Shin family in the near future. The ice heartgrass he planted there must have matured. I just don't know how many plants I can harvest. Just when Lan Yan drove the car to the halfway point of the mountain, about 2 kilometers away from Qianlong Villa, Lan Yan suddenly slammed on the brakes. What's wrong? Yi Chen, who was severely hit, asked, but he immediately understood that there was a person standing on the road in front of him. When the car stopped, it was less than 2 meters away from him. This person. He was a middle-aged man wearing a purple robe, standing there motionless. This middle-aged man in purple robe is tall and majestic, with a straight back like a sword or a spear, just like a mountain. The powerful aura pressed down on Yi Chen, causing his face to change slightly and a feeling of difficulty breathing. How do you walk? Are you looking for death? The person who suddenly rushed in front of the car almost hit her. Lan Yan was naturally very angry, but she swallowed the rest of her words before she could finish them. This person's aura was so powerful that the terrifying pressure made her feel like she couldn't breathe. Yi Chen. Lan Yan subconsciously looked at Yi Chen and found that Yi Chen's expression had also become solemn. Earth-level master. Yi Chen slowly uttered 4 words. Lan Yan's face changed drastically, an Earth-level master. Although she had just entered the martial arts world, as a martial artist, she also knew the divisions of martial arts realms. When the power of transformation is fully developed, one can become a warrior with a martial arts rank. The martial arts level is divided into 4 levels. Tiandi Xuan Huan. Each level is further divided into 4 small realms: early, middle, late and peak. The yellow level is the lowest in the early stage and the sky level is the highest at the peak. In the ancient martial arts world, the early yellow level is nothing, but in the secular world, the early yellow level is already a top master. And the one in front of him is actually at the earth level. Even in the world of ancient martial arts, he is a top-notch master. Lan Yan panicked, but Yi Chen remained calm. He practiced the way of immortality, the 12th level of Qi refining, which roughly corresponded to the 12 small realms of Huan, Xian and Di. He is now at the 7th level of Qi training, which is equivalent to a warrior in the late Xian stage. Of course, this calculation is inaccurate. It is just a comparison of realms, but the strength is different. Yi Chen's true energy is much more powerful than a warrior's physical strength, and his meridians in Qi are also incomparable to warriors of the same level. His true combat power is much stronger than that of the late Xian rank. Even when facing a ground rank master like this, Yi Chen is not afraid. However, he still kept his guard up, because this was the most powerful master Yi Chen had faced since he recovered his strength. Even if a earth-level expert is placed in Xianmen, he is at the same level as Zhang Wudi, and at least he can be called an incense master. Friend, why are you in the way? Yi Chen got out of the car, stared at the man in purple robe, and waved his hand to signal Lan Yan to step back. Lan Yan was very smart. She immediately reversed the car and stayed away from them so as not to hold Yi Chen back. My name is Lei Hung. I come from Penglai Fairy Island. I am one of Penglai Fairy Island's 4 great disciples, and I'm the Lei Zun, the master of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. The purple-robed man spoke slowly. The 4 words Penglai Fairy Island startled Yi Chen slightly. If there was any place on earth that he was afraid of, Penglai Fairy Island must be one of them. Because this place has been filled with legends of immortals since ancient times, and this is not groundless. There is a high probability that there are immortal skills passed down on this island. So Mr. Lei is from Penglai Fairy Island. I've heard of you for a long time. Yi Chen bowed and said lightly. I also have another identity, that is, VIP No. 7 of the Tinglong Villa auction. Lei Hang's next words shocked Yi Chen. He narrowed his eyes slightly. This person was indeed the VIP number 7 who had competed with him for the Deep Sea Chuma. No wonder he could spot the Deep Sea Chuma. The people of Penglai Island naturally had a keen eye that other warriors couldn't match. And his purpose in stopping himself was self-evident. So it was Mr. Lei who was competing with me for that auction item. Yi Chen smiled and said, Mr. Lei chose to intercept us on such a remote road. Does it seem like he's planning to rob us? If you offer it voluntarily, I can spare your life. Although Lei Hang's tone was indifferent, it was full of threats. Yi Chen's expression suddenly turned cold. In this world, everyone who threatens me has been reincarnated. That's because you haven't met me. Lei Hung exuded the arrogance of a powerful earth-rank warrior. If I want to kill you, one move will be enough. He also saw Yi Chen's real mitts, just the late Xian level. Such achievements at such an age are indeed amazing enough, but in front of a earth-level master like him, he can only be slaughtered by him. Little brother, it's not easy for you to cultivate to this level. Let me tell you, that's deep sea elm wood, the best material for refining flying swords. Only those of us on Penglai Fairy Island can refine flying swords. This thing is very important to me, so I advise you to be sensible and hand it over to me. What if I don't hand it over? Yi Chen said lightly. Then unfortunately, I can only kill people and steal the treasure. After saying that, Lei Hang's eyes suddenly narrowed, and a gleam of light flashed through the slits of his eyelids. With a loud bang, he rushed forward, his clothes fluttering, and punched towards Yi Chen's head. Wow! Yi Chen only felt that the air around him was squeezed out like a large stream of water, and it seemed that a short vacuum zone was formed. Lei Hang's giant fist enlarged in his pupils, as if it was going to smash his head in one blow. A punch from an earth-level master is so powerful. Yi Chen. Lan Yan, who was standing far away and watching from afar, suddenly screamed, her heart in her throat. 179, Chapter 179 Penglai Immortal Technique. Yi Chen secretly thought that it was a good time, and his heart suddenly beat like fuel on the fire, and the true energy in his body exploded. Before Lei Hang's fist was about to hit his head, Yi Chen's fist met it fiercely. Bang! When the two fists collided, it was like a thunder exploding out of nowhere. The violent collision caused a powerful gas explosion, and the surrounding trees and sand were shattered. Lei Hang retreated 3 steps, but Yi Chen retreated 7 or 8 steps in a row. In this clash of punches, Lei Hang naturally had the upper hand. But an incredible expression appeared on his calm face. He is an earth-level warrior, and the opponent is only in the late profound stage. How could he fight with a single punch? This is like an egg hitting a stone. The collision is so violent, but the egg doesn't break. This clearly goes against common sense. Moreover, Lei Hung came from Penglai Fairy Island and was much stronger than ordinary Earth-level warriors. Logically speaking, this Xian-level warrior should be killed with one punch. Compared to Lei Hang's shock, Yi Chen was filled with ecstasy. The power of the Earth-level master's punch really surprised him. Combined with the chaotic cloak and the exorcism magic, it directly knocked away a large amount of evil spirits in his body. Now in Yi Chen's eyes, Lei Hang no longer seems like an opponent, but more like a sledgehammer that can help him get rid of evil spirits. Come on, Lei Hang, today I will let you see the miracle of martial arts. I will kill the earth level with the profound level. Yi Chen raised his hand to provoke and anger Lei Hang, but secretly cast a Vajra talisman. The Vajra talisman is a defensive talisman he refined. After using it, the whole body becomes as hard as a diamond and invulnerable to swords and spears. Although it was only 5 minutes, it was enough. With his own true energy and the blessing of the Vajra talisman, Lei Hong would never be able to break his defense without special means.
Boy, you're looking for death. Yi Chen's arrogant words aroused Lei Hong's anger.
His body was full of energy, and his clothes were inflated like balls. Strong and thick blue veins were wrapped around the neck like green snakes, and the meridians all over the body were like twisted together steel ropes.
The energy of the Earth-level masters is simply too strong. Boom!
Lei Hong slapped out with force, and his broad palm hit Yi Chen's whole body like a stone tablet.
Good job!
Yi Chen's eyes lit up with joy, as the opponent displayed extremely powerful kung fu, the powerful stone-breaking hand. This method is so cool to use to get rid of evil spirits. Of course, Yi Chen did not dare to be careless. He circulated all the true energy in his body and used the Vajra talisman to resist. Facing such a terrifying earth-level master, one would be beaten to death if not careful.
Bang bang bang!
A sound like hammering was heard at the scene. Lan Yan could no longer see the two people's figures because they were moving too fast. All I could see was the cracks on the road, dust rising up, and rocks breaking and shattering, sending debris flying everywhere.
It's really flying sand and rocks.
The flying gravel was as powerful as a bullet. Lan Yan could only hide behind a rock and watch from afar, fearing that she would be affected.
After 2 minutes of fierce fighting, Yi Chen jumped out of the battle circle in a dragon shape.
His face was flushed and he was breathing heavily, but he was extremely surprised. In just 2 minutes of fighting, he used the magic of Chaos Cloak and hammered it to exorcise the demons, and with the help of Lei Hong's external force, he actually eliminated most of the evil spirits in his body.
The speed of removing evil spirits was astonishing. You should know that the 4 Bingqing pills just now only removed about 1/8 of the evil spirits.
If he continues to beat at this intensity for another 2 or 3 minutes, all the evil spirits generated by his 7th level of Qi training will be eliminated.
It's so cool. You must know that the evil spirit is the biggest hidden danger and threat in his cultivation. Every time he advances to a new realm, the most important thing is to get rid of the evil spirit.
At this moment, Lei Hong did not continue to attack, because the 2 minutes of fighting had overturned his concept of cultivation. He was a dignified earth-level expert, unleashing his full might, unleashing his most powerful stone-smashing hand, and battling for 2 minutes, punch after punch, palm after palm, yet he couldn't even kill this profound-level brat?
Even if it is a big iron ball, he will hit it into a discus. Come again. Yi Chen rested for a while and then cast another Vajra talisman.
Originally, the Vajra talisman could last for 5 minutes, but Lei Hong's power was too terrifying, and the power of the Vajra talisman was exhausted in 2 minutes. At this moment, Yi Chen naturally longed for Lei Hong to rush over again, beat him up severely, and clear out all the evil in his body. However, Lei Hong was able to cultivate to this level, so he was naturally not a simple person. Even though it was difficult to understand, he knew that continuing to fight like this would not yield much results. Lei Hong immediately changed his battle strategy and slowly drew a knife from his waist.
Boy, if you can force me to take out this knife, you will die with a smile on your face.
When the knife was drawn out, Lei Hong's entire aura changed, as if he had transformed from a powerful warrior into an immortal looking down on the world.
The knife looked ordinary, but after being infused with magic power by Lei Hong, a dense network of electric wires suddenly appeared on the blade, shining with brilliant light.
Yi Chen was more than 10 meters away from Lei Hong, but he felt a strong electric current, his skin was slightly numb, and his hair stood up.
That is the power of thunder, lingering on the blade. This kind of power can no longer be summarized by martial arts, but is the power of immortality.
The magical power of the immortal way can control thunder and fire, let the body float in the air, and kill people with the sword. Yi Chen was slightly surprised.
What surprised him was not Lei Hong's ability to control the power of thunder. He was also practicing the way of immortality, so what had he not seen?
What surprised him was that Panglai Fairy Island did in fact have inherited immortal skills. This Lei Hong has developed magical powers. The true essence cultivated by Yi Chen is also a kind of magic power. From ancient times to the present, there have been hundreds of millions of people in this world, but how many have been able to witness the Panglai immortal technique with their own eyes? Lei Hong stared at Yi Chen and said calmly, "It is a blessing in your life that you can see my purple thunder blade. It is worth dying for." After saying that, Lei Hong let out a long roar and poured all his magic power into the blade. A fist-sized ball of purple lightning brewed on the tip of the blade and spun around. Then Lei Hong swung his knife and slashed towards Yi Chen from a distance. That ball of lightning came from the air and killed him. The powerful lightning swept through, shattering the boulders, scorching the earth, and burning the trees, creating a scene of destruction. Boom! The speed of the thunder was too fast, and Yi Chen had no room to dodge. He only had time to use all the Vajra talismans to defend himself. Yi Chen's entire body was hit, and a burning smell immediately came out. His clothes were directly torn apart by the powerful electric current. Bang! His body was thrown high into the air and fell heavily into the deep pit formed by the explosion of lightning. The smoke and dust rose. Yi Chen. In the distance, Lan Yan's heart-wrenching screams were heard as she rushed towards the deep pit recklessly. 180, Chapter 180. Fireball Talisman smashes to death. What a pity, such an outstanding martial arts genius has already become a victim of my sword before he even matured. Lei Hong put away the purple thunder blade inside. The purple thunder knife was extremely powerful, and Yi Chen was struck directly, so naturally there was no way he could survive. The big pit in front was caused by the explosion of the purple thunder. It is 3 or 4 meters deep, which shows its power. Cough, cough, cough. Lei Hong coughed violently twice and his face turned pale. Using all his strength to launch a fatal attack with the purple thunder blade took a huge toll on him, almost draining all the energy in his body. A strong feeling of weakness came over me, and even my head felt dizzy. However, Lei Hong had no time to rest. He walked towards the deep pit with weak legs. His eyes were burning, and he naturally wanted to take away Yi Chen's deep-sea shackle. This is the best material for refining flying swords, and it is what Lei Hong desires most. Lei Hong came to the edge of the pit and looked down. Yi Chen was seen lying motionless at the bottom of the pit, his body as black as charcoal, emitting a burnt smell. His breath and vitality can no longer be felt. He is deader than dead. Hee, I'll take care of your killing and burial. You'll sleep in this pit forever from now on. Lei Hong smiled faintly, feeling both the sense of accomplishment of killing a genius and the pleasure of getting the deep-sea shackle. He immediately jumped into the pit and bent down to touch Yi Chen's waist. At this moment, Yi Chen, who had been like a dead man, suddenly opened his eyes and without hesitation shot out a large fireball talisman. Boom, boom, boom. Fireballs as big as millstones appeared out of nowhere and instantly engulfed Lei Hong. He didn't even have time to scream before he was engulfed by the fireballs. Yi Chen flew out of the earth pit, or to be more precise, the fire pit, in one leap. The pit was filled with flames and turned into a raging sea of fire. Powerful flames shot up into the sky like fire dragons, making crackling sounds. The air was distorted by the burning and the temperature around it rose sharply. Yi Chen quickly stepped back, squatted on the ground, and started coughing violently. Looking at his body, he was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, as it had completely turned black. The power of Lei Hong's thunder just now was so huge. If Yi Chen hadn't used all the Vajra talismans to defend himself, he would have been seriously injured even if he didn't die. But now he only suffered some minor injuries and his clothes were torn. My life was saved by the Vajra talisman. Yi Chen smiled bitterly. The disciples of Panglai Fairy Island are indeed powerful, much stronger than ordinary Earth-level masters. This Lei Hong can even perform magic. But in the end, he still died under Yi Chen's fireball talisman. He lay in the pit pretending to be dead, and when Lei Hong came close, he threw out all his fireball talismans at once, more than 30 in total. Not to mention that Lei Hong was in a state of exhausted energy. Even if he was in his prime, he would probably be killed by the fireball talisman. It feels so good to have so many fireball charms hitting people. Looking at the huge pit that was still burning, Yi Chen exclaimed in relief. At this time, Lan Yan had already run closer. The sudden reversal of the situation made her surprised and happy. She originally thought that Yi Chen was killed by this Earth-level master. Looking at the dark Yi Chen, Lan Yan did not despise him. She went up to him and hugged him, tears streaming down her face. You scared me to death. I thought you were dead. Hey, I won't die so easily. Yi Chen smiled faintly. Why did he refine so many talismans before? Wasn't it to save his life? Now they are finally useful. Where is that earth-level master? Lan Yan looked around and asked in surprise. It's in the fire pit, Yi Chen pointed to the sea of fire in front. Lan Yan took a few glances, her pretty face full of surprise. This is a battle between masters to her, it is like a fight between gods. What surprised her even more was that Yi Chen actually killed an earth-level master. When she calmed down, she saw Yi Chen's expression and couldn't help laughing out loud. Yi Chen was as black as charcoal, and when he spoke, he showed his white teeth, which looked quite funny. After waiting for a long time, the fire in the pit was completely extinguished. Yi Chen and Lan Yan leaned over to take a look and saw that Lei Hong had been burned to ashes, leaving only a tattered robe that had not been completely burned. Of course, there is also the purple thunder sword, which is intact. Yi Chen immediately jumped down, picked up the purple thunder sword, looked at it carefully, and secretly praised the sword in his heart. This is a top-grade magic weapon. If it is further improved, it will reach the level of a magic treasure. It is really good. Yi Chen quickly put it into the space crystal. He looked at the purple robe that was not completely burned and found that it was also a robe with a layer inside. There are 7 or 8 small compartments in the mezzanine, which are obviously used to store things. Only the contents of 3 grids were still there, the contents of the rest were burned. When Yi Chen took out the things in these 3 grids, he was completely stunned. Gun iron essence, star jade, green silver sand. 3 top-grade materials, all used to refine flying swords. Yi Chen finally understood why Lei Hong was so obsessed with the Deep Sea and was willing to chase him here to get it. It turned out that he had collected so many good materials, and with the addition of Deep Sea Elmwood, he could refine a flying sword. Of course, all of this is now a bargain for him, which is equivalent to making a wedding dress for Yi Chen. Yi Chen's heart was beating wildly with excitement, but he remained calm and said to Lan Yan, "Tell your confidant immediately. I will never betray your confidant. Clean up this place so that there is no trace of the battle, especially Lei Hang's ashes. They must all be taken away, and it is best to scatter them in the river." Yi Chen's expression was very solemn. He was not carried away by his great joy and understood the consequences of killing Lei Hong. He is one of the 4 great disciples of Panglai Fairy Island, and his status is very high. If Panglai Fairy Island knows that he is the murderer who killed Lei Hong, then Yi Chen will never have peace in the future. In his mind, Panglai Island is a place more terrifying than Xianmen. Therefore, this place must be cleaned thoroughly without leaving any traces. From today on, you must keep a low profile and never reveal the fact that you have cultivation in front of others, Yi Chen reminded Lan Yan again. Lan Yan nodded solemnly. She knew that Lei Hong died in Huaxi, and the forces behind him would definitely go to Huaxi to investigate the cause of Lei Hang's death. At the same time, in 3 different locations in Daxia, 3 powerful auras rose into the sky accompanied by roars. The 3 strong men had a similar jade token hanging around their waists, which was divided into 4 areas: wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. At this moment, the jade plate representing the mind zone became dim and covered with dense cracks. They all understood that the 4 great disciples of Panglai Fairy Island, the Thunder Master in the wind, rain, and thunder, was dead. 181, Chapter 181 Greedy. At Shenlong Villa, Yi Chen sat on the couch, staring intently at the 3 piles of things in front of him. Gun iron essence, green silver sand, star jade. With the addition of Deep Sea, the materials for refining the flying sword are complete. These things are hard to find even in the world of cultivation. This is probably Lei Hang's lifelong collection, and finally Yi Chen took them all. Now he wakes up laughing in his dreams. The previous depression caused by spending 500 million to buy the Deep Sea Jewel was also swept away. It's a huge profit. Moreover, he also got a bunch of purple thunder swords. Killing people and stealing treasures is the most profitable business in the cultivation world. Killing Lei Hong made Yi Chen full. Next he will be able to refine the flying sword. However, this is a long process with Yi Chen's current strength. It will take at least a month. He was not in a hurry. The most important thing right now was to eliminate the evil and refine the Blood Lotus pill. With Lei Hang's help, most of the evil spirits in Yi Chen's body have been removed, in addition to those removed by the Bingqing pill before. There is not much evil left in his body now, so it can't cause any trouble. I'll find some time to go to the Shen family, harvest the ice heart grass, and refine a few ice heart pills. The most important thing at the moment is naturally to refine the blood lotus pill. After setting a goal, Yi Chen immediately took action. The Wuming auction was over, and Lu Meiyu was not in a good mood. The most important thing is that Yi Chen didn't get into trouble, but her nephew Chen Yang got into trouble.
She was so angry when she thought of Yi Chen slapping Chen Yang into the river.
The 2 teeth that Chen Yang had just implanted fell out again, and one of his front teeth was also knocked out.
Aunt, I want revenge. I am going to beat Yi Chen so badly that he won't even recognize his mother.
Chen Yang had a bandage on his head, his voice was lisp, and his expression was extremely angry. Don't worry, Yangzi, your aunt will help you. Lu Meiyu was so angry that her chest heaved. That bastard Yi Chen not only bullied you, but also made Han Shui cry. I will definitely not let him go. Come on, I'll take you to say goodbye to Master Chu. So, a group of them came to Chu Sun's lounge in a mighty manner. When Chu Sun saw Lu Meiyu, he sneered in his heart, why is she here again? But she is Yi Chen's mother-in-law, and Chu Sun doesn't dare to offend her too much. Xiao Chu, auntie is leaving, Lu Meiyu said reluctantly.
Chu Sun nodded, also pretending to be reluctant to leave, and said, I'll see my aunt off. Lu Meiyu was a little confused. Why was the guest sent away directly? Shouldn't the guest be warmly invited to stay when he is about to leave? I can't do anything to Lu Meiyu this time, so it's hard to say what's next. Ahem.
Lu Meiyu coughed dryly twice and said, Xiao Chu, you've been very considerate in entertaining us these past few days. You've helped us a lot. Auntie is grateful to you from the bottom of her heart.
Aunt Lu, don't take it to heart. This is what I should do.
Chu Sun was being hypocritically polite and had already stood up, ready to see Lu Meiyu off, wondering in his heart why she hadn't left yet. Lu Meiyu sat down again and said, Xiao Chu, the master Wang Yang you arranged for Yangzi is quite good. He has been teaching him diligently these past few days, and Yangzi has made rapid progress. However, it has only been a few days. Even if Yangzi is a rare martial arts prodigy, he can't become a top master. Her words almost made Chu Sun laugh. How could your unlucky nephew, with a bandage on his head and a lisp, be a rare martial arts genius in 1,000 years? Not only does she feel good about herself, but everyone around her also feels good about herself. After such a short time together, Yangzi really can't bear to leave Master Wang. Master Wang is so good. If I miss him, I won't be able to find someone like Master Wang again in the future. Lu Meiyu sighed and rubbed her hands constantly, her eyes also hinting at madness. But Chu Sun didn't seem to understand her meaning at all. He nodded and said, yes, Master Wang is an excellent instructor of the Martial Arts Alliance. He is very good. That. Seeing that Chu Sun didn't realize it, Lu Meiyu said with a determined heart, Xiao Chu, auntie will tell you straight out. I plan to take Master Wang with me and let him teach Chen Yang for 10 or 8 years until he becomes a peerless master and then come back. What? Chu Sun was completely stunned. Oh my god, why was her request so excessive? How could she have the nerve to say it out loud? It's not too much to ask for someone for you, right? Lu Meiyu said with a smile. Seeing her calm and nonchalant manner, Chu Sun took a deep breath. Master Wang can't leave. He holds an important position in the Martial Arts Alliance. Aunt Lu, please give up this idea. Chu Sun said coldly. This. Seeing that Chu Sun didn't want to talk, Lu Meiyu didn't say anything more. Since you won't let him go, then you can at least provide Yangzi with some training resources. Lu Meiyu said eagerly, those 100-year-old ginseng, Ganoderma lucidum, and other rare treasures, give us a whole cart and I'll take them back to Yunhaian. The swords and other weapons that can cut through iron like mud, give us a dozen or so that Yangzi can use them. Yes, I only have a sword now, cousin, please get me a few more weapons that I can use in turn. Chen Yang said happily. There is also the South China Sea's night pearl, give us one each, that thing is beautiful and rare. Lu Meixin also said. Chen Bei was not willing to be outdone and said proudly, cousin, I'm a top student at Yunhai University. Can you find any position suitable for me in the Martial Arts Alliance? It doesn't have to be too high, just give me a manager position. Lu Meiyu shook her head, manager, you're treating Xiao Bei too unfairly. Tinglong Villa is quite good, let Xiao Bei be the owner. Xiaochu, isn't this just a matter of your words? That's enough. Chu Sin exploded, an explosion that had been suppressed to the extreme. He couldn't hold it in any longer. Bang! He slapped Chen Yang and sent him flying, roaring in anger. Damn, cousin, who is he? Your eldest cousin? Get the hell out of here.
This sudden scene shocked Lu Meiyu and others. And you? Chusun pointed at Chen Bei's nose and roared, "You're a top student and you want to be the manager of the Martial Alliance Master, why don't you go to heaven?" With a slap, Chusun slapped Chen Bei away. "Why are you hitting people?" Lu Meixin said angrily. "Damn it, you're the only one who wants the Night Pearl, right? I'll slap you twice." Chusun was so crazy with killing that he didn't even let Lu Meixin go. He slapped her twice and sent her flying. How dare you, Chusun, disrespect your elders, you bastard." Lu Meiyu was furious. Looking at the furious Lu Meiyu, Chusun sneered, pointed at her nose and cursed, "Who the hell are you? I'm really giving you face. I'll fill a cart with all the treasures of heaven and earth for you, and I'll give you some big purses." As he spoke, Chusun grabbed Lu Meiyu's collar and pulled her over, then slapped her several times in the face. Lu Meiyu also flew out and lay together with Lu Meiyu, Chen Yang and Chen Bei. Neat and tidy. 182, Chapter 182 The Ghost of Xiaoqiu. Chusun had tried to win over Lu Meiyu before because he was afraid that Yi Chen would kill him. Now that Yi Chen has taken his 2 fire Ganoderma lucidums and spared his life, Chusun naturally doesn't need to win over Lu Meiyu to save his life. Therefore, faced with the unreasonable demands of Lu Meiyu and others, Chusun took action on the spot. How could he, the deputy leader of the Martial Arts Alliance, be blackmailed by a few ordinary people? "Throw them out the door if they dare to step into the villa again, I will break their legs," Chusun said coldly. 4 people came over immediately and dragged Lu Meiyu and the other 3 out like dead dogs. Lu Meiyu and others complained bitterly. Master Chu had been polite to them before and always responded to their requests. Why did he suddenly turn against them now? They racked their brains but couldn't figure out why it was all because of Yi Chen. But Lin Hanxue returned to Yunhai before them. She was as angry as Lu Meiyu. Yi Chen really raised a vixen and called her a bitch. This was unimaginable before. In the past, Yi Chen only had her in his heart, and he only revolved around her, but now. Lin Hanxue was in a very low mood. "Sister, didn't you bring your brother-in-law back?" Lin Xiaoming said disappointedly when he saw Lin Hanxue coming back alone. "No. If you can't even bring my brother-in-law back, why should I listen to you? Leave me alone. I am going to the bar tonight. Lin Xiaoming now admires Yi Chen very much and just wants to recognize him as his brother-in-law again, but his sister is too unsupportive. Still going to the bar? Wasn't the lesson from last time profound enough? You can't go anywhere today, you must stay home. Lin Hanxue frowned. Why should I stay at home? You can't control me. Lin Xiaoming was very rebellious. Okay, Lin Xiaoming, I can't control you, but Yi Chen can control you, right? Yes, I only listen to Yi Chen now, Lin Xiaoming said. Okay, I'll find a way to get Yi Chen back and be your brother-in-law. You just need to be obedient and stop messing around in the future, okay? Lin Hanxue looked at Lin Xiaoming with burning eyes. Okay, as long as Yi Chen is still my brother-in-law, I will listen to you, Lin Xiaoming said. Lin Hanxue closed her eyes slightly, took a deep breath, and seemed to have made a decision. She immediately went to find Li Nianan and said straight to the point, I am willing to use the love poison on Yi Chen, please help me. Li Nianan looked at Lin Hanxue in surprise, and then felt ecstatic. Yi Chen, your death is coming. Yi Chen stayed in Huaxi for another 3 days. He mainly refined the blood lotus pill, and tried twice, but both times failed. He was not surprised, as the failure rate in refining such high-level elixirs was already high. Every failure can accumulate a lot of experience. Yi Chen felt that he might be able to succeed next time. There are still more than half of the medicinal materials left for refining the blood lotus pill, and I can probably make it 3 more times. Yi Chen planned to go back to Yunhai to refine the pills again. The new villa had sufficient spiritual energy, so the effect of refining the pills might be better. In addition to refining pills, Yi Chen also refined many talismans in the past 3 days. In the battle with Lei Heng, the talismans played a huge role. It would be beneficial to refine more and carry them with you. Lan Yan has been practicing in the villa these days with Yi Chen's guidance and help. Her cultivation has reached the first level of Qi training, which is equivalent to a warrior in the early stage of the yellow level. Although this kind of strength is nothing in the world of ancient martial arts, it is already top-notch in the secular world. I'm going back to Yunhai.
Yi Chen planned to rush back overnight.
What, so fast?
Lan Yan felt it was too sudden and felt reluctant.
Can you stay a few more days? She begged.
Yi Chen shook his head and smiled bitterly. He had been in Huaxi for a week, which was long enough. This is the formula for the beauty cream. You can start working on it after I leave. This is our common business. You must do it well.
These are the talismans I refined, the diamond talisman, the wind control talisman, the fireball talisman, and the invisibility talisman, a total of 4 types.
Yi Chen then explained to Lan Yan how to use these talismans one by one, and finally reminded her, be sure to be careful and guard against the people from Panglai Fairy Island if they come to Huaxi, tell me. Lan Yan nodded, keeping every word Yi Chen said in mind.
Okay, you take a rest, I'm leaving. Yi Chen patted Lan Yan's shoulders and prepared to leave.
Lan Yan fell limply into his arms and said softly, stay with me for a while.
2 hours later, Yi Chen walked out of Lan Yan's bedroom somewhat weakly.
He originally planned to use his divine steps to rush back to Yunhai, but now he can only charter a car to go back. The driver was a very honest man, and he agreed with Yi Chen that the fare was 500 yuan. After getting on the bus, Yi Chen leaned back in his seat, watching the night scene whizzing past in front of him, and fell into deep thought.
Recent events flashed through his mind.
There was something that made him feel a little surprised. According to the time, Zhang Wudi should have arrived in Yunhai, so why was there no news?
Dad, I'm so pent up in there, I want to come out and take a look.
A sweet voice came into Yi Chen's mind, coming from the dark wood of the space crystal. That was Xiao Qiu's voice. Okay, I'll let you out, but you can only stay by my side and not show up to scare people. A doting smile appeared at the corner of Yi Chen's mouth. Every day he would talk to Xiao Qiu and treat her as his own daughter, which was a great joy for Yi Chen. The regret of losing my daughter can be made up to some extent. Xiao Qiu was released as a small ghost and landed on Yi Chen's shoulder. With Yi Chen's help, Xiao Qiu and her mother learned to control their Yin Sha Qi. Even if they appeared, they would not release Yin Qi. Xiao Qiu was like a naughty child, jumping around on Yi Chen's body, even going through one of his nostrils and out of the other. Come out and have a lot of fun.
He, she laughed like a silver bell.
After all, she is just a ghost, without a physical form, equivalent to a flow of air. Yi Chen looked at Xiao Qiu and a fatherly smile appeared on his face. How wonderful it would be if she had a body, a person of flesh and blood. At this moment, the driver suddenly stopped the car, turned around and looked at Yi Chen, and a sneer appeared on his originally honest face.
Brother, 500 yuan is too little for the fare. Give me 10,000 yuan.
As he spoke, he intentionally or unintentionally revealed the sharp knife at his waist. Yi Chen looked around. They were in the wilderness, no wonder the driver was so bold. If he refused, the driver might do something terrible. Master, you are doing such shameful things to make money by violating your conscience. Be careful not to run into ghosts when walking on the road at night.
Yi Chen said with a smile.
I'm going to meet a ghost, damn, I'm not afraid of anything. I've been driving at night for over 10 years and I've never met a ghost. As soon as the black-hearted driver finished speaking, Chen Shipei's ghost floated in front of him and gave him a sinister smile.
183, Chapter 183 Blood Evil Goo.
The driver, who had a fierce look on his face, suddenly saw a woman with disheveled hair appear in front of him. Her face was pale and bloodless, and she exuded a gloomy aura. The driver was instantly terrified, his heart ached and jumped to his throat, his hair stood on end, his mouth opened wide, and his body trembled violently.
He.
The female ghost in front of him grinned and let out a sinister and creepy laugh. Her ferocious face looked like that of a ghost.
Ah!
The driver, a 18-meter tall man, was so frightened that he trembled all over and let out a scream full of terror. Yi Chen waved his hand, and Chen Shipei floated onto his body, disappearing. Ghost. The driver screamed in panic, kicking his hands and feet, trying to open the door and run away, but his hands and feet were out of control.
Okay, stop screaming.
Yi Chen patted the driver's shoulder, and after he regained his composure, he said calmly, once you do something bad, you're bound to encounter ghosts when walking on the road at night. Just take me to Yunhai and I promise that female ghost won't come out to scare you again.
Okay, brother, I was wrong. The driver trembled and released the handbrake, shocked and frightened.
He already knew that the person sitting behind him was no ordinary person, and that the female ghost must have been released by him. After more than an hour, they arrived at Yunhai. Yi Chen took out 500 yuan for the fare, but the driver didn't dare to take it.
Brother, you are a rare person. It is my honor to pick you up. I certainly cannot ask you for money, the driver said in fear and trepidation.
I'm a man of rules. If we say 500, it's 500. You have to take it even if you don't want it. Yi Chen forced the money into the driver's hand and said, from now on, don't do this kind of thing of ripping off passengers on the way, otherwise you will definitely encounter ghosts again. Yes, I will never dare to do it again from now on, the driver said, scratching his head.
Yi Chen nodded, then turned and left.
Big brother! The driver suddenly shouted.
Is there anything else?
Yi Chen turned slightly. That.
The driver rubbed his hands and said, that female ghost you raised is quite pretty,
Forehead. Yi Chen's head was full of black lines. He was so scared that he looked like a beast, but he still thought the female ghost was beautiful.
A man remains a boy until he dies.
However, Chen Shipei is indeed very beautiful, but it's a pity that she is just a ghost without a physical body.
Yi Chen couldn't help but sigh at the beauty's tragic fate.
He once promised Chen Shipei that he would let Xiaoqiu feel the taste of sunshine, and Yi Chen naturally would not forget it. This promise is difficult to fulfill, but not impossible.
2 ways. The first is to strengthen their ghosts and possess other people's bodies.
The second way is to strengthen their yin souls, slowly integrating them with yang energy and blood, so that the yin souls gradually become powerful yang souls. Then use the miraculous elixir and materials that can bring back the dead to life, and rebuild their bodies so that they can be resurrected. The first method is simpler and faster, but more evil, contrary to the harmony of nature, and more likely to be punished by heaven. And the bodies they took over were not their own. The second method is naturally the best and conforms to the laws of nature, but it is too difficult. Just turning them into yang souls would take at least 10 years. But Yi Chen has already started, using his own blood and yang energy to slowly nurture the souls of the mother and daughter every day. He believes that hard work will eventually pay off and that he will succeed one day. After all, Xiaoqiu calls him dad. Moreover, once he refines the blood lotus pill and strengthens his blood energy, Yi Chen's nourishing speed will be greatly improved.
This is my blood.
Lin Hanxue held a small glass container in her hand, which contained bright red blood. She handed it to Lin Yan'an. Lin Yan'an said that in order to put a love poison on Yi Chen, he must use Lin Hanxue's blood. Lin Hanxue pricked her finger without hesitation and dripped her blood into the glass container. She felt like she had completely failed and there was no way she could win Yi Chen back. She could only pin her hopes on the love goo. She hoped that Yi Chen would stay by her side forever and help her discipline Lin Xiaoming. Lin Xiaoming no longer hangs out in bars under Yi Chen's guidance. She becomes a young talent. Her family lives in harmony, and she and Yi Chen live together until old age.
This is definitely the happiest life.
2 lines of tears slowly slid down from the corners of my eyes, filled with hope, but more of regret. If she hadn't been so foolish as to divorce Yi Chen, how could she be so embarrassed now and even resort to such evil means to keep him? Yi Chen, the thing I regret most in this life is divorcing you. Now I will do everything I can to keep you by my side. Once you are infected with the love poison, you will be able to love me wholeheartedly.
Lin Hanxue burst into tears. Lin Yan'an took her blood and came to a woman in a black cloak.
Are you sure you can make the blood-killing goo?
He looked at the woman in black in front of him.
Certainly. But the blood evil goo is a lost goo technique in your Miao area. No one has been able to refine it in the past 20 years, Lin Yan'an frowned. Blood evil goo is one of the most terrifying goo techniques in Miao territory. A person who is infected will have their entire blood transformed into blood evil, and eventually die in endless torment. There is no cure. The person who created the blood evil goo 20 years ago was my master. The woman in black said this lightly and took the glassware from Lin Yan'an's hand. The palm of her hand, hidden under her sleeve, was dark and blue, like a ghost's claw. 184, Chapter 184. Why does he seem like a different person? After Yi Chen returned to Yunhai, he immediately went to find Han Wan'er. He gained a lot at the Huaxi auction this time. I gathered all the herbs needed to make the blood lotus pill, bought the deep sea elmwood, and even got a top-grade vitality stone. If it weren't for Han Wan'er's 1 billion financial aid, Yi Chen would definitely not have gotten so many good things. He was naturally grateful to Han Wan'er. However, Han Wan'er was not at home, but in the factory. Yi Chen, the first batch of purple heartgrass has matured now. The pharmaceutical factory is stepping up the production of children's lung clearing and cough relieving oral liquid. They are working day and night, and the machines are smoking ha ha ha. Han Wan'er was very excited. I have worked with Lin Hanxue before, and the production line is ready with the purple heartgrass and Yi Chen's prescription. We can go straight into production. Han Wan'er plans to produce tens of billions of products as a secret weapon to defeat Lin Yan'an and Lin Hanxue in one fell swoop. So, these days she personally supervises the work and lives and eats in the factory. Yi Chen, you should go back and have a rest first. I've been too busy to see you recently. When I win, I'll treat you to my celebratory wine, Han Wan'er said with a smile. Okay, I'll wait. Yi Chen smiled helplessly. Han Wan'er was now fully focused on her work, so he didn't want to disturb her. So he returned to the upstart villa. It is already 11 o'clock in the evening. The villa in the front yard is dark and Lin Hanxue has already gone to bed. Yi Chen was still angry towards Lin Hanxue. This bitch was targeting him madly at the auction. If it weren't for Lin Hanxue's interference, maybe he could have bought the deep sea elm for 50 million, but he ended up spending 500 million. Whoosh! Yi Chen rushed directly into Lin Hanxue's room, determined to vent his anger. But to his surprise, Lin Hanxue was not in the room, and there was no bedroom or bathroom. There was a person lying on his side, but it was that kid Lin Xiaoming. Where did Lin Hanxue go so late? Yi Chen scratched his head, gave up, and returned to the backyard. When he came to the bedroom to rest, he saw a woman lying on his bed. Her cloud-like hair was spread out on the bed, setting off her delicate and beautiful face. Like a blooming flower, her slender hands were gently placed on her chest, and she slept gracefully. It was Lin Hanxue. Yi Chen frowned slightly, wondering why Lin Hanxue was lying on his bed. Ahem. He cleared his throat, and the noise made Lin Hanxue turn over. After changing her position, she did not wake up. Lin Hanxue was sleeping soundly with her back to Yi Chen. Her body was light and slender, with soft curves, like a graceful willow branch, which made people fall in love with her. Yi Chen stepped forward and slapped her butt. Lin Hanxue finally woke up in a daze, rubbing her sleepy eyes, her cheeks slightly flushed, like a newly blooming red rose. When she opened her eyes and saw Yi Chen in front of her, her beautiful eyes suddenly widened and she said in surprise, "Yi Chen, you are back. Why are you lying in my bed?" Yi Chen said expressionlessly. "I've been waiting for you to come back and sleeping in your bed every night," Lin Hanxue said softly. She looked very gentle, completely different from her previous cold appearance. Especially the deep and unbreakable tenderness in her eyes made Yi Chen feel confused. Why does it feel like Lin Hanxue has become a different person? "I'm back, you can go now," Yi Chen said stiffly. Lin Hanxue shook her head and said, "No, Yi Chen, I want to sleep with you. I am your wife." Hearing her words, Yi Chen became furious. "Kick me away and sign the divorce papers. We're already fucking divorced, and you still say you're my wife. How can you be so cheap?" Lin Hanxue stepped forward, wrapped her arms around Yi Chen's neck, and wrapped her legs around his waist. Like a koala, his entire body was hanging on Yi Chen. "Hubby, don't be angry. This is all my fault. Everything will be fine. After tonight we can go back to the way we were and become the loving couple that everyone envies. We'll never be apart, until we die." Lin Hanxue's delicate body was trembling as she muttered to herself like in a dream. "Are you crazy?" Yi Chen felt that her mental state was not normal. He reached out to feel her pulse and frowned slightly. Lin Hanxue is fine and has no illness at all. At this time, Lin Hanxue was kissing Yi Chen like crazy. "What's wrong with you?" As soon as Yi Chen finished speaking, his lips were blocked.
Husband.
Lin Hanshui leaned over to Yi Chen's ear and spoke emotionally.
Damn it, you asked for this, I am driving you crazy. Yi Chen turned over and stood up. It was not until 4 in the morning that the bedroom fell into silence. Lin Hanshui had fallen into a deep sleep, but her arms were still tightly wrapped around Yi Chen's neck. Yi Chen felt a little surprised Lin Hanshui was acting weird today, as if she had become a different person. That strong feeling of worry and fear is like being neurotic. Moreover, she had just been trying to please him in every possible way and used all her tricks to please him. This is simply unimaginable for Lin Hanshui, who has always been cold and arrogant. Maybe it was stimulated by Lan Yan.
Yi Chen murmured in his heart, without thinking too much, he really couldn't bear it anymore. Before it was Lan Yan, and now it's Lin Hanshui. Yi Chen felt drained and soon fell asleep.
The two of them didn't get up until noon the next day.
Lin Hanshui was as shy as a newlywed wife, obeying Yi Chen in everything and being as gentle as a pool of spring water.
Even steel will be melted. She even dragged her aching body to the kitchen to make soup for Yi Chen. Like a virtuous wife.
Yi Chen was completely confused, but it was the first time for him to enjoy Lin Hanshui's service.
Lin Hanshui, who was making soup in the kitchen, quietly he took out a small bottle.
This is the love poison given to her by Lin Yan, and it is colorless and tasteless as long as it is added to Yi Chen's food. He will love her wholeheartedly. Lin Hanshui hesitated for second after second until the thick soup in the casserole was about to boil over. She finally made up her mind and poured the love insect into the boiling soup.
Yi Chen, I'm sorry, I don't want to lose you.
Lin Hanshui held her heart and tears fell down.
What are you doing? Yi Chen's sudden voice startled Lin Hanshui, and her delicate body trembled as if she had been electrocuted.
No, nothing, Lin Hanshui said in panic, holding the small glass bottle.
Yi Chen felt something was wrong, stepped forward, and asked coldly, what is that little bottle in your hand?
In an instant, Lin Hanshui's face turned pale. She didn't expect that Yi Chen actually saw the small bottle in her hand. No, nothing. Lin Hanshui quickly shook her head and forced a smile on her stiff face. Yi Chen's face was full of suspicion, and he snatched the glass bottle from her hand.
185, Chapter 185. Your death is coming. Lin Hanshui's face changed drastically. She was actually discovered by Yi Chen. It's over now.
Yi Chen took the glass bottle and looked at it, but there was nothing inside. He put it close to his nose and sniffed it again. Only a faint fresh smell could be smelled.
What's in this and why are you adding it to the pot?
Yi Chen's gaze was like two sharp swords, piercing Lin Hanshui's eyes.
Is this poison? Do you want to poison me? No, it's not.
Lin Hanshui shook her head, thinking about what Lin Yan had said to her, and then said, this is a seasoning to enhance the flavor. It's a chef's secret recipe. When added to the soup, it makes it fresh and delicious.
Which chef's secret recipe? Yi Chen asked. Master Lu from Yellow Crane Tower, Lin Hanshui said. Yellow Crane Tower is a big restaurant near Lin Hanshui's company, and she often goes there for dinner. Yi Chen immediately called the customer service of Yellow Crane Tower and asked, does your restaurant have a chef named Lu? Mr. Yes, Chef Lu is the head chef of our restaurant. Does he have any secret recipe for enhancing the soup?
Hey, of course our Chef Lu is an expert at making soup in Yunhai. No one dares to claim to be the best, sir. Do you want to reserve a table? I can arrange for Chef Lu to cook for you, but the price will be a bit higher. Before the customer service representative finished speaking, Yi Chen hung up the phone. Yi Chen looked at Lin Hanshui deeply. Although they were right, it didn't feel right to hit him. Lin Hanshui seemed weird.
Why are you crying over a soup?
And he was so panicked when he found out that he added a seasoning. Yi Chen felt that there must be something wrong with the soup and he would not drink it. A few minutes later, Lin Hanshui came out with 2 bowls of steaming soup with red eyes. She said, Yi Chen, this is the nutritious soup I made. Drink it while it's hot.
I dare not drink it. Who knows what you added to it? Yi Chen said with a sneer.
Yi Chen, I really don't mean to harm you. I cried just now because I thought of our daughter. I learned how to stew this nutritious soup just for our daughter.
Lin Hanshui used her trump card.
Sure enough, when Yi Chen heard the word daughter, he froze. Lin Hanxue burst into tears. Yi Chen, I was wrong, I regret it every day now. The worst thing I have done in my life is to abort our daughter. I spend every day in self-blame and pain. Yi Chen clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his flesh. This is the nutritious soup I learned to make. I originally wanted to give it to my daughter after she was born, but unfortunately she can't have it anymore. Lin Hanxue burst into tears. Yi Chen, please drink it on behalf of your daughter. Let me fulfill this wish. After all, I am her mother too. I want to fulfill my mother's responsibilities. Yi Chen's whole body was trembling, and his heart was twitching in pain. Okay, I'll drink this bowl of soup on behalf of my daughter. After he said that, he picked up the hot soup and drank it all in one gulp. Yi Chen. Seeing Yi Chen drink up the soup cleanly, Lin Hanxue's heart, which had been hanging in her throat, finally settled down. Ling Yan'an said that as long as Yi Chen drank the love poison, his love for her would be deeply planted and he would never leave her for the rest of his life. Yi Chen, how do you feel now? Lin Hanxue looked at Yi Chen and asked cautiously. I feel like killing you. We could have been a happy family of 3. Yi Chen's tiger eyes were filled with tears. If my daughter hadn't been aborted, she would have been 5 or 6 months old by now, and she would have been moving in her mother's belly. As he thought about it, Yi Chen's tears welled up in his eyes and his heart was filled with pain. He experienced this kind of unforgettable pain twice in his life. One was when Fenger died, and the other was when my daughter was gone. If he could save any of them, he would definitely not hesitate even if it meant letting Yi Chen die. Yi Chen, how do you feel now? Lin Hanxue asked again. Can you please shut up? You destroyed my happiness and our family with your own hands, and you still have the nerve to ask me how I feel? Yi Chen glared at Lin Hanxue, wishing he could tear her into pieces. Lin Hanxue's face darkened. She stood up to clean up the dishes and went to the kitchen to wash them. At this moment, Yi Chen suddenly felt something was wrong, as if there was something extra in his body. Before he could react, the blood in his body began to boil like boiling magma. And in this boiling state, powerful bloody energy was brewing in his body. This is a different kind of evil spirit from the devil. Yi Chen's expression changed drastically. He immediately used his true energy to suppress it, but the terrifying blood evil was as fierce as an angry dragon, shattering his true energy into pieces. Bitch, what kind of drug did you give me? Yi Chen stood up suddenly, pointed at Lin Hanxue and asked angrily. I. Lin Hanxue stuttered and was unable to speak, with a hint of fear in her eyes. Yi Chen looked a little scary at the moment, his whole body was red and red smoke was steaming. Let me tell you, this is the blood evil goo, one of the most powerful goo techniques in Miao territory. A faint voice sounded from behind, and Ling Yan'an walked in slowly with a smile of victory on his face. Yi Chen, your death is coming. 186, Chapter 186. You'll have to pay for what you did. Blood evil goo. Yi Chen was shocked he had heard of this kind of goo. One of the most terrifying witchcrafts in Miaozhong, those who are poisoned will be infected with blood evil. Yi Chen knew better than anyone how terrifying the blood evil was. It was no weaker than the demonic evil in his body. However, Yi Chen is now at the 7th level of Qi training and his cultivation is powerful. He mobilized all the true energy in his body to suppress it fiercely, and the blood evil was finally suppressed temporarily. Seeing Ling Yan'an, Yi Chen understood everything, and a surge of anger rose in his chest. He looked at Lin Hanxue and said with gritted teeth, Bitch, you and Ling Yan'an teamed up to harm me. No. Lin Hanxue panicked and ran to Ling Yan'an, saying, What blood evil goo? Didn't you say love goo? You said that if I put the love goo on Yi Chen, he would love me wholeheartedly. Ha, silly woman, I was lying to you. That wasn't a love goo, but a blood evil goo. Anyone infected with the blood evil goo will have all their blood turn into blood evil. The blood evil will accumulate and erupt like a volcano, tearing the heart apart and tearing the person apart alive. The death will be extremely horrific. Ha! Ling Yan'an laughed loudly, feeling very proud. Yi Chen, who killed the elder of Shinmen and suppressed the entire Li family, was finally defeated by him. Lin Hanxue was stunned for a moment, and her face turned pale. You lied to me, you bastard. Lin Hanxue rushed towards Ling Yan'an, baring her teeth and claws, tearing at him madly, wishing she could tear him into pieces. Li Nianen didn't move at all, letting her tear it apart, with a big smile on his face.
Kill me, I want to die with Yi Chen. Lin Hanxue shouted. Ha, you are my great contributor, how could I bear to kill you? Without your help, how could Yi Chen be infected with the blood evil goo?
Li Nianen smiled brightly and slashed Lin Hanxue's neck with a palm. Lin Hanxue fell softly to the ground and fell asleep.
Yi Chen, let me take you on your way.
Li Nianen was a decisive and ruthless person. He twisted his body and appeared in front of Yi Chen in the blink of an eye. He punched Yi Chen's heart with the force of thunder. Yi Chen's heart shrank suddenly, and he felt the strong wind from the opponent's fist, like an awl, piercing his heart fiercely. The fist hasn't arrived yet, but the strong wind has already hit. This Li Nianen is a master, with the cultivation level reaching the peak of the Xian level. At this age and with this level of cultivation, he would be a top-notch genius even in the world of ancient martial arts.
Bang!
Yi Chen threw a punch and collided with Li Nianen. Li Nianen did not move, but Yi Chen took 3 steps back. Yi Chen frowned slightly. Although he was only at the late Xian level, his true essence was even stronger than the peak Xian level, and he was able to fight against the D-level Lei Hang. It's just that most of his true energy is now used to suppress the blood evil, so he is at a disadvantage. Otherwise, he can kill Li Nianen with 1 punch.
Phew!
Yi Chen coughed up blood, and the blood in his body surged, and the blood evil began to erupt again. It felt like a blood dragon was raging in his body, ready to burst out at any time. He knew that he was not in a good condition to fight and he had to get rid of the blood evil as soon as possible.
Li Nianen was shocked. He didn't expect that Yi Chen, who was infected with the blood evil goo, could still fight him head-on. But immediately he pounced on Yi Chen again without hesitation.
Yi Chen looked at the aggressive Li Nianen, and with a ruthless heart he wanted to use the fireball talisman to smash it over and kill this bastard. But as soon as this thought came to his mind, his expression changed drastically, because the evil spirit in his body began to erupt, and even collided with the blood evil spirit, showing a tendency to merge.
Yi Chen was shocked. The blood and devil evils merged and wreaked havoc in his body. The situation would only get worse.
He didn't care about Li Nianen. The most important thing now was to use his internal energy to suppress the 2 blood demons and save his life.
Boom! Boom! Yi Chen used a Vajra talisman and took a blow from Li Nianen with the power of the opponent's fist. He flew out of the door dozens of meters away. Afterwards, Yi Chen used a wind-controlling talisman without hesitation, but he could no longer fly in this state. Even if he flew into the air, he could fall headfirst and die at any time. Yi Chen could only rely on the power of the wind control talisman to cross the courtyard wall and stumble into the mountains. Oh shit!
Li Nianen flashed outside with a gloomy expression. He didn't expect that Yi Chen could escape under such circumstances.
Yi Chen, you can't run away.
Li Nianen took out a compass-shaped magic tool from his arms. This was the compass for cultivating the blood evil goo, which could sense the location of the blood evil goo. As long as the blood evil in Yi Chen's body is not removed, he can lock his position through the goo disc. Chase! Li Nianen pointed in a direction and shouted to the group of Li family assassins who followed. Xingbue Mountain is connected to Baiyun Mountain, which stretches for hundreds of miles. Yi Chen has now fled into the mountains. His current condition is very bad, with both the evil spirit and the blood spirit erupting together. The devil's evil is terrifying, and the bloody evil is even more terrifying. Yi Chen fled all the way, vomiting blood all the way. Even if he mobilized all his true energy, it would be difficult to suppress it. There were pursuers behind him, and Li Nianen led a group of warriors to chase them relentlessly, like a leech on his heel, and he couldn't get rid of them no matter what. Now Yi Chen felt a little regretful. There was still a small amount of evil spirit left in his body, and he thought that nothing serious would happen. But now these evil spirits have become deadly. If it was only the blood evil, Yi Chen could suppress it. Blocking the way ahead is a towering mountain, and there is a narrow mountain path leading to the cliff, which is the only way. Yi Chen could only rush forward, but he stopped when he was halfway along the mountain path. Yi Chen had already seen a tall man with a beard and a strong aura standing on the narrow mountain road in front of him. Standing there, he had the aura of one man blocking the way against 10,000. Yi Chen wanted to turn around. It's impossible, with a large group of pursuers including Li Nianen behind him.
Yi Chen, I've been waiting for you for a long time.
The bearded warrior had a sneer on his face.
"Who are you and why are you my way?" Yi Chen said with a frown.
"The Li family warrior, Li Shualong," the man shouted in a deep voice. Yi Chen showed a bitter smile on his face. It turned out that one must pay for what he did. He killed the two heroes of the Li family, and finally at this time, the Li family's revenge came. The strength of this blood wolf is in the late Shen level. Such warriors are rarely seen in the secular world. It can only be said that the Li family has really sent out all their elite troops to kill him. But at this time, Yi Chen had nothing to worry about. He just had to fight. Even in this state, he would not be afraid of this blood wolf. "I advise you to get out of the way, otherwise this 1,000-foot cliff will be your burial place," Yi Chen said as he walked forward. "Yi Chen, you are already a dying man, yet you still dare to speak so arrogantly today. I, Li Shualong, will chop off your head and avenge the two heroes of the Li family." Li Shualong said this as he slowly drew a long sword from his waist. 187, Chapter 187, Thrill on the Cliff. Yi Chen staggered forward, and anyone could see that he was at the end of his strength. However, his momentum was not weakened at all, and he said, "Do you think you can stop me by yourself?" A long knife suddenly appeared in Yi Chen's hand, and he chopped at Li Shualong's head. The strong wind brought by the long sword was like a biting cold wind in winter, and it reached Li Shualong's head in the blink of an eye. Li Shualong was slightly surprised. He didn't have time to think about where the knife in Yi Chen's hand came from. He could only raise the knife to block immediately. But a shocking scene happened to him. His well-refined sword collided with Yi Chen's sword and broke into two pieces. Yi Chen's knife continued to move forward with unabated force, and it was destined for Li Shualong's head. If this knife hits, half of Li Shualong's head and right shoulder will probably be cut off. Li Shualong reacted very quickly, leaning his body sideways backwards and narrowly avoiding the blade with his head. But the crisis was not over after all. This was a path on the cliff, and there was a mountain wall on the left. He could only dodge to the right. Li Shualong kicked off the path on the cliff with his feet. His right shoulder was inevitably cut by the blade, but his left hand punched out and hit the back of Yi Chen's knife. Yi Chen took a few steps back, his body churning, and he opened his mouth and spat out another mouthful of blood. He secretly admired the blood wolf's reaction ability, which allowed him to dodge and even launch a counterattack in this situation. On the other hand, Li Shualong had a long bloody cut on his shoulder. This wound is nothing to a Shen-level warrior, but Yi Chen's goal has been achieved, which is to force Li Shualong out of the path on the cliff. At this time, Li Shualong did a somersault in the air and was about to return to the path again, but there was a cliff thousands of feet below, and he would die if he fell down. How could Yi Chen let him come back? The long sword had already swept across, and the sweeping range was exactly where Li Shualong landed. "You're looking for death, bastard." Li Shualong was so angry that he cursed loudly. It was obvious that Yi Chen wanted to force him off the cliff. But Li Shualong didn't dare to fight hard. After all, Yi Chen's knife was too sharp. He could only touch the back of the knife with his toes and leap out again. Although he is a warrior in the late Shen level, he cannot fly and cannot stay in the air for a long time. This time, Li Shualong did a long somersault in the air and landed more than 10 meters away from Yi Chen. If it were before, Yi Chen could have covered this distance of more than 10 meters in an instant with his divine steps. But now all the true energy in his body was suppressing the blood demon, and he couldn't perform the divine steps at all. The reason why he used a knife was because he couldn't use his true energy, otherwise he would have killed Li Shualong with a slap. Seeing that Li Shualong had already fallen on the mountain road on the cliff and was about to stand firm, Yi Chen finally used his trump card. He mobilized a trace of true energy and shot out a fireball talisman. With a bang, a huge fireball appeared out of nowhere and rushed towards Li Shualong. Yi Chen's true energy was limited, and the speed of activating the fireball talisman was not fast, so Li Shualong had enough time to dodge. But he was obviously frightened by the huge fireball. His feet, which had just landed on the ground, kicked out again with all his strength and rolled outwards. This was a completely subconscious action. He just wanted to stay away from the big fireball, but it was this subconscious action that harmed Li Shualong. Because there is a cliff next to it. Li Shualong flew across a distance of 20 meters. Although he avoided the deadly fireball, his situation was now dangerous. He roared, and rolled in the air with all his strength, falling towards the mountain road on the cliff. But the Distance of 20 meters was too far when his body began to fall. He had not yet landed on the mountain road. Only 1 meter away. However, Li Shualong reacted extremely quickly, stretched out his arm and grabbed a bump on the mountain road. Snap! Yi Chen took a quick step forward, and with his quick eyes and hands, he chopped off the hand that Li Shualong was climbing the mountain road with a knife. Li Shualong screamed miserably, and without any support, he fell directly into the cliff. Of course he fell to death. Not to mention him, even an earth-level warrior would surely die if he fell from such a high place. Puff! It was obviously not easy for Yi Chen to kill Li Shualong. He fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Now his body was like a battlefield with thousands of troops, and the blood evil and the devil evil were in chaos. It was a miracle that he killed the blood wolf under such circumstances. All I can say is that the purple thunder blade was too sharp, and coupled with the fireball talisman, it made Li Shualong lose his composure, so he was able to achieve success. What a nice knife! Yi Chen exclaimed in admiration. This was naturally the purple thunder blade obtained from Lei Hong, a top-grade magic weapon that could cut through iron like wood. It easily cut off Li Shualong's long sword. Call! Yi Chen let out a breath, and immediately sat cross-legged on the mountain road, using his internal energy to suppress the evil spirits and blood evil spirits. But in less than a minute, shouts from Lin Yan'an and others were heard from below. Yi Chen, you have reached a dead end. Just surrender. If you resist you will surely die, so it is better to surrender obediently. I may be able to spare your life and hand you over to Xianmen. We have Li Shualong, the martial arts master of the Li family, ahead of you. Yuri in a dead end. Yi Chen gritted his teeth and forced himself to stand up and continue to escape along the mountain road ahead. Soon he walked out of the cliff path and reached the top of the mountain. Amidst the mist on the top of the mountain, you can vaguely see a thick chain extending towards the opposite cliff. It is obvious that this is an iron chain bridge connecting two mountains, and ordinary people cannot walk on it. But warriors can walk on it as if it were flat ground. In the world of ancient martial arts, this kind of iron chain bridge is very common. Now Yi Chen only needs to follow this iron chain bridge to reach the opposite mountain, and perhaps he can escape. But right next to the chain bridge, there was a person standing. He was a man in a green shirt, carrying an ancient long sword on his back. His eyes were as sharp as a wolf and his body stood straight, like a javelin. When Yi Chen saw him, his scalp tingled. He was a warrior at the peak of the Xin level. The man in green looked at Yi Chen and said in surprise, I thought it would be Li Shualong who came, but it was you. Even though you were infected with the blood evil goo, you were still able to kill Li Shualong. You are really amazing. Who are you? Yi Chen frowned tightly, feeling that this person was much more terrifying than Li Shualong. The eldest disciple Qing Song is from the seat of Zhan Wudi, the incense master of the Zhanzi Hall of Xianmen. The man in green said lightly, with a proud air on his face. Yi Chen was shocked. It turned out to be Zhan Wudi's eldest disciple, which meant that Zhan Wudi had already arrived in Jiangnan. Yi Chen was not surprised by the appearance of this Xianmen master. After all, he is not only the enemy of the Li family, but also the target that Xianmen wants to kill. You can kneel before me now. I will take your head and report to my master. Qing Tsung pointed at Yi Chen and said lightly. 188, Chapter 188. Yi Chen fell off the cliff. You still want to take my head? Yi Chen sneered and said, now you can leave Xianmen and kowtow to me 3 times to save your life. Otherwise, when I come back, you and your master will be buried in the sea of clouds. Qing Tsung's face suddenly turned gloomy. He had reached the peak of the Xian level and was also a first-class genius in the Xianmen. A dying man was so bold as to speak such nonsense to him and even said that he wanted to kill his master Zhan Wudi. He was so arrogant. Qing Tsung, with a gloomy face, drew out his sword without even performing any sword moves. Hundreds of sword beams burst out from the sword, so sharp that it was frightening. With a humming sound, the killing sword completely enveloped Yi Chen with its violent attack. Yi Chen's expression changed. If he were in his prime, there would be many ways to break the opponent's attack. But in his current condition, he couldn't mobilize his true energy. His body was full of wounds, and he had no chance at all with such a seriously injured body. Qing Tsung attacked fiercely, blocking all his escape routes in an instant. With nowhere to hide, Yi Chen could only use a Vajra talisman for defense, and took out the purple thunder blade, trying his best to protect his vital points. Ding ding dong dong. After a burst of dense clashes of swords, Yi Chen retreated dozens of steps. His clothes were shredded and turned into strips of cloth hanging on his body. In addition to the vital parts, there were dozens of wounds all over his body, each of which was bleeding, looking horrible. If he hadn't used the Vajra talisman to defend himself, he would have been tortured to death by Qing Tsung. Obviously, Qing Tsung's sword was much better than Li Shualong's sword. It had collided with the purple thunder blade so many times, but it didn't break. Puff! Puff! Yi Chen stopped with his knife and vomited blood again, staining the skin on his chest red, and he almost turned into a bloody man. At this time, he had retreated to the edge of the cliff and saw Li Nianan leading a group of warriors coming over from the cliff path. But the only iron chain bridge is behind Qing Tsung. You ignorant ant, a candle in the wind, yet you still dare to speak so shamelessly. Do you still want to kill me now? Qing Tsung held a sword and approached Yi Chen with a sneer on his face. Looking at his contemptuous and cold eyes, Yi Chen knew that he had no way to retreat and could only jump off the cliff. Both Qing Tsung and Li Nianan can kill him now. Yes, my mind has not wavered. You have entered my kill list. Although Yi Chen was in a desperate situation, his momentum did not weaken at all. When he recovers, the first person he will kill is Qing Tsung. Qing Tsung saw that Yi Chen was still being stubborn and wanted to torture him further, but when he saw that Li Nianan had already approached him, he naturally didn't want to let the credit fall into Li Nianan's hands. So he shouted, "Yi Chen, I will send you on your way." After saying that, the sword in his hand swept towards Yi Chen like a dragon. Li Nianan, who had just arrived here, frowned when he saw this, realizing that Yi Chen was about to be cut in two by this sword. He felt a little regretful that the credit did not fall into his hands. Yi Chen has become very famous in Jiangnan district recently. Whoever kills him will naturally be able to step on his corpse to ascend to the top and become famous throughout Jiangnan. Pity. However, to Li Nianan's surprise, Yi Chen was not cut into two pieces in a flash. He seemed to have used his sword to block the attack. Then his figure disappeared, probably because he was struck off the cliff by Qing Tsung. That shouldn't be the case. Why did he fall off the cliff? Qing Tsung looked suspicious. The force he used was from top to bottom and would not knock Yi Chen off the cliff. There is only one explanation, that is, Yi Chen blocked his sword and then jumped down himself. Qing Tsung put away his sword and glanced coldly at the unfathomable cliff. Yi Chen had just fallen like a meteor, so he was naturally dead. Senior brother Qing Tsung, what's going on? Didn't Master Zhan Xiang say that he would bring Yi Chen's head back? Li Nianan stepped forward and asked. Yi Chen jumped down by himself. It doesn't matter, just find a way to get to the bottom of the cliff and search for his body, Qing Tsung said lightly. The whistling sound of the wind came from his ears, and Yi Chen's body was falling rapidly. He knew that the only way to escape was to fall off the cliff. Others would surely die from such a high place, but he wouldn't. Because Yi Chen has the wind control talisman. Fortunately, he had refined many talismans in Huashi during the 3 days, otherwise he would have died today. After using the wind-controlling talisman, Yi Chen's falling speed slowed down. After falling more than 500 meters, he finally stabilized his body. He stepped on a protruding stone and maintained his balance with the power of the wind-controlling talisman. Looking down, it was still bottomless, at least several hundred meters away. Yi Chen stopped falling because Li Nianan and the others might go to the bottom of the cliff to search for him. He lives right here halfway up the mountain, and they can't find him even if they work themselves to death. Huff, huff, huff. Yi Chen took a few breaths, rested for a while, then took out the purple thunder blade and started digging rocks. Naturally, he had to open up a small cave as a habitat to eliminate the evil and blood evil in his body before he could restore his strength. It is quite difficult to carve on such a hard stone wall, but Yi Chen has the magical weapon, the purple thunder sword, and it took him half an hour to dig out a cave that is more than 1 person tall and more than 2 meters deep. He stepped in, squatted on the ground, and leaned against the rock wall, gasping for breath. Thinking about what happened today, Yi Chen was completely defeated by Lin Hanxue. If he had it to do over again, he would still drink that bowl of soup. Because Lin Hanxue moved her daughter out, that was Yi Chen's biggest weakness. For today's situation, Xian Men and the Li family were very well prepared, and all they sent out were top-notch masters. If Yi Chen had not refined so many talismans, if he had not obtained the purple thunder blade, if he had not had the space crystal to carry all these things with him, he would death is certain. Humph, you forced me into this miserable situation. Wait for my revenge. Two cold rays flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. The next thing to do, naturally, is to get rid of the blood evil, which causes the greatest harm to his body. Yi Chen doesn't know how to break the blood evil goo, but he still has a way. That is to refine the blood lotus pill. The main function of this top-grade pill is to purify the blood, so it can naturally eliminate blood evil. Yi Chen's true energy was all used to suppress the blood evil and the demonic evil, and could not be used at all. It seemed impossible to refine the blood lotus pill. However, he took out a stone from the space crystal, which was the Yuanqi stone he bought at the auction. This vitality stone came in handy. It was of top quality and enough for him to use for a month. Yi Chen then calmed down and concentrated his mind, holding the Yuanqi stone to provide him with energy, and then began to refine the blood lotus pill. 189, Chapter 189, High-Spirited. 4 or 5 hours passed, and Yi Chen tried to refine the blood lotus pill again, but still failed. Including the 2 previous failures, this is the 3rd time. There were only 2 medicinal ingredients left. Yi Chen reviewed the refining process in his mind and analyzed the reasons for the failure. After a long time, he held the Yuanqi stone in his hand and started his 4th attempt. This time it took longer, and by the evening, the alchemy furnace was already emitting a light red gas and a strong medicinal aroma. Yi Chen became excited. As long as nothing unexpected happened, the pill would be ready in about 2 minutes. But just when he was full of anticipation, there was a loud bang, and the sound of the furnace exploding that made his scalp tingle appeared again, followed by a puff of black smoke coming out of the medicine furnace. Yi Chen's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. He failed again. Failed 4 times in a row. Now there is only one last batch of medicinal materials left. Yi Chen sat cross-legged in the cave, concentrating his mind and not thinking about anything until he adjusted his mind to the best state, and then he began his 5th attempt. It's also the last time. This time he was more careful and cautious, but not timid, but bold and confident. With the experience of the previous 4 failures, he believed that he would definitely succeed this time. In the middle of the night, when the bright moon was hanging high in the middle of the sky, the medicine furnace was shaking under the stimulation of Yi Chen's elixir fire, and a rich medicinal fragrance came from it. The furnace was shaking more and more violently, and the lid was swaying from side to side, making a buzzing sound, as if it would be blown away by the hot air in the furnace at any time. Yi Chen's heart was in his throat. If the furnace exploded again, he would be a complete failure. Fortunately, that heart-wrenching scene did not occur again, and the frequency of the alchemy furnace shaking became less and less, until it finally returned to calm. As a special medicinal fragrance emanated, Yi Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Blood lotus pill, it's done. After keeping it in the furnace for another hour, until the temperature of the medicine furnace dropped completely, Yi Chen finally opened the furnace lid. Inside lay 2 round pills, all fiery red and brimming with energy, like 2 dazzling flames. Yi Chen regained his composure after a brief moment of excitement. Without hesitation, he took out a blood lotus pill and threw it into his mouth. The powerful medicinal power surged and flowed into Yi Chen's blood. The blood evil that came into contact with this medicinal power melted away like snow. Yi Chen was overjoyed. The blood lotus pill was really effective in removing the blood evil. It seemed that only 1 pill would be enough. 2 hours later, Yi Chen's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, emitting 2 torch-like rays of light. The blood evil in his body had been cleared out, and then he continued to work non-stop, circulating his true energy to suppress the evil spirit. There are not many evil spirits. As long as the blood evil is removed, it will not be able to bother Yi Chen. It only took half an hour for Yi Chen to suppress the evil spirit in his body. But his body was still riddled with wounds and lacerations. Yi Chen circulated his true energy and slowly warmed himself up. By the time the sun rose the next day, Yi Chen had fully recovered. The rich true energy was surging in his body like a big river, and the powerful feeling surged in his heart again. Now he could rush out to take revenge, but Yi Chen did not act impulsively. This time, Xian Men and the Li family were well prepared. I don't know how many martial arts masters they sent, especially Zhang Wudi. If it were 3 years ago, he would have rushed out immediately due to his youthful vigor, but 3 years later, Yi Chen had become mature and steady. So he calmed down and began to refine the flying sword. Yi Chen was going to charge out with his flying sword, and even if he faced an army of thousands, he would be able to kill them all without leaving a single one alive. He took out Deep Siu, Dung Iron Essence and other materials from the space crystal and placed them in front of him. These top-quality materials for refining flying swords are a delight to look at just with the eyes. Yi Chen had never thought about refining a flying sword before, as he felt that it was impossible to gather the necessary materials on Earth, but now, all that was in front of him were top-grade materials, and they were all available. Yi Chen once again thanked Lei Hong, this good man, in his heart, for using his lifelong collection to fulfill Yi Chen's dream of flying sword. He is now at the 7th level of Qi training, and his true fire is powerful. He can easily create a ball of true fire. Yi Chen puts the materials into the true fire one by one, allowing them to slowly melt and fuse. There is no time in cultivation, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Yi Chen was struggling a lot. It was quite difficult to refine a flying sword during the Qi training period, and his true essence would often become exhausted. Fortunately, he had that top-grade vitality stone, which could constantly replenish his energy. Otherwise, Yi Chen would have to practice on and off, which would take at least a month. Now, after 3 days, the materials have gradually been freed of impurities and become pure. After extracting the materials, Yi Chen began to forge the sword blank and carve the formation. Another 4 days passed, and even with the help of the vitality stone, Yi Chen was exhausted, his face was pale, and his true essence was exhausted. However, Yi Chen became more and more happy because the first flying sword in his life was about to come out. Shining. A loud and clear sound resounded throughout the cave and spread far away, like the cry of a phoenix. Yi Chen spat out a mouthful of blood towards the flying sword, and suddenly, a flying sword only about a foot long floated in front of him. A blue glow lingered on the sword because of the addition of Star Jade. Star Jade was indeed an excellent material. With his 7th level Qi refining cultivation, he was able to refine such a top-grade flying sword. Come! As soon as Yi Chen thought about it, a feeling of blood connection surged into his heart. The flying sword fell obediently into his hands, allowing him to drive it. This is naturally because the flying sword is engraved with a control array and sprayed with essence and blood. Cut! Yi Chen shouted loudly, and the blue flying sword immediately flew wildly in the cave like a dragon. Boom, boom, boom. Flying sword. Every time he swung the sword, huge rocks weighing thousands of pounds were chopped down in a short while. The cave, which was more than 2 meters deep, expanded 5 or 6 times and turned into a corridor. It's really powerful. A smile appeared on Yi Chen's lips. This was naturally expected. The flying sword made of Gung Iron Essence, Deep Sea Elmwood and Green Silver Sand was definitely the best among flying swords and was extremely sharp. Go! As soon as Yi Chen thought about it, the flying sword flew out of the cave, circling and diving freely in the sky, as brilliant as a meteor, and with a momentum of cutting through the sky. When he retracted his flying sword again, he felt extremely proud. Qing Song, you bastard, and Li Nianen, the culprit, I will use your blood to sacrifice to my flying sword. Yi Chen moved and flashed out of the cave. He stepped on the purple flying sword and floated up. If other people saw the scene of flying with a sword, they would probably be shocked. At this moment, Yi Chen was standing on the flying sword, full of energy and vigor. But his eyes were cold. Some people deserve to be killed. 190, Chapter 190. He will come to save me. Yi Chen was still a little anxious. He was afraid that the outside world would think he was dead, and Xianmen and the Li family would definitely make a big move. Han Wan'er and the Shen family were under great pressure. Han Wan'er should be better off. After all, she has the Han family behind her, and she also has the support of Lu Yuran, the eldest daughter of the Sheng Jing Lu family. The Shen family has no one to rely on, and he is their only backer. So this flying sword would originally take a month to refine, but Yi Chen managed to refine it within 7 days, and all the energy of the high-grade Yuan stone was used up. When he was about to reach the top of the cliff, Yi Chen put away his flying sword and jumped up. He decided to go see Han Wan'er first, and then go to the Shen family in Gusu. Yi Chen, you were so lucky you fell from such a high cliff, but you can still walk out alive. A cold voice suddenly sounded in front. Qing Song, it's you, I was looking for you. Yi Chen saw a figure standing in front of him. It was Qing Tsong, who had forced him into a desperate situation before, and the eldest disciple under Zhang Wudi. Qing Tsong's whole body was emitting a cold murderous aura. 7 days ago, Yi Chen fell off the cliff from here, but his body was not found at the bottom of the cliff. He thought Yi Chen's body was eaten by wild beasts, so he went back to report to Zhang Wudi, but was scolded by Zhang Wudi and asked to guard Yi Chen on the cliff. It seems that Master's judgment was correct. Yi Chen is really not dead. I didn't kill you last time, which made me lose face in front of my master. You can't escape today. No matter what, I will chop off your head. Qing Tsong stared at Yi Chen, and the murderous intent on his body became stronger and stronger. Yi Chen's eyes were cold, and he said calmly, Qing Tsong, you are really persistent. You have actually been guarding here for 7 days. In this case, then you will be the first to sacrifice the sword for me. Sword sacrifice? Qing Tsong was slightly stunned. Was Yi Chen using a knife? Why was it said to be a sword sacrifice? But at this time Qing Tsong had no time to think about this small problem. He had already drawn his sword, his energy and spirit had reached its peak, and he displayed his most proud sword technique, the Four-Seasons sword technique. The spring rain is lingering, the summer thunder is swift, the autumn frost covers the ground, and the winter snow is everywhere. The changes of the 4 seasons are transformed into the mystery of swordsmanship. All-encompassing and unrivaled. This swordsmanship is too terrifying not to mention Yi Chen alone. Even if there are dozens of people standing opposite him, they will be melted by the 4 seasons swordsmanship. However, facing this terrifying sword move, Yi Chen did not move at all. He just raised his hand, and a flying sword with blue light broke through the air. With a crisp sound, the thousands of sword shadows released by Qing Tsong disappeared. Looking at his sword again, it was cut into 2 pieces, and the tip of the sword was stuck vertically into the ground. It can be seen how sharp the flying sword that Yi Chen refined was. Just a slash in the air destroyed Qing Tsong's sword that could cut through iron like mud. Flying sword. Qing Tsong stared blankly at the flying sword floating above his head, his face full of horror. He stood there with his dagger in his hand, like a puppet. After a long while, he turned around slightly and looked at Yi Chen in shock. You can actually control a flying sword. Who are you? Yi Chen just smiled coldly and asked, what's the situation in the outside world? What are your Xianmen and Li family doing? I can answer you, but you have to spare my life. Qing Tsong didn't dare to move, because the flying sword was hanging above his head. He knew that as long as he moved, the flying sword would immediately fall down and pierce through his crown. He could never imagine that there was someone in this world who could forge a flying sword. This was only a legend. If someone told him that he saw a flying sword, he would definitely think that person was bragging, but now he saw it with his own eyes. Speak! Yi Chen shouted coldly. Qing Tsong immediately said, Xianmen naturally wants to conquer Jiangnan's martial arts and make all forces bow down to us. The first one we have to deal with is the Han family, the leader of Jiangnan, starting with Yunhai. To eliminate the Han family's influence in Yunhai, we just need to deal with Han Wan'er. Now Han Wan'er has been besieged in Shuiyun Villa. She is at the end of her rope. Yi Chen frowned and asked, where is Shuiyun Villa? After Qing Tsong told him the address of Shuiyun Villa, he said, Senior, please spare my life. I will no longer be your enemy. Phew! Before he could finish his words, Yi Chen's flying sword cut off his head. Afterwards, Yi Chen used his divine speed steps and quickly rushed towards Shuiyun Villa. Shuiyun Villa. Lu Yuran was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, pacing back and forth in the villa. They have been besieged here for 7 days. The Li family has issued an ultimatum. If they don't surrender, they will attack tonight. Wan'er, surrender and stop fighting them. The combination of Xianmen and the Li family is only comparable to the Lu and Qin families combined. Lu Yuran shook his head. It's impossible for us, the Han family, to do this alone. I won't surrender. Yi Chen will come to save me. Han Wan'er shook her head. Her face looked a little haggard. Yi Chen? Lu Yuran rolled his eyes and sneered, Wan'er, wake up, Yi Chen is dead. He was thrown off a cliff by Li Nianan and the Xianmen masters, and nothing remains of his body. It's already this time, and you're still fantasizing about Yi Chen coming to save you. How ridiculous. Yi Chen will not die. Han Wan'er shook her head, tears in her beautiful eyes. Everyone said that Yi Chen was dead, but she never believed it. It's been 7 days, and we've almost eaten all the food in the manor, and you still don't believe it. If Yi Chen was still alive, he would have come a long time ago. He is really dead. Lu Yuran shook her shoulders and said loudly, Han Wanner, wake up. I don't believe he will die. Han Wanner shook her head, her eyes full of pain. Shenmen and Li family have confirmed the news, plus Yi Chen has not had any when the news came. I was afraid that the situation was very bad. But Han Wanner was unwilling to believe it, and even more unwilling to accept this fact.
If you don't want to surrender, you can only ask the Qin family for help, Lu Yuran said, stamping his feet. What about your Lu family? The Lu family has clearly stated that they will not be involved in this matter. What a coward, it seems like you've been abandoned by the Lu family.
What do you know, the Lu family is in trouble now and can't take care of itself. The only one who can save us is the Qin family, Lu Yuran said.
Then ask the Qin family for help. Don't you have a good relationship with them?
Han Wanner said coldly. Okay, but the Qin family will only help if you marry Qin Haoyang, Lu Yuran said. Forget it, let me die here, Han Wanner sneered. Seeing her stubborn look, Lu Yuran wanted to slap her. It's all the fault of that loser Yi Chen. Lu Yuran gritted his teeth. His performance once gave me hope. I thought he could really fight against Shenmen and the Li family. He turned out to be a loser, dying so soon, and bringing us to this point. So whether you like it or not, now I can only ask the Qin family for help.
Lu Yuran said firmly.